Li Nian's reasoning, the expected conclusion. The moment Li Nian uttered the words psychological society, she could feel Lin Yu's aura suddenly turn cold. But very quickly, Lin Yu regained his composure. As expected of the Freedom Alliance, choosing you was indeed the right decision. Your investigation speed is faster than I imagined, and you've dug deeper than I thought. Li Nian smiled. Hey, this has nothing to do with the Freedom Alliance, it's purely because I'm awesome. Saying that, Li Nian pulled out a roster with a flick of her wrist. Tata's Psychological Society Internal Assessment Roster Compilation, first half of this year's collected edition. I spent a whole weekend stealing it. Li Nian said cheerfully, casually flipping open the roster as she walked. After you gave me the hint about Zhu Ming last time, I went back and searched for a long time, finally finding your name and information 2 months ago. Name, Xiaoyu, location, Jiangcheng, rating, confidential. Even in the Psychological Society internal documents, your rating is confidential, which means you are at least A rank or above. That's really something, Sister Zhu Ming. Li Nian said with a grin. Lin Yu's expression remained calm. This is the first I've heard they rated me A rank or above. However, I'd like to hear how you came to the conclusion that I tricked them. Lin Yu said calmly, and Li Nian chuckled. Ha! You heard I investigated alone, so you want to verify my abilities, right? Hey, don't underestimate me too much, I've already figured out the whole story. Li Nian said with full confidence. Based on my understanding of the Psychological Society, they dispatch specialists of a certain rank to kill ordinary people of a certain potential level. You are an ordinary non-player with a rank potential or above, which means the one who killed you was A rank or S rank. And among the guys of this rank from the Psychological Society who have recently been to Jiangcheng, as far as I know, there's only fluoxetine. Jiangcheng is too special. It's impossible for A rank and S rank members of the Psychological Society to come in, kill someone, and then leave without a trace. And after I continued my investigation, I found that you had actually died. A month ago, you died due to an accident at your workplace, and after being discovered, you were pronounced dead after failed resuscitation. I read the report, and it indeed looks very much like the work of fluoxetine. However, this creates a contradiction. Because your death was not erased. Furthermore, if you were still an ordinary person at that time, you couldn't have gone through 8 instances and completed advancement by now. Li Nian paused and said, so, although this possibility is very small, the fact that you yourself are standing here safe and sound, living vibrantly as a first-tier player, is enough to prove one thing. That is, you achieved a low-probability event that I hadn't even thought of. You are a more talented and interesting guy than I imagined. A month ago, you tricked fluoxetine, the S-rank executive specialist of the Psychological Society, making her mistakenly believe she had truly killed you. Not only that, you also tricked the entire Psychological Society. After being assessed 2 months ago, you almost immediately accidentally died and joined the death game. Even the time you were assessed might have been after you joined the death game, it's just that those guys from the Psychological Society didn't notice it at all. But for a whole month, you didn't reveal this matter, so much so that the Psychological Society mistakenly thought you were an ordinary person and sent fluoxetine again to try and kill you. And after being attacked by fluoxetine, without knowing the other party's purpose, or why a skilled player came to kill you, for some consideration, you simply chose to fake your death. This time, you even tricked your family, friends, and the Jiangcheng public security. If I hadn't secretly snuck into the place where your body was stored yesterday and saw the empty cold storage, and that your body simply didn't exist, I probably would have fallen into the same trap. Of course, this also explains why you suddenly came to my house 3 weeks ago, wanting to join the Freedom Alliance. After a week, you must have found out that the Psychological Society was behind the attack on you, right? It's just that at the time, you didn't know that they mistakenly thought you were an ordinary person and wanted to send you into the death game. You just thought you were inexplicably targeted by them, so you were scared and quickly tried to join an organization to seek companions and protection, right? At this point, Lin Yan looked a little smug. Although you gave me many hints, I still ultimately solved this mystery. How about it, my assessment? I should have passed with flying colors, right? Lin Yan said triumphantly, and Lin Yu nodded. The analysis is basically correct, at least the objective facts are correct. The only flaw is... The day I came to find you, I wasn't in a panic, scared out of my wits looking for a backer. I just realized that my strategy had always been misguided. Being completely low-key and hiding myself would still lead me into inexplicable dangers. The moment I became a player, some mysterious fate had already destined me to no longer be able to live peacefully. Lin Yu explained calmly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, with only a hint of surprise, appreciation, and pride on his face, inwardly, Lin Yu was immersed in the great joy of his plan's success. That's right, this was the script he had written for Zhu Ming, or rather, Xiaoyu. Lin Yan being able to reason in this direction and arrive at the conclusion he most desired was truly wonderful. At the same time, he once again marveled that Chen Zhuo was indeed his lucky star. From Lin Yan's tone, Lin Yu could deduce that this was not only her own investigation and reasoning, but also that she seemed to have not yet told others about it. So these deductions should have been completely finalized only after meeting Chen Zhuo just now. Or rather, after meeting Chen Zhuo, she confirmed the accuracy of her deductions by cross-referencing with Chen Zhuo, who was an eyewitness who had seen Zhu Ming in the instance. This was the real reason Lin Yu suddenly had a brainstorm and called Lin Yan over. But if Chen Zhuo hadn't happened to be recruiting, Lin Yu wouldn't have had the opportunity to let Lin Yan and Chen Zhuo interact naturally. For this lie to become reality, it would probably take even longer. And as long as there was the first belief, then this lie would almost become a true fact. If he wanted to join the Freedom Alliance, Lin Yan would definitely tell the other members of the organization. And the members of the Freedom Alliance would become more powerful evidence that Xiaoyu's experience was truly real. Indeed, after receiving Lin Yu's affirmative reply, Lin Yan excitedly said, "Aha, I really did find a treasure. Deciding to let you take the assessment was truly the most correct choice. A genius who could trick both the Psychological Society and fluoxetine, and fake his death for a month without being discovered. Everyone will be very happy to see you join us. And Joker will absolutely love you. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night's instance. And the day you officially join us. Despair Train Express. Tuesday evening. After a full day of studying at the library, Lin Yu packed up his books and quietly left the school when the closing saxophone music began to play. After transforming into Xiaoyu's appearance in the alley, Lin Yu reconfirmed the blood-red text in front of him, which was a hint about the instance. Less than 24 hours remain until the latest start time for the next game. Please place yourself inside a moving, enclosed vehicle before midnight tonight to await entry into the game. Friendly reminder, you are currently in a team. It is recommended that members of the same team enter the game at the same time for the best gaming experience. This was Lin Yu's first time using a team-up card to form a team with others, so seeing this prompt was a bit novel. However, Lin Yan and Chen Zhuo were not new to teaming up. They had already decided to gather today even before the blood-red text about the instance appeared yesterday. And after the blood-red text appeared, Chen Zhuo quickly found a meeting place. Gentlemen, I have arrangements for the game entry location. You just need to meet at Shengjian Plaza subway station around 11 p.m. tonight. Perhaps out of apprehension for the two Freedom Alliance members, Chen Zhuo seemed particularly enthusiastic and eager. Even though he was the employer, Chen Zhuo seemed afraid that the two would become displeased, so he hastily completed all the preparations. Of course, another reason was that if Lin Yu and Lin Yan had found a place, whether Chen Zhuo would dare to go was another matter. In any case, Lin Yu took the subway to Shengjiang Plaza subway station as Chen Zhuo instructed. As soon as he exited the subway station, Lin Yu saw Lin Yan wearing sunglasses and Chen Zhuo standing obediently beside Lin Yan. Lin Yu walked over, quite surprised. "Oh, am I the last one to arrive?" he said as he walked towards the two, and Lin Yan spoke with a grin. "I only arrived 10 minutes ago myself." Then, both of them looked at Chen Zhuo. So, where is the vehicle? It can't be the subway, can it? Lin Yu and Li Nian said, and Shenhua shook his head. Of course not, follow me. He led the two out of the subway station, winding through the alleys and lanes next to Xinjiang Plaza. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a newly built residential area. It wasn't far from Jiangcheng No. 6 middle school and looked like a school district housing area. Shenhua fumbled a car key out of his pocket, then led the two to a vehicle. A senior scooter. Li Nian looked at the red sheet metal three-wheeled scooter and couldn't help but cover her face. Lin Yu sighed slightly, you might as well have let Anyan find it. Shenhua used the key to open the door of the senior scooter, chuckling as he said, my grandma doesn't have a driver's license, and my parents' car. Keys are hard to get. Please bear with it, you two. With that, Shenhua squeezed into the driver's seat. Li Nian and Lin Yu had no choice but to squeeze into the back seat of the three-wheeled senior scooter, watching Shenhua start the vehicle. Thump thump thump. The entire three-wheeled scooter trembled slightly, then Shenhua slowly drove the senior scooter out of the residential area. Li Nian and Lin Yu, sitting in the back, were jostled, their heads bobbing. Li Nian exclaimed, actually, it's surprisingly exciting. What, is this your first time riding a car like this, miss? Lin Yu teased casually. Li Nian showed a rare embarrassed expression, it really is my first time. Because Xinjiang Plaza and the area around Jiangcheng No. 6 middle school were mostly residential, there weren't many vehicles or pedestrians on the road late at night, nearing midnight. Shenhua drove the three-wheeled senior scooter down the center of the wide road, and its speed gradually picked up. The howling wind poured in through the cracks of the senior scooter's doors, giving Li Nian a new question. Does this count as an enclosed vehicle? It doesn't feel very sealed. Lin Yu was more optimistic, it has a roof and doors, how is it not an enclosed space? Shenhua also nodded in agreement with Lin Yu, I think it counts too. As time passed, the three-wheeled vehicle sped through the streets, quickly approaching midnight. Blood-red text simultaneously appeared before Lin Yu and the other two. Joining game soon. Game name, Despair Express. Clearance condition, obtain a ticket. Number of players in this game, 6 people. Oh, it's a train. Li Nian's cheerful voice rang out, filled with excitement. Though he didn't know what she was happy about, Lin Yu didn't have time to ask now. Because Shenhua's startled cry came, why did it suddenly accelerate? The speedometer needle of the senior scooter directly hit the maximum, frantically hitting the frame. The engine roared, and all three in the car felt a distinct pushback sensation. The scenery outside the window blurred and distorted due to the high speed, and the car body trembled, making a clanking sound. It's going to flip. It's going to flip. And the moment Shenhua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Bang! A violent sound rang out, and a bright white light flashed before their eyes. Still flashing? Lin Yu complained inwardly. Then, the strong light dissipated, and he felt the seat beneath him become much softer. Looking at their surroundings, they had been transported into a futuristic train. The train was speeding, and outside the window was a bustling city nightscape, with high-rise buildings and neon signs, transformed into streaks of light, reflected on the glass windows. The carriage interior was spacious, with warm, yellowish light cast down. The seats were soft and wide, with only 4 seats per row. Lin Yu sat between Shenhua and Li Nian. The entire carriage was incredibly quiet, it seemed there was no one else besides the three of them. Lin Yu looked at Li Nian and asked. From what you said just now, it sounds like you know about this instance? Li Nian didn't hide it, lightly chuckling. I have indeed heard a little. In short, this instance is a relatively simple and brutal one. Shenhua also quickly asked. Then, Master Thief, what is the meaning of ticket in the clearance condition? I don't know about that. I've only heard others in the organization mention it once. Li Nian pulled out her utility knife. Hey, Zhu Ming, you'd best show us any useful weapons you have quickly, because this instance is quite a violent one. Violent? I don't see it? Although Lin Yu was puzzled, he still took out his pistol. Because Li Nian recognized Tiangong's hammer, Lin Yu could only pull out the Torch of Fear as a melee weapon item. Just then, a broadcast sounded in the carriage. Welcome, welcome 6 new passengers, boarding from D4, D5, D13. Lin Yu looked up at the carriage number. The carriage they were in was numbered D13. Li Nian whistled. Wahaha, they're coming. What's coming? Shenjua's face showed a terrified expression. The carriage was empty. Li Nian threw the utility knife in her hand, and a burst of blood suddenly erupted in the air. Correction, they're already here. Restraint relationship. Invisible enemies? Lin Yu looked at the blood blossoms exploding in the air, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shenjua's face turned extremely ugly. Invisible enemies. Doesn't that make us very dangerous? Lin Yu, however, remained calm. It's not that bad. At least a Nian can see them, can't she? As he spoke, Shenjua's expression softened slightly. At the same time, Lin Yu looked at a Nian. How do you see them? Is there a way for us to see them too? Li Nian pointed to the sunglasses on her face. It's because of this. I'll share the information through the team so you can see the function of my props, then you'll understand. After using a team-up item, team members not only cannot harm each other but also gain some relatively convenient functions. This is also related to the grade and type of the team-up card. Although Shenjua's team-up card was the most basic model, the function of sharing each other's item information was still available. The item description appeared on Li Nian's sunglasses. Hell Detective's sunglasses, when worn, allows the wearer to see invisible objects or beings such as spirits and energy bodies. Description: as a detective, you need sharp eyesight, but if the thing you're chasing is invisible to the naked eye, you'll need a very good pair of glasses. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this description. After discovering that Li Nian could see some kind of invisible thing, Lin Yu had actually been a little nervous. He was very worried that Li Nian might have some means of seeing through stealth camouflage, which would put her at risk of seeing little octopus. Hannah. Of course, Lin Yu had also been careful. Before meeting Li Nian, he hadn't let Hannah perch on his shoulder, but instead hid her in Lin Yu's pocket. However, Lin Yu felt that there would always be a time when Hannah would be needed if Hannah were to crawl out of his pocket then and be seen by Li Nian. It would be easy enough to explain. After all, Wu Yue and Zhu Ming were indeed known to Li Nian, and it wasn't impossible for the same pet octopus to appear with him. Moreover, Hannah had once claimed that her camouflage technique was excellent and almost impossible to detect or see through even if Li Nian had a way to see through stealth camouflage. She might not be able to see through Hannah's stealth camouflage, which was inherited from the octopus card. But no matter what, Lin Yu still hoped that Hannah's existence could remain a secret, and he hoped there would be no possibility of her being seen through. Now that Li Nian's glasses were only for spirits, it became much easier. So all these things are spirits? As Lin Yu spoke, Li Nian nodded. That's right. Although spirits are usually ghosts, it's not entirely accurate to call these guys ghosts, because they're more like they were created. As Li Nian spoke, she nimbly flipped over the first 2 rows of seats, then picked up the utility knife that had fallen earlier. Then, Li Nian lightly stabbed to her front left. Put. Blood spurted out again. There's good news, these things are actually quite weak, they don't move fast, and as long as you have a way to harm spirits or non-corporeal entities, one hit is enough to take them out. Li Nian pulled out the utility knife and casually flicked off the blood. Lin Yu heard Li Nian's words and keenly realized her unspoken meaning. So there's bad news too? The bad news is these guys are everywhere. Li Nian casually waved her hand twice in the air, and blood spurted out everywhere. At the same time, Lin Yu felt a cold, stinging sensation on his neck and arms. It was as if he had been instantly frostbitten. Even where his clothes covered him, a bone-chilling cold spread. Undoubtedly, if left untreated, these things truly had the ability to kill them. Even if it didn't lead to death, prolonged exposure could cause frostbite. Chenhua, beside him, was flailing his hands and screaming. Ow! Ow! They're on me, help! Lin Yu, however, was very calm. Means to harm non-corporeal entities? Although not entirely sure, he vaguely felt that the torch in his hand might be able to do it. Even if not, there was no harm in trying. Whoosh! Pale flames erupted, instantly illuminating Lin Yu and Chenhua's surroundings. All over their bodies, more than a dozen round, spiky, pufferfish-like things clung. This is actually a torch? And this thing can even make these things visible. Lin Yan said in surprise. Of course, Lin Yu looked at how the torch could illuminate these invisible spirits, and his heart immediately felt reassured, and these things should be very afraid of it. After all, this thing was originally burning fear. It used invisible things born from human emotions and souls as fuel, and it had once ignited a monster. Condensed from Soul's chat. Lin Yu swung it left and right a couple of times. The invisible, pufferfish-like small monsters clinging to his body seemed to sense the threat and clumsily fled from him. But their speed was too slow. Lin Yu easily caught up to them and swept the flames across their bodies. Then, hiss! These pufferfish were instantly ignited. They were consumed by the pale flames burning with fear, almost more easily ignited than physical objects. A pleased expression appeared on Lin Yu's face. It really seems to work. He waved the torch and came to Chenhua's side, also driving away and igniting the pufferfish on him. And Lin Yu made no further movements. He didn't need to. As Lin Yan said, these things were everywhere. The ignited pufferfish clumsily collided with each other in the air, quickly igniting more of their companions. For the fear flames, these guys were simply too flammable. There seemed to be a genuine restraining relationship between the two. Like a chain reaction, one white flame after another lit up, and the air was instantly filled with pale fireballs of all sizes. Be careful not to touch them for too long. These things can also ignite physical objects. Lin Yu warned, then calmly sat back in his seat. The still shaken Chenhua slowly sat down, then his gaze towards Lin Yu instantly filled with admiration. As expected of the admins. Lin Yu immediately interrupted him, lowering his voice. Ahem, didn't my referrer tell you it's best to keep his identity a secret? Chenhua was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The chubby boy's mind became active. Although usually a bit slow, Chenhua was a high school student after all, and his brain was in its most active period. He quickly understood the hidden meaning. It seemed that although this Anyan was introduced by Zhu Ming seemed to have a closer relationship with the administrator and did not want this thief from the Free Alliance to know about the administrator's existence. So, Chenhua immediately corrected himself. These white flames are truly amazing. You can just casually pull out something that so perfectly counters this copy. It seems you know a lot about this copy too. Lin Yu heard Chenhua's flattery and shook his head. No, I just got lucky. I also want to know what the origin of this train is. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yan again. The origin of the despair train. After Lin Yu used the fear torch to set all the monsters in this space ablaze, Lin Yan also realized that she no longer needed to act. Moreover, because the speed at which this wave of monsters was dealt with far exceeded expectations, no other dangers would appear in the short term. Now, she couldn't refuse to explain the situation with the excuse of bad timing, urgent situation. So, Lin Yan walked over to Lin Yu, sat down beside him, and clasped her hands behind her head. I thought you recognized the origin of this train, which is why you chose to use this torch. Lin Yu pondered Lin Yan's words. However, to maintain the persona of Zhu Ming and ensure the provenance of this item, Lin Yu began to explain. This isn't an item I obtained, it was half bought, half given to me by a friend of mine. Speaking of which, you just saw him once recently. I also have to thank you all for giving me face, letting him live, and making him owe me a favor in return. Lin Yu said softly, and Lin Yan immediately thought of Woyue, whom she had seen a few days prior. Then, Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it was that guy. He's quite generous. The young girl pulled down her sunglasses and looked at Lin Yu, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. So, what is your relationship? Lin Yan asked excitedly. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He had indeed been dedicated to portraying a complex web of connections between the identities of Zhu Ming, Wu Yue, and Lao Yao, but Lin Yu hadn't expected that in Lin Yan's eyes, the connection between Zhu Ming and Wu Yue seemed a bit too intimate. This made even Lin Yu, who usually had an excellent mindset, feel a bit awkward at this moment. Are I and myself having an affair? Even if others truly misunderstood his improper relationship with a certain girl, Lin Yu would only smile faintly and handle it calmly. He had once been pursued in high school by another pretty girl from a good family because of his handsome looks and outstanding performance in a play. During a cultural performance, both were very attractive. The boy was a top student, and the girl was a rich young lady. Such a pairing naturally generated a lot of discussion in high school. Among them, there were naturally rumors that the two were already together. But Lin Yu never had the idea of clarifying anything. In Lin Yu's view, what did other people's opinions matter? Moreover, the girl didn't care either. It wasn't until today that Lin Yu realized. He had been able to handle it calmly before because the content of the rumor itself wasn't too outlandish. Now, encountering such a misunderstanding as Zhu Ming and Wu Yue are having an affair, Lin Yu still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, Lin Yu, as Zhu Ming, was not in a convenient position to explain anything. He could only say somewhat helplessly, "This has nothing to do with you, does it?" Upon hearing Zhu Ming's answer, Lin Yan became even more convinced that there was some unspeakable relationship between them. How can this have nothing to do with me? If you want to join the Free Alliance, you can't hide things like this from us. This is part of the organization's assessment for joining. Order requires background checks, and so does our Free Alliance. Lin Yan said earnestly, and Lin Yu unhesitatingly exposed her. No, you just made that up, didn't you? The Free Alliance definitely doesn't have such joining rules. You can tell just by your name. Lin Yan, exposed by Lin Yu, couldn't help but snort. Humph, what a pity, I almost succeeded. I think it's still quite far off. I can also tell it's made up. Chen Zhua, who was next to them, couldn't help but interject. Don't be a busybody, Lin Yan blared fiercely at her employer and threatened him, otherwise, I'll sneak into your house in the middle of the night. Twist off all the heads of your wife's action figures, and replace them with Kenshiro. And I'll copy your browsing history and post it in your class group chat. Chen Zhua immediately fell silent. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, who, unable to get gossip, vented her anger on the weaker party, and sighed, we don't have that much time, let's get back to the main topic. Yan, what exactly is going on with this train? When asked about the main topic again, Lin Yan glanced at the monsters in the carriage, which were almost completely burned away, and quickly began to answer, no longer interrupting. I haven't been on this despair train, but a certain guy in the organization was lucky enough to enter here. This is an express functional train belonging to the Truth Company. Truth Company? Chen Zhua's face showed a bewildered expression. It's a company famous for alchemy, and its core technology is probably transforming souls and the emotions they produce into physical forms and energy. Lin Yu explained to Chen Zhua based on what he had seen in the Winter Mountains before. His way of answering and his tone made it seem as if he understood this company very well and was just casually explaining it. But Lin Yu himself knew. This was pretty much all he knew about the Truth Company. However, just as Lin Yu expected, Lin Yan supplemented his answer. That's right, the Truth Company is one of the top-tier forces among the 10 realms known so far, believing in and protected by the God of Wisdom and the God of Miracles. In most copy of the Secret Realms, you can see their shadow, Lin Yan added, then looked at Chen Zhua and held out her hand. Hey, fatty, give me 200 points, the information just now is top secret internal data of the Free Alliance. You're not a member, so compensate me. After speaking, she looked at Lin Yu again, this also counts as a somewhat advanced payment for you. I won't charge you money, so consider it as you owing me a favor, Sister Zhu Ming. Lin Yu said helplessly, I didn't say I wanted to hear it. And how are you so sure I don't know these things? Oh, just remember my good deeds, that's all. Nian looked at Chenzhuo again, beckoned with her hand. Quick, quick, give it to me. Chenzhuo was also a bit confused. How do I give it to you now? You're right, then I'll just take it myself. With that, Nian turned her hand over, and a hexagonal gray metal block appeared out of thin air in her hand. Oh, a high-charging shield worth about 140 points. That settles the score. Chenzhuo's expression changed slightly, and he touched his chest. When did you take that? You can take that too? Nian looked at Chenzhuo's panicked expression and laughed. Just kidding, here you go. Saying that, she tossed the metal block back to Chenzhuo. It was his own item, but Chenzhuo still subconsciously said thank you after taking it. This made Nian freeze for a moment, her expression becoming a bit uncomfortable. Thank me for what? It was yours to begin with. Boring. After Nian finished speaking, she pouted and stood up. At this point, the last invisible pufferfish had also been burned to ashes. Alright, get ready to welcome the next wave of trials. Nian's trump card and the robot killer. A new wave of tests? Does that mean various monsters will continuously appear in this carriage? Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Nian's words. Not necessarily. According to old Zhou, there will probably be 3 to 5 rounds, Nian said cheerfully, then you can move to other carriages. And the ticket mentioned in our clear conditions needs to be obtained from more powerful monsters after leaving this carriage. Chenzhuo couldn't help but complain after hearing Nian's description. This truth company is really insane. Why would they design a train like this? Is this still a mode of transportation? Nian shook her head. I don't know. Who knows what these people meant by designing it? Most of the guys in the truth company are arrogant individuals who view people as expendable resources and fancy themselves as gods among men. She commented, and then the door at the end of the carriage opened again. This time, what appeared were not invisible entities, but a group of robots whose forms were already visible. Like the T-1000 from the movie Terminator, their outer shells were entirely silver-white with no visible seams, and red lights flickered on their heads. Buzz. 7 robots, each the size of a normal person, rushed into the carriage. They all held weapons that also looked highly futuristic. Lin Yu was about to stand up to help Nian, but Nian spoke up. Hey, I'll handle this round myself, you just focus on protecting the employer. I let you take the spotlight just now. If I slack off again this time, this fatty will think I'm not worth it. Hearing Nian's confident words, Lin Yu had no intention of dampening her spirits. Is that so? Don't overexert yourself. He was happy to save his energy and not act. Nian replied with a smile, there's no overexertion involved, because just like how the last round's things were countered by you, I also happen to have a way to counter the things in this round. After speaking, Nian put away her utility knife and took out a pair of gloves from her. Made of thin, gauze-like material and as white and smooth as jade. Lin Yu watched this scene with interest, wanting to know where Nian's confidence came from. After all, from her previous performance, this Miss Thief did not seem to be a type specializing in direct combat. During the observations in Jiangcheng last time, in the several chaotic clashes and exchanges between organizations, Nian seemed to have no record of making a move, even actively hiding. Of course, in that feast of monster players who were exceptionally powerful even among those at Tier 3, it seemed understandable for Nian, who had just advanced to Tier 2, to avoid combat. But from a results-oriented perspective, after the Jiangcheng incident ended, Lin Yu had gained some understanding of most of the players involved. But he knew little about this thief, Nian. So, this copy, with Nian as an invited expert who took money to lead people through the copy. Lin Yu felt it was a good opportunity to assess her combat power and understand her abilities. The humanoid robot at the forefront had already approached, using a seat as cover. It rested its gun on it and aimed at Nian. The other robots also took their positions. Whoosh! The moment their guns were ready, the 7 robots simultaneously pulled their triggers, and the highly futuristic rifles in their hands all fired. dazzling white light. However, these 7 intertwined and swift white lights, seemingly unavoidable attacks, did not hit Lin Yan. She had vanished from where she had stood earlier. Lin Yan, wearing her white gloves, appeared behind the first robot. My turn. Lin Yan's cheerful voice echoed in the carriage, and then the first robot instantly lost its ability to move. As if forcibly shut down, its entire body remained in the posture of holding a gun. Its head, which had originally flickered with red light, drooped low, and the light instantly disappeared. First one, Lin Yan said, leaning backward and falling behind the seat. The remaining robots did not stop due to their companion's fall. They instantly turned their muzzles and completed a second volley. Crack! The seat, which had served as cover, was shattered and exploded, revealing the consequences of being hit by those shots. However, behind the shattered seat, Lin Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the first robot remained there. I'm here. Lin Yan's voice rang out again. She actually popped out from beside another robot's seat like a gopher. Then, Lin Yan's gloved hand gently brushed the surface of that robot's body, and it immediately shut down and stopped moving just like the first robot. Second one. Lin Yan pulled her head back. Another volley, but this time it missed again. And this time, she appeared mysteriously on the luggage rack above another robot's head. With excellent flexibility, Lin Yan leaned back, her gloved hand lightly touching the robot's head, and then the third robot also stopped moving. At the same time, after the luggage rack was shattered by another round of volley light, Lin Yan's figure disappeared again. That truly is perfect countering, Lin Yu said with emotion. Moreover, Lin Yan was indeed proving her worth. Such a bizarre, elusive posture, and such an effortless and easy way to deal with the robots. This was almost a display of skill. At least Lin Yu, asking himself, thought that while Lin Yan might indeed be weaker than the monsters who acted in Jiangqing before, this rising star who joined the Free Alliance was by no means an ordinary person. Thinking about it, the name Thief was almost infamous throughout the player community, because Lin Yan was keen on pranks and stealing other people's items without returning them, so much so that most players spoke of her as if she were an annoying mosquito. But she had offended so many people, including some players who were more experienced and even very powerful than her. Yet this mosquito still hadn't been swatted, which was enough to show that she must have her own extraordinary abilities. At this moment, although half of the robots were still putting up a stubborn resistance, Lin Yu could conclude Lin Yan would definitely be able to deal with all of them. Because what followed was merely a constant reenactment of the previous scene. Just as Lin Yu expected, all 7 robots entered a shutdown state. Qinzhua sat in place, dumbfounded purely in terms of visual effect. Lin Yan's move was indeed too beautiful. That was absolutely incredible. She took them down in a flash. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? The voice that answered them came from beneath their feet. The principle is indeed quite similar. But this is my trump card, so I won't easily reveal it. Lin Yan crawled out from under a seat, then threw a handful of crimson beads onto the table. In short, robots, puppets. These things, no matter how many come, they're all freebies for me. Elite monsters and cooperation. Do you have a special attack effect against robots? Lin Yu watched Lin Yan throw out the beads and asked curiously. I'm like this with things that have no intelligence or life, Lin Yan said nonchalantly. Of course, they also need to have a core dot. Truth Company's Hatred Sentinels happen to fit this standard. Driven by hatred as their core and fuel, they are indeed very difficult for ordinary people to deal with. But for me, I just need to take out their core, and they will naturally lose their mobility. As she spoke, Lin Yan picked up the red bead, the size of a glass marble, and showed it to Lin Yu and Qinzhua. It's this thing, the Vengeance Crystal. This stuff is a very precious material. Anyway, this is my spoils of war, so it's mine, Lin Yan said with a grin. Lin Yu realized. So you didn't let me make a move just now because you were afraid I'd snatch your spoils? Lin Yan shook her head. Wrong, it's because I was afraid you'd break it. You're a first order, do you have that function? Lin Yu stroked his chin. It seems the second order permission probably allows you to take certain things out of the instance. Lin Yen paused, then said, are you trying to trick information out of me? Yes, otherwise, for information like second order permission, you'd charge me 200 points, Lin Yu said frankly. I'm really short on money, Nian, so I save where I can. Ling Yan was a bit speechless. Alright, but the fact that you even know about permissions means you're not far from unlocking first order permission, but you probably haven't yet. That's pretty impressive. Some people are almost second order and still haven't necessarily unlocked first order permission. So, do you want to avoid detours and listen to? Lin Yu interrupted Lin Yan. No. Lin Yan was a little disappointed, but also seemed a bit happy. Alright, then I hope you hurry up and work hard. Chen Zhua, who was beside them, scratched his head. What permission? What is that? Ling Yan thought for a moment, then took out a small metal spinning top from her pocket and handed it to Chen Zhua. Here. Chen Zhua took the spinning top, looking a bit confused. What? Is this permission? Lin Yu also showed a curious expression, seemingly wanting to know what the connection was between this spinning top and permission. But Ling Yan's subsequent answer was beyond his expectation. Nothing, just a little toy for you. Go play over there. Chenjua stared blankly at the spinning top in his hand, and softly said, oh. Lin Yu was helpless. Why are you treating him like a child? Lin Yan pouted. He hasn't even ascended a rank. Why ask about permissions? Alright, something is coming again. As she spoke, the carriage door opened once more. Then, what appeared this time was a tall, thin man in a gray uniform with a hood. The letters F6 were emblazoned in bright red on the chest of his clothes, and he held a pitch-black shortstaff in his hand. Seeing Ling Yu and his two companions, the man raised the shortstaff in his hand high. Come on, new exiles, fall into eternal despair. The man shouted words of unclear meaning, his tone excited and passionate. He pressed a button on the side of the short staff. Crackling blue-white electric arcs flashed from the staff. A tall, thin man holding an electric baton seemed much weaker and less threatening than those transparent invisible pufferfish or gun-wielding robots. However, as soon as the opponent appeared, Lin Yu felt an extremely dangerous aura. Ling Yan's expression beside him also became much more serious. An elite monster has appeared. It seems we've encountered the third wave. As she spoke, she pulled out her utility knife again. Hey! Fatty, get to the back of the carriage, right now, immediately. Chenjua heard that Lin Yan was not joking, so he immediately sprang from his seat, scrambling to the back corner of the carriage to curl up, and then activated that honeycomb charging shield that was hanging on his chest, which Lin Yan had just stolen. A translucent, pale yellow hexagon protected him. Lin Yu watched Chenjua's actions, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Indeed, death games truly accelerate growth. Even a useless person like Chenjua, even if he only survived the instance by hiring others, he had still matured quite a bit after experiencing 4 instances. At least. Chenjua's ability to escape was quite first-rate now. However, now was not the time to focus on Chenjua's growth. Because there was an extremely dangerous formidable enemy in front of them. Lin Yu slowly exhaled, standing staggered with Lin Yan, extracting all 3 remaining, immortal brews, from the elixir gourd, and transforming them into buffs attached to his body. Currently, the 3 buffs in the gourd were, Dance Mastery, which provided physical coordination and agility, Blacksmithing, which could provide blunt weapon damage and strength amplification, and the newly acquired, Miserly Rich Man. Dance Mastery and Blacksmithing each had about an hour remaining, while Miserly Rich Man had almost a full day left. After activating them, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan. This revolver in my hand only has 6 bullets, and each one has a different random effect. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan raised her eyebrows. The Demon Hunter Guild's Mithril Standard Revolver? No wonder it looked familiar. Lin Yu also showed a surprised expression. You're quite knowledgeable. Of course, the top thieves are also the best connoisseurs, Lin Yan said proudly. With that thing, I'll cover you. As Lin Yan spoke, Lin Yu also nodded slightly. At the same time, feeling the trust emanating from Lin Yan, Lin Yu also felt the counterfeit in his hand, transformed into the mithril standard revolver, become genuine. When he pulled out the gun earlier, he naturally wasn't holding the one-shot kill revolver. Because that thing, Lin Yan had seen it. And Lin Yu had used it under the identity of Lin Yu. It would be hard to explain why that item ended up in Zhu Ming's hands. So the gun Lin Yu initially took out was a transformation of the counterfeit. And choosing the mithril standard revolver was also something Lin Yu had prepared for. Ever since he could access internal information from various organizations, Lin Yu had consulted a large amount of data on various items in order to better utilize the counterfeit. He had selected about a dozen types of multifunctional, widely applicable, decent strength, and mass-produced, normal items, memorizing their appearance and usage methods. And the mithril standard revolver was one of them. This handgun was precisely the type suitable for various combat situations. Just as Lin Yu had introduced earlier. It was not just a handgun with 6 bullets, each bullet also had a different magical effect. In the interval while Lin Yan and Lin Yu were talking, the man holding the electric baton also seemed to think it was a good time to launch an attack. He suddenly roared forward and lunged in the direction where Lin Yan was. Cooperation and good luck. The moment the lanky man lunged at Lin Yan, her figure vanished again. However, this time Lin Yan did not appear in a strange place, but rather as if she had swapped positions with the man, reappearing behind him. At the same time, an item appeared in Lin Yan's hand. It looked like a card. Zhu Ming, it's all yours. Lin Yan said loudly, then quickly ran to the other end of the carriage. The lanky man seemed to realize he had lost something and vaguely patted his pocket. Then, he angrily spoke. Hey, thief, give it back to me. Lin Yan, who was fleeing, heard his roar and didn't forget to turn back and make a face. I won't give it to you, nah. The mischievous expression on Lin Yan's face further ignited the gray-uniformed man's anger. You stop right there. The space inside the carriage was not large, and the door at the end was still closed. Although this man's speed was not as fast as Lin Yan's, in such a confined space, it was only a matter of time before he caught up to Lin Yan. However, that was without interference. The lanky man hadn't run far when Lin Yu's voice rang out behind him. Hey, idiot, stop right there. Showing me your back, aren't you looking down on me too much? Saying that, Lin Yu pulled the trigger. Ah! Pale white flames erupted from the muzzle, and the sound of the gunshot was less like an explosion and more like a sacred chorale from a choir. This is purity. A sorrowful yet compassionate, solemn yet grand female voice came from the muzzle, like judgment, like a declaration. The lanky man, though facing away from Lin Yu, now twisted his body into a bizarre C-shape, as if he had been kicked from the side. It was as if he had seen the bullet rushing towards him from behind. This lanky man actually possessed some ability to dodge bullets. But, even though the bullet grazed his side, it still didn't miss. Because the bullet, named Dogma, exploded on one side of his body, transforming into countless incandescent threads that lunged at him. In an instant, these threads wrapped around him and tightened, causing him to fall to the ground. This was the ability of one of the 6 random bullets, Dogma. Even if it doesn't hit the target, merely passing by the target, it can release energy-formed lines to bind the target. Of course, this move only works on beings with souls in life. And clearly, this mysterious lanky man in the gray uniform was a living being capable of triggering abilities. Well done, Zhu Ming. Lin Yan, still fleeing, grabbed a nearby chair and slammed on the brakes, then turned 180 degrees. Seeing that the man's movements were restricted and he seemed unable to move, Lin Yan naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to kick him while he was down. After her sharp turn, she pulled out a utility knife from her embrace, ready to give the man a severe blow. But before Lin Yan could make a move, the man on the ground sprang up with a cart flip. You two bastards, why won't you offer up your despair? The man roared, and the white threads on his body snapped one by one. Layers of bloody light emanated from him, and he seemed to become even more dangerous and deranged. Lin Yan, standing directly in front of the man, her face changed drastically, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. Help! Accompanied by Lin Yan's scream, she was firmly gripped by a pair of large, pincer-like hands. Lin Yu, seeing this scene from afar, raised his gun. Hold on, and pray that you don't randomly get mercy or blasphemy next. What Lin Yu referred to were 2 of the 6 types of bullets in this mithril standard pistol. The effect of mercy was to put targets within the hit area to sleep. That wasn't so bad, it would just make Lin Yan fall unconscious as well. And the effect of blasphemy was annihilation. It would destroy everything within the hit area. There were still 5 bullets left in the gun, and the probability of hitting either of these 2 types of bullets was 1 in 5. Lin Yan also seemed to be well aware of what kind of bullets this pistol contained, and she immediately calculated the probability of each bullet appearing. So, hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yan, who was already tightly constricted by the lanky man, as if she was about to be crushed the next second, quickly spoke. No, don't shoot. I can save myself. Saying that, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, whose hands were completely unable to move freely, somewhat curiously. How are you going to save yourself? Don't overexert yourself. Lin Yan didn't answer. After all, the situation was urgent, and she had no leisure to answer Lin Yu's questions. She opened her mouth, and her tongue rolled out a gleaming blade. Lin Yan spat this blade at the lanky man, who was within arm's reach, its cold, sharp edge aimed directly at the man's hooded face. The lanky man slightly tilted his head, once again strangely avoiding the blade, which shot backward and embedded itself in a seat in the carriage. The lanky man looked at the blade with some vigilance, and after finding no anomalies, he withdrew his gaze and increased the crushing force on Li Nian. Meaningless struggle, he coldly declared. However, Lin Yan in his arms lowered her head, glaring fiercely at the lanky man through the gap between her sunglasses and bangs with a savage gaze. I originally wanted to save this move for later, you really deserve to die. Lin Yan said, then exhaled. The lanky man was about to say something else, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness and limpness. He subconsciously let go of Lin Yan, slumped onto a nearby seat, slowly sat on the ground, and said in horror. What did you do? Lin Yan landed on the ground, staggering to her feet, grimacing as she pulled out a roll of bandages from her embrace and symbolically wrapped them around her arms. The bandages disappeared the moment they were wrapped, but Lin Yan's arms, which had looked almost broken, were restored to their original state. She pulled out a coil of rope from her embrace, held it out from above, and called out to Lin Yu. Hey, Zhu Ming, hurry up and help me tie this guy up. His time of immobility is limited. Lin Yu heard this, waved his hand, signaling Lin Yan to stand back. Take your rope and go far away. Then, he pulled the trigger in his hand, and the pale gun flame and operatic gunshot sounded again. This is mercy. The bullet hit, causing no substantial harm to the lanky man on the ground, only putting him into a deep sleep. Now, we have more time, he'll probably sleep for over an hour. Lin Yu said calmly. Then, he looked at Lin Yan. How did you use the blade to take him down just now? You didn't even injure him. Lin Yan shook her head. The blade was just a distraction, meant to make him ignore my action of throwing the potion bottle and inhale the paralysis potion. Saying that, Lin Yan kicked a small empty bottle at her feet. Then Lin Yan also asked. Then how did you confirm that the next shot would definitely be mercy? I'm not sure, Lin Yu shook his head, looking at the gun in his hand, he just got lucky. The object can be used with a bizarre eyeball. For Lin Yu, it didn't really matter which of the remaining 5 types of bullets he randomly got. Except for dogma and mercy, the other 4 types of bullets, if aimed at a vital spot, would definitely kill a person. After Lin Yu fired, there would only be 2 outcomes: an 80% chance of him dying directly, and a 20% chance of him falling into a deep sleep. That's why Lin Yu said that a 1 in 5 chance of mercy appearing meant the other party was lucky. Because mercy was indeed merciful. It's also thanks to his good luck this person should be very useful later, and keeping him alive has its benefits, Lin Yan said to Lin Yu, picking up the rope and meticulously tying up the person on the ground. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's he useful for? Lin Yan flipped her hand, produced the card she had just stolen from the other party, and said with a grin, Tada. She read out the text on it. Truth Company Employee ID, name, Puncto von Valetti, gender, male, identity, Security Department, Security Section, Field Team Delta Leader. Authority, C2. This guy has high authority. While he's not a big shot within the Truth Company, he's a minor middle-level manager. Lin Yan said with a grin, and Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. This guy is actually an internal member of the Truth Company, and even a small leader. Lin Yan nodded, that's right. Although I have a slight understanding of this despair train, it's only second-hand information and superficial knowledge from hearsay. If we can pry some useful information out of his mouth later, it might greatly benefit our safe passage. After all, he's not only an internal member of the Truth Company, but he also seems to have been on this despair train for a while. You can see his uniform is a bit worn. However, upon hearing Lin Yan's idea, Lin Yu raised a new question. From the other party's state and remarks during our earlier skirmish, I don't think he's in a clear-headed, rational state. If he's just simply insane, that's fine. But if that's just his inherent personality, then communication will be even more difficult. Lin Yan stroked her chin. This is indeed a tricky problem, but once he wakes up, leave him to me. I believe there's still a chance to get him to cooperate. Alright, the last hurdle has been passed. We should head to the next carriage. Lin Yan said, waving to Chen Zhuo at the back of the carriage. Hey fatty, come over and get to work. Chen Zhuo had already secretly noticed that the battle seemed to be over, but out of caution, the little fatty still kept his shield up and huddled in the corner until Lin Yan and Lin Yu personally told him it was safe. Now that Lin Yan had called him, he was 100% sure the situation was safe, so he put away his shield and happily ran over. You actually solved it. As expected of two great masters from the Freedom Alliance, coming from a big organization is truly different. Even such a seemingly formidable character was easily subdued by you two and captured alive. Looking at the gray-uniformed man sleeping soundly on the ground, Chen Zhuo quickly flattered them. Lin Yu remained relatively calm, but Lin Yan, praised by Chen Zhuo, couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and chuckle. You've got good eyesight, fatty, but my strength in the Freedom Alliance can only be considered mid to low. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, tilting his head curiously, mid to low, are you sure it's not at the very bottom? When acting as Zhu Ming, the woman's face transformed by mask was gentle and soft, and her voice was also somewhat tender, but it was precisely such a face and voice that made her words exceptionally destructive. Lin Yan was so provoked by Lin Yu's single sentence that she was almost frantic. Don't undermine me. She shrieked, then glared at Chen Zhuo, pouting. You're responsible for taking him away. Lin Yan said, pointing to the open carriage door. We should go to the next carriage. Beyond the carriage door, the connection between the carriages was a dark void, nothing could be seen. Chen Zhuo looked at the profound darkness and couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, with Lin Yu and Lin Yan escorting him, the strength they had just displayed far surpassed the cheap hires from his previous 2 times. And this might not even be the limit of their abilities. So, Chen Zhuo quickly overcame his fear. And what he had to overcome next was his inertia. Looking at the tall, thin man on the ground, Chen Zhuo took the 2 ends of the rope that Lin Yan had deliberately left for him and tried to drag him. Although he was tall and thin, the combat-designed uniform and various equipment added up, making his weight not too light. Chen Zhuo was a homebody who rarely exercised and barely ran during PE class. After just 2 attempts to drag him, he was already breathing heavily from exhaustion. Do I really have to drag him? As the employer, Chen Zhuo was preparing to exercise his rights for the first time against these 2 formidable individuals. However, before Chen Zhuo could even protest the arrangement, Lin Yan's single sentence shut him down. Otherwise? If Xu Ming and I carry this guy, our combat effectiveness will be compromised. If we encounter an ambush, do you want to personally step in? Lin Yan said, and Shen Zhuai immediately fell silent. Lin Yu, in the gentle big sister persona of Xu Ming, smiled, approached Shen Zhuai, and, lifting the unconscious tall, thin man from the ground, said, "On your back, I'll help you tie him to your body. This will be more convenient, and if something attacks you from behind, he might even be able to block it for you." Lin Yu's tone was gentle. For a homebody like Chen Zhuai, the Xu Ming at this moment was someone he absolutely couldn't refuse. He could only nod woodenly, watching Lin Yu tie the two ropes to his body, securing the tall, thin man to his back. Then Lin Yu patted his shoulder. "Just think of it as exercise. If your physical fitness isn't up to par, it will be even harder later on." This scene reminded Chen Zhuo of his first day of elementary school when his grandmother helped him carry his backpack. So, Chen Zhuo's gaze became resolute. "Understood, I will complete the mission." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then, Chen Zhuo, with firm steps, followed the two to the door of the carriage. Lin Yan pulled out a portable flashlight, turned it on, and illuminated the carriage connection. And in the illuminated darkness, the walls on both sides were filled with transparent jars, each packed with eyeballs. These transparent jars were filled with unknown liquid, with tubes connected to their openings, arranged neatly in the carriage connection. Those eyeballs, varying in size and color, soaked within them, seemed to even have their own consciousness, rotating in all directions. And sensing the light from Lin Yan's flashlight, these eyeballs all looked towards the three people entering the carriage connection. Higher level of privileges. Stared at by the numerous Jared eyeballs, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but swallow. Even though he had experienced 4 dungeons and seen many scenes, Chen Zhuo was still greatly frightened and felt a chill down his spine. If it weren't for the 2 girls beside him looking completely calm, Chen Zhuo would probably have screamed already. A person's courage changes with the surrounding atmosphere. So, despite this bizarre scene being very scary, it still didn't scare Chen Zhuo out of his wits. He mustered his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "What are all these things?" "I don't know either, let's just study them." Lin Yan had already taken off her white, jade-like gloves. She gently tapped the jar with her finger. Then, an eyeball miraculously disappeared from inside the jar and appeared between Lin Yan's fingers. The eyeball seemed a little scared after leaving the jar, rotating rapidly. But being pinched by Lin Yan's fingers, it couldn't move much. Lin Yan looked at the eyeball struggle and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Looks really interesting. This thing seems to be some kind of monitor. Truth Company is truly an extremely evil company," Lin Yan said, then stuffed the eyeball back into the jar. This operation was smooth and flowing, without any hesitation. Chen Zhuo's gaze towards Lin Yan was filled with reverence, as if he had seen a warrior who could catch cockroaches with bare hands. Lin Yu, however, was very calm. "A monitor, huh? It's not at all discreet. How did you come to that conclusion?" Lin Yan casually replied, "I guessed." "Well, that's not the point is the door to the next carriage." She shined her flashlight on the door in front of the 3 of them. The sealed carriage door had excellent airtightness with no visible gaps, looking perfectly capable of serving as an outer hatch for a submarine or spacecraft. The black one-way glass reflected the blurry silhouettes of the 3 like a mirror, preventing them from seeing the interior of the other carriage. Next to the door was a touch terminal for entering a password, and below the terminal was an area suspected of being for card reading. However, the password keyboard was not a traditional 9-key layout, but a 4x4 16-key keyboard. The content on the 16 keys showed different emoji expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Lin Yan picked up the identity card she had previously confiscated from the tall, thin man and swiped it. Beep. The terminal flashed green, seemingly indicating approval. But the door did not open. "Respected C2 level employee, Puncto von Valetti, your access request has been submitted. To enter the area ahead, please enter this period's 4-digit dynamic password." A gentle electronic prompt sounded. "Oh, it looks like it's time for a puzzle. I thought this dungeon was purely about combat, Lin Yan said with some regret, choosing 4 out of 16 numbers. How many times would we have to try if we tried them one by one? If these symbols cannot be repeated, it's over 40,000 types. If they can be repeated, it might be close to 70,000 possibilities. Lin Yu quickly calculated and came to a conclusion. Of course, he had actually calculated the specific possibilities, 43,680 types if they couldn't be repeated, requiring factorials. If they could be repeated, it was 16 to the power of 4, 65,536 types. In short, no matter which type, it shouldn't be something that can be guessed randomly. Even with good luck buffs, it would be difficult to guess correctly directly. Chenjuo looked at the password and mused, I saw in spy movies that you can use tape to check for fingerprints on the common keys. The prompt said it's a dynamic password, Lin Yu reminded him, although we don't know how long a cycle is, this method probably won't work. Lin Yan looked around, are there any hints? Let's search him first to see if he has a receiver or something. If not, we'll wake him up and interrogate him. Lin Yan offered a more practical solution. But Lin Yu still felt that this efficiency wasn't very high. And Lin Yan had already started to act, rummaging through the tall, thin man's body. At times like this, I really miss those guys in the organization who are good at puzzles. Unfortunately, if I teamed up with them, it would be completely detrimental to this little fatty who hasn't ascended yet. Lin Yan said with a sigh. After all, if a Tier 3 player teamed up with Chenjuo, who hadn't ascended or even experienced an ascension dungeon, the dungeon's difficulty would definitely be hellish for Chenjuo. It was very likely that even a passing dog could bite him to death in 2 mouthfuls. Chenjuo also sighed, it's a bit of a shame. I also know a very smart guy who is good at puzzles, but he seems to be subject to many restrictions and can't team up with me. Lin Yan nodded, people who are good at puzzles are really a minority. I met a very interesting newcomer before who was very good at puzzles, and others were also very interested in him and even sent me to evaluate him. But unfortunately he didn't seem to be interested in joining us. I haven't been able to contact him much recently. Lin Yu listened from the side, suddenly breaking into a sweat. He had a hunch. The 2 people Chenjuo and Lin Yan were talking about might be the same person. Lin Yu, who had originally intended to slack off using the identity of Zhu Ming, now decided to open this door quickly. Of course, it would be best to also consider the personas of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu and choose a less abrupt method. Lin Yu thought, and soon a flash of inspiration hit him, and he thought of a plan. It might not work, but it was worth a try. I do have a method I want to try. The guy who traded me the Torch of Fear also gave me a free gift. With that, Lin Yu pulled out from his bosom the identity card belonging to Will Valetti. Lin Yu swiped this identity card again in the card reading area below. Beep. Respected B3 level independent researcher, Will Valetti, welcome to the area ahead. 2 green lights lit up, and the password door directly opened. Sure enough, the authority of this card doesn't require a password. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although Will Valetti was naive, he was definitely a promising and highly authorized individual within the Truth Company. The reason why the C2 level leader of the field team needed a password was because his authority required an access request to enter. The higher authority Will Valetti likely didn't need to request. Of course, the luckiest part was still that Will Valetti, as an independent researcher who had been buried in the snowy mountains for many years, his identity card's authority had not yet been cancelled. Did Truth Company think he wasn't dead? Or was it normal for an independent researcher on assignment not to return to the company for 10 years and be out of contact? Lin Yu did not know. At the same time, he also noticed another detail. He hadn't realized it when Lin Yan picked up the tall, thin man's identity card earlier, but now, after hearing the broadcast again, Lin Yu noticed it. Not just him, Lin Yan and even Chenjuo also noticed it. Oh, these 2 people have the same last name, huh? They're both Valetti, could there be some connection between them? Food Cart and Wine, the Awakening Punk. After the carriage door opened, Lin Yu and his group entered the next carriage. Compared to D13, the previous carriage full of seats that looked like a regular carriage, this carriage marked D12 seemed a bit special. It looked like a dining car, and a rather luxurious one. The entire carriage only had 3 elegant booth seats, and behind the solid wood bar counter was a stylish-looking wine cabinet and refrigerator. The entire carriage was still empty, with no staff present. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, not detecting any danger for the moment. Is this a break time now? Or is this considered a safe zone? He asked cautiously. Lin Yan said nonchalantly, I wouldn't know. My intel isn't that detailed. With that, she propped herself up on the bar with one hand, elegantly flipped over, and landed steadily. Then Lin Yan opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of extremely expensive-looking wine. Wow, Fog Island Estate's new calendar year 370 vintage wine, Repentance. Truth Company is really generous. She pulled out 2 glasses from under the bar and looked at Lin Yu and Chenhua. Xu Ming and the fatty over there, would you two like a drink? Chenhua, who had just placed Puncto von Valetti, whom he had been carrying on his back, onto a chair and was now sitting on the armrest, catching his breath, was startled by Lin Yan's question, then shook his head. Wine. I'll pass. I don't drink. He waved his hand in refusal, then quietly added, besides, drinking isn't good, is it? We're not even adults yet. Lin Yan pouted, what an uncultured fellow. We're already in a dungeon, why are you still acting like a good student? Are you afraid the dean will catch you on this train or something? Then, Lin Yan looked at Lin Yu, what about you, Xu Ming? This is a rare treat. Lin Yu also shook his head, no thanks, I know what kind of wine Fog Island Estate produces. Although it seems safe for now, I don't want both of us to fall into a state of losing combat effectiveness even if only for a moment. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, you're surprisingly cautious too. And after only 8 dungeons, you already know about Fog Island Estate. Lin Yan stroked her chin, no wonder he's a guy with such high potential that the Psychological Society sent an S-class to hunt him down. Lin Yu smiled modestly, I just got lucky and happened to see it once. Lin Yan said nothing more, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank it. Then, her eyes showed a momentary blankness. After more than 10 seconds, a line of clear tears flowed from the corner of Lin Yan's left eye, and then her gaze became clear. Phew, although the vintage is average, the effect is still good. Lin Yan gently wiped away her tears, muttering. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan and asked, what did you see? You even cried. 1 tear doesn't count as crying, does it? Lin Yan said indifferently, I just saw myself being arrested for stealing too much and writing a confession in the detention center. So it was a tear behind bars, huh? Lin Yu joked, not believing a single word of Lin Yan's explanation. Clearly, this Miss Thief was hiding something, but that was reasonable, she seemed like the type to keep secrets. It was even less likely that she would tell Chenhua and Xu Ming about the sorrow in her heart, seemingly evoked by the Fog Island Estate wine. She wasn't familiar enough with these two to open up to them. Sure enough, after Lin Yu's teasing, Lin Yan smoothly changed the subject. Alright, since it's relatively safe now, let's not waste time while we rest. Let's continue investigating this guy. Lin Yan said, stepping out from behind the bar and walking over to the tall, thin man Chenhua had placed on the chair. She grabbed his full-face mask. Then, Lin Yan removed the mask, revealing a decadent, middle-aged man's face with deep-set eyes, prominent cheekbones, and a scraggly beard. His light blonde hair was messy and looked like it hadn't been washed in a long time. This look was like a former Special Forces soldier or agent from a Hollywood movie who, after divorcing his wife, had fallen into an alcoholic life. Quietly waiting for the day some clueless person would kidnap his daughter or plot to destroy the world, reactivating him into a terrifying hell god of war. My god, a foreigner! Chenhua exclaimed. Hearing Chenhua's remark, Lin Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. His name is Puncto von Valetti, did you expect him to be a fellow Jiangcheng native? Meanwhile, Lin Yu, looking at this face, performed an additional comparison that Chenhua and Lin Yan couldn't. He compared this face to the image of Wolvaletti he had seen. The conclusion was, setting aside the difference in build, if only looking at their bone structure, the two indeed had some similarities. However, this 4 or 5 point similarity was not enough to prove a familial relationship between them. Moreover, the Wolvaletti Lin Yu had seen was a soul body, so there was bound to be some distortion. Perhaps Valetti is a common surname, like Smith. But if the two really were relatives? Even if this guy was crazy and currently subdued, perhaps he could try to communicate with him using the identity of Wolvaletti. Thinking this, Lin Yu was a bit conflicted. He was debating whether to wake this NPC and try. But before Lin Yu could think of an answer, Lin Yan had already taken action. Since we're just sitting around, I'll wake him up, alright? Lin Yan said casually, and without waiting for Chen Zhuo and Lin Yu to express any opinions, she pulled out a spray bottle from her embrace. From Lin Yan's actions, Lin Yu could tell the spray bottle was likely filled with water. She directly aimed the nozzle sprinkler at the sleeping Punto von Valetti and pressed the metal lever on the handle. Pfft. Some liquid sprayed from the sprinkler, instantly startling Punto von Valetti, who had been sleeping soundly, had been tied up, and had been carried on Chen Zhuo's back, swaying, without waking up. He opened his eyes wide and tried to sit up, but quickly realized he was firmly bound. He then struggled hard, like a flopping fish. What did you do? Who are you? Untie me quickly. Puncto von Valetti growled, looking warily at the three of them, Lin Yu, Lin Yan, and Chen Zhuo. And hearing Puncto von Valetti's words, Lin Yu and Lin Yan both immediately realized something was wrong. Their gazes met, both showing some surprise. Lin Yan spoke first. Hey, you attacked us, how can you turn around and question us? Sure enough, when Lin Yan asked this, a bewildered expression appeared on Puncto von Valetti's face. Just as Lin Yu and Lin Yan had expected. Although his tone was fierce just now, it wasn't crazy like in the previous carriage. Instead, it was somewhat flustered. So, in other words, Puncto von Valetti was now communicable. Moreover, the previous attack and battle might not have been of his own volition. Welcome to the future. You're saying that I just attacked you in the previous car, shouting strange things? Puncto von Valetti had completely calmed down. Looking at Lin Yu, Lin Yan, and Chen Zhuo in front of him, Puncto thought for a moment and then came to a conclusion. I'll believe what you're saying for now, because it looks like my inhibitor failed, causing me to lose control. As Puncto von Valetti spoke, Lin Yu was a little curious. Inhibitor? Yes, if you don't believe what I'm saying, you can open the flap on the back of my combat suit. With that, the bound Puncto struggled to move forward a bit, then twisted his body, showing his back to everyone. Lin Yu and Lin Yan exchanged glances, and Lin Yan spoke, respected employer, we are both women, and there's a difference between men and women, so this task is up to you. Chen Zhuo, hearing Lin Yan say this, agreed without suspicion. All right. But Lin Yu knew very well. Lin Yan was completely talking nonsense. She had already touched Puncto several times just now, how could she suddenly become reserved now? Lin Yan had only one reason for instructing Chen Zhuo to do this. Even if Puncto didn't seem crazy now, he might not be trustworthy. Lin Yu also thought so. He was quite sure that Puncto's confusion just now wasn't an act. Puncto should have genuinely been unaware of his madness earlier. But even so, a sober Puncto might still harbor ill will towards them. Lin Yu approved of Lin Yan's arrangement. Considering the three-person team as a whole and from a somewhat cold-blooded interest perspective, letting Chen Zhuo take the risk was the most suitable option. He was the weakest. If anything happened, Lin Yu and Lin Yan would still have time to rescue and assist him. But if Lin Yu and Lin Yan met with misfortune, Chen Zhuo wouldn't be able to help at all. However, fortunately, Chen Zhuo didn't run into any trouble. He successfully opened a flap on the back of Puncto's gray uniform. It was a piece of hard fabric secured with Velcro. Behind that fabric, there was a curved instrument, about the size of a Rujiamo, attached to his back, glowing with blue light. The instrument had 4 metal needles deeply embedded beneath Puncto's skin. And just as Puncto had said, the instrument looked broken at first glance. Although the instrument was still operating normally, there was already a gap on the left side that exposed its internal mechanical structure. "This thing does seem to be broken," Shinju said. Puncto sighed, "No wonder." He looked at everyone, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, everyone, after my inhibitor fails, I might fall into a state of madness. It must have been like that, which is why I attacked you. I was hit in the back 3 days ago during a mission and haven't had a chance to go back to the company for repairs. In any case, as an employee of Truth Company attacking civilians, I deeply apologize for this." Puncto apologized very politely. Ling Yan waved her hand magnanimously. "It's fine, I forgive you, although you almost crushed my arm. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. We're buddies from now on." Puncto said even more apologetically, "There was even such a thing. I will definitely write a report and compensate you after I return to the company. The fact that you all could subdue me in my crazed state shows that your skills are quite extraordinary. If you are willing, I can also recommend you to the company. However, would you mind unbinding me after we reach the station? I still have a mission to complete." As Puncto spoke, Ling Yan looked at him, her expression peculiar. "Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? This is your company's despair train. Does this thing even have a station to arrive at?" Puncto was stunned for a moment. "Despair train? Why would I be in a place like this? Did you think this was an ordinary express train?" Ling Yan asked again. Puncto's face turned pale. "Oh my god, what exactly is going on? What did I do when my inhibitor was out of control? No, even if I did something detrimental to the company in Evernight City, it wouldn't be enough to throw me here. I'm just an ordinary field agent." Hearing Puncto's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance again at the ID card he had confiscated from him earlier. "A C2 level field team leader, you are not some ordinary field agent." As Lin Yu spoke, Shenjua's expression also changed drastically. "Uncle, are you still lying to us at a time like this? I even thought you were a good person once you sobered up." He jumped back a step, adopting a vigilant stance. But Lin Yu spoke calmly again. "No, I'm afraid he isn't lying to us." Indeed, after hearing Lin Yu and Shenjua's words, an even more uncontrollable panic and terror flashed across Puncto's face. The blue light of the inhibitor on his back clearly began to flash faster. "What team leader, uncle? What are you talking about? What is that in your hand? Let me see it quickly." Lin Yu silently handed Puncto's ID card to him. Puncto looked at the information and photo on the card and immediately jumped up from the chair in fright. What is going on?" He looked at the window beside him. Reflected in it was the somewhat disheveled face of a middle-aged man. And the red letters F6 sprayed on his chest. The inhibitor on Puncto's back turned from blue to red, and he looked extremely agitated. "How could I be the leader of Delta Team? How could I become an exiled consumable? This must be an illusion." Puncto looked up at the train ceiling. "End test. Supervisor. Researcher, whoever it is, whatever it is. I request to end this dream." Puncto shouted, his voice somewhat broken. Shenjua, seeing this uncle suddenly start yelling, was also startled. "Hey, uncle, this isn't a dream." However, as soon as Shenjua spoke, Puncto shouted. "Shut up! You nightmare! No, you might not be a nightmare either. Are you a spy from Supreme Evolution Company? You want to extract secrets from me, don't you?" Puncto's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked even more manic than he had in the previous car. However, this kind of mania was different from the completely incommunicable madness in the previous car. At least Lin Yu and Lin Yan knew very well that he had become like this because he couldn't accept reality and had suffered too great a blow. And in this situation, they had the means to calm him down. The two moved with great understanding. The next moment, Puncto's movements paused, and then he slowly sat back down in his seat. Because a gun barrel was pressed against his forehead, and a sharp blade was held against his carotid artery. Hey, calm down, we are just like you, exiles on the despair train," Lin Yan said, her tone light. "In any case, you should realize, this isn't An illusion created by Truth Company or some other company's spies. This place, for your current understanding, should be a few years later. I'm not quite sure about the exact time. After Lin Yan finished speaking, Lin Yu, beside her, added in a rather mischievous tone. Welcome to the future, Mr. Puncto. The truth about the despair train, inviting Puncto. Under the threat of the gun and blade, Puncto finally calmed down. The damaged inhibitor on his back turned blue again, and he sat slumped in the chair, his expression dejected. After confirming that the other party no longer posed any threat, Lin Yu even took the initiative to untie the ropes binding him. So, I've lost several years of my memory. Puncto painfully ran his hand through his hair, muttering to himself, first, I was promoted to team leader, then I became expendable and was exiled. To this damned train. What exactly happened to me? Seeing Puncto's distress, Lin Yan comforted him. Oh dear, don't dwell too much on the past. The most important thing is to grasp the present, though it seems the present isn't all that great either. Lin Yu also asked curiously, since you're an internal member of the Truth Company, you should know more about this train, right? I still don't know what this train is all about. What do you mean by expendable? What exactly is this train for? Hearing Lin Yu's questions, Puncto forced himself to perk up and began to explain to Lin Yu. I've only heard about this. Originally, the Despair train was designed to be a convenient transportation project. Its tracks encircled the outer ring of the entire sleepless city. It originally had 6 stations and was said to be able to travel from one end of Sleepless City to the other within 3 minutes. It utilized the Despair furnace, a single-core furnace, which had already been proven to be extremely efficient. It could simultaneously absorb emotional energy like sadness, pain, and anger, and had already demonstrated its full potential when used as an orbital strike weapon. The specially designed train lines could even alleviate the energy pressure of the entire Sleepless City. However, after actual operation, everyone discovered a design flaw in this furnace. It was very difficult to stop. In other words, once the train started, there was no such thing as stopping at a station. To make it stop, even after applying brakes and cutting off the furnace's energy supply, it could still run for at least another year. So, this project failed, but not completely. Because its original byproduct energy supply was found to far exceed all the energy sources currently used in Sleepless City at that time. Originally, it was only expected to alleviate energy pressure, but after it actually started running, it could almost become the main source of daily energy supply. So, the company's senior management at the time decided to transform it into a circular energy supplier, strengthening the exterior of the carriages and the tracks with high-resistance materials, while removing all stations despair-type emotions. Thus, the company decided to slightly adjust its original function as a mode of transport, turning it into a prison. Those who committed major mistakes within the company, those caught trying to infiltrate the company. In short, any of the company's enemies who could generate similar emotions would be thrown into this never-stopping train to have their despair squeezed dry. In my memory, this train has been running and continuously supplying power to Sleepless City for 10 years. Of course, in reality, many more years might have passed by now. In short, this train gathered a large number of scoundrels, traitors, and dangerous individuals, and also became a testing ground for the company to experiment with various new and old weapons. At this point, Puncto painfully covered his face. Damn it, so how did I end up here? What on earth happened? He spoke again, somewhat agitated. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. I see, so although it's called a train, it's actually a prison built on a train and one that abuses its prisoners. He completely ignored Puncto's distress, calmly analyzing. Lin Yan also stroked her chin, so that's what it is. The two experts coldly allowed Puncto to break down on his own. Only Chinjua couldn't help but step forward to offer a few words of comfort. It's okay, uncle. Even though you've lost your memory and are stuck in a place like this, it's not like you can't leave. And Chenjua's words reminded Lin Yu. That's right, Lin Yu interjected, taking the opportunity to inquire about new information. I heard that you only need to get a ticket to leave. Right? What is that thing? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Puncto looked up, his expression once again somewhat bewildered. A ticket? I don't know. I haven't heard of any way to leave this train. Perhaps my rank wasn't high enough, or maybe it's something new the company came up with during the time I lost my memory. In any case, if I could retrieve my memories from when I was a team leader, I might be able to answer your questions. Puncto said apologetically. Lin Yu waved his hand. No matter. Although we don't know the principle, at least we know roughly where to find that thing. With that, Lin Yu paused, looking at Lin Yan, seemingly seeking her opinion. Lin Yan saw Lin Yu's expression and roughly understood what Lin Yu wanted to do, so she spoke directly. Although this guy isn't very stable, he is a capable local after all. I second that, she said indifferently. Chen Zhuo was a bit confused. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Yu didn't answer Chen Zhuo's question, but chose to explain with action. He directly extended his hand towards Puncto. Well, Mr. Puncto, although we knocked you out just now, and you almost killed one of us, that was all due to your frantic state. Now, would you like to cooperate with us wholeheartedly? We can work together to find a way to leave this train. Lin Yu invited Puncto. Facing the invitation, Puncto hesitated instead. Sorry, I haven't quite figured out what happened yet, and I don't know your identities either. I still need a little time to be by myself, Puncto said, politely declining Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he threw out new information. All right, Mr. Puncto, I originally planned to tell you this after you had calmed down a bit, but now, to earn your trust, I'm afraid I'll have to shock you a little more, Lin Yu said, using his other hand to pull out another ID and a black notebook from his embrace. Do you know Weil Valetti? He and I were friends who fought side by side. This ID card and notebook were given to me by him. Just as Lin Yu expected. When Puncto saw the card in Lin Yu's hand, his pupils immediately contracted. However, the title that came out of Puncto's mouth next was completely beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Oh my goodness, how do you have my granduncle's ID card and notebook? D3 Carriage, Meeting Familiar Faces. With the connection to Veer Valetti, Puncto naturally changed his mind and accepted Lin Yu's invitation to join the team, giving this three-person squad an NPC fighter. Lin Yu couldn't help but thank Veer Valetti again in his heart, not expecting that guy to send him a teammate even across instances. And the authorization card from before also saved him the trouble of solving puzzles. However, gratitude aside, Lin Yu still couldn't help but curse about the great uncle issue. Veer Valetti, you've been in the Great Snow Mountain for so long you've lost track of time, haven't you? Your great-nephew is already having a midlife crisis. Because he had the notebook and authorization card, Puncto didn't doubt Lin Yu and was coaxed into revealing a lot of personal information about himself and Veer Valetti. According to Puncto, his grandfather, Polly Valetti, and Veer Valetti, were brothers from the city of Evernight. The elder brother, Polly, was robust, and the younger brother, Veer, was sharp-witted. Polly Valetti worked as a boxer and enforcer in the underground gangs of the city of Evernight, earning money to support his younger brother Veer's education. Veer was very promising, joining the Truth Company, which had recently become a giant oligopoly in the city of Evernight, becoming an independent researcher for the company and gaining the appreciation of his mentor. Riding on his brother's coattails, Polly Valetti also joined the company as a security guard. But good times didn't last. Just 2 years later, Veer disappeared during an overseas assignment. Polly Valetti was heartbroken and approached the management of Truth Company, hoping they would fully commit to searching for his brother. At least to find him alive or his body if he was dead. However, because he was just a small security guard, he was powerless to do anything. He could only strive to climb higher. Through Polly Valetti's continuous efforts, he eventually reached the pinnacle that an ordinary person could achieve at Truth Company, a sub-manager in the security department. The elderly Polly had already given up hope that Veer was alive, but he still hoped to get to the truth. The sub-manager's authority had reached B2 level, but he still had no right to view the archives of Veer's last mission, which was only a B3 level. Independent researcher at the time. Therefore, after Polly retired, he still arranged for his son to join Truth Company. On one hand, it was indeed a good job. On the other hand, Polly hoped his son would continue to investigate the truth about Veer. However, Polly's son made no new progress in his investigation of his uncle, Veer Valetti. He hadn't even reached his father's level when he unfortunately died from a rare disease while serving as a section chief in the security department's security section. And this only son of Polly Valetti, who died young, was also Puncto von Valetti's father. He also passed on his father's will to his own son. So, even though Puncto von Valetti had never even met his great-uncle, he knew everything about him. Therefore, after finishing his questioning, Lin Yu simply did him a favor, briefly explaining what happened to Veer Valetti in the form of "I heard from a friend. Thank you for sharing. I think my grandfather and father would be comforted to know this. I will tell them everything when I visit their graves." Puncto von Valetti thanked Lin Yu solemnly, then became a bit pessimistic. "But I hope I'll still be able to go out and visit their graves." As he spoke, Lin Yan, with her bulging backpack, waved her hand. "Oh, don't be so down. With us, it'll definitely be fine." The three-person team led Puncto to the door at the other end of the dining car. After Puncto joined the team, they naturally had no reason to continue lingering in the dining car. To get a ticket, they had to fight some things on this train. Currently, the dining car had no living creatures, not even moving objects, so there was clearly no possibility of getting a ticket. They reached the other end of the dining car, but the door there had 4 doors side by side. The 4 doors were labeled D3, D6, D9, and roll. Chenjua scratched his head. What does this mean? Shouldn't the train be arranged sequentially? And why are there 3 doors at once? Lin Yan looked at Chenjua, although you might not have known what Truth Company was before. You can probably guess from our conversation just now that this company can convert people's emotions and souls into actual energy or even matter. Do you think it's difficult for a company like this to have some kind of teleportation device on its train? As Lin Yan spoke, Puncto nodded. That's right, the company does have such technology. Although there are many restrictions on distance and placement, within a certain enclosed overall building or means of transport, it's still possible to create fixed point-to-point portals by utilizing the reality-distorting properties of confusion. As Puncto explained, Chenjua suddenly understood. So Truth Company, is that amazing, huh? I should have bought some of their products earlier. Someone tried to sell me weapons from their company at the last gathering, but I thought they were too expensive and didn't get any. Chenjua said regretfully. But let's not talk about that. Which door do we choose? Lin Yu stroked his chin and pondered. I personally lean towards choosing between 3 and 6. Huh? Why exclude door 9 and the roll door? Chenjua asked curiously. Because there's a high probability of encountering other players through those 2 doors. Remember that hint, the carriages with new passengers, besides our D13, are D4 and D5. Lin Yan analyzed. Of course, the one more likely to encounter players should be car 3, because based on our experience in 12 and 13, the dining car should have a normal door leading to higher numbers and a spatial door leading to lower numbers. But if I had to choose, I'd pick roll. It's more fun with a bit of randomness. After Lin Yan finished explaining, she added her own opinion with a grin. Puncto stood by silently, looking ready to follow orders. Only then did Lin Yu realize that everyone seemed to have left the decision to him. But this was also reasonable. After all, the card with the highest authority, which was sure to open doors, was in Lin Yu's hand. Alright, then it's car 3. Lin Yu took out Veer Valetti's card and swiped it next to the door marked D3. The door opened again, revealing a deep space with a blue glow from the floor inside. Lin Yu led the others in. The door behind them closed automatically, and after a slight dizzy spell, a door in front of them suddenly opened. A strong smell of blood wafted out. The spacious carriage, arranged almost identically to D12, was littered with corpses. On the bar, on the dining tables, on the floor. About a dozen lives, which must have just ended a few minutes ago. And the perpetrator of all this was probably the only one still standing in this carriage at the moment. The man leisurely cooking pasta in a pot behind the bar. Before Linyu and Puncto could assume a defensive stance, before Chinjua could hide behind the others, Lin Yan spoke first. "Oh my, brother Wang, it's you." The man cooking pasta also looked up, saw Lin Yan wearing sunglasses, and was slightly surprised. "Oh? Anian? You're in this instance too. Assassin from the Psychological Society, S-Class Potential. Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is our designer from the Freedom Alliance. You can call him Brother Wang. Brother Wang, this is Zhu Ming whom I mentioned to everyone before. The next to him is Zhu Ming's and my employer. We took a job to help him clear this instance." Lin Yan introduced them to each other. The man called Brother Wang, whose official code name was Designer, turned down the heat on the pot of boiling pasta and greeted Lin Yu and Shen. "Shua. Hello, Zhu Ming. I've heard Yin Yan mention you a few times. I look forward to the day you officially join. My real name is Wang Yu Yang, you can just call me by my name. Like Lin Yan, I am Tier 2. Wang Yu Yang said, clearly also a strong individual who didn't care much about concealing his true identity. Then, he looked at Chenjua, thought for a moment, and said, you should lose weight. Chenjua was taken aback by Wang Yu Yang's straightforward remark. The other party wasn't attacking or teasing him, but rather offering sincere advice without any malice. So, although Chenjua was a bit confused, he still nodded. Ah. Oh. Okay. Lin Yan said with a chuckle, that's just how Brother Wang is. He's quite disciplined. Everyone who enters the death game is someone who doesn't want to die. If you don't want to die, why not choose a healthy lifestyle? Wang Yu Yang said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Yu listened to Wang Yu Yang's very reasonable statement from the side, feeling a sense of in his heart. As expected, anyone who can join the Freedom Alliance must have something extraordinary about them. While they were talking, Wang Yu Yang's spaghetti was also cooked. He placed the spaghetti on a plate and drizzled it with the sauce he had prepared earlier. Looking at the exquisite spaghetti, Lin Yan seemed to realize something. Oh, Brother Wang, you didn't bring someone along for this instance too, did you? As Lin Yan spoke, Wang Yu Yang smiled. Of course, as long as I still have a team-up card, I'll definitely bring her along. Lin Yu was a bit curious upon hearing this. Sounds like a fixed teammate. Lin Yan said, that's right. If you see Brother Wang, you'll most likely also see his girlfriend in the same instance. Then, Lin Yan sighed, it's truly sweet and loving, to an infuriating degree. The main reason I hate encountering couples in instances is because Brother Wang is so detestable. Someone like me, a rat in a dark gutter, whose profession is the unspeakable thief, will die when I see others happy. Lin Yu heard Lin Yan's words and felt that although half of what the young girl said was a joke, there might also be some truth to it. He recalled the first time he met Lin Yan in an instance, it was in the God of Change's instance, Fatal Questions. At that time, Lin Yan had been very active in instigating the small couple in the instance to kill each other. Although the main reason was that there were already rifts between them, and the direct cause was the crow's divisive questions, Lin Yan was somewhat of an accomplice who fanned the flames. However, Wang Yu Yang seemed accustomed to Lin Yan's resentful words. Although most of it is happiness, I also have my troubles. Yu Chang's identity is quite special, and you're not unaware of that. Wang Yu Yang said calmly, and Lin Yan sighed. That's true. Then, she suddenly realized something, looked at Lin Yu, and revealed a very sly smile on her face. Do you know, my dear Miss Yu Ming? Brother Wang's girlfriend is from the Psychological Society. Upon hearing the 4 words Psychological Society, Lin Yu immediately froze. What? He had originally just been watching Lin Yan and Wang Yu Yang chat, and observing the internal dynamics of the Freedom Alliance. But who would have thought that a member of the Psychological Society would suddenly pop up? The Freedom Alliance was simply too free, its members even dating people from the Psychological Society. And even if the Freedom Alliance was relatively loose, was such a thing allowed on the Psychological Society's side? But before Lin Yu could react, Wang Yuyang spoke with some surprise. Oh? You also have some connection with the Psychological Society? More than just a connection, Lin Yu said with a fake smile, it's deeply rooted, like a broken lotus root with continuous threads. He said softly, and Wang Yuyang nodded and spoke again. Oh, I see. However, Yu Chang is an independent enforcer from the enforcement department, and she doesn't have deep ties with the Psychological Society headquarters. She also has a relatively high degree of autonomy. It seemed he had seen that Lin Yu had a grudge with the Psychological Society, so Wang Yuyang offered an explanation. Lin Yu listened to this introduction, and it sounded even more familiar. May I ask what your girlfriend's profession is? Before Wang Yuyang could answer, Lin Yin burst out laughing and spoke. Xu Ming, you've hit the nail on the head. His girlfriend is a killer. Psychological Society, Enforcement Department, killer, female. With all these elements combined, Lin Yu's expression subtly changed, and he was already ready to turn around and run. Although he was currently using the combined fake identity of Xia Yu and Xu Ming, meeting that crazy woman in an instance with his current identity was probably not a good option either. But before Lin Yu could execute the command to escape, Wang Yuyang's voice rang out. Yu Chang, the pasta is ready. He said, and a response immediately came from the middle of the carriage. Coming. A lively female voice rang out, and then from behind the booth in the dining car, a sweet and lovely girl emerged from a pile of dead bodies. She showed off a few pieces of shredded paper in her hand and said with some regret, I only found about 5 fragments of a train ticket, not even enough to piece together half of one. As she spoke, she walked quickly across half the carriage to stand in front of Wang Yuyang, while also sizing up Lin Yu and his group. I heard most of what you all were saying just now. We meet again, Ain Yen. And, Zhu Ming and the employer little brother, right? The girl smiled and nodded in greeting, her words kind and friendly, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Yu looked at the other party and let out a long, unconcealed sigh of relief. Although I knew it was impossible, but actually seeing that it's not that guy, it's really too good. The girl was a bit puzzled, eh? Why do you say that? Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh. This guy was probably a little worried that fluoxetine would pop out just now, because she was almost killed by fluoxetine before. The girl looked a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Ah, is that so? Then senior fluoxetine is really too much. If I get the chance, I'll scold her for you. But I'm indeed not fluoxetine. My codename in the Psychological Society is citalopram, and my rank in the Enforcement Department is only B-class. Of course, since you're Yu Yang's friend, you can also call me by my name directly, Pan Yu Chang. Lin Yu nodded. Although the other party wasn't fluoxetine herself, it made him breathe a sigh of relief. But facing a member of the Psychological Society, he dared not be negligent. It was Wang Yuyang who spoke again. You were almost killed by fluoxetine? To make that guy personally take action, you must have something extraordinary about you. Ain Yen, why didn't you mention this before? Lin Yen shrugged. To be honest, I only found out a few days ago, and I hadn't had time to tell you all. And Pan Yu Chang seemed to have thought of something. Oh, wait a minute. I think I saw you in the internal documents of the Enforcement Department. You seem to be that S-class potential newcomer who couldn't become a player. A decisive lie, a mysterious communication device. S-rank? Your potential is S-rank? Wang Yuyang and Lin Yan simultaneously looked at Lin Yu, both with expressions of disbelief. Although Lin Yan had previously stolen the roster of the Psychological Society and confirmed that Xia Yu's rating should be above A, she had only thought Xia Yu's rating would be A or A+. Who would have thought it was S rank? Lin Yu himself was very shocked. What the heck, Xiaoyu's potential is S rank. So the person he met in his very first instance was a monster so highly regarded by the Psychological Society? No, considering his own rating seemed to be only higher, Lin Yu still felt there was some loophole in this organization's rating standards. Although his mind was racing, he appeared calm on the surface. It's that high? But I don't really trust your organization's standards. After all, you just said I failed to become a player, which means your organization's information is wrong. I'm here as a player, perfectly fine. And this is indeed within an instance of the death game. Lin Yu said calmly. Pan Yuqian looked at Lin Yu, deep in thought. Oh, right. Could fluoxetine's report have been wrong? But she clearly confirmed your death, even the news from Order was the same. Lin Yu sighed. Then I can proudly say that I, by myself, tricked two powerful organizations. At this moment, Lin Yu was gradually realizing that while meeting Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqian here was an accident. These two people's identities were one, a member of the Freedom Alliance, and the other, a member of the Psychological Society. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him to operate under the identity of Xiaoyu, but it was also an opportunity. As long as he performed appropriately, the ploy he had recently set up regarding the identities of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu would be enough to make it even more credible within this instance. He might even be able to completely trick fluoxetine herself, and even the entire player community of the death game. The key was the two people in front of him. Therefore, Lin Yu appropriately displayed some anger. But honestly, I didn't have to do that. I won't criticize your Psychological Society's eagerness to find potential ordinary people and kill them in an attempt to pull them into the death game, as that's your modus operandi. His tone remained gentle, but now it held a subtle hint of veiled criticism. But please, Miss Citalopram, when you go back, suggest to your organization an improvement. Before carrying out this operation, could you please confirm whether I've already become a player? Lin Yu made a pained expression and spoke in a half-helpless, half-resentful tone. Can you understand how I felt when I was suddenly attacked by a third-order expert from the Psychological Society that day? While faking my death to trick that fluoxetine might seem like something to be proud of to you, it was just a desperate measure I took to survive at the time. It cost me at least 3 precious items, and even my family and friends were deceived. Now I can't go home. My mother and sister both think I'm really dead. My sister is about to take her high school entrance exam, and this is a huge blow to her. What if she messes up the exam? And now I find out this was just a misunderstanding, damn it. I was unlucky enough to enter this game 2 months ago, and who knew something even unluckier happened a month ago, dying, a misfortune most people only experience once in their lives. I've already died twice. Lin Yu's tone grew more and more agitated. He displayed a moderate loss of control consistent with Xiaoyu's personality. The emotional tension was enough to make Pan Yuqiang and the other few present believe her words and fall into her not entirely credible but very reasonable logic. Of course, Lin Yu was very clear. Neither Wang Yuyan, Pan Yuqiang, nor Lin Yan were ordinary characters. Even if they were subconsciously affected by the emotions now, they might react later. Therefore, for Xiaoyu's identity to become a fait accompli, Lin Yu did not hesitate to use Tooth of Prophecy once. He chose to make all three believe his last sentence, dying, a misfortune most people only experience once in their lives. I've already died twice. For Lin Yu, whether it referred to himself or Xiaoyu, it was a perfectly certain, undeniable truth. Of course, for Xiaoyu, she could also be considered to have died 3 times, depending on the different calculations. However, absolutely no one in the world, apart from Lin Yu, could know the true meaning behind that statement. Therefore, the unconditional belief brought by Tooth of Prophecy was enough to make the 4 players present have no further doubts about the background Lin Yu designed for Xiaoyu and completely believe his carefully woven story. And among these 4 players, there were 2 Freedom Alliance members and 1 Psychological Society member. They all had enough influence to sway the judgment of other members of their respective organizations regarding Zhu Ming's identity. Although the remaining Chenjue was a newcomer, upon closer thought, he had, after all, gone through the novice instance with Lin Yu, making him potentially a person who might doubt Xia Yu's identity. So, even though after this use, Tooth of Prophecy, only had one use left, Lin Yu felt it was worth it. For a moment, the remaining 4 players looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes were slightly red, and under the completely natural belief, they began to comfort her. It's okay, as long as the person is alive. This matter was indeed handled poorly by the Psychological Society. Wang Yuyang said dryly, normally, this had nothing to do with him, but this Freedom Alliance member seemed to have a strange sense of responsibility. He seemed to have a sense of belonging to the Psychological Society because his girlfriend, Pan Yuqiang, was a member. As for Pan Yuqiang, she was even more apologetic. I will definitely report back truthfully. Although I'm only B rank, I do have a say in the organization. Lin Yan scratched her head, changing the heavy topic. Oh, Xu Ming. I didn't expect you to have such a side, huh? But after joining the Freedom Alliance, if I meet Fluoxetine again, I can help you beat her up. That woman is really not good. Just then, Puncto's voice interrupted the somewhat awkward atmosphere among the players. Hey, everyone, I found something good. Just now, entering carriage D3, seeing Lin Yan seemingly meeting an acquaintance and reminiscing, Puncto wisely went to check the corpses inside the carriage. And now, Puncto seemed to have found some useful items that Pan Yuqiang hadn't even discovered. He held a black pager-like object and waved it in front of everyone. This is a communicator specifically for Truth Company supervisors, department heads, and directors. It seems there's someone with very high authority on this despair train. The layout of the despair train. Truth Company's dedicated communicator? Lin Yu asked curiously. Puncto nodded. That's right, this thing is a top-secret communicator. It's only used to transmit the highest-level directives from the company's headquarters board of directors to various executives. The holder's internal authority within the company is at least B1. An ordinary person would not be able to open it at all. Only certified users can use it normally. Not only that, even if you kidnapped an executive, you wouldn't be able to threaten him into opening this box, because this thing can even detect whether the user is under duress. That powerful? Lin Yu found it somewhat unbelievable, even subconsciously unable to fully trust Puncto's words. But after taking the inconspicuous black box he had confiscated from Puncto, the item description he saw upon receiving it corroborated Puncto's statement. Confidential communicator. Description: a communicator capable of automatically identifying the user's soul state. Only certified users who are fully awake and emotionally stable can activate and use its encrypted communication function. Lin Yu shared this item description with Lin Yan and Shenjue, then tossed it to Wang Yuyang. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This thing is quite thoughtfully designed. It just gives off a feeling of not dying even if your own executives are kidnapped. Even if they reach management, the company's interests are still above their lives, Pan Yuqiang commented, very much in the style of Truth Company. But also truly unsettling. Hearing such life-respecting, morally sound remarks come from a member of the Psychology Society, Lin Yu's expression was somewhat odd. It seemed this Miss Pan Yuqiang was an anomaly within the twisted organization of the Psychology Society. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't help but become more curious. How did she come to join the Psychology Society, and how did she awaken as a killer? However, now wasn't a good time to inquire. What Lin Yu was more concerned about was the current dungeon content. So, there's an executive from Truth Company among those dead people? Puncto pondered and shook his head. I don't think so. The person I found the communicator on just now felt like a criminal from the city that never sleeps. He had tattoos and a fierce-looking face, not to mention his cheap, worn-out ordinary clothes. The residual emotions on the corpse were mixed and turbid, completely unlike a company executive. Puncto walked to the middle of the dining car and picked up the corpse he had just searched and found the communicator on. Indeed, his attire made him look like a fierce, dangerous gang member who had spent years at the bottom of society. But he might have been the squad leader or leader of this group of bandits. This communicator was likely stolen by him or rewarded by some important figure. After all, if that important figure appeared inside the despair train, he might be like me, exiled here, in which case this communicator would lose its core function and merely become a communicator with better signal and stronger anti-interference. Puncto analyzed calmly and logically, though his expression dimmed slightly when mentioning being exiled. Lin Yan showed an appreciative look. Not bad, Mr. Puncto, I didn't expect you, a combat operative, to be quite sharp-witted. Wang Yuyang also chimed in, corroborating Puncto's words. Indeed, that guy did have some prestige in this dining car. If I had known it was this deeply involved, I wouldn't have killed him directly. At this point, Wang Yuyang's tone was inevitably regretful. Pan Yucheng smiled and added, luckily, when they had just died, while collecting tickets, I used the spirit medium ring to ask a few questions. Wang Yuyang looked at Pan Yucheng, who had a sweet smile on her face. I knew you wouldn't think too much when dealing with these scumbags, so I naturally helped you fill in the gaps. Anyway, I probably won't be needed for combat. As Pan Yucheng spoke, Wang Yuyang patted her head. You did great, truly worthy of Yucheng. Lin Yan couldn't help but spit. Damn it, can we talk seriously? Pan Yucheng looked at Lin Yan with an unchanged expression. Of course, these people indeed had a higher-ranking important figure leading them, who is also trapped on the train. Not only that, I also have a certain understanding of the general layout of the entire despair train. Yu Yang and I came from car 4. In the last car, we encountered 2 rounds of robot attacks. After dealing with the robots, we met 3 people from car 3 who claimed to be the airport gang. Before Yu Yang killed them, he obtained information through interrogation on the despair train. If you harm other living beings with souls and emotions, you can receive rewards at the dining car. Delicious food, cigarettes, clean clothes, weapons, and even ticket fragments. And after collecting enough ticket fragments, you can piece together a complete ticket. The ticket is the proof to leave the despair train. Although the despair train will not stop, Truth Company has a way to put people in, so naturally, they have a way to let people leave. After getting this news, Yu Yang and I came to car 3. This is the dining car, and also the stronghold of the airport gang, with 13 members. Originally, I wanted to negotiate with the airport gang, but the members of this gang seemed to be criminals who were thrown in for violating Truth Company's rules. As soon as they saw me, they spoke rudely to me. Wang Yuyan sighed, I hate people who can't control their desires the most. Living like beasts, it's truly a waste of the innate humanity of being born human. Pan Yucheng shrugged, so Yu Yang killed them all. However, it's a good thing I have the spirit medium ring. Pan Yucheng wiggled the beautiful silver and green intertwined ring on her right middle finger. These dead people are more honest than the living, so I got a clear picture of the despair train situation. Because the rules of the entire train encourage the people trapped on it to kill each other, once a broadcast announces new arrivals, the veterans nearby will prepare to hunt them. Veterans usually appear after 2 to 4 rounds of weapon trials that the train itself provides. And once these newcomers show sufficient strength, the veterans will in turn try to recruit them into their factions. After all, it's not just the newly arrived newcomers who need to face the dangers of weapons deployed by Truth Company. Every 24 hours, there will be random weapon deployments that begin to hunt passengers in random cars, lasting only 1 hour. This can be dealt with by just fleeing, so it's not a big problem. But approximately every 72 hours, the entire train will undergo a 3-hour Great Purge. That's not a situation that can be handled by just hiding and fleeing. Punk Du's persistence. Hearing Pan Yucheng's explanation, Lin Yu instantly understood why, on a train like the Despair Express, which encouraged its trapped occupants to harm each other, there would still be organizations like gangs, and why they could even grow to a size of over 10 people. It was because there was a greater external threat. This mechanism made Lin Yu somewhat admire the higher-ups of Truth Company. No matter who designed the internal mechanism of the Despair Express, it was a system that truly continued to make the passengers inside constantly generate negative emotions. It was even the optimal solution on one hand, encouraging infighting and inciting hatred and anger among them. On the other hand, the Great Purge every 3 days forced them to huddle together and maintain a certain organizational structure, keeping them in a state of daily suspicion and fear, and even potentially leading to betrayal incidents that would generate massive negative emotions. It was truly inhumane, but for the despair expressed to harvest negative emotions, it was indeed too efficient. The passengers on this train lived even more miserably than players in a death game. Moreover, if Lin Yu wasn't mistaken, newcomers are always deployed after a great purge, right? Lin Yu said calmly, and Pan Yuqiang nodded. Yes, what Nightless City lacks least is human consumables. Every 3 days is enough for Truth Company, both inside and out, to gather a dozen unfortunate souls to throw onto the train. This time, only 6 of us boarded. Which is a rather special situation. Pan Yuqiang said, and Li Nian stroked his chin. But besides this relatively fragile airport gang that you just wiped out, are there any other forces on this train? Most forces are very fragile. Those that can survive for more than a month without being wiped out or disbanded are considered to have a long history. Currently, besides the recently annihilated airport gang, there's the Lion Gang, a newly emerging group that has survived 5 great purges and occupies Dining Car No. 6, and 2 older groups, the Blue Blood Team and the Iron Thorns Gang, who jointly occupy Dining Car No. 9. I haven't asked for details about these groups. But they all have a big shot behind them called the Baron. The communicator from the airport gang likely came from the Baron. That's all the information I know. Pan Yuqiang revealed the last of her knowledge. Chen Zhua immediately exclaimed, such a small train, with only about 100 people, all of whom were captured and imprisoned as human batteries. Yet it's so faction-ridden and complex. And the mastermind is even called Baron, which makes it sound a bit epic. Hearing Chen Zhua's lament, Li Nian shook his finger. Where there are people, there are rivalries. Fatty, you're still too naive. You're also in school, aren't there faction-ridden cliques in your class of 20-odd people? Chen Zhua was stunned. There are indeed various cliques in our class, but a class has over 50 people. Then Li Nian reacted, oh right, you went to a public school. Lin Yu looked at Li Nian and also sighed, saying half-jokingly, you're not a rat who can't stand others' happiness at all. I'm going to fight you, this young lady from a noble middle school. She tapped her head and stuck out her tongue, making a Fujiya-like expression to get away with it. Anyway, that's the gist of it. Wang Yuyan, meanwhile, was thinking about other issues. There are 3 more similar gangs? If we kill them all, can we gather enough tickets? He casually proposed a very extreme solution. Lin Yu, Li Nian, and Chen Zhuo immediately stopped their banter, and along with Puncto, all looked at Wang Yuyang. I don't think that's a good idea, Yuyang. Before anyone else could formulate words of persuasion, Pan Yuqiang spoke first. Wang Yuyang, however, was amenable to advice and accepted the fact that his proposal was rejected by his girlfriend without even asking why. All right. He nodded in response. To prevent Wang Yuyang from proposing any more unfeasible plans, Lin Yu cleared his throat. In any case, these gangs mostly occupy the dining cars. Likely for reasons of convenient transportation and easy communication, this suggests that there's a certain superficial peace among the gangs. The gangs occupying other dining cars haven't come to the airport gang's territory, so they probably don't know what happened here yet. Perhaps we can impersonate them, using the identity of airport gang new members to negotiate with other gang members and extract information about the Baron. Regarding the tickets, the Baron probably knows more. Lin Yu said seriously, and Li Nian instantly raised his hand. I second that. The others also had no objections. The group then prepared to set off for Dining Car No. 9 to inquire with the gangs entrenched there. However, before setting off, Chen Zhua, as if realizing something, suddenly spoke. But speaking of which, the carriage we 3 boarded was No. 13. And why is Dining Car No. 12 completely empty? Chen Zhua raised a question. Hearing Chinjua's question, Lin Yu and Li Nian both sighed. They had both realized this long ago, but since Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang hadn't asked, they had simply glossed over it. After all, both Lin Yu and Li Nian had already guessed the possibility that their nearby dining car No. 12 was a special case. Sure enough, prompted by Chinjua, Pan Yuqiang spoke with some surprise. Ha! I thought you already understood what was going on. According to the people from the airport gang, newcomers from 13 and 14 are almost to be ignored, and dining car No. 12 should be avoided as much as possible. Because a supremely powerful madman is entrenched in dining car No. 12, almost a single person equivalent to an entire force, and he indiscriminately hunts everyone. Haven't you dealt with him? Wang Yuyan reacted and looked at Puncto von Valetti. I thought this guy was a newcomer who just boarded like you, and you happened to rescue him. Lin Yu sighed. Yes, he is that madman, but please rest assured, he's not having an episode right now and is quite safe. Wang Yuyan looked at Li Nian, and the young girl instantly raised her hand. Brother Wang, I absolutely had no intention of deliberately concealing anything. I just thought it's better to let sleeping dogs lie. Given your personality, if you knew, I was afraid you'd insist on fighting him. Wang Yuyan nodded. You're right, keeping such a ticking time bomb in the team makes me very uneasy. Although he knows some internal workings of Truth Company, I still believe the risk of this action far outweighs the benefits. Puncto felt Wang Yuyan's hostility and became alert. I truly cannot guarantee that I can always remain lucid, and if you don't trust me, that's fine. However, if you insist on not wanting to act with me, I cannot accept that. Puncto said, looking at Lin Yu, his gaze firm. This woman has something I want, and she was the one who invited me to act together. Unless she speaks, I will not leave this team. Negotiation and deterrence. Lin Yu felt a headache upon hearing Puncto's statement. He knew things would turn out this way. It was bad enough to bring up Vir Valetai in front of Li Nian and Chinjua. But now he had to show his deep connection with Truth Company in front of the people from the Psychology Society. This was not what Lin Yu wanted to see. But since it had already happened, Lin Yu could only accept it. He looked at Wang Yuyang, his expression calm. I can vouch for him, at least, and Li Nian and I have already subdued him once before. If Puncto causes any more trouble, I will be responsible for dealing with him. Lin Yu said calmly. Seeing Lin Yu's resolute attitude, Wang Yuyang could only give up. He just lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that only Lin Yu could hear, like a warning, don't trust NPCs in instances too much. Truth Company is not a legitimate company to begin with. This person, as a former Truth Company employee, thrown here after going mad, indicates that he is involved in many things. You are still Tier 1, there's no need to tie yourself too deeply to a specific faction within the instance. Lin Yu knew Wang Yuyan's intentions were good and nodded. I understand. After the small interlude, the six of them finally set off, with Wang Yuyang still showing a hint of wariness. After all, while bringing Puncto had hidden risks, it also meant an extra helper. Moreover, Puncto's identity on this train had other ingenious uses. They entered Car 3, then opened the door leading to Car 9. Stepping out from the door, a cacophony of noise filled the space, along with a fermented, foul odor. This carriage was clearly futuristic, but at this moment, Lin Yu felt as if he were in a greenskin train. Compared to Car 3, which only had a few boxes stacked and some mats on the floor, Car 9 showed more obvious signs of modification. The carriage was divided into two halves by a long curtain, seats were converted into bunks with racks, and various dilapidated buckets were used for water and storage. It seemed these people had indeed been living in this carriage for quite some time. 7 or 8 disheveled men, looking like homeless people with messy hair, occupied one side, over 10 young people, who didn't look very old, occupied the other side. Seeing Lin Yu and his group emerge from door 3, the tallest among the young people immediately stood up warily, brandishing an iron rod sharpened at both ends. Car 3? People from the Air Harbor gang? How did you come uninvited? This is our blue blood team's territory. In this car 9, on the corridor between the car door and the carriage, there was even a barbed wire fence. Through the barbed wire, Lin Yu stepped forward. We're new to the Air Harbor gang and wanted to understand the ecology within the despair train, so our boss said we could come and see for ourselves. The tall young man with the iron rod listened, somewhat suspicious. When did the Air Harbor gang's boss become so lax with his subordinates? He turned his head to look at the homeless-like men. Hey, Iron Thorns, what's going on? The homeless men, who were sitting together as if playing cards, turned their heads and said nonchalantly, oh, their boss was originally a hooligan. It's normal for team management to be loose and tight. That guy doesn't have much of a brain anyway. Through this simple interaction, Lin Yu made a judgment. The two organizations entrenched in Car 9 should have some kind of subtle symbiotic relationship. The Blue Blood team was stronger and held the dominant position. But these Iron Thorns people had probably been on this despair train for a very long time, so the Blue Blood team hadn't killed them, but rather kept them as their consultants and encyclopedias. Thinking this, Lin Yu already had a plan for how to negotiate next. Iron Thorns, although I just joined, isn't it inappropriate to slander our boss like that? He bypassed the Blue Blood team's young man and spoke directly to the Iron Thorns with a provocative tone. Although Zhu Ming's voice was gentle, Lin Yu's tone at this moment was extremely fierce. The tall young man from the Blue Blood team frowned and tapped the floor with his iron rod. Hey, newcomer, didn't your boss warn you not to cause trouble here before you came? At once, the Blue Blood team members, who had been lounging lazily, stood up one after another, all looking at Lin Yu with unfriendly expressions. Lin Yu stood there, his expression unchanged. Looking at Lin Yu's calm demeanor, a scruffy uncle from the Iron Thorns, however, realized something. Tang, don't get excited yet, this guy is deliberately provoking you. He looked at Lin Yu, a glint flashing in his eyes beneath his dirty eyelids. Although this train is full of fools and foolishness, you don't seem like a fool. What exactly is your purpose for coming here? Lin Yu didn't seem surprised to be questioned so warily by the other party. He used his hand to pry at the gaps in the barbed wire and spoke softly. You guessed right, I'm here to ask you about someone. Baron. As Lin Yu spoke, the Blue Blood team members stirred again. You want to find Baron? Why would people from the Air Harbor gang want to find Baron and not their own boss, coming to us instead? What exactly do you mean? The scruffy uncle from the Iron Thorn smiled. This guy isn't some Air Harbor gang newcomer. She should indeed have just gotten on the train. But just this short time since getting on is enough. What happened to the Air Harbor gang? Lin Yu was not at all surprised that his lie was exposed. Rather, it would be strange if such a crude plan as impersonating the Air Harbor gang actually succeeded. Even if Truth Company had thrown a herd of pigs onto the despair train, those who survived repeated purges and infighting should have produced a few wild boar spirits by now. But why did he still choose to propose this plan, and why did Li Nian and Wang Yuyang also agree? Because the moment this lie was exposed, the truth revealed would actually make the negotiation smoother. Lin Yu looked at the scruffy homeless man and grinned. You found out? Oh, those guys weren't very cooperative, so they were dealt with. I hope you can be a bit more cooperative. I'm not interested in you. I just want to find Baron right now. Lin Yu said calmly, his tone full of menace. This was even more effective than directly telling them, we slaughtered the entire Air Harbor gang. Damn, are you threatening us? Do you think we're those useless Air Harbor gang guys? Before they were thrown here, they were just a bunch of scum and good-for-nothings, bottom-tier thugs who only knew petty theft and intimidating civilians, thrown on here just because they offended someone. We're not those idiots. We're from the great wilderness, we've legitimately robbed Truth Company convoys. Indeed, although the leader of the Blue Blood team looked somewhat displeased and cursed a few times, feigning ferocity. But judging from his actions and those of his subordinates behind him, they were still intimidated. They only needed a reason to convince them, or rather, a reason for them to convince themselves, that could serve as a step for them to back down, and they would probably yield. And this reason was not hard to find. Lin Yu looked behind him. The other 5 were still hidden in the shadows, only vague silhouettes visible from the outside. "Put on your hood and walk a few steps," he said to Puncto, and Puncto nodded. Then, this well-known madman of the truth train revealed his figure. His characteristic uniform and the spray paint on his chest instantly silenced the entire carriage. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Everyone, I really have serious business with Baron. Please, could you make it convenient for me?" The Baron's invitation. After Puncto appeared, everything Lin Yu said became extremely convincing. From the perspective of the 2 gang members on dining car No. 9, this new woman who boarded the train could make this lunatic stand quietly behind her. Her background was definitely not simple. Was she another big shot from within Truth Corporation who was exiled after losing a power struggle? Or a core member of another faction in Nightless City? It was even hard to say whether this woman was exiled or not. Perhaps she had planned it all herself and entered voluntarily. The moment Puncto appeared, the other NPCs in car No. 9 clearly realized one thing. The current situation in this woman's schemes were on a completely different dimension from them, who were still pondering how to survive the next purge and remained muddle-headed on the train. The annihilation of the airport gang didn't scare them. It was normal for groups huddling together for warmth on the train to be overthrown. However, combining Puncto's appearance with the woman's undeniably genuine statements, they belatedly felt some fear regarding the airport gang's demise. Because the airport gang was very likely crushed. Like a human crushing an ant. This was not a situation they could get involved in or interfere with. Therefore, even the flamboyant and impetuous Blue Blood team couldn't help but quiet down. The veteran from Iron Thorns spoke again. "You wish to meet Baron, Your Excellency, don't you?" "Please forgive me, Your Excellency, I can only help you contact the Baron. I don't have a way to meet him directly." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. It was within Lin Yu's expectations that Iron Thorns and the Blue Blood team were startled by Puncto's appearance. Rather, Lin Yu had prepared the groundwork for Puncto's entrance from the very beginning. Therefore, he was also very clear that Iron Thorns and the Blue Blood team must have been scared witless by now, treating him as some kind of superior, whom they could not offend. But even so, the people from Iron Thorns still needed to report to the Baron. In other words, even if the current Lin Yu was already considered terrifying and unoffendable from their perspective. But is he still on equal footing with the Baron? This guy is definitely not as simple as an ordinary prisoner. Lin Yu pondered. Then, the current performance might deceive these veteran prisoners, but it might not be enough to suppress the Baron hiding in the shadows. Lin Yu came to a conclusion in his heart. I need to raise the stakes. As for how to raise the stakes, Lin Yu chose to take a gamble. He looked at the old man from Iron Thorns and spoke in a low voice, "Since you have a way to contact him, then tell him directly. I don't need you to tell me how to find him. I'm only relaying a message through you out of courtesy and respect for this Baron, Your Excellency." Lin Yu paused slightly, then spoke under the suspicious gazes of many NPCs in the carriage, "Because I know where he is before car No. 3, in a place that no teleportation portal can directly reach. But through random doors, there's a chance to enter the carriage he's in. It just requires a little probabilistic variation. However, I've always been very lucky." Lin Yu calmly stated his analysis of the Baron's hiding place. Moreover, he did not say that he deduced it, but spoke in a definite, certain tone, as if he knew some inside information. The Blue Blood team members exchanged glances, and a young man couldn't help but speak. "It feels like I just heard something incredible." The person from Iron Thorns was even more intimidated by Lin Yu, and without daring to delay any longer, he hurriedly pulled out a communicator from his Baron, Your Excellency, I've encountered a very powerful woman here. The Iron Thorns member, at a volume Lin Yu could hear, recounted everything that happened in car No. 9 and the message Lin Yu wished him to convey to the Baron on the other end of the communicator, without adding any embellishment. The communicator flashed a low-frequency green light, and after a long while, a distorted voice with a crackling current sound came from it. "You can hear me, right?" The voice echoed in the quiet carriage. Although no object was specified, Lin Yu knew the Baron was speaking directly to him. Lin Yu slightly raised his voice. "Yes, I can hear you, esteemed Baron, Your Excellency." "Very good, I understand your request." The Baron's distorted voice rang out again, "and I am willing to meet you. After all, you can make the out-of-control Delta Group leader regain consciousness and also carry a B3 level access card, so I am also very curious as to who you really are." The Baron gave a direct affirmative answer to Lin Yu's request for a meeting. Lin Yan, who had witnessed Lin Yu's entire operation from behind, gave a thumbs up. Sister Zhu Ming is truly capable. She actually managed to bluff what might be the boss-like existence of this dungeon. Wang Yuyang also nodded slightly. She indeed has the capital to join us. As for Chen Zhua, he felt like he had struck gold. Was this the kind of expert he could hire for a few hundred points? With just a few words, and without shedding a drop of blood, he gained an opportunity to meet the boss. This was truly an expert among experts. However, Lin Yu's next move once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Please allow me to decline for now." When these words were spoken, not only the other players and NPCs in the carriage, but even the Baron and the communicator was clearly caught off guard. "What? Didn't you propose to meet me?" The Baron's voice was still distorted, with no discernible emotional fluctuations. But even so, everyone could hear the obvious confusion, and even annoyance, in the voice coming from the communicator. Lin Yu remained calm. "I also didn't expect things to go so smoothly. My original plan wasn't to meet you immediately. Because before meeting, I still had other things to do. I apologize for underestimating your decisiveness." He spoke softly, responding to the Baron in a tone and with words that made it impossible for anyone to be angry. The Baron fell silent. If the light on the communicator hadn't still been flashing, the Iron Thorns member holding the communicator would have almost thought the Baron had angrily cut off the communication. After a full minute of long silence, the communicator rang again. "All right, but I want to know what preparations you plan to make." Lin Yu laughed lightheartedly. "Oh, there's no harm in telling you that. I need to find that guy from Car D5 who came up with me in the same batch." The last player. Inside carriage no. 3. Looking at Lin Yu, who had a calm expression, Wang Yuyang again lowered his voice and asked, "Are you trying to test the Baron's control over the despair train while stalling for time and bluffing?" "Of course." Hearing Wang Yuyang's question, Lin Yu also felt emotional. As expected, this designer was very clever. He was the first among the players to realize his intentions. Looking at Lin Yan, who had leaned in to listen, Lin Yu followed Wang Yuyang's words and began to explain. "While this might expose that we can't find the last player immediately, it also has its advantages. Anyway, the designer wiped out the airport gang, and I made Puncto regain consciousness and reveal his location. We've already demonstrated sufficient capability. But to discuss cooperation, we not only need to let him know what we can do, but also what we can't do. In the Baron's eyes, what is our identity? He hasn't touched the realm of gods, so he won't think of the possibility of players. The world will prevent him from forming such a cognition." Lin Yu said softly, "So, it's nothing more than members of some faction within Sleepless City, including Truth Company. And he is most likely a high-ranking executive from Truth Company, now abandoned or exiled. He is trapped on this train just like these prisoners. It's impossible for us to gain his trust through identity, so, to make him willing to cooperate with us, we must make this Baron believe that we truly need him too." As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan suddenly understood. And his biggest advantage on this train is his familiarity with, and perhaps even some degree of control over, the train itself. "Exactly, from the moment I started using Puncto's access card, I realized one thing," Lin Yu said calmly. "Those employees exiled here, their access might not have been revoked. It could still be valid on this train. In other words, that Baron will also presume upon the higher authority he holds compared to us. maintaining his sense of superiority as if on home turf. If we also need his authority, then he will feel more secure sitting at the negotiating table.
Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but exclaim, one link after another, truly a clever scheme.
Pan Yuqian was even more surprised, as expected of an S rank.
She added, as if reminding her boyfriend, you didn't even know about the Baron's existence before. Which means these calculations were made almost instantly.
The plan itself isn't extraordinarily ingenious, but you even finalized the strategy while negotiating with the Baron.
Truly astonishing. Of course, improvisation is my strong suit, Lin Yu thought to himself, but couldn't voice this line that clearly didn't fit Xu Ming's persona.
He could only smile gently and humbly say, my profession has no decisive advantage in direct combat or self-preservation, and I myself am not
particularly intelligent, so I can only rely on some quick wit. To put it plainly, it's just some petty tricks.
Moreover, I did initially have some intention of finding the remaining player.
Why? Lin Yan asked subconsciously.
Because the level and scale of this dungeon are not low. Leaving aside the background of Truth Company and so on, just looking at the players who entered. We are one tier 2 and one tier 1 with Qinzhua's team, who, though not tiered, have many items. The designer and his friend are 2 tier 2's foot.
As Lin Yu spoke, Wang Yuyan nodded. The remaining lone person is most likely also an expert.
Such an expert, in a cooperative dungeon like this, would be best to temporarily team up with. If cooperation isn't possible, an early contact to discern clues would be good for precaution, to avoid being caught off guard when fighting dangerous individuals within the dungeon.
Pan Yuqian also expressed agreement, that's indeed a good idea.
Lin Yu nodded, yes, unless that guy is very unlucky or used some special item, his strength should also match the current dungeon. Then the question is, Lin Yan asked, where should we look for him?
Lin Yu continued his analysis.
He boarded from carriage No.
5, but didn't appear in No. 3, and is nowhere to be seen in No. 9 and No. 12. Although theoretically it's difficult for No. 5 to lead directly to No. 6, since the 2 carriages are adjacent, perhaps we can go to No. 6 to check?
This analysis was approved by the others.
Wang Yuyan and Pan Yuqian arrived at the No.
3 dining car very early, but had not seen the player who should have been in their same section. So, Lin Yan waved and called Qinzhua back, who had been responsible for finding topics to distract Puncto. The chubby guy came back happily with Puncto.
Time to go?
Yes, to dining car No.
6.
Lin Yan looked Qinzhua up and down, noticing that he seemed to be getting along surprisingly well with Puncto. Qinzhua's cheerfulness wasn't unexpected, but Puncto, the amnesiac Truth Company employee, a middle-aged man with a perpetually grim expression, also looked very relaxed at this moment, which made Lin Yan unable to resist asking a follow-up question.
What were you two just talking about?
Puncto looked at Qinzhua, quite moved. He enlightened me with a few profound yet simple fables and cautionary tales, resolving the confusion in my
heart. This even startled Lin Yu. He enlightened you?
Fables? As someone who knew Qinzhua fairly well, Lin Yu only felt it was a tall tale.
Could this chubby guy be hiding his true abilities?
Even Lin Yan, Wang Yuyan, and Pan Yuqian, who didn't know Qinzhua as well, couldn't help but look at Qinzhua, showing surprised expressions as if to say, did I misjudge him? And Qinzhua, seeing their questioning gazes, couldn't help but chuckle. When I said fables, I actually just told this uncle about the experiences of a few anime characters whose temperaments I felt were similar to his.
And then I casually recited some famous anime lines.
Like Fate/Zero, Death Note, Devilman, Ghost in the Shell, Berserk, Hellsing, EVA, and so on.
Qinzhua listed them off like a menu.
Lin Yan couldn't help but rub his forehead. Oh, my anime expert, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned these titles.
Now that you have, I increasingly wonder. Which of these you mentioned are suitable for enlightening people? There isn't even a single mainstream one among them. Shenhua scratched his head. I don't know either. You guys told me to just chat with him about anything, so I just talked, and then this uncle suddenly said he was very interested in these and felt they were very helpful to him. Usually, no one in my class talks about these things with me. Since he said that, how could I hold back? I saw an acquaintance again. Regardless of what Shenhua told the amnesiac Puncto, whether it would shake the worldview of this conveniently amnesiac uncle, or what chain reactions it would cause in this dungeon world in the future. At least for now, everything was as usual. For Lin Yu, the more important question to ponder was, not in car 6 either? Lin Yu sighed as he looked at the burly, strong men in car 6, who were tied up in a row and being searched one by Puncto for anything valuable. The Lion Gang, entrenched here, was true to its name, a group of robust men. Their strength seemed to be far greater than that of other gangs, so their tempers also seemed to be more volatile upon seeing someone enter car 6. They immediately cursed a few rustic Tibetan words and started fighting. They didn't even seem to fear Puncto much. And then, perhaps this Lion Gang did have some strength. If an ordinary player encountered them, they might even die on the spot. But in this dungeon, there were 3 Tier 2 players alone. These NPCs barely survived several purges on this despair train, but the players participating in the dungeon had to figure out how to leave this train to clear it. So, throughout the entire process, let alone Shenhua who had hired people, even Lin Yu, Pan Yuqiang, and Puncto didn't even make a move. Even Ling Yan only acted because her hands were itching, and she casually knocked down 2 people for fun. Wang Yuyang basically handled everything by himself. It was also Lin Yu's first time seeing how Wang Yuyang, this designer, made his move. Although he resolved the battle a bit too quickly, so Lin Yu didn't see it very clearly. But Lin Yu still saw the general methods. Wang Yuyang was creating out of thin air. He only needed to extend his hand, and a weapon would appear in the air through a 3D printing-like process. Just now, he successively switched between 3 weapons, a short staff, a flail, and brass knuckles, each lasting for a short duration. Unlike a painter, Wang Yuyang's process didn't even require any medium or wind-up. This did not belong to any profession ability known to Lin Yu. If it were an item, this thing should be a very rare and precious type, likely one with notes and descriptions. But Lin Yu still leaned towards Wang Yuyang using his profession ability at this time. When he introduced himself and when Lin Yan introduced him, neither stated his profession. And his codename was designer. Among the known ordinary professions, this profession did not exist. Moreover, the codenames used by the Freedom Alliance seemed mostly related to their profession. So, could it be another unique profession? No wonder the Freedom Alliance, despite its small numbers, is so highly valued by Order and the forums. Lin Yu came to a conclusion. Of course, no matter what Wang Yuyang's profession was, the most important thing right now was the whereabouts of the last player. He's not in car 6, which means he either just missed us going to different dining cars, or he didn't go to a dining car at all. Wang Yuyang mused, and Pan Yuqiang understood what her boyfriend was thinking. Could he be deliberately avoiding us? Very likely. Wang Yuyang nodded. Lin Yan stroked her chin. A lone wolf type of guy? If it doesn't work out, just let him go alone. Don't you have any means of finding people? Lin Yu asked curiously. Wang Yuyang and Lin Yan shook their heads simultaneously. I don't. Lin Yan scratched her head. I do have a way to find people, but in this space separated by car compartments, it's not very effective. If it doesn't work, we can contact the Baron and ask him for help. Further showing weakness might be a bit excessive, but if we really want to find him, we can try. Pan Yuqiang also analyzed. Shenhua also sighed in annoyance. Oh, how I regret not having enough items when I need them. Someone offered to sell me a life detection radar before, and I thought what use would that thing be, selling for 300 points each, so I didn't buy it. At this moment, an unexpected voice spoke. One of the men from the Lion Gang on the ground spoke weakly. Are you looking for the new person who just got on the train? The one who got on in car 5? Although he was limited by cognitive interference and basically didn't understand what these experts in front of him were saying. He didn't find it strange, given his background as a low-level thug from the sleepless city, practically semi-illiterate. It was normal to encounter an expert speaking words he couldn't understand. Without waiting for Lin Yu's signal, Puncto stopped searching and walked to the Lion Gang man. "You have a clue?"
Yes, the man nodded vigorously. "We saw a newcomer get on earlier. Although there were none in 7 and 8, according to the previous agreement with the airport gang, if there were people in both 4 and 5, car 5 could be ours. So we were just eagerly waiting for the newcomer in car 5 to pass the first 2 rounds of challenges, then we'd go through the airport gang to get there. Once a newcomer passes the first few rounds, the dining car screen will prompt, right? Which car compartment can now be entered to engage with the newcomer?" The Lion Gang man raised his chin, gesturing towards the screen. Puncto bared his teeth and rubbed his temples. "Now that you mention it, I vaguely remember. It seems to be how it works." "Yes, but we waited until you arrived, and we still didn't get the prompt for car 5, though car 4 and 13 were done shortly after," the Lion Gang man said cautiously, clearly realizing that these people were the newcomers from car 4 and 13. Lin Yu also understood. So, that person might still be in car 5? Deliberately controlling the time? Wang Yuyang also frowned. He's really a bit unfathomable. "Yu Qiang, what do you think?" Pan Yuqiang shrugged. "I don't have any clues either, there's too little information. However, it does sound like a very confident expert type. After all, even at our stage, the first reaction upon entering a dungeon is to race against time and explore information." Wang Yuyang nodded. "Then we'll have to meet him in person. Let's go, I'm also interested in this last player." He stood up, and a long saber, still forming, condensed in his hand. "No need to kill these people." Pan Yuqiang gently patted Wang Yuyang's right hand. Wang Yuyang softly said "oh," and then the long saber, which had only mostly condensed in his hand, dissipated. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly complain. This scene was truly strange. The assassin from the Psychology Society was advising others not to kill indiscriminately. Leaving the dejected Lion Gang in the dining car, they returned to car 3. Passing through car 4, Lin Yu and his group stood before the door of car 5. Perhaps because the trial inside car 5 had not yet ended, the connecting door was currently closed. But this didn't stump Lin Yu. He took out Puncto's access card and swiped it. Beep. Indeed, just C2 clearance was enough to open the car door that was temporarily sealed due to the trial. And as soon as the car door opened, everyone raised their guard, preparing to meet the last expert inside. A truly miserable scream came from within. "Don't hit me, robot bro. I'll buy you a battery, okay?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yu's expression became strange, and he lowered his guard. He looked inside and, sure enough, saw another acquaintance. Fu Luo, wearing a straw hat and looking like a foreigner, was leaping around inside the car, being chased in circles by a boxing robot less than half a meter tall. The feud between Chen Zhuo and Fu Luo. Although Lin Yu might have been the only one present who knew the player Fu Luo, the others still let down their guard after seeing his performance. Or rather, no one would consider Fu Luo a threat after seeing him being chased around like a dog by a small robot. Lin Yen sighed. "Alright, everyone got it wrong. Turns out this guy is really bad." Chen Zhuo couldn't help but laugh. "He can't even keep up with me. I could even spar with that robot if I was willing to use some consumables." Wang Yuyan looked at Fu Luo and raised a more practical question. "Are we still taking him with us?" Before Lin Yu could speak, Pan Yuchang spoke up instead. "Straw hat, light-colored hair, looks like a foreigner, Hunan accent," the executive member of the Psychological Society seemed to have thought of something and looked at her boyfriend. "Yu Yang, save him first." Wang Yuyang heard Pan Yuchang's words, didn't question them, and stepped directly into the carriage. "Friend, I've come to help you," he said loudly, crossing his hands. This time, 2 thin metal darts appeared from Wang Yuyang's hands. He flicked his right wrist, and the dart shot out swiftly.
Ding! Cha! The two darts arrived one after another. The first dart stuck in front of the robot's rotating wheel, causing the robot to lose balance with a clever flick. The second dart was aimed at the robot's chassis. This dart had no tip, its top was a magnetic stone. Clack! The dart stuck to the bottom of the robot, then burst into a bluish-white electric arc. Crackling! The already small robot crashed to the ground, instantly ceasing to move. In just an instant, Wang Yuyang solved the robot that had troubled Fu Luo for so long. Fu Luo, easily rescued by Wang Yuyang, stopped running and slumped onto a chair as if relieved. Saved. Then, he looked in the direction of his saviors. Lin Yu saw Fu Luo push his straw hat, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over everyone. Then, the detective stood up again. Thank you, experts, for saving me. My code name is Furuporit, and my profession is detective. May I ask what your names are? Pan Yuxiang heard Fu Luo's self-introduction and stepped forward. As expected, it's that unranked detective. Lin Yu understood in his heart when he heard Pan Yuxiang's words. Indeed, she also recognized Fu Luo, he just didn't know how she knew him. Logically speaking, although Fu Luo was famous, he wasn't known by everyone. Moreover, judging from Pan Yuxiang's reaction just now, she must have heard about and understood Fu Luo, but had never actually met him in person. However, after hearing Fu Luo's self-introduction, one person became even more agitated. Chen Zhuo looked at the other party and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow, you're Fugu!" Fu Luo heard Chen Zhuo's exclamation, flicked the brim of his hat, put away his straw hat, and put on a plain baseball cap. You little fatty, how rude, calling me by my derogatory nickname offline, aren't you? Chen Zhuo was a little annoyed by Fu Luo's strong Hunan accent and condescending tone. What's wrong with calling you Fugu? You spout nonsense on the forum every day. I just can't stand you. After speaking, he leaned closer to Lin Yu and Lin Yan, his demeanor a bit more confident. Fu Luo saw Chen Zhuo like this, but instead pondered, stroking his chin, have you argued with me on the forum recently? Of course, you inexplicably insulted me all night. Chen Zhuo said indignantly, while glancing at Lin Yu out of the corner of his eye. Fu Luo suddenly realized. Oh, I know who you are, that AI-chan, right? He slapped his thigh and exclaimed with emotion, damn, you're really petty. I just said a couple of things about Conan being pseudo-mystery and many cases being a bit dumbed down. Do you really have to be like that? Chen Zhuo's face turned red. Why wouldn't I? Don't make light of it. I myself admit that most of Conan's deductions are actually mediocre, but your exact words were only gods among gods can stomach 800 episodes of this kind of idiotic episodic drama with glaring logical flaws disguised as mystery. It's understandable to watch for the characters, but those who like Hybera AI are just private shut-ins who have never seen a woman in their lives and are into lolicon. You even said it directly under my post. I was just enjoying my niche, why did you have to jump in my face? Fu Luo couldn't hold back either. I'm really going crazy, is that what you call enjoying your niche? Even if the forum has a water cooler section, you can't build a fan love thread for Hybera AI in the Death Game main forum, can you? Do you really think this is a Tieba forum? But the administrators didn't delete it. Chen Zhuo became even more self-righteous. As the two went back and forth, their online grievances gradually became clear. Among the remaining people, Pang Kadua, as a non-player, naturally couldn't understand any of it. And among the 4 players, 3 of them couldn't access the forum. The only one who could access the forum, Lin Yu, also didn't frequent the water cooler section. So all 4 of them were shocked by the two's actions. Both sides are utterly brain-dead. Lin Yan exclaimed with a smile. Pan Yuqian, moreover, fell into thought. Our organization gave Furu Porat a pretty high potential rating, and although he hasn't advanced yet, many people are observing him. Did we make a mistake? Lin Yu couldn't help but find the two arguing amusing. But he still looked at Lin Yan. Don't just watch, handle it. At least one side is our client, and letting this go on isn't good. Lin Yu said softly, and Lin Yan pouted. Why don't you go? I'm not good at that. Bluffing and intimidation I'm good at, mediation I'm not so good at.
especially with players. Lin Yu said calmly. Li Nian shivered as if remembering the result of asking Lin Yu to negotiate with Tiangong last time. Indeed, I'll do it. Saying that, Li Nian stepped forward and patted Chenhua. Although backing you up in a flame war isn't part of the service, consider it a freebie, just remember to give a 5-star review. Li Nian whispered, then looked at Fu Luo. Hey, Furoporit, you've introduced yourself and know this little fatty's identity. But the rest of us haven't introduced ourselves yet. Let me tell you, the short-haired woman in white behind me and I were hired by this little fatty, and the other couple are also my friends. My codename is Phantom Thief, the short-haired woman's codename is Xu Ming, and the man in that young couple is Designer. It doesn't matter. If you've heard of us. The three of us are from the Freedom Alliance. By the way, the woman in the young couple who was just talking to you, her codename is Citalopram, and she's an executive of the Psychological Society. So, I advise you to be. Before Ling Yin could finish speaking, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Thump! Fu Luo knelt down with lightning speed, holding Chenhua's hand, his expression serious. Brother, Hybera AI is the most perfect woman in the world. All my previous slanders against AI-chan stemmed from my jealousy and incompetence. Only people with twisted values would think that a resilient and intelligent woman like Sherry isn't worth liking. I deliberately belittle AI-chan just to flaunt my individuality. And Conan is also a very profound work. To be able to be serialized continuously for so many years with a large output, and some episodes having slight flaws is just a minor blemish. Aoyama Gasho-sensei is the true god of Japanese mystery. Shimada Suji and Matsumoto Saicho have been overly deified by everyone, they were just lucky. And were ordinary people who were born before Aoyama-sensei. Fu Luo's first-hand information and intimidation. Under Fu Luo's flexible personality, he and Chenhua made up on the spot. Brother, you have the ability to connect with the big shots of the Freedom Alliance, why didn't you tell me sooner? Isn't this just a big misunderstanding between us? To be honest, I'm also half a Conan fan, it's just that the recent TV series have been so bad, and the movies are getting worse and worse, so I can't help but criticize them because I love them so much. Although Chenhua had been worried about Li Nian and Zhu Ming's identities from the beginning, he couldn't help but straighten his back now. After all, it's on the forum. Mentioning the Freedom Alliance's connections isn't looking for trouble, is it? What's more, I'm a low-key person. I even know someone more impressive and I haven't even mentioned him. Chenhua waved his hand, looking humble. Li Nian was also happy to see this little fatty flaunting his name. Lin Yu stepped forward and lightly coughed, then looked at Fu Luo. In short, we've revealed our background to you. For Boluo, I've also heard of your name. Although you were in a sorry state just now because of a robot, I know that you're just not good at combat. This train seems like a survival and slaughter type of instance, but in reality, there are still some mysteries. After Lin Yu finished speaking, without waiting for Fu Luo to speak, Wang Yuyang added. I've also heard of you. You do a lot of work for order. If you hear the name of our organization and don't want to act with us, I personally understand. Fu Luo coughed lightly. How could that be, Mr. Designer? Look at how fast I knelt just now, do I look like someone with such integrity? This instance isn't player versus player. What's wrong with us cooperating to clear it and having a good time? Could it be that someone will go out and report me to order? When Fu Luo said this, he patted his chest and guaranteed, everyone rest assured, leave the puzzles to me from now on. It just so happens that this train is probably owned by Truth Company, and I happen to have a lot of dealings with this company. Lin Yu also nodded. Very good, then let's go. As she spoke, Fu Luo was a little confused, eh? Where to? Ling Yan smiled and answered, while you were battling that useless robot just now, we did a lot of things, in short, now we're going to find the most likely existence behind the scenes on this train. A guy named Baron. Fu Luo was stunned for a moment, then spoke, Baron?
Could it be Baron Coleman of Truth Company, who was supposed to be executed for failing to assassinate the president?
These words startled everyone around.
You actually know?
Lin Yan was startled.
Holy crap, so the people on the forum were right. Fuzi, you really have something.
Chen Zhuo also exclaimed.
Pan Yuqiang triumphantly poked Wang Yuyan with her elbow. How about it? I was right to have you save him, wasn't I?
Of course, you rarely make mistakes.
Only Lin Yu was not surprised that Fu Luo knew a lot about this train.
Previously, on the snowy mountain, Fu Luo had already revealed that it was not his first time dealing with Truth Company.
What's more, just looking at the number of instances and not the rank. Fu Luo was indeed more experienced than Lin Yan, he might even have lived longer than Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang. But what surprised Lin Yu was.
Puncto also showed a look of surprise. Baron Coleman, I have a new friend. No, I should say a friend from when I first joined the company, named Jerry Coleman. Fu Luo had noticed the NPC in the crowd early on.
Seeing the F6 on his body and his attire, he frowned and asked, "What's your background?"
Met him in carriage 13. He was in a crazy state before, but now he's been woken up and has amnesia. He's a former field agent of Truth Company.
Lin Yu briefly introduced Puncto. Puncto also nodded. Yes, just call me Puncto. Fu Luo was silent for a while, then said, "It wouldn't be Delta Squad, would it?" Puncto was very surprised. How did you know?
Lin Yu added, although he might not remember, according to his ID card.
This guy is the leader of that Delta Squad.
Upon hearing this, Fu Luo's expression became even uglier. He took off his hat, clutched his hair, then a pained expression appeared on his face.
Damn. It's over. I should have thought of it just now. With 3 people from the Freedom Alliance gathered together, this instance definitely isn't simple at all. No way, are my promotion instances always so tricky?
Seeing Fu Luo's somewhat collapsing appearance, Lin Yu stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder.
You're a promotion instance? Never mind. That's not important. You should tell us first. What exactly is going on with Puncto and Baron Coleman?
Fu Luo raised his head, looking dejected. You idiot, I just said it. Baron Coleman's crime was assassinating the current president of Truth Company. And his accomplice was the leader of the Delta Squad of the Security Department's Field Operations Group. These 2 guys, according to the files of Truth Company, should have died 7 years ago.
This involves the top-level struggles within Truth Company. This is a factional struggle between the highest authorities.
And at A-level authority, one either has combat power comparable to a third order or can mobilize combat power of a similar level.
Like this Delta Squad leader you brought, although his authority is C, he has undergone 8 transformations and is one of the few successful creations of Truth Company's Calamity series.
Someone from the same series once killed a branch manager of the Marauders.
Lin Yu was very calm. So what? Isn't he on our side now? Puncto nodded. That's right. Although assassinating the president sounds a bit outrageous, I'm not crazy. And I believe Coleman isn't either. What's more, you said we're accomplices, perhaps he'll give me some face. Fu Luo became even more timid. No, this matter will definitely not go so smoothly.
As he spoke, he avoided Puncto, pulled Lin Yu and Lin Yan in front of him, and continued to say in a low, bitter voice. My promotion trial this time is to investigate the truth of the 3 wrongful cases on the despair train.
Believe me, when promotion is involved, it's definitely not that simple. What are you afraid of? Do you think we haven't been promoted before? Lin Yan said carelessly, even if it's a bit difficult, can we just not promote? If you're really worried, just don't investigate, Lin Yu said calmly. We're only looking for the Baron because we want to quickly figure out how to get tickets.
There's a variable called Great Purge on this train every 72 hours.
Just waiting might not be safe either.
When Fu Luo heard the words Great Purge, although he was startled, he still hesitated.
Stop being so wishy-washy, Lin Yan cursed, then turned to look at Pan Yuqiang. Hey, sister, lend me your man for a bit. Pan Yuqiang nodded slightly, and Wang Yuyan slowly walked over. What do you want me to do? Ling Yan pointed at Wang Yuyang and said fiercely again, the introduction just now was a bit hasty, let me reintroduce this designer who can date an executive of the Psychological Society. He just killed a dozen people in Dining Car 3 because he was in a bad mood, and the bounty on him at the Hunters Guild is enough to buy a house in Hai Cheng. You were already scared and knelt when you heard the name of our Freedom Alliance just now, so why are you still hesitating? Does that mean we're not as scary as Truth Company when we face off against them? Baron's hideout. After Lin Yu grabbed Fu Luo by the collar and dragged him to car no. 3, the pile of corpses inside the car once again confirmed that Lin Yan's words were not a bluff. Fu Luo couldn't help but be glad he had made the right choice. After the team regrouped, Lin Yu decided to officially meet Baron Coleman through the car door marked with the word roll, representing randomness. Perhaps because this group of people had good luck, Lin Yu and the others arrived in a brand new car in just one try. Unlike any car they had seen before, even the art style was a bit different. Instead, it was the connections between cars, the dark, narrow spaces filled with can eyeballs. This car was also dim, with only the flashing, blood-red D2 car number visible in the darkness. The only other light sources were the faint white glows at the bases of the large, stacked cans on both sides. However, these cans no longer contained eyeballs. The cans in the front row contained various organs. Some were hearts, some were stomachs and brains, but their size and shape didn't look human. In the rows behind these organ cans were some sleeping, pale human bodies, men, women, old, and young, all of different builds, curled up and invisible. Liquids, as if in a swaddle. This car no. 2 is really creepy. Lin Yan exclaimed. Chen Zhuo felt an even greater chill, shrinking back into the middle of the group out of fear. This time, he had become the most cowardly of the group. Fu Luo, on the other hand, was very calm, these things didn't seem to scare him. Sure enough, this is the Despair Train's modified core section. Fu Luo stepped forward and tapped a can, watching a string of fluorescent bubbles rise from the liquid inside. These organ cans are emotion amplification devices. Coupled with those eyeball cans as emotion detection devices, this train is indeed a very standard power supply unit design. Fu Luo's words left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Yu subconsciously asked, what about those cans with people in them? You hit the nail on the head. They are backup material cans. Fu Luo replied, a look of disgust on his face. Upon hearing Fu Luo's explanation, Punk Duo, the former Truth Company employee, couldn't help but speak up. May I ask who you are, sir? You're not some high-ranking official from the company, are you? Even he wasn't very clear about this information. Fu Luo just smiled, brother, you've been amnesiac and imprisoned here for a long time, so you certainly don't know who I am. If you were still properly serving as an outdoor team leader, you would know who I am. Oh, he's putting on airs. Lin Yan remarked. But it had to be admitted, Fu Luo did know a lot. Even Pan Yuqiang had dropped her previous condescension. It seems the organization's evaluation of him was indeed correct. Lin Yu also looked at Fu Luo, since you say this car is very important, do you have any suggestions? He was very aware of Fu Luo's capabilities. The fact that this guy had gone through 18 instances without advancing or dying was enough to prove that this person, who couldn't even defeat a robot, must have something extraordinary about him. Chen Zhuo surviving 4 instances safely was similar. This little fatty not only had good luck and a strong background, but also a natural charisma. Although he was a typical shut-in, encountering such a person in a death game instance, most people probably wouldn't harbor ill intentions towards him. The same applied to Fu Luo. And after seeing Fu Luo's full reasoning in the Snow Mountain instance, Lin Yu deeply trusted Fu Luo's judgment in such mysterious instances. Especially since that time, they were also facing the mess left by the Truth Company. Sure enough, Fu Luo pondered for a moment and then spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Baron Coleman, you must already be watching us. Rather, you're not in car no. 1. You're right here, aren't you? Fu Luo said, spreading his hands. Come out, Baron, there's no point in hiding in the dark. The car was silent. Wang Yang looked at Fu Luo, Falborough, what's going on? Lin Yu, however, reacted, he's bluffing the Baron. Fu Luo calmly withdrew his hands, his expression serene, unfortunately, he's not here, so he wasn't fooled by me. I thought that with the lighting so dim, he must be hiding somewhere. After all, although we randomly came to car no. 2, there are many cans here. While I don't know what's in car no. 1, if it were me, I would definitely hide here. Chenjua couldn't help but look at Fu Luo, somewhat impressed. Fuzi, you're amazing, I'd be so embarrassed. Fu Luo smiled faintly, I am indeed terribly embarrassed, I'm just putting on a brave face right now. That damn Baron Coleman made me lose face. Li Nian chuckled, you're quite interesting, Falborough. Just not very good at your job. Falborough's face flushed even more, I was just trying it out, analysis always involves trial and error. But Lin Yu suddenly spoke. No, Falborough's analysis was not wrong. After speaking, he walked towards a can. That can was mixed among the material cans, and inside, a somewhat tall and well-proportioned man was immersed, floating with his knees hugged to his chest. Lin Yu tapped the can. Esteemed Baron, you can stop playing dead now. The can remained motionless. You won't admit it? I suppose. After all, my companion just tried to bluff you, and you should have some way of seeing others' emotions. It seems I still need to state a reasoning process that will convince you. However, I'm simply looking for differences. Lin Yu calmly looked at the other cans. All the remaining cans contain people of all ages and genders, but they all have one thing in common. They are emaciated to an unhealthy degree. They must be the lowest rung of the city that never sleeps, whether they sold their bodies to the Truth Company or were disappeared persons. In any case, your physique is too healthy, sir. Someone with this build is certainly not consumable material, at least not the kind to be made into these consumables soaked in cans. Lin Yu said, then calmly continued. Of course, if you observe carefully after noticing this, you'll find that your posture also seems to be blocking your face and vital points. And your liquid. Its polarization is also different from the other liquids, probably because yours needs to sustain life, while the others only need to be preserved. The man in the can opened his eyes and straightened his body. Unlike the completely naked bodies of the others, he wore extremely tight shorts, and a highly futuristic mask covered his curled-up face. Through the transparent outer shell of the can, he looked at Lin Yu. Then, a sound, slightly clearer than before but still with some noisy static, echoed through the car. Extremely clever. It's a pleasure to meet you, esteemed lady. Negotiations with the Baron. Undoubtedly, the man in the jar before him was the most prestigious Baron on this Despair Express. And when he revealed half of his face, Puncto, who had rushed forward in a few steps, confirmed that he was indeed Coleman. My goodness, Jerry Coleman, it really is you. You've matured too much compared to what I remember. You can just say I've aged, if you want. Baron Coleman in the jar turned slightly and looked at Puncto. Do you think you're still very young? Oh, you're sober now but your memory isn't complete, so you probably do think you're very young. The noisy static sound once again emanated from the broadcasting device inside the carriage. Lin Yu listened to Coleman's words and immediately drew a conclusion. The relationship between Baron Coleman and Puncto was definitely close. Although Puncto had lost that memory now and treated Coleman more like a familiar colleague. But the teasing tone in Coleman's words just now made Lin Yu feel that his attitude towards Puncto was, at its core, one of closeness. Alright, fellow, you haven't remembered anything, and there's no way to catch up with you, and now isn't a good occasion for it either. Let me chat more with this lady instead. Baron Coleman said, looking at Lin Yu again. Alright, madam. What should I call you? You can call me Zhuming, Lin Yu said calmly. Madam Zhuming, Baron Coleman said, I want to know, what did you come for? Tickets, Lin Yu said concisely, I need to know how to get tickets, a fast, effective, and genuinely obtainable method. Baron Coleman chuckled softly at the remark, you are indeed very clever, realizing that the ticket fragments everyone on this train is scrambling for are the least efficient means. After all, it's for collecting despair-type emotions. If they could get it just by working hard, wouldn't that be too much of a pity? Lin Yu said calmly, and I'm not that clever either. Why do you say that? Coleman asked, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave his answer, because I still thought the ticket fragments method was a complete scam. Coleman, immersed in liquid inside the jar, visibly paused, and then laughter echoed through the carriage. Ha, ha, ha. What an interesting thought. It's a good thing you're not a high-ranking executive at the Truth Company. Then, Coleman scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe and spoke again. No wonder I couldn't see through your soul. I thought it was some kind of divine concealment. Now it seems it's simply because you yourself cannot be seen through. However, business is business. You want the answer about the tickets, what can you give me in exchange? Lin Yu looked at Baron Coleman and pointed to Puncto beside him. Isn't rescuing your friend from madness enough? Baron Coleman in the jar had deep eyes. This was not my request. Lin Yu hadn't really expected to get the answer to the question for free, he was just trying it out. So, after Baron Coleman refused, he remained calm. All right, Your Excellency the Baron, since you think I'm a clever person. And you've witnessed my companion's strength, why not commission me? I want tickets to leave this train. You know how to leave here but have never left, which means you can't leave here. But you must still have things you want to do, right? At least, that incident that caused you and Puncto to fall to this state back then, you yourself didn't finish. When Lin Yu said this, Baron Coleman understood his meaning. The value of that matter far exceeds the method of obtaining tickets, Baron Coleman replied. Then you can make up for it with something else, Lin Yu said easily. I certainly don't mind making the trade more fair. I think you misunderstood me, or you deliberately want me to be direct, Coleman said. You should be clear about what I did back then. I want to kill the current president of the Truth Company, that Paris who has already become a monster. In the 10 years I've been trapped on the train, he has become even more terrifying. If you can make such a promise so easily, I can only suspect. You simply don't understand how terrifying he is. As Coleman spoke, Lin Yu stared at him. Yes, I don't understand that President Paris. To be honest, although I know some things about the Truth Company, I don't know enough. But, dear Baron, I think you don't understand me enough either. With that, Lin Yu took out the identity card belonging to Wolvaletti with his left hand. Coleman glanced at it, then sighed. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder you could temporarily restore Puncto to normal. You actually have his identity card. Did you inherit his legacy? In a sense, it's me, Lin Yu said calmly, and I've cleaned up the mess he never managed to sort out. Coleman let out a breath. All right, I admit you have some skills, but even so, Paris is to you. Look a little closer. Lin Yu brought the card closer, almost pressing it against the outside of the jar, his sleeve also slipping slightly, revealing his slender, pale arm. Coleman glanced at the identity card, finding nothing unusual. But soon, this Baron, who was also undoubtedly a clever man, noticed what Lin Yu truly wanted him to see. The slowly appearing gray mark on the other's wrist. His pupils constricted, and a string of bubbles emerged from under his mask. The next moment, the Baron's index finger pressed against his temple, and a muffled thud came from beneath the jar. Then, the transparent liquid began to drop rapidly. In just a moment, the liquid inside the jar was drained. After emptying, Baron Coleman landed on the ground and stood firm, the transparent barrier in front of him slowly descending downwards. The drenched Baron took off his mask and lowered his voice. It was the first time he had spoken in his original voice. It seemed to be somewhat hoarse, perhaps from not speaking for too long. Madame Zhuming, I now believe in your abilities. He understood Lin Yu's intention. This mark was something that couldn't even be shown to his companion behind him. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy really knew his stuff. From the beginning, he hadn't thought that using the Wolvaletti connection would impress the Baron. Although as Puncto's past gradually surfaced, Lin Yu vaguely felt that Wolvaletti, despite perhaps only having B-level authority, might have A rather high position within the Truth Company for some reason. But ultimately, it was still B-level. The strength of chat was certainly high, but that was an accident, caused by timing and circumstances. To persuade a baron who might have A-level authority, he needed a more convincing identity. So, Lin Yu remembered Wolvaletti, who had recognized his identity in the Snow Mountain instance. Therefore, Lin Yu guessed. Perhaps Baron Coleman could do the same. And facts proved that his guess was correct. Coleman indeed recognized the mark on his hand as being bestowed by a deity. However, there was also bad news, which was that Coleman knew his stuff a little too well. Although I no longer doubt your abilities, I now have some doubts. Will you truly fulfill your agreement? Professional team. Although the mark of the God of Change made Baron Coleman more wary of Lin Yu's character, he ultimately chose to trust Lin Yu. The reason was simple: it's hard for me to find someone more suitable than you. After leaving the tank, Baron Coleman touched the back of his neck, as if flipping a switch. A dark, tight-fitting garment slowly materialized on his body out of thin air. It's been a long time since I've been out. I'm actually a bit unaccustomed to it, Baron Coleman said with a sigh. Lin Yu looked at the Baron, who was moving his limbs and seemed to be readapting to controlling his body, and asked, "How long have you been in that tank?" 6 full years, Coleman said calmly, "about the same amount of time I've been on this train." That's quite a long time. Was it to better control this train? Coleman nodded. That's right. Although my authority was retained, this project wasn't my responsibility after all. I still had to use some methods to bypass the systems. Security. What are your permissions? I'm quite sure you can't monitor every part of this train, as I've already swiped the card I showed you once before. As Lin Yu spoke, Coleman sighed helplessly. I can only see text-based summary reports for each car, and give simple commands to automated sentry-type active machinery, otherwise, I wouldn't have given those people on the train various items to help them influence the situation of this train. Of course, having been on the train for so long, my knowledge and understanding are still sufficient. Although I cannot leave this train, I know very well how to leave it, Coleman said. So your control over this train comes entirely from your personal abilities. I initially thought you truly had supreme authority over this train. Lin Yu said regretfully, it seems the negotiations between the people protecting you and the one you assassinated didn't go very smoothly, or rather, it's already quite good that they managed to save both you and Punk from that side. Baron Coleman's eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise on his face. You actually know these inside stories? No, I just guessed, Lin Yu said indifferently. This might be a secret to your Truth Company, but there's nothing new under the sun, my dear Baron. The fact that a high-ranking member of another faction, who orchestrated the assassination of a faction leader, was not actually dead but imprisoned and exiled to a certain jail, certainly meant that others were still operating. And Fu Luo's mention that Coleman was already dead in the dossier further corroborated this point. It seems you still possess something that makes the very top echelons of Truth Company reluctant to kill you, Lin Yu said softly. Baron Coleman showed a look of appreciation. Aside from your faith still making me somewhat doubtful of your credibility, I am becoming more and more satisfied with you as a person. Then why don't we be more open? You already feel that your offer isn't fair anyway. Lin Yu looked at Baron Coleman and said with a smile. Baron Coleman understood Lin Yu's meaning. The other party wanted to know the reason he was allowed to live. That is, the secret he had hidden, which even the highest echelons of Truth Company coveted. It wouldn't hurt to tell you, but the time is not yet ripe, Baron Coleman said, waving his hand. All right, now that I've left the tank, this is no longer a place to linger. Everyone, follow me. His last few words suddenly increased in volume. What had initially been a private conversation with Lin Yu and Punk had now become an announcement to everyone else. The deal is done. I will now show you the most convenient way to get a train ticket, Baron Coleman said, turning and walking towards the other end of the carriage. Hearing Baron Coleman's words, Chen Zhuo scratched his head. Holy cow, Zhu Ming, is that amazing? After jabbering on for ages, he just directly pulled this boss-like character into our camp. And, the Baron said he'd take us to find tickets. Does that mean we're going to clear the dungeon easily? Lin Yan looked at Wang Yuyang. How about it, Brother Wang? She's got some skills, right? Wang Yuyang then looked at Pan Yuqiang. What do you think? Based on the dungeon control and layout capabilities she's shown so far, I think she's already an undisputed S rank, Pan Yuqiang said softly. I see, Wang Yuyang said, then pondered for a moment, but my gut feeling is that this dungeon shouldn't be that simple yet. It's better to be careful. Fu Luo also agreed. That's right, involving the top echelons of Truth Company, I'm afraid there will be more twists and turns. Lin Yan was a bit displeased upon hearing this. As Zhu Ming's introducer to the Freedom Alliance, she and Zhu Ming somewhat felt a sense of shared glory. What, you don't trust Zhu Ming's negotiation skills? Wang Yuyang hadn't even explained when Fu Luo quickly shook his head. No, not at all. We believe this Baron should have been persuaded, but the variable might not necessarily come from the Baron himself. Lin Yan frowned slightly. That makes sense. As they spoke, the group had already followed the three people in front to the carriage door. On the dark carriage wall, an unopened door was tightly shut. It was different from all the doors they had encountered before. The lock on this door was a mechanical structure. A metal doorknob and keyhole stood in the darkness. It's such a primitive lock. Of course, because Carriage 1 was originally designed as the driver's cabin and internal personnel carriage, and after modification, it still remains the central control of the entire train, Baron Coleman said. The tradition of Truth Company is that the more core the place, the more primitive and simple the security measures, relying on physical measures and mechanical structures. That's also why I haven't fully controlled this train for 6 years. He specifically added, clearly a bit bothered by Lin Yu's words just now. So you haven't been to Carriage 1 either? Lin Yu asked. Baron Coleman did not shy away. Yes, but I can roughly understand what's inside from the reports. He turned to look at the remaining few who had gathered closer. To enter Carriage 1, you need to find the key. The key is stored in the maintenance box outside the carriage. Each carriage connection actually has a hidden passage to the outside of the carriage. Although the Despair train is extremely fast and the carriage exterior is very dangerous, with your skills. Lin Yan interrupted Baron Coleman's suddenly issued side quest. Calm down, old man, don't constrain us with your conventional thinking. Let me show you my methods. I'm a divine thief. To open a door with a keyhole using a key, that would be too insulting to my profession. Saying that, Lin Yan pushed Baron Coleman aside, then reached her finger into the keyhole. And almost instantly, click! The door opened. Pass through. Because Lin Yan's lockpicking speed was so incredibly fast, by the time she had finished and the door was open, Baron Coleman had only just managed to utter his warning. Although this lock has a mechanical structure, any violent damage or will trigger an alarm. But looking at the open door, the Baron was stunned. That truly is an ability beyond common sense. Let alone the Baron, none of the players present understood how this master thief had operated. However, Lin Yan generously demonstrated it. Between her two fingers, she held several clear yellow metal components. Those were the core and bolt of the mechanical lock. This little girl hadn't used any lock-picking tools, she had directly stolen the lock bolt and core. This way, it naturally wasn't considered violent disassembly. Because the components responsible for the alarm were also clamped between her fingers. Your methods for prying things open are getting more impressive. Wang Yuyang exclaimed, and Lin Yan casually tucked these items into her pocket. Thanks for the compliment anyway, let's go. She casually pulled open the train car door. Then, what came into view was a carriage completely opposite to car No. 2, bright as day. And all the light came from the only thing within this entire car No. 1. In the very center of this car, a giant tank emitting white light, reaching from the ceiling to the floor. The liquid inside contained hundreds of thousands of aggregated, glowing human heads. These heads were crowded and stacked together,
with white light emanating from every orifice. And they were even still alive, each with varied and changing expressions. Some were frowning in deep thought, others were scowling and gnashing their teeth, or crying out in sorrow. And when combined, they formed a new outline resembling a giant human head. This aggregated head looked like it had 4 faces from a distance, also changing with different expressions of sorrow, anger, grief, envy, and despair.
What is that thing? It makes me want to puke.
Chenhua's face was extremely pale. Rather than terrifying, this thing was more like something that caused physiological discomfort just by looking at it. Fu Luo also winced slightly. This is Truth Company's most advanced energy conversion core. The Furnace of Despair. It is also the greatest purpose of this despair train's existence. Baron Coleman nodded. Indeed, this is the Furnace of Despair. It is a highly efficient energy collection and conversion device, capable of collecting a wide spectrum of emotions, almost spanning all negative emotions except for fear. Not only that, after multiple upgrades, maintenance, and self-learning, it now possesses near intelligence. The current despair train operates almost automatically. All designs, including cleansing and other stages, are self-developed by it.
Of course, that also includes the tickets that allow people to leave this train. Coleman said calmly.
The so-called ticket is actually a reward given by this Furnace of Despair, a commendation for having provided enough energy on this train. So, whether you have been constantly oppressing, intimidating, or beating others, causing a great deal of pain, or if your own emotions are particularly strong and pure, you have a chance to receive the ticket fragments it issues. And the tickets formed by those ticket fragments are not actually tickets for the despair train, but rather tickets for Truth Company's Sleepless City VIP Express. So, in essence, the ticket is no different from the distributed supplies. They are both a kind of material reward. It's just the ultimate grand prize.
After Baron Coleman's explanation, Lin Yu slowly came back to his senses.
He had been observing the heads in the tank, so much so that he had become somewhat engrossed.
So many genuine expressions, so many intense emotional outpourings, were simply too wonderful a performance material library for Lin Yu, and he could even compare them. So he couldn't help but study for a while.
Realizing that Coleman had finished his main business, Lin Yu then shifted his mind from acting back to the instance.
Oh, so that's how it is.
But although you've explained the principle, you haven't given the most efficient method. The most efficient method is, of course, to trick this foolish furnace. Coleman walked forward and tapped the tank, although Punk is better at
this. It's just about cheating the detection program.
Even I, a civilian, can do it, he said, then touched his neck again. Then, while Baron Coleman's expression remained normal, a series of sobs began around his body. Subsequently, the sobs turned into wailing,
as if every cell in his body was grieving.
All the heads in the tank looked at Coleman, and they too showed expressions of collective sorrow.
All 4 giant faces seemed to be shedding tears.
They opened their mouths and chanted in unison.
Thank you for your despair.
Then, the top of the carriage opened, and a large number of robots poured out, but these did not look aggressive at all. They dropped a large amount of food, daily necessities, and weapons, among which were naturally mixed, many falling like snowflakes.
Ticket fragments.
Large swaths of ticket fragments floated down, and Lin Yu reached out to catch a few that gathered together. Soon, those fragments automatically
condensed into a complete golden ticket.
In the hands of the other players, a golden ticket also appeared.
Instance item ticket, one of the clearance credentials for this instance. Holding this ticket and taking this Sleepless City VIP Express to leave will achieve clearance.
Wang Yuyan looked at the ticket in his hand, turning it over and over, somewhat incredulous.
We actually got it this simply.
Baron Coleman exhaled, his face a little pale. It seemed the previous operation had taken a toll on him. Although there are no mandatory measures, I hope you will honor the agreement.
Of course, Lin Yu said calmly, but let me ask one more thing. How do I use this ticket? You don't know about something like this? Baron Coleman was a bit surprised, then explained, the Sleepless City VIP Express is very famous.
It is an absolutely neutral transportation organization jointly established by 3 giant corporations in 5 major families, and it is the preferred choice for important figures in Sleepless City to travel secretly under specific circumstances. This thing can take you from anywhere to any other place, absolute guarantee of privacy and safety. As long as you have a ticket, even the most powerful person in Sleepless City cannot know your itinerary or harm you during the journey. Tear this ticket, and the express will come for you itself. Each has its own needs. Without a doubt, no matter how incredible it seemed, under Lin Yu's design, they had indeed all obtained the clearance certificates. To clear the instance, they only needed to tear this train ticket and then quietly wait for the magical special car to arrive. Shenhua happily prepared to act, looking at Lin Yu as he said, "We're clearing it just like that. This is truly the easiest instance I've ever been in. You really get what you pay for." However, apart from Shenhua, everyone else held their tickets without a sound. After a long while, Fu Luo finally sighed and spoke. "Can I leave first? You still have a promotion trial, why not try to complete it? Besides, it's not really appropriate to leave now," Lin Yu said indifferently. "We should stick together, Mr. Fort Polo." Only then did Shenhua belatedly realize, although they had obtained the clearance certificate, Lin Yu didn't seem to intend to leave just yet. Li Nian and Wang Yuyang remained silent. Although Zhu Ming was not an official member of the Freedom Alliance, Wang Yuyang and Li Nian knew very well, after this instance, Zhu Ming's joining them was almost a certainty. Zhu Ming had already fulfilled one of the joining conditions, and although he unexpectedly met Wang Yuyang in this instance, it also met the condition of undergoing an instance simultaneously with 2 Freedom Alliance members. As for whether they wanted Zhu Ming to join, an S-rank potential rating from the Psychology Society alone was enough. Therefore, in their eyes, Lin Yu was already considered one of their own. Lin Yu's decision, naturally, had to be supported. What's more, Lin Yu's decision was precisely what they had also wanted. Seeing that Shenhua and Fu Luo, those 2 cowards, seemed puzzled, Pan Yuqiang smiled and began to explain. "Let me explain to our new friend, rather than rushing to clear every instance, when encountering certain safer instances, or when there's already a way out, staying in the instance to seek greater benefits is a better choice in the long run. I believe no one joins the death game just to survive week by week, so you need to look at the bigger picture. In this instance, we already have the means to exit at any time, and 2 powerful NPCs are on our side. Why not try to strive for greater benefits?" Pan Yuqiang said with a smile. Of course, she didn't fully explain one point to these 2 who hadn't promoted yet, which was the point Lin Yu had only recently learned. Operating within the instance world of the death game to expand one's influence actually seems to benefit players. In other words, if benefits are simply understood as items, staying might yield gains, but there's also a high possibility it could be a thankless task. But if one understands that creating influence itself is beneficial, then this action is a sure win. This was also Lin Yu's main reason for choosing to stay. He was too eager to know what the privilege unlocked by First Order actually was. Shenhua was somewhat dazed but eventually nodded. "I understand." But Fu Luo said with a bitter face, "Then why do I have to stay too? If you call the special car alone, who knows if there will be any variables, and aren't you a clever kid?" Li Nian said grumpily, "Just relax and follow along, so many masters are taking you for free, what more do you want?" Due to the lingering intimidation from before, Fu Luo could only nod. Just like that, all the players reached a consensus strategy after a brief negotiation. And seeing that no one left after getting the tickets, Baron Coleman was initially a bit surprised. But as a smart man, he quickly found a reasonable answer himself. "Ha, indeed, you probably went through a lot of trouble to get onto this train, and you specifically sought me out. How could it just be for a way to get off the train?" Baron Coleman looked at Lin Yu. "While not unexpected, you did hold back, tell me your true intentions." Lin Yu chuckled. This chuckle, while performed to show confidence, was also half genuine joy from successfully deceiving the other party. The best way to deal with a smart person is to let him deceive himself. "Our true intentions?"
In fact, we're not a monolithic group, everyone has different objectives. Since you want to be frank, that's good. The tickets are already in hand, and we've seen your sincerity anyway. My words are probably the least trustworthy in your eyes, so let others speak. First. Saying this, Lin Yu walked to the back of the group and pulled out Fu Luo. Baron, you're asking about our true intentions, you speak first. Lin Yu patted Fu Luo's shoulder, lowering his voice. Don't lie to this guy. Fu Luo reacted quickly, soon understanding Lin Yu's purpose. Staying was to strive for benefits, and as for how to strive, it was actually a matter of taking it one step at a time. But Fu Luo's goal was the clearest and most specific, and he also understood the Truth Company the best. Therefore, he was the most suitable to speak first. As his thoughts raced, Fu Luo gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't run anyway, he might as well take a gamble. Coincidentally, this train indeed held the mystery that interested him most. I am a detective, and I received a commission task. Someone told me that there are 3 unjust cases on this train that need my investigation. Fu Luo carefully chose his words, revealing the content of his promotion trial. I want to know which unjust cases they are, and what their true facts are. As Fu Luo spoke, Baron Coleman looked at him. An interesting reason, but it's the truth. The identity of your employer, never mind, you probably can't say, and I'm too lazy to guess. It's probably one of the few prominent figures in the city that never sleeps. Baron Coleman said, waving his hand. Fu Luo returned a smile to the confident Baron Coleman, inwardly grumbling. It's really not one of the people you know. After all, the publisher of this commission was the system. And after Fu Luo stated his needs, Lin Yan also clarified her thoughts. She stepped forward. I just heard that there are a lot of new gadgets from the Truth Company on this despair train. Many concept machines and prototypes are brought onto it. As I said earlier, I'm a thief, and a thief who is affectionately called a divine thief by everyone. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed, Baron. Since I've come to such a good place, I don't want to leave with empty hands. Disband. One was entrusted by someone, and the other sought wealth. Baron Coleman pondered for a moment, then nodded, looking at the remaining few. Pan Yuchang smiled and said, I'm interested in most of the Truth Company's items, but since I've come to the despair train and seen such a magnificent masterpiece. She looked at the jar in the center of the first carriage. I definitely can't take this thing with me, but, whether it's a blueprint or a component, it would be good to find a way to take one. Wang Yuyan looked at his girlfriend in surprise. Alright, if you want it. I'll try later. Baron Coleman looked at the couple and laughed heartily. Ha, interesting, you're setting your sights on the despair furnace. What about you? He looked at Chenjua. Me? I genuinely just want to get off the train, Chenjua said, scratching his head. Honestly. I'm really just here to make up the numbers. Baron Coleman scrutinized Chenjua. It's truly genuine emotion. Then your situation is easy to handle. Baron Coleman took out a card from his and tossed it to Chenjua. Lin Yan caught it in the air before Chenjua could reach out. Coleman Hunt, you're directly giving out identity cards, Baron. That's a bit too generous. Despite saying that, Lin Yan wasn't greedy for the card at all and handed it back to Chenjua. Coleman didn't pay attention to Lin Yan's actions and looked at Chenjua. With this card, you can go anywhere you want on the despair train. Inanimate objects won't harm you, and living people won't dare to. Find a dining car, sit down, eat and drink, and when your companions are ready, you can all get off the train together. You don't have to return it to me before getting off, just take it with you. Your companions should have told you that although I am trapped here, my authority has not disappeared. Just be careful when using it outside. Although 7 years have passed, it's not impossible for someone to cause you trouble. Coleman said calmly. Chenjua took the card, flattered. Even though he had only gone through 4 instances, he knew how precious this item was. This was not just an amulet that would allow him to move around the train alone without fear for his life.
Shenhua had already seen how Lin Yu used the authority card to set up his plans step by step. Although he had only heard of the Truth Company for the first time, so many experts valued this faction so highly, so it must indeed be very important. To obtain an A-level authority card from this company, how could Shenhua not be flattered? He looked at Baron Coleman with great gratitude. Baron, you are truly too generous. I don't know how to repay you. Baron Coleman smiled. Being able to take this card out is a repayment in itself. Shenhua nodded, then also looked at Lin Yu with similar gratitude. He knew very well that he could gain such a huge benefit, besides luck and his own honesty, was mainly because of that Zhu Ming. Baron Coleman was giving her face, he was benefiting from being her companion. In fact, without the veterinarian's exquisite schemes and arrangements, he wouldn't even have met Baron Coleman. After returning to the second carriage, go to the end. After entering the door, you will randomly appear in any carriage. But be careful, the first wave of random pursuit is about to come. Although you won't be a target with the authority card, you will still die if you are caught in the crossfire. The Baron said calmly. Then he also looked at Lin Yan and Pan Yuqiang. The things you want, whether it's the company's new gadgets or the blueprints for this despair furnace, are not stored in the passenger compartment section. When the despair train was first designed as an ordinary passenger train, a cargo hold section for luggage was designed, it was just later modified and sealed. The original cargo hold was converted into a temporary warehouse, used to store the weapons and sentinels for cleansing and creating despair. Its location is directly above us. There is actually space above the ceiling of each carriage, and there are passages at the carriage connections that lead directly up, although they are closed. I think with the means of Ms. Thief just now, opening them shouldn't be difficult. After solving Chinjua's problem, Coleman also pointed Lin Yan and the others in the right direction. Thank you, although Zhu Ming agreed to it herself. If there's an opportunity later, when I meet the CEO of the Truth Company, I'll find a way to make him uncomfortable. As for whether I can kill him, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Lin Yan held her index and middle fingers together on her left hand, forming a sword finger gesture, and lightly waved it at her temple, saluting Baron Coleman. Although the gesture was a bit new to Baron Coleman, he still understood Lin Yan's intention and returned the salute in kind. Thank you, madam. Wang Yuyang also spoke on behalf of his girlfriend. Baron, I can't guarantee whether I can deal with the CEO of the Truth Company, and your remuneration is not enough for me to risk my life against someone of that level, but I want to ask, do you have a personal grudge against him alone, or is his entire faction your enemy? Baron Coleman understood Wang Yuyang's intention. Oh, of course, it's the latter. Thank you, sir. Wang Yuyang nodded. That's good. As long as I confirm they are his subordinates and I can deal with them, I will kill them for you if conditions permit. Baron Coleman saluted again. That would be excellent. I wish you and your wife a happy marriage. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang's gaze became a rare sight of slight confusion, and his voice also stammered uncharacteristically. Actually, she's not quite my wife yet. Pan Yuqiang nudged him with her elbow. Wang Yuyang immediately spoke fluently, his expression solemn. But thank you for your blessing. I will work hard to make her my wife. Lin Yan couldn't stand it anymore. I can't take it anymore, Chinhua, let's go. I'll take you to the dining car. Brother Wang, what the hell are you telling people that for? Lin Yan, holding Chinhua who was clutching the card, walked towards the second carriage. Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang also stopped negotiating with Baron Coleman and followed Lin Yan. Damn it, you two won't leave if I don't, right? Stop following me. Yan, we're going to the same place. Then I'm not going to be with you too. Stay away from me. The four noisily left the first carriage. Fu Luo also somewhat understood. After the Baron personally confirmed from Zhu Ming that their team was somewhat hastily put together, he very much wanted to create an opportunity to talk with her alone. The other two Freedom Alliance guys leaving voluntarily also had the unspoken meaning of making way. So, Fu Luo also quickly stepped forward. He also wanted to quickly find a place to hide and avoid getting involved in the mess. But as soon as Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu interrupted him. He has to stay. Baron Coleman nodded. He wants to know the truth of the unjust case, so he indeed doesn't need to leave. Even the always silent Puncto, after Lin Yan and her group left, silently reclosed the first carriage door and jammed the doorknob with the stick in his hand. Fu Luo looked at the three taciturn people, opening his mouth. Didn't anyone consider the opinion of the person involved? Baron Coleman's past. For Fu Luo, he had gradually grown accustomed to the feeling of his opinions being ignored. Looking at Lin Yu, Coleman, and Puncter, Fu Luo sighed. Damn it, fine, we'll stay then. He leaned back against the carriage wall and then sighed. So, the so-called unjust cases must have happened to one or two of you, right? Baron Coleman nodded. Of course, if you're talking about unjust cases, Puncter and I each indeed have one that we've carried for many years. Puncter was stunned for a moment. Me? I have one too. I've really forgotten too many things. Puncter rubbed his temples, speaking with a pained expression. Speaking of grievances, it couldn't be that you two weren't behind the assassination of that Truth Company president, could it? Lin Yu asked. Baron Coleman denied Lin Yu's question. No, that incident was indeed our doing. Rather, it was precisely because of the injustice I carried that I resolved to assassinate the president. He looked at Fu Luo. No one who has been slandered doesn't wish for their good name to be cleared. Since you're here for the injustice I carry, I'll tell you then. Baron Coleman cleared his throat, then began to speak. 8 years ago, after I had just been promoted to supervisor of Truth Company's R&D department's No. 7 independent laboratory and obtained a 2-level clearance, I discovered some discrepancies in the lab's log archives. There were inconsistencies between the funding accounts and the actual project funds. At first, I thought it was just the previous supervisor or some researchers in the lab misappropriating funds, but then I realized something was wrong. Because if it were misappropriation of funds, everyone who enters the lab is smart. They shouldn't leave behind flaws that I could spot immediately, especially since my entry into Lab No. 7 was a legitimate transfer and promotion, which meant that before I became supervisor of this lab, the previous supervisor and others qualified to tamper with project funds had at least half a month to balance the books and make everything look perfect. So, at that time, I considered 2 possibilities. One was that someone deliberately left this flaw, wanting to draw me, the new supervisor, into their group. As long as I didn't report it, they would contact me. And since the flaw was left so obviously, it meant they had already prepared a scapegoat. They might even have backing within the company's board of directors and the highest executive levels, so they weren't afraid if I didn't cooperate. Even if I reported it, it wouldn't cause them significant harm. This was quite an implicit invitation. So I planned to accept it. Hearing this, Puncter on the side couldn't help himself. Jerry Coleman Hunter. A few years after these memories I have now, how did you become so smooth? Puncter couldn't help but call out his full name. Baron Coleman was not a nickname, but a genuine title. Although Nightless City was technologically advanced, its system was relatively backward, still having many powerful figures and noble classes. His mother came from a prominent background, so he inherited his baronial title from her. His true surname was actually Hunter. And because of certain old family matters, very few people who associated with him would call him by his full name. Puncter calling him that clearly showed he was genuinely shocked, and it implied his disapproval. Baron Coleman smiled, also addressing his old friend by his full name, Puncter von Valetti. There's no need to hide it if you want to call me cunning and slippery. You just need to know that at that time, we were already bosom friends, and our personal relationship was almost like that of biological brothers. You weren't clean either by then. Although he wore a smile and spoke in a calm tone, Lin Yu detected the anger in Coleman's words. I changed so quickly too? Puncter said in disbelief. Fu Luo couldn't help but interject, I'm not saying anything, but if you were a good person, you wouldn't have been chosen for the eightfold calamity modification. What is that? Punctor scratched his head, looking bewildered. Alright, don't interrupt, we'll talk about you later, Baron Coleman stiffly cut off the topic. In short, I waited 3 days and no one came to find me, so I realized this was actually another situation. Someone still deliberately left this loophole, but it wasn't an invitation, but a hint. It wasn't that someone wanted to pull me into some small group for embezzling public funds, but rather that within Lab No. 7, there truly existed a ghost project, directly under someone at the very top, that even my A2 level clearance was insufficient to know about. So, I went to investigate. Baron Coleman said. Wow, you actually went to investigate. That's a classic curiosity killed the cat opening, Fu Luo exclaimed. From what I know of the Truth Company's style, you should have turned a blind eye. Lin Yu glanced at Fu Luo, wanting to retort, you're one to talk about curiosity killing the cat. But Zhu Ming and Furburo were not familiar, so Lin Yu held back the retort. The Truth Company has that style, but I don't, Baron Coleman said, looking at Lin Yu, and what I discovered next can answer your 2 questions. Madam. Why I was left alive, and why I ended up with Punctor and ultimately chose to assassinate President Paris. Because I spent nearly 3 months discovering what that ghost project, which was consuming massive funds, actually was. To be precise, it wasn't just a single ghost project affiliated with independent Lab No. 7. 3, 6, 7, 8, 12. Out of Truth Company's 12 independent laboratories, I found the same accounting problems in 4 of them as in No. 7. In Labs No. 3 and No. 12, there even appeared ghost employees, several extra B-level clearance accounts that didn't belong to any researcher I knew. And this is just the part 1 investigated. If you combine these people and money, it would piece together an entire new ghost laboratory. Some influential board member or executive decision maker, or a top-level supervisor, secretly established a laboratory that other high-ranking officials might not permit, to research some forbidden subject. When I investigated this far, I also realized I seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary, but at the time, although I was nervous, I didn't feel like I had reached a dead end. After all, I was still thinking I could join, Coleman said, pausing. But that naive idea stopped once I learned the actual content of their research. The project created by this ghost laboratory originated from a subject and technology that had been ordered to be halted 50 years ago. Coleman looked directly at Lin Yu. All of that technology came from an A-level researcher, Professor Dot. And Professor Dot had only one proud student in his life, whose name was Will Valetti. The value of fear. Will Valetti, what the F***ck, it's him. Before Lin Yu could react, Fu Luo became excited and looked at Pankadwa. I heard your last name was Valetti just now and thought something was off, so it's you. Granduncle. Pankadwa prompted him. Granduncle? Fu Luo was surprised, then couldn't help but mutter, your grandfather and your dad seem to have had children quite early, huh? Coleman looked at Fu Luo. You actually know Will Valetti too? Fu Luo waved his hand. What do you mean I know him? I'm not boasting, buddy, the last person in this world to see Will Valetti might just be me. For borrow. At that time, in a vast snowy mountain range. Then, Fu Luo suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, wait a minute, did you just say two? I also know Will Valetti, meaning this sister knows him too, right? Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu shrugged, yes, and I still have his access card and notebook. Lin Yu once again showed the ancient notebook and Will Valetti's ID card. And he, of course, knew Fu Luo would recognize these 2 items. But Lin Yu wasn't afraid of creating any loopholes by taking them out, because Lin Yu had set up the conditions from the beginning. Both Lin Yan and Chen Zhua had heard Lin Yu's explanation. These things were all given by friends. Going further back, the fact that Zhu Ming and Mei had a friendship was also reliable. Sure enough, Fu Luo's eyes widened as he looked at these two items. How did they end up in your hands? Hearing Fu Luo's words, Lin Yu calmly turned his head and stared at Fu Luo. What do you mean in my hands? These were originally mine. Are you trying to say they're yours? As Lin Yu spoke, Fu Luo opened his mouth, then said. But I've seen these things in previous dungeons. I should be the last person to have seen them. Then, Fu Luo reacted. You bought them? Lin Yu shook his head. I didn't buy them, a friend gave them to me, or rather, it was an exchange. As he spoke, Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu in surprise. What is your friend's profession? Lin Yu frowned slightly, looking as if he had realized something. Wait a minute, so he must have met you in that dungeon. He also mentioned when he went to Zhengcheng that he received help from some friends. My friend's profession is Dr. Dot. As Lin Yu spoke, Fu Luo was overjoyed. No doubt, sis. May, right? Our friend is the same person. Oh, he never told me about this. May and I are pure good brothers, we've been through life and death together. Baron Coleman watched this scene, glanced at Pang Kedwa beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. How nice. It seemed that because he, too, had reunited with an old friend, he didn't interrupt their conversation. Lin Yu heard Fu Luo's words and also put on a surprised yet slightly joyful expression. So the extremely intelligent and meticulous detective May mentioned was you. Fu Luo felt a little embarrassed hearing Lin Yu's words. Really? Brother May talks about me like that behind my back. Oh my, look at this. How embarrassing. Honestly, his wisdom is no less than mine. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, not at all, everyone has their specialties. You helped him a lot in that dungeon. And after he came out, it was also thanks to you that he was able to investigate those things about the psychological society. Honestly, your investigation into fluoxetine actually helped me more. Lin Yu said with a smile. But Fu Luo was stunned for a moment. Fluoxetine? I didn't investigate that. I can't investigate people from the psychological society, they're on the same level as Miss Citalopram, right? As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu was also stunned. He realized that Fu Luo was definitely not lying. Then, what was going on with Forbaro on the forum? Lin Yu's thoughts raced, only feeling a subtle sense of incongruity that sent chills down his spine. As if a pair of eyes were peeking at him from behind. But Lin Yu was still playing Zhu Ming now, and he would never let himself lose composure during the performance. So, Lin Yu simply made the most appropriate reaction for Zhu Ming's identity. Is that so? Lin Yu frowned slightly. I really don't know what May is up to, I'll just go out and ask him. Then, Lin Yu, somewhat flustered, looked at Baron Coleman and continued to ask. In any case, since Wolveletai was mentioned, then the so-called forbidden technology should be fear, right? She said, taking out the torch of fear from her embrace. Baron Coleman nodded. Indeed, ever since Professor Dot passed away and Wolveletai disappeared, the technology of fear has been considered forbidden. Because of how long ago it was, I don't know exactly why it was deemed forbidden. But Truth Company is a company extremely dedicated to technological innovation. Ordinary accidents or technical flaws are simply not enough reason to halt the development and research of a new field, new technology, or new energy. Therefore, there must have been some extremely significant hidden danger, an irreconcilable contradiction, that led to the extraction of fear being unanimously considered the forbidden of the forbidden by all researchers and high-level executives. Fu Luo listened to this, thought back, and couldn't help but sigh. I think I might know what that hidden danger is. Pang Kedwa and Coleman immediately looked at Fu Luo simultaneously, both appearing very concerned. After all, this was indeed something closely related to them both. But before Fu Luo could speak, Lin Yu interrupted him. Wait, Forbaro, don't talk about these yet. Let him finish first. Lin Yu pointed at Baron Coleman, on one hand, to see if what you know is truly more valuable than what he knows, and on the other hand, if it's truly valuable, it'll fetch a good price. Lin Yu said calmly, and Baron Coleman spoke helplessly. Madam, you are indeed a bit too clever. All right. I'll continue. In short, after discovering the existence of such a phantom laboratory and clarifying their research direction, I realized it was truly and completely over. At that time, I was already A2 level, just one step away from the company's top echelon. With the thought of not wanting to ruin my future, I decided to take a gamble. So, I found one of the addresses of that non-existent laboratory, and after investigating, I also found one of the people in charge of this laboratory. At that time, the archive showed a certain researcher who had retired to an honorary position, had once worked with Professor Dot, and was considered very prestigious within Truth Company. And when I personally visited him, Baron Coleman exhaled. I found that he had died in his home laboratory. The correct way to open ancient notebooks. So, the crime you're accused of is murder. Hearing Baron Coleman's words, Fu Luo was enlightened, yet also felt a hint of relief. When I first heard it, I thought it was a charge like embezzlement. Although for Baron Coleman, being framed for murder, especially with the victim being a highly respected figure within the company, was undoubtedly more troublesome than something like embezzlement. But for Fu Luo, being falsely accused of murder was definitely better than embezzlement. Because the former was easier to investigate the truth, a dead person versus a jumble of disorganized numbers, the former would inevitably leave more clues. Baron Coleman was also aware of this. Yes, although I didn't realize it immediately when the body was discovered, very soon after. I became the prime suspect in the murder of this researcher, Mr. Reed Christopher. At the time, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for me, but dragging on until now. I actually have to be thankful. Thanks to the accusation of murder placed on me back then, otherwise, after so many years, proving my innocence would have been almost impossible. Fu Luo nodded. Exactly, but precisely because it's a murder case, there's still a possibility of overturning the verdict now. Lin Yu stroked his chin and said, but 8 years have passed, and now we can only reconstruct it based on His Excellency the Baron's verbal account. No, it's not just my verbal account, Baron Coleman said, his eyes gleaming, though I don't know why it's such a coincidence, your appearance here with Val Valetti's notebook will be of great help in restoring the truth of that year. Lin Yu pulled out the ancient notebook, somewhat surprised. This notebook? What does it have to do with this case? Lin Yu wasn't surprised that this notebook had magical uses he didn't know about. After all, Val Valetti giving it to him as payment back then already indicated that this notebook was definitely more than just a very sturdy book. Moreover, the item's own description almost explicitly stated it. Ancient notebook, a notebook that cannot be damaged. Information recorded on it can be preserved indefinitely. It seems to have other undiscovered uses. What Lin Yu didn't know was exactly what other miraculous uses this thing had. Coleman looked at the notebook and then at Puncto, although you've lost a lot of memories, you haven't forgotten about this notebook, have you? Of course, this was a major project that my granduncle and grandfather participated in together, excavating and analyzing ancient civilization artifacts unearthed from the 9th ancient ruin. Puncto continued, the things unearthed that time benefited the entire Truth Company for at least 30 years. Among them, the research results of this ancient notebook allowed Professor Dot to be promoted to A rank in one fell swoop, and my granduncle was also promoted to B rank. This thing. I thought it had completely disappeared. As Puncto spoke with emotion, Baron Coleman spoke again. Indeed, Mr. Val Valetti and Professor Dot, through their research on this notebook, updated the emotion storage device. The notebook in your hand is not only durable, but more importantly, as long as you master the method, it can store and convert information in any form. Images, text, sound, smell, even souls and emotions. Professor Dot's development of it back then was just the tip of the iceberg, and it already benefited the entire company immensely. I've consulted the data, and this thing can almost be called a divine artifact. Lin Yu was very surprised as he listened to Puncto's narration and Baron Coleman's praise. He hadn't expected Val Valetti to be so generous, to give him something like this. How generous! He couldn't help but exclaim, of course, to Fu Luo. The object of this praise was not Val Valetti. This was intentional on Lin Yu's part. After adding an impromptu little act, Lin Yu looked back at Baron Coleman. So, can this thing be used to restore the scene from back then? Yes, with my memory as the main source, supplemented by various photographic materials and records from the scene back then, we can almost completely restore the scene. Coleman said seriously, tapping the tank beside him with the human head in it. Coincidentally, this thing is completely connected to the entire internal network of the Truth Company. And you happen to have an identity card with sufficient authority to access the records of that murder case. Lin Yu knowingly pulled out Val Valetti's identity card. Alright, but where should I swipe it? Lin Yu asked, and Baron Coleman smiled. Of course, you show it to him. This made Lin Yu feel a little creeped out. Although the object next to them already looked very strange and seemed alive, when its actual method of use was show it to him, treating it as a living thing, Lin Yu still found it too bizarre. Moreover, after the initial emotional discomfort faded, Lin Yu also rationally realized a problem. Just as he was about to ask, Fu Luo, who had also realized this problem, spoke up. Wait a minute, the Furnace of Despair is also connected to the Truth Company's internal network? And this thing itself also has something like vision, at least a camera-like scanning function? He is ahead, of course he has these functions. Baron Coleman said with a smile. Then everything we do and say in Carriage 1 will be under the surveillance of the Truth Company? This place is far too unsuitable for plotting. Fu Luo said, panicked and distraught. However, Lin Yu, who had also realized this point, was somewhat calm. He looked at Baron Coleman. Yes, so why choose here? Of course, because I want them to see it. Baron Coleman rubbed his neck, his expression composed. You already guessed it just now, because of a certain secret, the Truth Company actually can't bear for me to die. Lin Yu understood. Baron Coleman's move was indeed clever, it was both a lack of trust in him and a trust in him. After all, not everyone fully wished for the Baron to live, he couldn't guarantee which faction he truly belonged to. By placing himself and his companions under the nose of the Truth Company, if things really went against him, he figured the Truth Company would step in to help him. On the other hand, if he and Fu Luo were truly his hope to clear his name and bring down Paris, this almost public meeting would also provide them with some protection and leverage, and directly bring them into the sight of the Truth Company's top brass. While this would expose them, it was more of a layer of insurance. After all, when Lin Yu and his group boarded the train, their identity information was already fully exposed. The reason Coleman himself was spared his life was also the reason Lin Yu and his group would not be immediately annihilated after returning to the city that never sleeps from the despair train. But no matter what, we need to hurry. Coleman said, taking the notebook from Lin Yu's hand. Before they interfere, we need to finish what needs to be done. Guard. After Baron Coleman took the notebook, Lin Yu fixated on him. After all, Lin Yu was too eager to know the correct way to use this ancient notebook. Although, from Baron Coleman's words, he might not know all the methods, unlocking new uses would always be good. But Baron Coleman's subsequent actions dashed Lin Yu's hopes. Because he placed his finger on his forehead, and then his finger directly pulled out a pulsating, shimmering ball of light from his brain. Then, Baron Coleman explained a bit. Although I haven't undergone as many as 8 modifications, my brain has also been implanted with a core, so I can also materialize my emotions and memories. Baron Coleman merged this memory into the notebook, then looked at Lin Yu. Now is the time. Lin Yu raised the identity card belonging to Valetti in his hand, and Baron Coleman spoke simultaneously. Request to access and play all content of Archive L269. As he spoke, the aggregated heads all spoke in unison. Verification passed, access granted. The light from the 7 orifices of the heads flickered, and Baron Coleman gently opened the notebook. The light reflected onto the notebook, quickly merging with the ball of light that had been floating on the page just now. A few seconds later, Baron Coleman, holding the notebook with both hands, turned around.
And then?
Fu Luo asked curiously, and Baron Coleman nodded.
Then, it's time to go in and look here. Baron Coleman raised his voice, opening the notebook towards Fu Luo and Puncto.
Light filled their eyes. Soon, both paused slightly, then their eyes glazed over and slowly closed, their heads drooping. Although they looked like they were standing and sleeping, Lin Yu could feel the life draining from them. It was as if their souls had been sucked away. No, this was probably not as if, but a fact that had already happened. Watching this scene, Lin Yu let out a breath.
This trick is definitely not just for solving cases that simple.
In direct combat, this was a real hard control move. A method that could instantly take away others' souls. The ancient notebook was indeed no simple item.
Baron Coleman smiled. You noticed it too.
That's why this item was enough to make Professor Dot and researcher Will instant darlings of the Truth Company at the time.
Since Will Valetti left this thing to you,
I'll demonstrate its use for him, which I imagine he'd be happy to see. Lin Yu was a bit helpless. I haven't undergone that troublesome modification, so even if you give me the method, I can't use it. Baron Coleman paused, then said, no matter, there's a way to use it even without modification. I'll arrange those for you after we come out.
For now, let's both go in. Lin Yu nodded, but immediately spoke cautiously, but if we both go in, who will ensure our safety?
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Baron Coleman said seriously, I've been operating on this train for many years, and I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. As he spoke, he gently tapped his temple, and two shield-wielding sentinel robots walked over from the direction of Car 2.
These two are absolutely loyal to me right now, enough to protect us even if they face an unbeatable existence. They can at least block a fatal sneak attack and allow us to be awakened.
If they can't even buy us that tiny bit of time to wake up, I can only say that the attackers must be terrifyingly skilled, and even if we were awake, it wouldn't make a difference.
Baron Coleman explained.
Lin Yu stroked his chin and said, very interesting, but what if you have ill intentions towards me and my companions?
Baron Coleman shook his head, then this notebook won't let me off. My soul is also within it. Besides, I called out the sentinel because you already have someone secretly watching over you, don't you?
Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly at his words.
Did the other party see Hannah?
Just now, Lin Yu had indeed instructed Hannah, who had been hidden in his pocket, to watch over him.
But it shouldn't be. Hannah's disguise was already almost impossible for anyone to see through.
The former A-rank supervisor of the Truth Company was a significant figure, but still
not qualified enough.
So, following Baron Coleman's words, Lin Yu also reacted.
He sighed. Ainyan, since he's already seen you, stop hiding.
In the corner of the carriage, a portion of the wall and floor underwent a slight distortion and deflection. It was as if it had been crumpled. Soon, a transparent piece of fabric was gathered, revealing Lin Yan's figure.
She sighed. That damn auction, selling shoddy products.
It said it could perfectly conceal my figure, scent, and tracks, this invisible raincloak, yet it was seen through so easily.
And it cost 2,500 points. Bah!
Baron Coleman apologetically pointed to his eyes. It did conceal your soul, but
your emotions leaked out.
That can't escape my modified eyes. Lin Yan shrugged, alright, but it doesn't matter, after all, I didn't spend any money.
Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan at her words, speaking of which, weren't you going to the warehouse to get something? Why didn't you go?
Lin Yan scoffed, don't underestimate me, dear vet sister, I finished getting what I wanted and came back. I'd have had enough time to empty the entire warehouse in that period. But as the saying goes, even thieves have their code. I only took 3 items, so it definitely wouldn't take that long. This is also a rule I set for myself, when stealing from the same person in the same place, I only steal a maximum of 3 items at a time. Lin Yan said, with a hint of pride in her tone.
Impressive, but even so. Why come back?
Lin Yu asked softly, and Li Nian said with a grin, "Of course, it's because I was worried about you. An unstable, amnesiac martial lunatic, a conspirator of unknown origins exiled here, and a detective who looks very cunning and is extremely close to order. I was afraid they would harm you, so I came back to check, and it turns out my choice was right. See, you needed me after all," Li Nian said, shaking the utility knife in her hand. "Alright, Sister Zhu Ming, I'll protect you too. Go ahead and roam in the notebook with this baron," she said with a grin, and Lin Yu nodded. Although Li Nian was dangerous, had a bad personality, and came from the Freedom Alliance, Lin Yu had to admit he truly trusted this guy. At least when he was Zhu Ming, he was willing to temporarily entrust his back to Li Nian's care. "Then I'll leave it to you," Lin Yu said, looking at the white glowing notebook in the Baron's hand. The next moment, he felt dizzy, his consciousness hazy, as if his soul and consciousness were being torn from his body. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yu had already arrived at the Truth Company headquarters 8 years ago. The decisions of the Truth Company within the ancient notes. The headquarters of the Truth Company was not actually the Truth Tower that stood almost reaching the sky in the city that never sleeps. Although that thing was the most iconic building of the Truth Company, the Truth Tower was indeed just a symbol. It was the Truth Company's business card within the city that never sleeps, the traveling palace and reception area for the Truth Company's decision makers, but not its headquarters. How could the core of a new giant, which started with high-end alchemy, be a single building? Whether it was the fear collection system and the snowy mountains that created the monster chatter, or the furnace currently placed on the despair train, both were enough to explain one thing. These things were huge, too big for a single building. Moreover, these were finished products, the initial prototypes and the testing grounds where they were stored would only be even more colossal. This was only considering volume, without taking into account factors like raw material transportation and noise pollution. Therefore, the headquarters of the Truth Company had always been located in the northern part of the city that never sleeps, close to the city limits, or rather, partly outside the city, right next to the Great Wilderness. There was a huge park with an area almost equivalent to a quarter of the main urban area of the city that never sleeps, a place that could be called a city within a city. That was the headquarters of the Truth Company. And at this moment, Lin Yu and Baron Coleman stood at the main entrance of this headquarters. Looking at the high-tech buildings and the bustling crowds, standing in front of the tall, white, streamlined gate, Lin Yu sighed with emotion. This place is really grand. But why is it so big? Where on earth did that Reed Christopher you mentioned die? Lin Yu thought he would only enter a secret room and then see the deceased and the murder scene. He looked at Baron Coleman beside him, only to see that the other person also had a ghost-like expression. Yes. Why is it so big? Baron Coleman said, and his tone full of doubt confirmed Lin Yu's earlier guess. Logically, we should only enter the crime scene. My memory of that period plus that file is not enough to construct such a large scene. No, even with all my memories. This place is too lifelike. Baron Coleman said, scratching his head. Lin Yu looked at him. So why is this happening? Do you have any clues? Coleman pondered for a moment and gave a reasonable analysis. I think it might be because this is the prototype. Actually, within the entire Truth Company, only a handful of people have come into contact with the ancient notebook, especially since this thing has been lost for a long time. However, why do I know how to use this thing? It's because the universal recording paper, which was developed as a prototype based on the ancient notebook, is quite popular within the Truth Company. The universal recording paper has the function of storing and reproducing memories. However, both the storage and reproduction of that thing are limited. Storing a few seconds of memory fragments and reproducing a scene within a room is already the limit. Even with limited time and space, severe distortion will occur. Baron Coleman looked up again at the entire headquarters of the Truth Company before him. But it seems the real ancient notebook is much more useful than the universal recording paper. Baron Coleman said, having completely recovered from his shock. After all, he was a man who had climbed to the top of the Truth Company step by step, so Baron Coleman's psychological quality and resilience were unusually strong, and his mindset was also exceptionally good. He was not at all flustered by this unexpectedly grand scene. "Let's go, we'll go to the room of the crime scene now. Such a grand and realistic scene. I feel the possibility of restoring the truth is getting higher and higher." Saying that, Coleman led Lin Yu through the main gate. While Lin Yu and Coleman's consciousness explored the Truth Company headquarters within the ancient notebook, their bodies were safe under the protection of Li Nian and the sentries. The despair train sped along the tracks, circling the brightly lit city that never sleeps. At the same time, on the northern part of the despair train's track, in the real-world Truth Company headquarters park. In a two-story building nestled in a quiet and peaceful garden at the deepest part of the park. A refined man in a striking orange suit with slicked-back hair sat in his office, watching a projection screen opposite his desk. What was playing on it was a blurry image from the first carriage of the despair train. The restored Puncto von Valetti, Jerry Coleman Hunt emerging from the life support pod where he was hiding, the long-lost Will Valetti ID card. And the ancient notebook. All these things have reappeared, and Dot's legacy has even fallen into the hands of a mysterious woman outside the company. The man muttered to himself, leisurely picking up an orange from the fruit bowl on the table. And that mysterious, unknown detective has also gotten involved, and the remaining woman doesn't seem like a simple character. Ha, how interesting. He brought the unpeeled, perfectly round orange to his mouth and took a fierce bite, skin and all. Orange peel mixed with pulp was torn off by him, and juice overflowed, filling his mouth. Orange juice dripped from the corners of his mouth and his wrist, but the man seemed oblivious, and after a moment of thought, he pressed the bell on the table. Ding dong! A crisp sound echoed in the office, and soon, the office door opened. Two armed personnel, neatly dressed in tactical gear, wearing helmets, and covered in various weapons, walked in and stood at attention. The person on the left stepped forward and spoke. "Today's security department regular duty team is Delta Group. Please issue your orders." The man took another bite of the orange, raised his chin, and gestured for them to look at the projection behind him. The two armed personnel turned to look, then turned back. Unidentified unauthorized personnel have appeared inside the despair train. Do we need to go and deal with them, subdue the unauthorized personnel, and bring them back for interrogation? The armed team member on the left asked again. Of course, they need to be dealt with. The man swallowed the orange, wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his extremely expensive-looking suit. But there's no need to bring them back. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Execute them on the spot. The two armed personnel received the order and straightened up. Yes, Mr. Paris. Then, the two turned and left. A classic locked room murder case. This place is even more real than I imagined. Walking through the corridors of Truth Company's headquarters campus, Baron Coleman looked at the researchers chatting with various expressions as they passed by, and exclaimed again. Professor Dot's words really weren't self-deprecating. His development and utilization of the ancient notes truly are less than 5%. Lin Yu was also secretly amazed. This place was indeed real, so real that it didn't feel like he had entered Baron Coleman's memories, it felt more like he had truly traveled back 8 years. Some of the researchers who passed by him and the Baron were talking. From the snippets Lin Yu overheard, their conversations covered gossip, research topics, and various other aspects, all with an extremely strong sense of reality. However, even though these things amazed Lin Yu, they wouldn't make him change his goal. Soon, under Coleman's lead, he arrived at the employee living quarters in the southeast corner of the campus. A large number of Truth Company employees lived here. Generally, only leadership and retired senior scholars were allowed to reside here. On the edge of the living quarters, there was a place similar to a warehouse. The warehouse stored a large number of discarded metal parts. Coleman led him through several turns and finally reached the corner of this warehouse. This place is quite out of the way.
Of course, it's a hidden laboratory, after all. It can't just be openly displayed. Coleman sighed, then pulled a tall shelf in the corner. Buzz. Metal scraped against the ground, emitting a sharp, ear-splitting sound, revealing a security door behind it. This security door wasn't completely concealed within the wall, leaving no trace. Instead, it simply had a seal with the words "This door is abandoned" pasted on it. Even just now, through the gaps in the shelves, one could vaguely see a door here. But Lin Yu had to admit, this method of disguise was much more effective than completely hiding the door in the wall. What a brilliant idea! If he had seen something like this, he certainly wouldn't have thought this door was the entrance to a secret laboratory. This disguise precisely utilized human habitual thinking. Its principle was like how a person in a repairman's uniform could freely enter and exit various places. When I first investigated, I found the location and then came to this warehouse, and I almost overlooked this door. Baron Coleman said with emotion, then pulled open the door. Looking at the still old and unclean passage behind the door, as if abandoned, Lin Yu thought for a moment before speaking. Don't we need to meet up with Puncto and the detective? They hadn't encountered those two on their way here. After all, this place was very large. To be honest, I don't know how to find them either, so it's better to come here first and take a look. Baron Coleman replied. And, if that detective is truly smart enough. Baron Coleman didn't explicitly say it, but Lin Yu already understood his meaning. The two of them entered the staircase behind this abandoned door, and after 2 turns, they saw a suddenly bright and clean corridor. In the corridor, there was a standing access control gate. And in front of that access control, Fuluwa was squatting there with Puncto. You two are so slow, Fuluwa said idly. What, did you have an argument outside? Just as Baron Coleman had hoped. Fuluwa had already arrived here first. Without him telling Fuluwa the exact location, Fuluwa accurately found the specific crime scene from that year within the entire vast campus. Even though he had anticipated it, seeing Fuluwa actually accomplish it, Baron Coleman couldn't help but ask. How did you find this place? Although this campus is very large, to accommodate a hidden ghost laboratory, there aren't many suitable locations to begin with. You just need to briefly examine the floor plan to find where a section is missing or where the drafting has intentionally non-standard elements. And, you mentioned that the researcher was found at home. Fuluwa said calmly, tapping the access control of the metal door. So, how do we open this door? Although they were currently consciousness and souls, the ancient notes faithfully restored everyone's state before entering. Lin Yu checked, and his various items were still usable. This, of course, included Wolvaletti's ID card. Let's try swiping the card, he said, pulling out the access card from his pocket. Baron Coleman nodded. I successfully entered with A-level clearance back then. That was also one of the main pieces of evidence that led to my conviction. I wonder if B-level clearance will work. The answer to Baron Coleman was a crisp beep sound. The metal door opened automatically, and Lin Yu shrugged. Looks like it works. The four entered the mysterious ghost laboratory area and soon, led by Baron Coleman, arrived in front of a door. He pushed open the door, revealing another long passage. Puncto was a little puzzled. Where does this lead? To read Christopher's home, Baron Coleman said in a low voice. At this point, besides Puncto, Lin Yu and Fuluwa had vaguely realized the full scope of the case. At the end of the passage, after Coleman opened the door again, what they saw was a laboratory about the size of a classroom. They had emerged from a hidden back door in the laboratory, disguised as a freezer. The entire laboratory was filled with various instruments, and on the experimental table in the very center, Reed Christopher lay in a pool of blood. A sharp blade plunged into his back. This was the murder scene from 8 years ago. Fuluwa quickly scanned the surroundings, noticing that apart from this hidden door, the entire laboratory had only one tightly closed and locked main door. There were no windows, and the grills of the ventilation ducts were welded shut and equipped with alarms. And this hidden door behind them. If I'm not mistaken, the access control at the entrance later showed a record of only you passing through, right? Fuluwa asked coldly, and Coleman nodded helplessly. Yes, that's also one of the main reasons I was suspected of being the murderer. Whether it was that passage or Reed's home, during Reed's death, only my traces appeared. In fact, according to the forensic reconstruction, Reed's time of death was even after I entered that passage. Because I didn't arrive at Reed's home immediately. I lingered in that passage for about 15 minutes. Plus, that knife was also one I had lost a few days earlier, so although the company didn't convict me right away, I completely offended the faction Reed belonged to. They were firmly convinced. No, even my friends believed that I killed Reed. Fuluwa nodded. I see. If you are firmly believed not to be the murderer, then the current situation is a classic locked room murder. Concealed matters. A locked room. That might not be the case. After Fuluwa made his judgment and conclusion, Linyu instead refuted him. Don't forget, Falboluo, this isn't some classic detective fiction. Using our value system as a reference. This is setting-based deduction. Setting-based refers to mystery work set in a story background with special settings, supernatural, or surreal powers. The dungeon world of Death Game undoubtedly possesses various supernatural elements. Even if the Sleepless City looks very much like a near-future society, and Truth Company looks like some tech company. At its core, it is still built upon the completely counterintuitive, supernatural power of emotion conversion. They even worship gods. But facing Lin Yu's reminder, Fuluwa was very calm. I know that clearly, Zhu Ming, so I didn't ignore that possibility. Rather, I reached this conclusion after re-evaluating based on the existing logic and known conditions. The reason I judged this to be a locked room murder type is precisely because even with the most advanced technology, and with a high-ranking official suspected of murder, they still couldn't find a second suspect, or even provide evidence that a second suspect might exist. This is enough to show that with their current knowledge, they believe no one else could bypass their detection through more advanced technology or some loophole. Fuluwa, at this moment, had put his straw hat back on and spoke while adjusting its brim. All locked rooms are never truly locked rooms, they are deceptions constructed using some trick, he said calmly. Since their own investigative department made that judgment, then I believe this isn't some more advanced technology at play, but rather some trick. Linyu saw the confident Fuluwa and felt that he might be able to slack off. Since you're so certain, I'll leave it to you, great detective. I'm not good at puzzles. Especially this kind of case solving, it's completely beyond my abilities. Linyu said, walking over to Puncto, who was on standby nearby, and stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Puncto frowned. This laboratory looks so familiar. Of course it's familiar. You were responsible for sealing the scene and collecting evidence back then, Baron Coleman sighed. And precisely because you sealed the scene, I believe no one intentionally destroyed evidence that would have been favorable to me or indicated the presence of others during the on-site investigation. At this point, Fuluwa had already walked over to the deceased Reed Christopher. This was an old man with completely white hair. He was sprawled on the laboratory table, hands spread open, face down. Blood flowed down his body, pooling at his feet. It looks like he was stabbed by surprise, only one stab, a fatal wound, but not immediately fatal. The victim was standing at the time, probably deeply focused on something. At this angle, he must have been observing the reagent's reaction. Fuluwa said, standing by the table, simulating Reed Christopher's stance and posture from back then. Then, at that moment, he heard two footsteps behind him. There was only one person in the laboratory, so Reed's first reaction was surprise and he wanted to turn around. But the turning motion was too slow, his body only slightly tilted. This resulted in the knife's entry point also being somewhat angled, and despite such a sharp stab, there was a slight incongruity at the end of the wound, as if it had been sliced open. But the killer was indeed professional. This slight deviation did not affect the knife's precise penetration into his right upper back. This single stab pierced the base of his lung and a large vein. So, Reed no longer had the strength to turn around. His body lost strength, his hands propped on the table, trying to keep himself from falling,
and he struggled to lift his head in front of the lab. Table was that sealed metal main door. Reed must have known he couldn't escape. As a high-ranking official of the Truth Company, he was very smart and understood the human body well. So, he looked at the door not to escape, but to try to use the door's reflection to see the killer's face. But unfortunately, he may or may not have seen it. In any case, Reed Christopher was no longer able to leave any useful information. Rapid blood loss and lung injury had left him without the strength to write anything in blood or the like. He just died lying on the lab table. Fulua said, then exhaled. The murder reconstruction is complete. There were no special methods. Just a single stab from behind. The only commendable thing is how clean the stab was. It doesn't look like a first-time killer, and the dagger also seems to be used by a specialized combatant. Fulua looked at Baron Coleman, who sighed. Yes, I've received similar training. Although I never worked in the field department, before my family arranged for me to join the Truth Company, I ran off to the lower districts of Sleepless City during my rebellious phase and joined a gang. There, I learned how to kill. I'm skilled with both knives and fists. Lin Yu suddenly realized, oh, no wonder you were suspected. This killing method also matches your style. Not only that, Fulua's eyes became sharper than ever after entering detective mode. He looked at Baron Coleman. What else, Baron? You're still hiding something very important, aren't you? Baron Coleman, being spoken to by Fulua like this, appeared very calm. How can you tell? I don't think I'm hiding anything very important related to this case. He countered Fulua. Lin Yu, however, heard Fulua's words and instantly believed the detective. Hearing Baron Coleman's counter-question, Lin Yu immediately spoke up for Fulua. You've already laid out your memories so openly, why not be even more candid? We're also here to help you investigate the truth. Hiding things will only make our investigation difficult. Lin Yu said, and Baron Coleman remained silent. I really haven't hidden anything. He said again. I'm not an idiot, Baron. Fulua didn't back down, adjusting the brim of his straw hat. Even though all the evidence at the time pointed to you as the sole suspect, you just mentioned that even though the company hadn't convicted you, almost all the relatives and friends of this Reed Christopher regarded you as the killer. You must be hiding a very crucial point here. Compared to objective evidence, what could make insiders make such an almost certain judgment must be something more subjective, something that might not even be recorded in the archives. Hearing Fulua say this, Lin Yu also reacted. It's motive. They must have thought you were the killer because you had a certain motive. The motives for concealment, piecing together the truth, and external threats. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo couldn't help but look at this beautiful girl. He says he's not good at puzzles. But he's actually very smart. As expected of someone in May's social circle. Lin Yu waved his hand. I'm really not good at puzzles, but if you give me hints to this extent, I can still figure it out. Fu Luo gave a thumbs up upon hearing Lin Yu's humble words. No matter what, he still has some skills. At least your interrogation with me just now was perfect. Baron, you should have nothing more to say now, right? Fu Luo looked triumphantly at Baron Coleman. Even Puncter couldn't help but speak up for the two players. Coleman, I don't know how much you've changed these past few years, but if you want to be innocent, you should be honest first. At least you shouldn't hide things from those who are helping you clear your name. Puncter's words made Coleman sigh silently. Alright, I'll tell you. Their suspicion of my motives is simple. It's not that Reed Christopher and I had a long-standing grudge or anything like that. It's just that Coleman sighed as he spoke. After I discovered someone dead here, I quietly ran away. Ran away? Before Lin Yu and Fu Luo could even comment, Puncter's voice suddenly rose. You're truly a genius, Coleman. How could you run away from something like this? Did you think that with the death of a former B-rank independent researcher, who also served as the deputy director of an independent laboratory and
Was one step away from being promoted to A-rank special researcher the company wouldn't investigate thoroughly? Coleman pinched the bridge of his nose and said with a headache, "No, Punctor, you've lost your memory now and don't understand. As an A-rank supervisor, and the deceased being as influential as you said, my first reaction was to realize that someone was setting me up and framing me. Fleeing and trying to erase my access card records was the most appropriate reaction for me. In fact, you, who had also been promoted to team leader at the time, later agreed with my approach. My only miscalculation was not being able to delete the access card swipe records." As Baron Coleman spoke, Punctor sighed helplessly. "But from the results, your escape played right into their hands, didn't it?" At this moment, Lin Yu spoke again. "What else? That's not all, is it? There's nothing to hide about this matter." Stopping halfway through a sentence, Lin Yu was all too familiar with this kind of lying technique. Could he, a professional trickster, be fooled by this baron? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo nodded. "That's right, you still omitted some content, didn't you?" Coleman looked at the two, his expression even more helpless. "It seems bringing you two here was indeed the right choice. I initially only had a let's try it mentality. Now it seems you might actually have the ability to help me prove my innocence. I did indeed conceal a part just now. And that's the part one truly wanted to conceal. Because my greed and that overly urgent situation led me to make a foolish judgment." Baron Coleman pointed to an instrument in the corner. "Before I left, I copied all of Reed's experimental data on the fly. I was very careful, and I originally thought I hadn't left any traces. But who would have thought, while I was copying, this instrument would automatically read my identity card I had on me and record my identity?" Baron Coleman said with a wry smile. Lin Yu sighed when he heard this. "No wonder you wanted to hide it. For you, this is indeed a foolish act, practically shameful," he said unceremoniously. Fu Luo even let out a wry laugh. "Then you being treated as a murderer by the Truth Company is somewhat deserved." Lin Yu also nodded again and added, "No wonder researcher Reed's friends and colleagues are hostile towards you. Even if you aren't the murderer, the charges of knowing but not reporting, not saving someone in distress, and stealing confidential results are confirmed." Baron Coleman was scolded by the two, one after another, and because he couldn't refute them, he could only take it, sighing helplessly. "This was indeed my foolishness 8 years ago. However, I definitely did not kill anyone." Punctor said regretfully, "It seems that in the years I lost my memory, you merely became worse, not more cunning and sly." And Coleman, who had been relatively calm just now, finally couldn't hold back upon hearing Punctor's words. He held his head with one hand and spoke. "That's enough, that's why I wanted to hide this. This kind of thing has nothing to do with the truth, does it? After all, this is just the reason for my personal wrongful accusation." Baron Coleman's tone was still calm, but Lin Yu and Fu Luo could tell that he was on the verge of breaking down. Fu Luo quickly said, "No, quite the opposite. This action of yours, this act that serves as your motive for becoming the prime suspect, is precisely the key to investigating the truth. I'm not trying to deliberately comfort you. The moment you finished explaining this motive, I already touched upon the entire truth. Only one last piece of the puzzle remains to find the murderer from back then and uncover his method of killing." Fu Luo said with certainty, looking towards where the corpse was. "Now, that final puzzle is, where exactly is the killer?" And just as Fu Luo finished speaking, the entire laboratory trembled violently. It wasn't a physical tremor like an earthquake, but rather the entire laboratory seemed to briefly distort for a moment, with the scene appearing pixelated and shaky. "What's going on?" Punctor asked alertly. Baron Coleman's face was solemn. "This is a sign of the ancient note being subjected to some kind of interference. I'm afraid we're under attack outside." Meanwhile, inside the despair train, 3 fully armed combat personnel appeared in car No. 1 of the despair train. They entered the car through the open maintenance passage on the top and quickly discovered the ancient note, and the 4 unconscious individuals. Although there were 2 sentry robots around the 4, these 3 combat personnel clearly weren't very concerned. Deploy interference, deal with the sentries first. Following the leader's command, the 3 simultaneously pulled out some metal spheres and threw them towards that side. The metal spheres emitted flashing yellow light upon landing, illuminating the interior of the car and causing the light of the ancient note to dim slightly. Not only the ancient note, but even the light of the despair furnace weakened by several points. The 2 sentries, who had originally appeared alert and agile, became much slower. Interference complete, power reduced to the minimum. Begin clearing. The 3 advanced in a pin formation, simultaneously raising their main weapon firearms that had been hanging on their chests. But the moment they raised their weapons, the 3 noticed something was wrong. Our firearms disappeared? Li Nian's bluff. The 3 armed personnel from Delta Team of Truth Corporation's security department didn't panic too much after realizing their most reliable weapons had disappeared. Although this was a very unexpected situation, Delta Team had always been one of the most elite teams in the security department, and among their enemies, there were many monsters with unfathomable abilities. Although they temporarily didn't know how the firearms had disappeared without their detection, the leader still spoke in a low voice. Be careful, the enemy might be a spirit or other non-corporeal entity, or they might have abilities to distort reality or interfere with perception. He wasn't just reminding his 2 teammates beside him, he also opened his communicator to alert the squad members who had boarded the despair train from other carriages. Activate full frequency scan to ensure no invisible enemies are approaching, open helmet's emotion suppressor and soul self-check, and enable timekeeping function, setting the time to once every 10 seconds. If you find yourself missing a timekeeping, immediately investigate and request support. Clearly, as a company very skilled at playing with souls, Truth Corporation's field personnel had extensive experience in ensuring their minds and perceptions weren't invaded. But unfortunately, after the squad leader-like figure reported all of this and ended the communication, he didn't hear the received reply from other team members. Through the communicator, he looked down at the spot on his shoulder where the communicator had originally been placed. The communicator, which had just been connected, was now gone. He felt extremely horrified. It disappeared again. When? He was very sure that his attention and perception showed no signs of being interfered with. Had he unknowingly fallen into a complete illusion? Is it a dream? Or is it a simulated illusion? He looked around with surprise and uncertainty, asking his 2 teammates. The answer came from directly above his head. This is, of course, a complete reality. What, you don't believe someone can do this in reality? On the ceiling of the carriage, a sunglasses-wearing girl, dressed like a top student but with a somewhat eccentric demeanor, was hanging upside down. Hooking her legs onto the light strip, her hair and jacket dangling and swaying. Also swaying were 3 highly futuristic rifles and a red glowing communicator hanging from her forearm. The leader in the first carriage at this moment was the deputy team leader of Delta Team, the second in command of the entire 12-person squad. When President Paris called for someone, he was also standing in the office. So, this deputy team leader recognized the appearance of the person hanging upside down. She was one of the girls who appeared on the screen at that time. And President Paris's evaluation of her was, she doesn't look like a simple character. As expected, not simple. Upon seeing the opponent, the deputy team leader felt somewhat relieved, but he didn't completely relax. It wasn't a dream or hallucination, which meant he hadn't unknowingly completely lost his ability to resist and was at someone's mercy. But to be able to take away his and his 2 teammates' weapons while conscious was definitely not the work of a simple character. Especially now that he had lost his primary weapon, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. The only thing worth celebrating was that the opponent didn't seem to have undergone any modifications or had any controllers implanted. This meant she couldn't use the 3 weapons produced by the company. In other words, now, both sides could only engage in hand-to-hand combat.
The moment he realized this, the deputy team leader drew out the standard issue weapon of the security department, a short baton flashing with electric arcs. Although I don't know who you are, but... Taking advantage of the opponent being suspended from the ceiling and her movements restricted, the deputy team leader rushed towards the inverted girl. Die! The electric baton in his hand was at full power, swinging towards the girl. The deputy team leader didn't hold back at all, he even shouted fiercely and was mentally prepared to die. After all, no one knew the depth of the expert in front of them. Fortunately, even though the enemy might be powerful, his companions were equally reliable. The moment the deputy team leader made his move, the two Delta team members behind him made the same judgment, picking up their weapons and attacking from the left and right in a tacit encirclement. The three people's offensive was swift and quick. The short batons were almost instantly about to hit the girl. But the next second, the opponent's figure disappeared into thin air again. Hey, hey! Don't be so anxious, isn't there a possibility for negotiation? This time, the voice came from behind them. Let me introduce myself, you can call me Nyan or the Phantom Thief. I'm not like those lunatics who are daydreaming in their notebooks. I don't have any deep-seated hatred for your company? The three of them turned around in unison, looking behind them. Beside the jar, the Phantom Thief Li Nian spoke with a smile. If you give me some benefits, how about I pretend I didn't see anything? Li Nian's answer was another fierce attack. Swish! 3 attacks simultaneously struck towards Li Nian. This time, Li Nian didn't disappear into thin air again, instead, her figure nimbly and lightly dodged the attack, flying a good distance away like a slippery meatball flicked out of a soup bowl with chopsticks. So I say, do we have some irreconcilable conflict between us? Li Nian asked. This time, the deputy team leader finally couldn't help but answer her. Of course, the big shot who gave us orders didn't specifically emphasize keeping you alive. As the deputy team leader spoke, Li Nian quickly inferred some of the original situation from his words. Wow, so he must have issued an order like no survivors on the entire train? That's truly cruel. Hey, that big shot, are you watching? Can you hear me? Can you show some mercy? Li Nian said, but she didn't get any response. She could only sigh and look back at the deputy team leader rushing towards her. Alright, it seems we really can only fight to the death. Saying this, Li Nian took out the utility knife from her embrace. Although this weapon was somewhat small and ridiculous compared to firearms or even electric batons, even like a child's toy, the deputy team leader didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Be careful of her knife. I still have the highest level full frequency scan on, and there's an extremely bizarre energy signature on this knife. She was able to silently steal our things just now, so her knife attacks should also be very difficult to guard against, very unusual. Although the deputy team leader said this, reminding his two members to be careful, he himself became even more aggressive. He took a step forward, using offense as defense, and swung his short baton. But then, his wrist suddenly felt a chilling pain. He instinctively winced and pulled back his hand, looking in surprise at the bloodline on his wrist. Looking at the opponent again, the deputy team leader saw a tiny, bright red drop of blood dripping from the tip of the utility knife. When did she injure me? This is too fast. But besides the opponent being very fast, the deputy team leader also realized something. I take back what I said, the opponent's attack methods are very ordinary apart from being fast. Just protect your vital points, kill her. Li Nian, who was playing with the utility knife opposite him, changed her expression. Damn it, didn't scare them off. We're doomed. Lin used different judgment. The elites from Truth Company's security department were indeed quite professional individuals. After just a few rounds of exchanges, they had already identified Li Nian's biggest weakness: a lack of powerful offensive methods. When facing a living creature of comparable size, Li Nian's offensive options were extremely limited. However, despite this,
the three individuals from Truth Company couldn't do anything to Lin Yan for a while. After all, Lin Yan's strengths were almost as obvious as her weaknesses. She was as agile as a slippery loach, although her attacks caused almost no damage against these fully armed, modified combat personnel. It was also difficult for these combat personnel to harm Lin Yan in a short period. And it was impossible to ignore this little girl and bypass her to deal with the few people who were lost in thought. After all, although Lin Yan's offensive methods weren't strong, she could steal things. The deputy leader had a hunch: as long as their attention shifted slightly from this little girl, or their pressure on her wasn't so tight, they would very likely lose a few more items. Thus, a delicate balance was achieved between the two sides in the carriage. Although neither could defeat the other, neither dared to relax. The deputy leader even consciously dragged out the time. Although communications have been cut off, as long as the leader discovers that my communication is still silent, he will definitely bring people to support me. Although 3 people can't do anything to her for now, containing the 3 of us might be the limit of her ability. If the leader brings more people for reinforcement, on one hand, will have a numerical advantage, and on the other hand, she won't be able to spare her hands to steal the reinforcement personnel's weapons, so she will definitely die. After making this judgment, the deputy leader also confidently continued to stall with the other party. Thinking of this, the deputy leader looked at Lin Yan, who was currently jumping up and down, as annoying as a fly, and sneered inwardly. Although she was troublesome, she was just a grasshopper in autumn, unable to hop for many more days. But Lin Yan on the other side thought the same way. Although I didn't bluff them, at least I managed to disarm them at the beginning when they weren't paying attention. Now, all I need to do is stall. As long as those 2 NPCs who look very abnormal in Xu Ming wake up, or Brother Wang comes back with sister-in-law after getting what they want, they will definitely be able to deal with these guys. Lin Yan's thoughts raced as she looked at the deputy leader, who was still relentlessly pursuing her, as tenacious as a hunting dog, and sneered inwardly. Although these guys were tricky, once Xu Ming woke up with the 2 Truth Company powerhouses she had tricked, or Brother Wang arrived, these guys would be nothing but a bunch of pushovers. The 2 sides exchanged glances, both with cold eyes and grim smiles on their faces, as if looking at dead people. You'll see what's coming to you later. It actually stabilized? Within the past constructed by the ancient notes, Puncto looked at the restabilized surrounding environment with some surprise. Baron Coleman nodded and said, "It seems that your 2 friends probably helped a great deal." Hearing Baron Coleman say this, Lin Yu quickly politely spoke on behalf of Lin Yan. "Not at all, your sentries must be the ones who deserve all the credit." Baron Coleman shook his head. "No, I am very clear. If we inside these notes have already been affected, it means the sentries have definitely been dealt with. Once they are breached, it's difficult for them to play any further role," Baron Coleman said seriously. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. "Is that so? Then it seems Lin Yan still has some tricks up her sleeve. But let's put these aside for now. Our top priority is to quickly investigate the truth of what happened back then," Lin Yu said, looking at Fu Luo. Fu Luo ruffled his hair. "I'm mostly ready, but as I just said, it's just the last step. But this last step is exceptionally difficult to deal with. The murderer attacked Reed Christoph from behind, and the weapon was the knife left here," Fu Luo said, stroking his chin. "All of this happened just after Baron Coleman swiped his card to enter here. The front door was locked, and you were at the back door the whole time and didn't see anyone enter or exit. According to the explanation of a locked room mystery, there are only 2 major possibilities. One is that the murderer is still inside this laboratory, and the other possibility is that he had already left before Reed Christoph died. But if it's the former, where could he hide, and when did he leave? If it's the latter, how did he manage to do that without being discovered by Baron Coleman and subsequent investigators? Even if Coleman left too hastily and didn't notice, we are standing here now, and still haven't found any suspicious traces. Even if this old man committed suicide, at least the knife should have something unusual about it. Everything was done too cleanly." "Exactly, and there's also the most important point. Baron Coleman said in a deep voice, listening to Fu Luo's analysis. My visit here that day was not a carefully planned decision. I came here not long after I found out the list. Even if the other party started to frame me after discovering I was coming here, his actions were too swift, and this is the most ideal consideration. In reality, the time he decided to kill Reed Christoph, frame me, and execute this plan might only be the 10-odd minutes I spent carefully investigating in the passage. Yes, time. The biggest doubt currently is time, since this was a frame-up, and Coleman was in the passage the whole time, then the time left for the murderer was too short. Unless the murderer had more time than we imagined. Fu Luo's eyes flickered as he looked back at the corpse lying on the table. Baron, didn't you just say the forensic doctor could only deduce an approximate time of death that matched your entry time? Logically, at this time, it should be precise to the minute, right? What interfered with those forensic doctors' judgment? The temperature of the laboratory. To ensure experimental results, the temperature here is usually very low. This leads to a certain error in determining the time of death. Baron Coleman said, then reacted, you mean, the time of death is problematic? Of course. Since the time of death detection technology in this world is still affected by temperature, there are too many places where one can tamper. Changing the temperature control facilities and then changing them back would make it difficult to determine the body's time of death. So his time of death might be much earlier than you expected. The error could add an hour of leeway. Fu Luo announced calmly. In that case, there's only one problem. Baron Coleman understood Fu Luo's meaning. Even an hour isn't long. How did the murderer ensure that I would come here within that hour? I'm not sure about that yet, but even without knowing these details, it's enough to narrow down the scope of the real culprit. Fu Luo made his judgment. But Lin Yu shook his head, refuting Fu Luo. No, while I agree with the first part, I think the latter part is wrong. I don't believe someone was intentionally framing Baron Coleman, at least not at the time of the incident. Rewind. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Baron Coleman couldn't help but frown. What do you mean, no one intended to frame me? Lin Yu said calmly. Exactly what it means, because even if we remove you, this unexpected variable who shouldn't be here, it's still an almost perfect locked room. Mystery, isn't it? I don't know much about crime, but I believe the principle of Occam's razor still applies in this situation. Do not multiply entities beyond necessity. You were a newly promoted A-level supervisor at the time. If someone wanted to frame you, they absolutely wouldn't devise a plan with so many uncertainties. The person died an hour ago. What if you hadn't come? But if we look at it from another angle, what if you were just an accident in this plan? And the killer's original purpose was simply to use the time difference to erase their traces of entering here, and then ensure that no one knew who killed this person? Lin Yu stated this calmly, finally concluding. In other words, Baron Coleman, though you might find it hard to accept for a moment the injustice that was the beginning of your downfall, it was just because you were a bit unlucky. Fu Luo slapped his thigh. Holy crap, that actually makes sense. He looked at Zhu Ming, his eyes full of admiration. As expected of my good buddy's friend, you said you weren't good at deduction, but this isn't bad at all. I just understand the operational modes and characteristics of power struggles within large organizations better. This matter happens to involve framing, a common tactic in power struggles. Lin Yu said calmly, I'm really not very good at logical deduction. He diligently maintained Zhu Ming's persona regarding power struggles and framing. Lin Yu only had a slight understanding. He had merely watched 2 power struggle dramas with many veteran actors, both Chinese and foreign, while honing his acting skills, and picked up some related knowledge. And as Baron Coleman, who had once climbed to the top. Even if the assassination of President Paris made him seem like a more radical militant, he was certainly an old hand and expert in political maneuvering. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, he instantly reacted. In fact, even before Lin Yu finished explaining, Coleman had already roughly realized this possibility.
but understanding and being able to accept are two different things. Even the smooth and mature Baron Coleman found it somewhat difficult to accept this almost cruel truth at the moment.
So, I got involved in this matter purely by bad luck? He muttered, a bitter smile on his face.
From a promising A-level supervisor to now a prisoner on the despair train, although it wasn't just this one incident that led to it, and there were
many twists and turns Lin you didn't yet know about.
There was no doubt that this incident was indeed the beginning. If not for this incident, Baron Coleman would certainly not have embarked on the desperate path of assassinating President Paris. Therefore, when he discovered that the beginning of all this was an utterly unreasonable trick of fate, Lin Yu deeply understood Baron Coleman's
somewhat collapsed mood.
Fu Luo also sighed, lamenting, sometimes it's just like that.
We're all unlucky people played by fate.
I never thought that investigating a damn affair would have such serious consequences, directly sending me to this hellhole. Lin Yu understood that Fu Luo was likely referring to the death game. He hadn't expected this guy to be killed because he was investigating an affair. Knowing this, Lin Yu patted Fu Luo's shoulder in comfort.
You've had it tough too.
Though in terms of unluckiness, he himself was the unluckiest, practicing late at night only to be shot by an escaped murderer from a mental hospital. At this moment, Pang Kuduo also stepped forward to comfort his old friend. This does sound hard to accept, but... Before Pang Kuduo's clumsy words were finished, the dejected Coleman suddenly cheered up.
It's all right, I'm fine now.
He suddenly regained his spirits and stood up directly. Even Lin Yu was shocked by this.
How did you suddenly cheer up?
Fu Luo looked at Pang Kuduo. Perhaps it's because of this old guy's comfort. It seems your relationship later on became quite intimate, didn't it?
Pang Kuduo was a bit surprised. Is that so?
Baron Coleman waved his hand. You're overthinking it. Although we have a good relationship, I don't consider you a spiritual pillar or anything. While your comfort did work just now, the main reason I cheered up was seeing you, this guy who's hundreds of times worse off and unluckier than me,
still not giving up, so I received a little encouragement.
Baron Coleman said. Fu Luo spoke with a hint of helplessness. So that's how it worked. Pang Kuduo was also a bit confused.
Huh? How unlucky do I get later on? It's not just ordinary bad luck.
Look at your current situation, half mad, half amnesiac, from a team leader to an exiled criminal. Baron Coleman chuckled. Don't you think that's
miserable enough?
When you put it that way, it is pretty miserable, but it seems unlucky to have amnesia. I don't really feel anything about it.
Pang Kuduo mused.
Alright, no more talk about other things. Even if I was unlucky, I must find the real culprit now, Baron Coleman said coldly, even if the other party didn't initially intend to frame me.
Later on,
it seems they somewhat took advantage of the situation. As he spoke, Fu Luo stroked his chin.
So how should we investigate?
The other party's authority is clearly higher than yours.
At least, you couldn't erase your entry and exit records, but they could.
Surveillance footage and the like. It's probably very difficult to leave evidence even though this is the Truth Company headquarters from 8 years ago. Fu Luo said, and Baron Coleman also sighed, it is indeed a bit tricky.
Pang Kuduo also felt regretful. If the time point could go back a bit further, that would be great.
The scene now seems to be after Coleman left that year.
Lin Yu couldn't help but retort to Pang Kuduo's statement. After all, it's constructed based on his memory. If time went back further, you might directly see the crime scene. If the ancient notebook can really go back 1 or 2 hours earlier, then what's the difference between this thing and a divine artifact?
But just as Lin Yu's words fell, everyone suddenly felt that the noisy instruments in the laboratory suddenly became somewhat distorted and eerie. It was as if it was rewinding. They also seemed to be forcibly pulled out of this world, transforming from participants to spectators. And very quickly, they saw a young Baron Coleman, looking flustered, backing out of the passage and returning to the laboratory.
It can really rewind?
The cruel truth. As the scene replayed, they quickly saw Baron Coleman fumbling to copy experimental data, his shock at seeing the corpse, and his retreat from the laboratory. And at an earlier point in Baron Coleman's timeline, they soon saw another man swaggering out of the passage. In the world of Rewind, he also backed out of the passage, holding a screen in his hand, as if editing some information. Then, his figure froze there. The man was wearing an outdoor uniform, with bloodstains on his forearm, and an empty scabbard on his waist, clearly the true culprit who murdered Reed Christopher. As if realizing that everyone had seen what they wanted to see, the ancient notebook stopped rewinding. Not only that, but the entire world also froze. Looking at the man's tall figure and uniform style, Pang Kuduo spat. An outdoor agent. He didn't wear his armband and epaulets. It seems he also knows he's doing something dishonorable. He was supposed to be modified specifically to deal with the great wilderness people, but now he's involved in this kind of infighting and has become a criminal who murdered his own colleague. It's truly despicable. Fu Luo stroked his chin, so this guy should just be a tool, right? Who is the mastermind behind him? This ancient notebook is quite thoughtful. Lin Yu stepped forward. This guy is sending a message to the mastermind. Oh, it's not even encrypted. He probably thinks his phone is secret enough. This is getting a bit outrageous, ancient notebook. It can even restore things that are clearly not in Baron Coleman's memory. What is the principle behind this? Lin Yu asked with interest. However, the principle can be explored later. Right now, investigating the true culprit is the most important thing. Lin Yu leaned over to look at the communicator's screen, and the other three also gathered around. An edited but unsent message appeared on the screen. Mission accomplished. And the contact who was about to receive this message was Minister Paris. Humph, what a coincidence, isn't it? Baron Coleman was somewhat surprised, but then calmly accepted the fact. No wonder he was so eager to kick me when I was down, even forcing me to be his adversary. This matter was originally orchestrated by him, the then Minister of Security. Baron Coleman said, clenching his fists. That's not bad. After this trip, I haven't gained many other enemies. Pang Kuduo shook his head. No, there's also this actual executor. Although the guy in front of me is just a tool, I still can't forgive him. As a modified outdoor agent, he would actually undertake such a despicable and dirty mission. Saying that, Pang Kuduo stepped forward, staring at the other party's hood, and reached out to try and remove it. It was strange. Although the few of them should have been observers, the moment Pang Kuduo made a move, he successfully interfered with the outdoor agent's mask. Hey, Pang Kuduo, stop it. Baron Coleman spoke to stop him, but it was too late. The mask was lifted by Pang Kuduo, revealing a young, thin face. Pang Kuduo was instantly shocked into silence, subconsciously taking a step back. Because the face in front of him was just like his own. WH. What? Not only Pang Kuduo, but Baron Coleman also spoke with a trembling voice, in disbelief. The two looked at each other, but before they could react, the entire world suddenly began to distort. Unable to process the jumbled information in his brain, Baron Coleman subconsciously spoke. The memory seems to be over. Our consciousness is about to return. After the prompt, accompanied by a heavy sound echoing in everyone's mind, crash. Bang! Lin Yu regained consciousness and reopened his eyes. The ancient notebook turned a page. But before he could continue with the shock of what he had seen in the last scene, his emotions were interrupted again. Awake? If you're awake, come help. I'm going to be beaten to death. The girl's sharp scream rang out. Lin Yan was being chased and cornered by 11 burly men with short clubs, while Lin Yan was holding 11 firearms, panting, but still dodging and weaving. Without time to hesitate, Pang Kuduo immediately took action. Hey! He seemed to have seen the insignia on those people, letting out a roar and rushing forward, also pulling out a similar short club. But it must be said that the former team leader of Delta Group, exiled on the despair train, was much stronger than these active Delta Group members. Although Panko Duo couldn't remember many things, his muscle memory and physical fitness had not been lost. Once in combat mode, Panko Duo almost instantly took down 2 people. Baron Coleman was not idle either. He tapped his temple, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the movements of those outdoor agents showed varying degrees of sluggishness. Lin Yu and Fu Luo also rushed forward to join the fight, but Fu Luo ran back after only 2 steps. Why am I joining in the fun, damn it? His rushing forward just now was a completely subconscious action. Once reason regained control, Fu Luo quickly found a corner and squatted down, covering his head. However, Lin Yu was genuinely participating in the battle. He took out the fear torch and lit it. This thing seemed to be a natural bane for these guys. Lin Yu only took it out, and these outdoor agents retreated 3 paces as if they had seen a ghost. Not to mention these 11 armed personnel, even Panko Duo and Coleman seemed a bit uncomfortable when they got closer. With the pressure greatly reduced, Lin Yan was also able to take advantage of the chaos to start slashing people with a small knife and stealing their equipment. The situation gradually devolved into a stalemate. And just as the situation was developing into a tangled fight, Baron Coleman suddenly spoke loudly, "Paris, you know I've been operating on this train for a long time. Do you only send a few people to kill me?" As if venting some resentment, Coleman clapped his hands together fiercely, his forearms trembling slightly. "Come out and kill them all." Along with Paris's low growl, from the direction of Carnot, too, a noisy, somewhat boisterous sound came. Micro-robots, like a swarm of bees, poured in from the door in a dense black mass, flying wildly in the air, tracing chaotic trajectories, and swiftly pouncing on the armed personnel. "Go to hell!" Accompanying Paris's voice, the tails of these robots, which had already covered the people in a dense black mass, glowed red. Just now they were like bees. Now they were like fireflies. Fu Luo's face in the corner changed drastically. Calamity series. Holy crap! The prototype of this thing is on this train? You guys back away. Then, a small explosion suddenly erupted. Fu Luo's quirks. Fu Luo didn't need to remind them. Lin Yu and Lin Yan had already realized something was wrong when Baron Coleman suddenly started shouting. The moment the robots appeared, they were ready to run. Before Fu Luo could finish his sentence, the 2 of them squatted down beside him. Subsequently, those robot swarms underwent a series of explosions. Tiny, extremely small explosions occurred densely and rapidly, looking as if everyone was wrapped in a string of firecrackers. "How do you know everything? What's your position at Truth Company?" Lin Yan exclaimed. "These things don't seem to have much explosive power." Lin Yu looked directly at Fu Luo. "So what's so scary about this thing?" Seeing that the 2 seemed to underestimate the explosions due to their small scale, Fu Luo quickly said, "It doesn't kill targets with explosive force. It's not even a physical attack. These things attack the mind. Many series of weapons from Truth Company are like this. They don't look powerful, but they target the brain and soul." As Fu Luo finished speaking, the explosions also stopped. Those field agents of Truth Company all fell over, stumbling like they had lost their minds, their behavior appearing very sluggish. This gave Lin Yu and Lin Yan quite a fright. "This thing is truly ruthless," Lin Yan muttered. Lin Yu also quickly looked at Fu Luo. "Does this thing have continuous damage, or is it safe after the explosion?" "It's safe after the explosion." After getting Fu Luo's answer, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward. Lin Yan was somewhat puzzled. "What are you going to do?" "Prepare to mediate. Just now, we went in to investigate the truth and saw some content that might cause these 2 brothers to turn against each other." Lin Yu sighed, looking at Coleman and Panko Duo, who had just been fighting side by side but were now confronting each other immediately after the external threat was dealt with. Judging by Baron Coleman's actions just now, directly calling in these robots to literally bomb these armed personnel into idiots, the Baron must have been seething with anger. Although he was interrupted again and again, first by the end of the time in the ancient notebook, and then by encountering enemies immediately upon returning. Now that all matters were dealt with, Baron Coleman, though somewhat calmer and less impulsive, had not diminished his anger and resentment in the slightest. He looked at Pang Koduo, his eyes cold. So? It was you who did it back then? No wonder you were so proactive in sealing off the scene when something happened to you. Pang Koduo, Panka Duofong lady, I once considered you my closest friend. This was indeed a drama of old friends turning against each other due to old grievances surfacing, though the situation was slightly unusual. Facing Baron Coleman's accusations, Pang Koduo could only lower his head helplessly. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Pang Koduo's reaction choked Baron Coleman with anger. He felt like he was punching cotton. People are shaped by memories. As the former head of an independent research lab at Truth Company, Baron Coleman knew this more clearly than ordinary people. The current Pang Koduo, who had lost his memory, was not the team leader of Delta Group who killed colleagues and betrayed friends. He was just a young man who had just joined Truth Company, full of ideals, and wanting to investigate the truth behind his great-uncle's disappearance, which had plagued his grandfather and father throughout their lives. Baron Coleman clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it. He sighed. Forget it. At least in the end, you still stood by me and went to assassinate President Paris with me. Baron Coleman resigned himself to it helplessly. But Pang Koduo's own pain and resentment were no less than his. After Baron Coleman's resignation, he instead gritted his teeth. No, it shouldn't be such an understatement. This matter has bothered you for a long time, hasn't it? And, company colleagues died. Read Christopher, he died by my hand. Pang Koduo fiercely clutched his hair. Damn. What exactly happened to me all these years? Why did I become like this? What exactly did I experience, and what did I forget? Pang Koduo was on the verge of collapse. He held his head in his hands and shouted. Coleman looked at his pained expression and sighed again. He didn't offer comfort to his old friend in front of him, but instead looked back at Lin Yan, Lin Yu, and Fu Luo, then spoke. There's another injustice concerning him, but now I don't even know if it counted as an injustice back then, Coleman sighed, pointing at Pang Ku. Duo, he was once accused during a field mission of blowing up a mansion in Nightless City and killing 3 residents. Of course, those 3 residents were actually the mistress and 2 illegitimate daughters of a director of our Truth Company. This incident led to him being dismissed and confined for a time because he told me he was innocent, so I personally worked to get him back. I used to believe what he told me, but... Baron Coleman paused. Although I am still willing to believe him, rationally I can no longer judge whether the Pang Koduo of 10 years ago would have lied to me. The collapsing Pang Koduo looked up at the words, opened his mouth, and finally spoke. I don't know either. If I truly reach such a disgusting state in a few years, falling to this, it would be like karma, he said with a sigh. So, should we check with that notebook again? Lin Yan said, stroking her chin. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo, but Fu Luo shook his head. An explosion case. 4 years ago, 3 prominent but secret women died, and 2 were minors, right? I know this case. If the dossier I saw is correct, the incident took place on the top floor of Hell apartment, didn't it? Baron Coleman showed a surprised expression. You've actually seen this dossier? You have such high clearance? No, Director Kidd collapsed 5 years after you came in, and President Paris did it. So the death of his mistress was also declassified, and I glanced at that dossier. Fu Luo tapped his head, then I stored it in my brain. Lin Yan was shocked. You have a photographic memory? You remembered it with just a glance. Do you really have a memory palace? Or hyperthymesia? Not really, actually I specifically memorized it. Glanced means I just looked at it casually, not that I literally only scanned it once. Fu Luo said shyly. Why did you memorize that thing? Lin Yu asked Fu Luo.
Fu Luo said shyly. That case was presented at the time as evidence of that director's crimes, saying he used it as an excuse to attack others. I thought there seemed to be something fishy about that case, so I wrote it down, planning to use it for some practice before bed someday, just as a logical thinking exercise. Uninvited guest. Hearing Fu Luo's words, Lin Yu and Lin Yan both showed a hint of admiration. Your hobby is quite unique, Lin Yu exclaimed. Lin Yan even directly extended an invitation. Interested in joining our Freedom Alliance? Fu Luo looked at their reactions, somewhat displeased. Hey, what do you mean? I'm a detective. Isn't this kind of approach normal? But no matter how strange this quirk was, Fu Luo's unintentional actions earlier had indeed helped. He only recalled for a moment, then put on his straw hat and looked up again. Well, although I don't know the meaning of that director doing this, I'm very sure he killed his wife and daughter. To be precise, his mistress and illegitimate daughter. The evidence is at the crime scene. Mr. Puncto was suspected because fragments of explosives from his field equipment were found at the scene, right? At the time, it was said that in field agent's equipment went out of control. It should have been Mr. Puncto's. But from the corpses in the case file alone, I can see a detail that those people didn't notice. From the charred remains, the mother's posture was to shield her child. If the out-of-control equipment instantly blasted through the wall and destroyed the entire house, was she some kind of nightless city Superman who could instantly shield her child? Therefore, the explosion or fire that truly killed them must have given the mother a little reaction time. She foresaw the explosion and tried to protect her child. And this time was not enough for her to escape with her child. And from Director Kid's statement, he suspected revenge or an assassination targeting him because he had just left the apartment shortly before the incident. According to the records in the case file, there were remnants of his briefcase at the scene. Thus, I have reason to suspect that he himself placed some kind of time bomb in his apartment. Subsequently, whether he found field agents nearby by chance or had investigated the mission beforehand, in short, he used some authority or means to tamper with Puncto's weapon and frame him, making everything appear as an accident caused by Puncto. Fu Luo tapped his straw hat. Above, that's my deduction. After he finished speaking, Puncto was a little puzzled. I can't remember at all. Is that so? I don't remember the case file either, but I think it might be correct. Baron Coleman whispered. My deduction cannot be wrong, Fu Luo said seriously. I suspect no one dug deep into this case purely because the perpetrator was a director. When nothing happened, no one dared to investigate. When something happened, he directly collapsed or even committed suicide at home, and perhaps others were too lazy to investigate further. Especially since the wrongly accused person is already on this despair train. Otherwise, such a simple trick wouldn't go unnoticed. Truth Company is, after all, a company built on technology and intellectual talent, so it shouldn't be full of incompetent fools and idiots who can't see through this. Fu Luo spoke with conviction, and Lin Yu cleared his throat. I don't know about others, but the Baron in front of us definitely investigated thoroughly. He just said that he was responsible for getting Puncto out. At these words, Fu Luo glanced at Baron Coleman, who sighed helplessly. I'm just a researcher, so perhaps I'm not good at deductions. Fu Luo shivered on the spot. Whether Baron Coleman was good at deductions or not was another matter. This guy had just called a bunch of robots to deal with those field agents. He must be very good at killing people. But fortunately, Fu Luo had other strengths besides deduction. You speak so, Baron. You are a research-oriented talent, innovative and driving social progress. My kind of case-solving is just picking out details, all quick wit, like brain teasers, all petty cleverness, incomparable to your great wisdom. What's more, you can even be a supervisor, which shows you are also a leadership talent. That's even more remarkable, far superior to a detective like me who still needs parental support and is useless in physical labor and farming. Fu Luo said solemnly. But Baron Coleman himself didn't care much.
He seemed to have even forgotten that Puncto was the real culprit just now, and looked at his old friend. Alright, it seems you were also wronged. Indeed, I shouldn't have doubted you. No matter how depraved you become, you couldn't possibly lay hands on a 10-year-old girl. Your weapon was indeed stolen. Puncto also realized it belatedly and was somewhat shocked. 10 years old? Damn it. In other words, that director kid killed his own 10-year-old daughter. He said, even a little angry. He really is a scumbag. Suicide was too easy for him. Fu Luo waved his hand, and Lin Yan spat, indeed a scumbag. Cheating and then cruelly murdering his daughter. Lin Yu, however, didn't express any opinion. He turned to bring the topic back to the dungeon itself. Now, 2/3 of Fu Luo's mission has been completed, with only the last one remaining. But this last one, it seems, isn't even clear what it is. It's fine, we don't even have to do it. Fu Luo was quite open-minded. After finishing his deduction, he changed from the confident detective back to that timid guy. He looked at the armed personnel around him who were still in a dazed, wandering state, and whispered, "It's fine if we stop now. These people are too easy. It makes me feel that the president should still have a backup plan. He's the president of Truth Company, he wouldn't be so sloppy in his work." Baron Coleman agreed with Fu Luo's statement. Yes, Paris's methods certainly won't be this simple. But precisely because of that, I recommend you don't retreat now. Otherwise, if the special vehicle arrives and you encounter some attack while trying to evacuate, it'll be a big problem. Lin Yu nodded. I also agree to eliminate all potential hidden dangers. Before Puncto and Lin Yan could express their opinions, a voice came from the end of the second carriage. You don't need to struggle so much, you will all die here. At that end of the carriage, a figure appeared. He was wearing the same armed uniform as the 11 people around them, but the style seemed more advanced. It was somewhat similar to the one Puncto was wearing, but more advanced. On his chest, there was a prominent Delta symbol. The current leader of the Delta squad, Baron Coleman, narrowed his eyes. You personally led the team here. President Paris trusts you, aren't you afraid that even you, his confidant, will fall here? A cold voice came from beneath the Delta squad leader's mask. Of course. Because I possess enough strength to kill all of you. Temporary scam, combat power enhancement. Facing the threat from the leader of Delta Group, Fu Luo was initially unafraid. It was just a group leader. They had the former leader of Delta Group here, plus an A-rank supervisor and 2 powerful players. Using the method of eliminating similar terms, no matter what, the advantage was theirs. This guy's got a big mouth, get him. Fu Luo said excitedly after making his judgment. But after his words of support came out, judging by the grave reactions of the remaining few, Fu Luo realized that things might not be that simple. And then, the moment the Delta Group leader on the other side made his move, it confirmed Fu Luo's worries. This guy moved incredibly fast. Whoosh! He charged towards Pang Duo, who was standing at the front, like a black afterimage. Pang Duo reached out to block, but with only a momentary contact, he flew backward as if hit by a dump truck. Clang! Pang Duo fell heavily to the ground, and although he immediately got back up, there was no doubt that in this first round of engagement, he was completely at a disadvantage. Pangduo's face showed a look of shock and disbelief. Fu Luo looked at Pang Duo and asked, confused, aren't you also that former leader of Delta Group? Why is there such a big difference? I don't know. Pang Duo replied helplessly. He didn't even know how he became the leader of Delta Group. Fortunately, Baron Coleman, who was nearby, knew what was going on. This Delta Group leader is no ordinary C-rank security department authority. He should be from the Great Wilderness Special Operations Group. He should have been stationed in the deepest parts of the Great Wilderness for a long time before this. When Baron Coleman spoke, Fu Luo was also startled. Great Wilderness Special Operations Group? What's that? Tell me quickly. Lin Yu urged, asking. Because after Pang Duo fell, although the opponent politely didn't pursue further, Lin Yu could feel, this guy's next target seemed to be him.
But this Great Wilderness Special Operations Group seemed to be very famous, even Li Nian had heard of it. I won't go into details, just know that it's similar to the Navy SEALs or Delta Force service experience often given as background for tough male characters in Hollywood blockbusters. Fu Luo also quickly interjected, "Yes, that thing is the strongest armed force of the Truth Company." Once everyone seemed to understand the situation, the Delta Group leader finally spoke. "Very good, it seems you all are quite knowledgeable, recognizing my background at first glance," the Delta Group leader said in a low voice, and the next moment he was already in front of Linyu, clenching his fist and swinging it at Linyu. "Then let's start with you, the one who's least discerning." Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Linyu stood still, motionless. The Delta Group leader's face showed a surprised expression. "What?" Linyu looked at him, his expression calm. "A bit strong, but it's nothing more than that." Although he said that, Linyu himself was actually in excruciating pain. Based on the impact force, Linyu estimated that this guy was probably even fiercer than Yulongwa at the time. If calculated by the soldier method, the physical qualities of the guy in front of him might be 10 to 15 times that of an ordinary person. This punch, if it landed on an ordinary person, would definitely kill them instantly. Linyu was able to block a punch that even Pang Duo couldn't, entirely relying on the ancient notebook. Although he discovered a new use for the ancient notebook today, Linyu still hadn't forgotten its initially intended use. This thing must be excellent armor. So, Linyu had just placed it on his lower abdomen. Although the impact force that passed through was still painful, it was completely within a tolerable range. More importantly, this Delta Group leader, whether due to overconfidence or being skilled in unarmed combat, did not use any weapons. So, he just landed an unarmed punch on the ancient notebook. Even if he was a tough guy, at this moment his hands couldn't help but tremble, feeling the pain brought by the recoil. "What kind of method is this?" he asked subconsciously. However, the Delta Group leader didn't realize, if he hadn't spoken to Linyu, he might have been a bit easier to deal with. If he really gave Linyu, this trickster, a chance to speak. Linyu said in a low voice, "Just like you, it's just sufficiently powerful physical qualities, though temporary. I'm a veterinarian, so of course I have ways to subdue beasts." Saying that, Linyu opened his hand and threw out an empty bottle. Smash! The bottle fell to the ground, shattering into shimmering dust. The Delta Group leader frowned in surprise. "Did you take some forbidden potion?" "Of course," Linyu said calmly, "though you might not recognize it, this thing is called Physical Enhancement Potion. The name is simple, but the effect is very good." Fu Luo heard this, looked at the familiar bottle, and unexpectedly exclaimed, "Ah, I know that one, it's the kind the Player Mutual Aid Society sells." His voice was very joyful. "That's great, this thing can give a person a comprehensive physical enhancement. For ordinary people, it can probably boost physical qualities by about 7 times. Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. "That's quite decisive, to use such a valuable potion directly." Hearing Fu Luo's explanation, Linyu secretly rejoiced. If this guy recognized it, it would save him the trouble of explaining the potion's effects. The appearance of that bottle was constructed by the fake. Because the stingy rich man had already activated its effect, the fake did not enter cooldown after use. Linyu didn't know if it was due to Chen Chua's luck buff or just pure good fortune. Even this time, the fake once again did not enter cooldown. Of course, Linyu didn't need the fake again for a short period. Because the appearance of that bottle was precisely the item that Grandpa Radish used for support, which Linyu had seen in the feast above the sky dungeon before. Although Grandpa Radish's direct combat power wasn't great, that old man's family fortune was indeed substantial. Potions produced by him could even influence matches of that caliber and be effective on creatures of that level. Of course, it wouldn't be anything ordinary. Linyu originally thought that with Chenjue absent, obtaining enough belief would require extra effort, but now, the belief from everyone present had already given Linyu enough power to make all of this come true.
He now felt as if he had truly drunk the physical enhancement potion, gaining physical qualities that even far exceeded those of a soldier. Profession under normal buffs. Although it had a time limit, and despite there still being a gap compared to the man in front of him, at this moment, Lin Yu undoubtedly had the strength to fight him. This was why he had gone to such lengths, using a somewhat risky method to take that punch head-on. Everything was for this deception that allowed him to gain combat power to come true. Reinforcements from both sides. After Lin Yu gained enough combat power to directly confront the leader of Delta Squad, this elite among elites of the Truth Company, Paris's confidant and trusted aide, no longer dared to underestimate Lin Yu. Especially when Lin Yu lit the torch of fear, and felt the dense aura of fear emanating from it, the leader of Delta Squad became even more solemn. Even this thing has fallen into your hands. He no longer acted overconfidently and began to use his weapon. Perhaps due to his different background, the weapon of this Delta Squad leader was not the short baton he had used earlier. Instead, it was a dagger with a blade that glowed red. He and Lin Yu instantly engaged in battle. And even with the physical enhancements, Lin Yu still found himself at a disadvantage from the start. After all, his physical attributes still lagged behind his opponents, and furthermore, in terms of combat technique, Lin Yu was completely outmatched. For a college student like Lin Yu, a seasoned combatant honed in life or death struggles was naturally almost an overwhelming force. All of Lin Yu's knowledge of fighting techniques was merely amateurish, flowery martial arts he had taught himself in his spare time. That he could barely hold on without being directly knocked down by his opponent was entirely due to the great advantage provided by the torch of fear. For some reason, the Delta Squad leader's apprehension towards the torch of fear seemed even deeper than that of the other team members before. He was even unwilling to let the pale flames get within half an inch of his body. As soon as Lin Yu swung the torch towards him, the Delta Squad leader's first reaction was always to dodge. Relying on this, although the Delta Squad leader suppressed Lin Yu, he couldn't incapacitate Lin Yu immediately. This gave Punk, who had been beaten back just now, a chance to catch his breath. Soon, a readjusted Punk also joined the fray. He picked up his short baton and attacked the Delta Squad leader from the side, forming a pincer movement with Lin Yu. With Lin Yu attracting the main firepower, and having already guarded against the opponent's superhuman physical abilities, the situation quickly turned into a stalemate. Furthermore, with someone holding the front line, Lin Yan also began to stealthily try to steal something from the Delta Squad leader. The battle even fell into a deadlock. Fu Luo became optimistic again. Good, kill him. Isn't this bastard very arrogant? But Baron Coleman, who had not yet made a move, looked increasingly grave. No. Just now he deliberately let his team members go first, while he himself hid in the dark. Now that the situation is deadlocked, he's not in a hurry at all. Baron Coleman frowned deeply. I'm afraid he's waiting for something. What could he be waiting for? Are there more experts? Fu Luo asked, puzzled. The two were conversing. But the Delta Squad leader suddenly spoke during the battle, joining their conversation. I am indeed waiting for support, but the one coming to support me is not a person. As he spoke, a chaotic sound like cheering and loud laughter suddenly erupted from his body, causing Lin Yu and Punk's movements to pause for a moment. Lin Yu only felt a momentary difficulty in breathing and a brief blankness in his mind. By the time he recovered, the Delta Squad leader had already retreated to the side. He sheathed his dagger at his waist and looked proudly at Lin Yu and Punk. I admit I underestimated you. Trying to deal with you by myself is still a bit difficult. As soon as his voice fell, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the carriage, and frequent red flashes of light made people's eyes dizzy. The roof of the carriage suddenly flipped open, and mad machinery and various bizarre creations of the Truth Company poured into the car. Baron Coleman's face changed drastically. You've activated the Great Purge early? Lin Yan also showed a pained expression. Oh dear, I thought we were making such good progress that we wouldn't have to encounter that Great Purge that happens every 72 hours. This is going to be a huge problem. The machine swooped down, beginning to indiscriminately attack all living things inside the carriage. Lin Yu, while the effects of the medicine had not yet worn off, along with Punk, withstood the first wave of attacks, explosions, slashes, and mental attacks erupted in succession. However, the good news was that the Delta Squad leader was no exception. Baron Coleman, attempting to seize control of some sentinels, spoke in a cold voice. "Even so, you yourself are restricted. What's the point? You even killed your own subordinates." Those Delta Squad armed personnel who were still in a state of spiritual wandering were almost completely slaughtered by the rampaging alchemical machines with virtually no defense. The Delta Squad leader sneered. "This is just an appetizer, Baron. Besides, activating the Great Purge early is just to clear out the cargo hold. Saying this, he grabbed two flying robots that were rushing towards him and smashed them together, fire exploding in front of his face. As for the sacrifice of these few, anyway, the president will pin it on you," the Delta Squad leader said loudly, and the red flashing roof of the carriage above him suddenly trembled again. A faint rumble sounded, and then, bang! A strong wind poured down from above, and bright light came from the sky. The roof of this carriage was actually torn off entirely. And directly above everyone's heads, a dark and massive flying object hovered, moving in sync with the truth train. The light from the flying object filled the carriage, and the oppressive feeling brought by the behemoth finally made Lin Yu realize that things were going badly. No matter how strong a person is, there is always a limit. But with such a massive, mountain-like steel construct pressing down from above, it almost made him dare not harbor any thought of resistance. Baron Coleman almost cursed out loud. "Wrathful throne? Paris, are you trying to kill me today, damn it?" Baron Coleman looked up, gritting his teeth. "Aren't you afraid that those directors who are still coveting Professor Dot's legacy will completely break ties with you? Are you going to destroy this train of despair?" His answer was the unchanging, icy cold silence of steel and strong light. So Baron Coleman looked at the Delta Squad leader. "Who exactly are you? You're definitely not just a combatant from the Great Wilderness Special Investigation Team. I even feel like I've seen you before. You must not be some unknown person who just returned from the Great Wilderness." The Delta Squad leader spoke calmly. "I have no obligation to satisfy a dead man's curiosity." Saying this, he extended his hand. From the giant flying object named Wrathful Throne, several dark figures rapidly descended, flying onto the Delta Squad leader's body. These were pieces of equipment that perfectly fit into the special grooves of his combat suit: exoskeleton, mechanical arms, boosters, external turrets. This Delta Squad leader, who was originally just a difficult combatant, now became a humanoid weapon. He spoke again. "Come, witness the ultimate masterpiece of the Calamity series. It is your honor to die by my hand." And the moment the Delta Squad leader's voice fell, behind him, another voice, even calmer and more composed than his, sounded. "Is that so? Well, you don't seem to have asked for our opinion." Upon hearing this voice, Ling Yan slapped his thigh, and the fear he had felt seeing the giant ship overhead instantly vanished. "Ha, idiot, you're the only one with reinforcements, huh? Brother Wang, sister-in-law, go get him." Gallows. At first, Lin Yu didn't quite understand why Lin Yan would feel relieved upon seeing Wang Yuyang. Even if they ignored the colossal object in the sky and assumed that the thing called Wrathful Throne wouldn't act, just the Delta Squad leader, who had received an equipment upgrade, certainly didn't look like an easy opponent. If it were experts of the caliber of Au, Li Hua, or Robin, their abilities were either bizarre and unpredictable or their tools possessed immense power, so dealing with this guy shouldn't be a problem. After all, they were Tier 3 experts. Even among Tier 3, they were considered a strong group. But Wang Yuyang was only Tier 2, even on the same rank as Lin Yan. Even if the opponent did have some strength and had cleared out the miscellaneous soldiers quite quickly before, why would he make Lin Yan feel a sense of it stable? It wasn't until Lin Yu saw Wang Yuyang's current appearance. He stood at the broken end of the carriage roof, looking down at the scene inside carriage 1 from above.
Exaggerated, oh. Fu Luo couldn't help but murmur.
At this moment, Wang Yuyan was still wearing a black casual shirt, but a layer of cold machinery had been added over his shirt. Equipment similar to an exoskeleton battlesuit covered Wang Yuyan's body, but compared to the Delta Squad leader's streamlined, technologically advanced, and seemingly multifunctional external facilities, Wang Yuyan's battlesuit had a colder, more rugged style, like standard battlefield equipment forged through 1,000 trials. Exposed springs and gears formed the mechanical transmission structure, seemingly mixed with some bright red wires.
Sorry, it took some effort to materialize this thing, so I'm a bit late.
Wang Yuyan said, his gaze shifting to the Delta Squad leader, speaking in a cold voice.
Great, you also seem to play with mechs, so it looks like this battle will be very exciting for me.
The Delta Squad leader turned his head.
Who are you?
Forget it, since you're bringing a pile of scrap metal to seek death, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, the mechanical arm on his left shoulder opened, shooting out a crimson light.
This attack went straight for Wang Yuyan's face, but
Ch. Wang Yuyan did not dodge, merely raising his hand, and the white steel on his forearm blocked the attack.
And he was completely unharmed.
Crooked ways. After Wang Yuyan threw out a comment, he then exerted force with his legs. The machinery on his lower limbs emitted the sound of steel deforming, and then he charged towards the Delta Squad leader like a meteor falling from the sky.
Bang! Two metallic constructs collided, sparks flew, and the clang of iron resonated.
Two giant blades appeared in Wang Yuyan's hands, and then two thick iron plates, almost as large as window panes, danced and flew lightly. Even though the Delta Squad leader had four mechanical arms, being drawn into Wang Yuyan's rhythm, he was still entangled in a fierce fight.
Lin Yu glanced at them and spoke.
Oh, Wing Chun ain't cutting knives, brother Wang knows a lot of different things.
Fu Luo was surprised. You can tell that?
Have you practiced?
If I had practiced, would I have been beaten so defenselessly just now?
Lin Yu shook his head calmly.
I just saw it in a movie. Haven't you seen it? The Master, it's about Wing Chun.
I only know it, man, Lin Yin said with a chuckle. I want to fight 10. The three players chatted casually, but Baron Coleman and Puncto, who had recovered, dared not relax.
Don't we need to help? Puncto asked in a low voice.
You can't get involved in a battle of this level, Lin Yin waved his hand, just don't make things worse. Trust him, I understand his strength. Baron Coleman, however, looked worriedly at the wrathful throne above. Even if this thing is here and is wary of destroying the despair train and won't use any large-scale destructive weapons, but
with this thing around, that guy will be very hard to beat.
Sure enough, the next scene confirmed Baron Coleman's worries.
Under continuous fierce attacks, Wang Yuyan seized the opportunity to slash off two of his opponent's mechanical arms with two blades.
But before he could press on and expand his gains, new components flew out from the wrathful throne to replace the damaged ones. It was like a massive logistics depot, supporting the Delta Squad leader, giving him almost infinite fault tolerance.
And after seeing this scene, Wang Yuyan also frowned slightly. There's even something like this.
The Delta Squad leader sneered. What, are you still fantasizing about a fair duel? As he spoke, after putting on new mechanical arms, he suddenly attacked again. Two new mechanical arms clamped Wang Yuyan's dual blades, and the cannon on his back erupted in reverse, pushing the two of them onto the roof of the
train. I'm not here to play noble duels with you, I'm here to annihilate you. The Delta Squad leader roared again, then launched a counterattack against Wang Yuyan on the roof of the train. The despair train whistled past at high speed, and the roof was swept by strong winds, making it difficult just to stand steadily. Especially after Wang Yuyan was brought out of the carriage by him, the wrathful throne in the sky seemed to be able to unleash some long-range firepower because Wang Yuyan had moved away from the despair furnace inside carriage 1. A swarm of floating cannons flew out from below, continuously unleashing a dense barrage of bullets towards Wang Yuyan. Puncto's face changed dramatically. Damn it. We have to help him. But Lin Yu pulled Puncto back. Calm down.
Lin Yan was still very calm. Although Lin Yu didn't know Wang Yuyang well, Lin Yan had already spoken, and he understood Lin Yan. And he had a faint feeling. Although coming to the roof seemed to put Wang Yuyang at a disadvantage. But Lin Yu always felt that this was exactly what Wang Yuyang had hoped for. The place where this guy first appeared was the roof of this train car. It's possible that everything happening now was intentionally guided by Wang Yuyang. Just as this thought emerged in Lin Yu's mind, Wang Yuyang also spoke loudly again. It's trouble, Yuchang. As soon as Wang Yuyang's voice fell, Pan Yuchang's cheerful voice rang out. Got it. Then, in the shadows behind the rear of the carriage roof, the girl's figure appeared. Pan Yuchang raised both hands with a smile. In her hands appeared something rather strange. It looked like a thick hemp rope, but something seemed to be connected behind it, extending into the darkness behind. Although I haven't investigated in detail yet, your various actions are already enough to be called guilty. She took a light step forward, and Wang Yuyang blocked the attacks from the floating cannons for her. Pan Yuchang reached out her hand, and the rope looped around the squad leader's body. Then, tightening, falling, dragging. It was clearly just an ordinary hemp rope, but it seemed to possess an irresistible force. It couldn't even be cut. Damn it! Damn it! The Delta Squad leader desperately grabbed the rope around his neck, trying to resist, but in the end, everything was futile. Soon, his heavy body was hoisted high. The lights of the wrathful throne pursued, clearly revealing the gallows hidden in the dark. The killer whose weapon is the gallows. Fu Luo cried out in alarm. Citalopram. So it's the executioner. Pan Yuchang on the roof of the train turned her head to look at Fu Luo and smiled. Oh my, I've been discovered. Detective, you really are knowledgeable. Then please keep my secret for me, okay? After Pan Yuchang finished speaking, she suddenly turned sharply to look at Wang Yuyang, who was preparing to jump into the carriage. Stop, Yuyang, what I just said wasn't meant to silence you. Negotiation and Wang Yuyang's deterrence. Lin Yu knew about the title of executioner, even though she was a veteran player active about a year ago, and there had been almost no news of her in the past year. Because the executioner was simply too famous a year ago. That name once killed 6 famous players on the Hunters Guild leaderboard, with bounties exceeding 10 million, all within a week. All by means of hanging. Not only that, she also listed the crimes of everyone she killed and posted them on the forum. This extreme method caused a lot of controversy. Some people thought she was doing good deeds, just like order. But others believed it was merely an excuse for indiscriminate slaughter. Regardless, the administrators and order eventually intervened and stopped the controversy. The executioner had the honor of being a player expelled from the forum in a personal capacity. Subsequently, news of the executioner's victims and her activities continued to emerge. And then, one day, the executioner suddenly disappeared, and no one seemed to have seen her again. Many players speculated that she might have silently died in some instance dungeon, which is common for death game players. Even long-established experts might suddenly die one day. After all, the stronger one's ability, the greater the difficulty of the instance dungeons encountered. This is a widely accepted common sense among almost all players, though not fully proven. But no one expected. The executioner was not dead. She had become a member of the Psychology Society and was even dating a member of the Freedom Alliance. Fu Luo exclaimed again, I knew it, how could there be a killer who isn't good at direct combat? It turns out the designer didn't let her act simply because once she did, it would be a matter of life or death. Lin Yan, however, seemed to have known Pan Yuchang's skills for a long time. She pursed her lips as she watched the Delta Squad leader, who was clearly wearing high-tech equipment and even had the support of a giant battleship. Yet still couldn't break free from the seemingly primitive hemp rope. The main thing is that this move of hers is too conspicuous. Once she's recognized, it's quite troublesome. Brother Wang is a cautious person and doesn't want her to take risks. Lin Yu also looked at the Delta Squad leader, who was starting to kick and was about to be hanged, and quickly spoke up.
Hey, Sister Pan, can you be merciful? It's best to leave him alive, I still have a use for this guy. As Lin Yu spoke, Pan Yuchang glanced at him. I can leave him alive, but he's quite tenacious, let him hang a bit longer. If we let him down now, he might still be able to resist. As if afraid Lin Yu wouldn't believe her, Pan Yuchang added. Trust me, I'm a professional. Since Pan Yuchang said so, Lin Yu naturally chose to believe her. He nodded silently, then looked at Pan Yuchang's gallows. A few more minutes passed, and Pan Yuchang observed that the Delta Squad leader had gradually stopped struggling and seemed to be foaming at the mouth. Under his mask. She felt it was about time. Then, Pan Yuchang snapped her fingers. Clap! With a crisp sound, the massive gallows appeared out of thin air on the roof of the car. The Delta Squad leader fell to the ground. Pan Yuchang waved her hand, and Wang Yuyan walked over, picked up the unconscious man, and, with Pan Yuchang, leaped down from the car roof. Wang Yuyan threw the man in front of Lin Yu. What do you need him for? He asked, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu pointed to the giant battleship still hovering above them. Although it hadn't made any moves since the Delta Squad leader fell unconscious, and according to Baron Coleman, due to the existence of the despair furnace, this wrath throne seemed to not dare to unleash full firepower to bomb the train car. But its lingering presence still created immense psychological pressure. Baron Coleman, with Lin Yan's help, had temporarily suppressed the rampaging machines from the Great Purge while Wang Yuyang and the Delta Squad leader were fighting. But precisely because of this, he seemed to have reached some kind of limit. This was evident from Baron Coleman's slightly bloodshot eyes. If this Wrath Throne were to deploy new robots and sentinels to launch an attack, they would probably have to meet force with force. Even if Wang Yuyang could deal with the Delta Squad leader, facing an endless stream of robots, he might not be able to protect everyone. So, first, his primary use is to drive this thing away. Lin Yu said, looking up at the giant battleship in the sky. Hey, President Paris, are you watching? Let's make a deal. Your confidant is in our hands. We guarantee his life is safe. How about you withdraw this thing? Let's both take a step back. You don't really want us dead that badly, do you? It's certainly not impossible for you to kill us, but can you guarantee that you can instantly kill all of us before he dies? And it has to be a plan that avoids blowing up this furnace as much as possible. Lin Yu spoke, but the giant machine in the sky remained silent, just as it had when facing Baron Coleman's accusations earlier. However, Lin Yu was not Baron Coleman, and the situation now was different from before. He waved his hand. It seems President Paris can't hear, or he doesn't care about this person's life or death. Then let's just kill him, please do the honors, Brother Wang. Lin Yu said politely, and Wang Yuyang nodded. No problem. His exoskeleton armor had dissipated, but Wang Yuyang simply extended his hand and conjured a long blade again. Just as Wang Yuyang was about to act, the giant battleship in the sky trembled and a sound came. Stop, deal. The 4 short words rang out, and Lin Yu smiled. Good, truly President Paris. Those who can climb to this position indeed possess some qualities of a hero. Very decisive in making decisions. Wang Yuyang also stopped his movements. And the giant battleship offered no further opinions or haggling, directly ascending and climbing into the sky. Pan Yuchang was very surprised. It was resolved like this? I thought it would take more effort. Lin Yu shook his head. This is mainly due to the fact that the other party is the Truth Company. They are a group of guys who can read people's emotions. So negotiating with them makes it easy for them to see your timidity. But once you don't show timidity, it's also very easy to manipulate them. I just borrowed Brother Wang for this very reason. Because the killing intent on Brother Wang, in their eyes, must be very pure. In other words, if I hadn't called for an emergency stop just now, Brother Wang would have really acted and killed him directly. This created a deterrence. Fu Luo looked at Wang Yuyang with reverence. Brother, if you were born in the three-body problem world, humanity wouldn't have to worry about not having a sword holder after Luoji. Horrible treatment. After the giant ship turned around, Baron Coleman also let out a long sigh of relief. This is truly unexpected. I didn't think I'd be able to gain the upper hand and make Paris yield in negotiations with him. Baron Coleman said, and Puncto nodded. In any case, it's great that no one was hurt. But how should we deal with this Delta Squad leader? Are we really just going to let him go? Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Yu again. You just said firstly, right? If there's a firstly, there must be a secondly. Does this guy have any other uses? Lin Yu nodded. Of course. As President Paris's confidant, he even made that ruthless man give up on killing us just to protect him. So, I speculate that this guy must know a lot of things. And coincidentally, we now desperately need to know some truths about Truth Company. For example, about this guy's lost memories and experiences. Lin Yu pointed to Puncto beside him. Pan Yuqian nodded. That's a good idea, but how do we make him talk? Since that president values him, it means he's not only capable but also loyal enough. How can we make him say things that are likely to be detrimental to President Paris? Lin Yu smiled. It's very simple. Couldn't we just use some method to make him change his object of loyalty? He said casually. Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang were only slightly surprised, without much comment. But the two employees who knew more about Truth Company, and Fu Luo, all frowned. You want to brainwash a senior armed security personnel from the security department, a former member of the Great Wild Special Action Team, a monster modified with the latest Calamity series? Honestly, I'm not very optimistic. Baron Coleman said, choosing his words carefully. Fu Luo also earnestly advised, if you have any valuable items that can interfere with cognition, I suggest you don't use them on him. These people's souls and cognitions have all been modified. They are very good at resisting methods targeting this aspect. Lin Yu smiled, of course I know. So, this is what I plan to use. As he spoke, he spread his hands, and a small leather collar appeared in them. This was another transformation of counterfeit. If counterfeit hadn't been so lucky to be influenced by this stingy rich man, Lin Yu wouldn't have had such a bold idea at this moment. You all should know that I am a Tier 1 veterinarian. But besides Anian, others probably don't know which direction I chose for my advancement. Now I can tell you. I chose collar. And I just completed my advancement trial not long ago, and I haven't found a suitable pet yet. If you don't mind, I'd like to take this guy in. Lin Yu said softly. Lin Yan was shocked. Hey, seriously? But this is a human, isn't it? Pan Yuqian then spoke. If I remember correctly, veterinarians cannot transform highly intelligent beings into pets, can they? Lin Yu shook his head. That's not it. According to the item description. It's just that the higher the intelligence, the stronger, and the more a creature exceeds the user himself, the higher the failure rate of transformation. Lin Yu paused, then blinked, speaking in an extremely gentle tone. But for me, ordinary humans, especially those who seem to be more enthusiastic about violence, are no different from dogs. When I worked at the pet hospital, I noticed that the intellectual gap between dogs is sometimes greater than that between humans and dogs. And sometimes, the gap between humans can also be greater than that between humans and dogs. He squatted down, stroking the back of the unconscious Delta Squad leader, smiling and speaking in the gentle tone of a kind older sister next door or an extremely patient kindergarten teacher. I like humans, just as humans like dogs. His tone and movements were as gentle as feathers swirling in the wind. Wang Yuyang watched the scene and couldn't help but lean a little closer to his girlfriend. I'm very sure now that this veterinarian is absolutely an S rank. Then, he looked at Lin Yan again. No matter what others in the organization think, I think he is indeed very suitable to join our freedom alliance. Lin Yan looked at Zhu Ming and licked his lips. I completely agree.
And Lin Yu, squatting on the ground and playing the neurotic side he added for Xiaoyu, felt more and more belief and let out a breath. Very good, the time was ripe. His tongue swept across his teeth, activating, tongue of deceit. For me, the success rate of this transformation is almost 100%. Lin Yu said softly, placing the collar around the Delta Squad leader's neck. The lie he had just uttered fell like a silver needle, and then, within the already existing belief from several people, aided by the ability of tongue of deceit, it turned falsehood into truth. The moment the collar was put on, the extremely low success rate, which should have been present because the Delta Squad leader was human and powerful, instantly reversed. If a gambler were to activate their ability to check at this moment, they would find that the extremely small success rate number rolled, increased, and expanded in a short time, until it became almost 100%. Just as Lin Yu had declared. The collar, transformed from counterfeit, was now even more powerful than a genuine item. After it was placed around the Delta Squad leader's neck, the other party struggled painfully. Ugh! He suddenly woke up from his coma and let out a low growl. What are you doing? What are you going to do to me? Bastard! Bastard! He shouted almost frantically, twisting his body. Lin Yu pressed down on his head, smiling and saying, "Good boy, good boy." Eventually, the Delta Squad leader's struggles became smaller and smaller, and finally, slowly, he lay peacefully on the ground, no longer moving. The collar, blessed by divine power, caused a complete loss of a part of his personal will. Although his self still existed, he was like someone whose brain and soul had been invaded by some external force, branded with a certain mark. And the content of this mark was loyalty to Lin Yu. He looked at the girl in front of him with awe, somewhat at a loss. All his memories and cognitions were still there, and even the recent experience remained in his mind. But he could no longer make correct judgments on matters related to this. Oh my, I actually tried to resist you just now, how rude and ignorant. The Delta Squad leader rubbed his head and slowly got up, speaking as if a little tired. Seeing his transformation, Fu Luo shivered. Damn it, this is really a bit scary. Not to mention Fu Luo, even Wang Yuyang and Lin Yan were a little scared. He actually succeeded. Although this guy is only tier 1, he's truly terrifying, huh? Lin Yan murmured to himself. Wang Yuyang nodded in deep agreement. Only Pan Yuqiang seemed quite interested. What an interesting fellow. Another layer of truth. After the leader of the Delta team was transformed by Lin Yu, the last trace of uncertainty on the train also came to an end. At the same time, this also meant that Lin Yu now held a key to a great many secrets of the Truth Company. But at this moment, Lin Yu did not immediately have the intention to use him. Instead, he looked at Baron Coleman. In any case, Baron, the time should be right now, regarding the question I'm curious about. Why did they spare your life? You seem to have mentioned it just now. Professor Dot's legacy, right? Baron Coleman calmly looked at Lin Yu, then at the armed team member who was now respectfully standing behind the young girl. Firstly, secondly, now it's lastly, isn't it? His existence can become a new bargaining chip in negotiations with me and a corroboration of what I say. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I believe you bear me no ill will, but I don't believe you would be completely forthright with me, esteemed Baron. You are a former high-ranking official of the Truth Company, and you managed to survive after instigating a rebellion and assassination. For someone like you, discussing your good or evil is meaningless, and you would absolutely never be completely open with anyone. Although you repeatedly mention candor, I don't think we have been candid enough. It wasn't just as Lin Yu said. Baron Coleman already understood the strength of their group. Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang's actions just now further confirmed this. But the use of the collar that Lin Yu demonstrated just now was a strength of another dimension. What kind of methods could be employed? What kind of beliefs were held? The obedient and docile subordinate, once belonging to Baron Coleman's greatest enemy, stood behind him like a warning and a symbol. Baron Coleman lifted his head.
So, where do you think I haven't been candid? Lin Yu nodded slightly. Do you truly not know that President Paris was the mastermind? Although I don't know the specific details of your past experiences, still, it can be inferred from the timeline. Not long after you were framed and then cleared your name, you became irreconcilable with President Paris. Even if you were wronged, were you truly innocent? I even want to ask, was this truly the first time you knew that Puncto was the real culprit? He spoke softly, taking a step forward. You can use those sufficiently logical behaviors to deceive that detective who lives by logic, but I'm of the faction that trusts intuition more, you see. Baron Coleman looked at Lin Yu. A woman's sixth sense? Of course not, it's because your acting of shock and surprise was terrible. Although Lin Yu really wanted to say that, he held back. It was always like this, there were always people trying to deceive him, a professional actor and trickster, with their amateur acting. Lin Yu suppressed the urge to complain, and nodded non-committally in a manner consistent with his current persona. Indeed, so why exactly did you go to that laboratory? Why were you framed as the murderer? Why were you able to obtain Professor Dot's legacy, and why did you fall out with President Paris? Furthermore, since you obtained the legacy of Professor Virvalenti, you must have some understanding of the ancient notes, so you should have been able to foresee what we considered an accident, right? Lin Yu snapped his fingers and looked at Puncto, who had been listening with some surprise. You must be very curious about all of this too. Mr. Puncto. Puncto looked at Baron Coleman. Jerry, is that really true? I genuinely felt guilty for you just now. Baron Coleman smiled silently. Talking to someone as naive as a blank slate like you really takes some getting used to, Puncto. He sighed deeply and began, people always conceal facts that are unfavorable to themselves. I think that's just human nature. In short, I am indeed not some innocent person persecuted by Paris, a guy with ideals, justice, and progress. Such people might exist in the truth company, but they are absolutely not people who can become A-level executives, and certainly not me. Similarly, the same goes for Puncto over there, which is why I was unwilling to talk about these things. It's rare for him to have forgotten those things, so I always thought it better not to mention them. He said, looking at the sky. The despair train sped on. The night sky above the sleepless city was gloomy, dull, and gray, blurred by the spotlights and neon of bright skyscrapers. In short, back then, we were indeed allied with Paris, the head of the security department, an A-level executive, and the leader of the Delta team. He helped Puncto undergo the Calamity series modifications, and helped me take charge of Laboratory No. 7. At that time, we had different goals. Puncto wanted to investigate his granduncle's whereabouts, I wanted to restore my family's glory, and that guy Paris came from the bottom and his sister was seriously ill. But we all had the same goal, to climb higher within the Truth Company. Although the initial motivation sounded quite noble, the higher we climbed, the greater the drive that becoming a superior itself brought, and while the original goals were not forgotten, mixed in, they had already become more like excuses. By the time the three of us gathered together, everyone had long since lost that purity. Therefore, there was an inversion of cause and effect in my words. I indeed found evidence of the Ghost Project after entering Laboratory No. 7, but before entering, I actually knew that Laboratory No. 7 might contain such evidence. I went precisely for that evidence. As Coleman narrated all this, Fuluo was shocked. My goodness, no wonder I always felt something was off when I was reasoning, so that's where the problem was. If your discovery was a coincidence, it would indeed be too strange, he said in shock. Puncto was stunned. So, my killing Reed was within your expectations? No, I really didn't know that was something you and Paris did, Coleman sighed. When I entered the lab, I really didn't expect Paris to directly kill Reed, because our plan at the time was for Paris to distract him, and I would enter the lab and steal the data that would allow all three of us to advance further. At the time, Paris's message to me was that this Ghost Project was a secret research project privately discovered by Reed and persuaded Director Chick to undertake. As long as we got our hands on it, whether as an independent project for Laboratory No.
7 or to negotiate with Director Chick, it would give us an opportunity to advance further.
And the value of that thing far exceeded my imagination.
Therefore, at the scene, I hadn't realized that this was a setup by Paris, but when I returned to my own lab and read that data, I instantly understood. The content of that data far exceeded the value that could allow the three of us to advance a few levels. It was a vast value, enough for Paris to risk killing both of us accomplices. Because that was the discovery of Professor and his student, researcher Veer Valenti, the truth about fear. The deal reached and the departure plan. Baron Coleman slowly recounted the dark side of the events from back then. Puncto, who had lost his memory, and Fulua, who had just learned everything, were both shocked, seemingly digesting the information they had heard.
Only Lin Yu remained calm.
He spoke softly, "So, what exactly is this truth?"
Although Baron Coleman said he inherited Professor Dot's legacy.
However, from his words, it wasn't hard to see that this so-called legacy should be certain research results, some conclusions. These should be
considered part of the legacy. The remaining part was likely partially controlled by Paris.
The fact that he was now the president of Truth Company was enough to prove this point. And apart from Coleman and Paris, the last part of the legacy, the applied creations based on these research results and conclusions, as well as the
materials used to derive these conclusions, Lin Yu felt should be in his hands.
The ancient notebook, the torch of fear, the lens of fear, Charter's supplies. After the pale flames ignited in the snowy mountains, everything in the world related to fear burned to ashes, leaving only those last items in his
hands.
Therefore, he, like President Paris, needed the knowledge in Baron Coleman's mind. Although Your Excellency the Baron did not explicitly state it, I think since you are still alive and present here, you must have destroyed those
precious original data and then stored them in a way that is closely related to your life, right? Lin Yu said calmly.
Baron Coleman heard Lin Yu's question and rhetorical question, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. No wonder you were chosen by such an
existence, you are indeed a talent. That's right, it's all stored in my mind,
he said, pointing to his brain.
I know you want those too, and I have one last request.
Lin Yu was not surprised.
As the negotiation reached this point, it was indeed Baron Coleman's turn to make his final offer.
Take him out of here, find a safe place if possible, try your best to help him retrieve his memories. Baron Coleman pointed to Puncto.
Puncto was stunned again. Me?
Baron Coleman nodded, a light-hearted smile he had never shown before appearing on his face. That's right, my friend, you have to leave here and
retrieve your memories.
Although you killed Reed back then and undoubtedly betrayed me once, we still fought side by side to the very end. Our miserable stay here together is
proof. You are still my friend after all. Now that you have regained your sanity, leave this cage.
As Baron Coleman spoke, he pulled out a brilliant golden ticket from his, clipped it between two fingers, and slipped it into Puncto's pocket. Puncto stared at the ticket, lost in thought.
How about it, my friend?
Coleman spoke again, but this time he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu brushed a strand of hair behind his ear. We've only just been a little honest. Does that already make us friends?
You can't get close to someone like that.
He spoke softly, as if joking, and rebuffed Baron Coleman's words.
Coleman laughed wryly. It's true I'm trying to get close, but perhaps you might not believe it. I'm actually also the type with very accurate intuition. My intuition tells me that if we had more opportunities to spend time together, we might become good friends. As Baron Coleman spoke, Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest.
I agree to it then, but it seems this matter requires more than just my opinion. He tilted his head, gesturing to Puncto standing beside him. The tall, thin man finally came to his senses and pulled out the ticket from his chest pocket. Hey, although I do want to leave, I find this method very hard to accept. I just woke up today, my memory isn't complete, and suddenly I know so many truths. Baron Coleman interrupted him. That's why you should leave here even more, for yourself and for me, to complete those unfinished matters.
Hearing Baron Coleman's words, Puncto said straightforwardly, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
Of course I'll do what I want to do, but don't impose your things on me. I won't accept your gift, I'll find a way to leave myself. Don't be naive, Baron Coleman said again, his voice already a little stern. Do you think such opportunities are easy to find? Just this ticket alone is precious enough. Moreover, as soon as you leave this despair train, those directors, presidents, and managers will swarm in. Do you know how many people are watching us, Puncto? Your empty brain knows nothing. For powerful people like these, who don't belong to the company, to board the train is the best way for us to leave. Puncto's voice also rose an octave. Then you go yourself. Why give this opportunity to me? You really are a fool who's forgotten everything completely. Let me tell you, you need this ticket more than I, a lone wolf, do. Baron Coleman stepped forward, grabbed Puncto's collar, and said with a tone of disappointment, in those lost memories of yours. You goddamn got married and had children. You have a daughter waiting for you out there, you idiot. My whole family has passed away from illness, but you still have children, you terrible father. Puncto froze. What? Even though he had already experienced enough shocks today, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed at this moment. Lin Yu appropriately explained to Puncto, this seems like the truth this time. I have a daughter? Coleman released his collar. Yes, you're a father now. His tone and expression were very complex, mixed with helplessness and sarcasm. So you have to go out, you need to go out. More than I do, and even with the help of these uninvited guests, for any of us to leave, the other must stay on the train as a cover. This is a plan I've deduced many times. Although today is the first real chance to execute it. Puncto was still a bit confused. What's the plan? How will you cover for me? Baron Coleman did not explain. Hurry up, there's no time. TSK, it looks like you're planning to sacrifice yourself, huh? Lin Yu saw through Baron Coleman's deeper meaning. How cliché. Always hiding in car no. 2. So part of your plan is to blow up this furnace, right? Baron Coleman was helpless. I know you're very smart, but don't expose me at a time like this. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Puncto, who had already intended to leave, changed his mind again. I don't accept it. Departure. Even without his memories restored and unable to recall the past, Puncto instinctively objected after Lin Yu informed him of Baron Coleman's intention. To sacrifice himself. We don't need to do this, perhaps there's a better way. As he spoke, Baron Coleman chuckled softly. I'm glad your first reaction was to stop me, but there is no better way. I've simulated it many times. This is the only way for us to escape, and as I said before, you have a daughter. Baron Coleman said, and just as Puncto was about to object again, Coleman preempted him once more. What's more, there's a very important reason. He let out a breath, saying with a hint of relief, I don't have much time left, Puncto. My time in that pathetic jar was partly to hide, and partly because I'm dying. Baron Coleman pointed to his head. My modification surgery isn't like yours. After being in this godforsaken place without maintenance for so long, and frequently using overload mode to extract emotions, my brain is not far from becoming a rotten mess. So, don't let me linger here. Let me die gloriously, with hope, in a way that honors my mother's surname, all right? Baron Coleman said sincerely. Puncto opened his mouth, then finally nodded, uttering a single, difficult word. All right. He pulled out the ticket and tore it. It seems it's time to leave. Wang Yuyang nodded, also pulling out his ticket and tearing it. As ripping sounds echoed, the golden tickets transformed into golden specks of light and dissipated. This form reminded Lin Yu of the god of feasts. Delicious paper. But before Lin Yu could ponder the connection between the two, Fu Luo, who hadn't torn his ticket yet, spoke up. Hey, did you guys forget something? Wang Yuyang heard Fu Luo's voice. Oh, right, the Baron hasn't given Zhu Ming the promised reward yet. This designer had long considered Lin Yu half an insider. Although he only half understood the previous conversation, he knew that Zhu Ming and Baron Coleman must have struck a deal. Zhu Ming would help him kill the president and take his friend Puncto away.
And Baron Coleman was supposed to give Zhu Ming something involving the Truth Company's secrets. Lin Yu glanced at Wang Yuyang, his face showing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang, but his reward, he should have already given it to me. After he finished speaking, Baron Coleman smiled. I thought you wouldn't realize it. I did leave it for you in the ancient notes. When the memories were transferred earlier, that part was actually included within the memories. Fu Luo nodded. That's not what I was referring to. The great detective had also realized this point. Lin Yan looked at Fu Luo. So, you mean your advancement trial quest isn't finished? You've only investigated 2 out of 3 wrongful cases. It's a pity, but it seems there's no time for you to finish it. Fu Luo shook his head helplessly. No, I wasn't that concerned about advancement to begin with. What's more, if my guess is correct, my advancement should actually be complete. Anyway, what I'm saying is, don't you have a sugar daddy? Lin Yan's expression changed dramatically. Oh crap, right, we haven't notified that fatty yet. He wouldn't have died, would he? Lin Yu was relatively calmer, he hadn't forgotten Chenhua. And Chenhua at this moment. The carriage door opened again. Holy crap, I finally made it back, that was terrifying. Just now, a group of masked bandits snuck into the carriage, and then all the robots in the entire carriage went berserk. Luckily, I had a life-saving item. The chubby young man rushed in, carrying a large backpack. Lin Yan was surprised at first. You're not dead? Chenhua nodded, speaking with lingering fear. Yeah, why are you all here? As he asked, Lin Yan's expression changed, then she immediately spoke solemnly. Of course, it's because to protect you, I gathered all hands and fought the mastermind to the death. Did you really think your smooth journey was just good luck? I was pulling all the strings. Quickly tear your ticket, the situation is urgent now, we need to evacuate. Lin Yan's lies flowed effortlessly. But Chenhua naturally believed her completely. He immediately showed a grateful expression and tore his ticket along with Fu Luo. So that's how it is. Thank you so much then. After I get out, I will definitely add to your reward. Lin Yan was about to politely decline, but before she could speak, Chenhua patted the backpack behind him. Thanks to you, those robots suddenly shut down and self-destructed quite a few just now. And some of them turned out to be items that can be taken out of the dungeon. This time I hit the jackpot. This must be the bonus you said you'd give me, right? Chenhua said, and Lin Yan froze, swallowing her original words. Oh, it's nothing, that's indeed what I promised, just keep it. Just give me a cut after you sell it. After she finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed above everyone's heads. In the open top of the carriage, a shuttle-shaped aircraft slowly came to a stop. Special car No. 008 is at your service, please wait, distinguished guests, we will arrange for you to board in an orderly fashion. The broadcast sound rang out, and then, the bottom of the shuttle-shaped aircraft opened, accompanied by a golden light. Puncto, who had torn his ticket first, suddenly flew upwards. Ugh! He cried out, and Coleman shouted with a laugh, relax, friend, this is normal, it's not your first time on this thing. Then, Puncto was completely sucked into the aircraft. Holy cow, a UFO sucking up a flying cow! Lin Yan exclaimed and complained. Pan Yuchang said with a smile, I think it's more like a demon in Journey to the West using a magic treasure to capture people. I know, King Golden Horn's purple gold gourd, it does look like that. Wang Yuyan nodded. Originally, Fu Luo and Chenhua were a bit nervous seeing this strange way of entering, but seeing that the several senior players weren't afraid, they couldn't help but feel a little relieved. They were also successively sucked into this special car. After watching everyone leave, and seeing the golden aircraft gradually move away again, Baron Coleman let out a breath. Alright, it's just the 2 of us left. He tapped his temple, releasing the suppression on the machines that were in great purge mode. Then, Baron Coleman looked at the furnace of despair before him, meeting the gaze of its 100 faces. Although I've grown somewhat fond of you, I apologize, my friend. For my more important friends. Saying this, Baron Coleman spread his arms. Let's be destroyed together. The swarm of machines rushed in like a tide, engulfing him in the furnace of despair. Welcome to the great wilderness. After Fu Luo bravely volunteered to input a destination for them, the aircraft named Chauffeur smoothly and rapidly traveled above the sleepless city. This chauffeur was indeed worthy of being exclusively for VIPs. Its interior space was not only spacious but also almost luxurious. Seats, beds, a wine cabinet. There was even a constant temperature swimming pool. City like Saturn's rings. The light strips on the track were bright and gentle, with countless pipelines extending from the buildings of the sleepless city and merging into the track, densely packed like insect mouthparts sucking tree sap. It seemed that this train indeed undertook a considerable portion of the power supply for the entire sleepless city. And next, Lin Yu also saw Baron Coleman's plan. As he had just said, it was an extremely cliched act of self-sacrifice. However, even if it was so cliched as to be trite, it could not obscure the greatness and splendor of this sacrifice. The train, speeding on the track, suddenly exploded, engulfing the gentle light. Fireworks like flames burst forth, and at the same time, the track lights began to extinguish section by section. After the track, it was the lights of the entire sleepless city. Large areas of high-rise buildings dimmed. Almost simultaneously, scattered lights of aircraft lit up, rushing towards the place of the explosion and fire. At this moment, the entire sleepless city, after a long absence, fell into a night it had perhaps been separated from for decades. Aircraft flew past near the one Lin Yu and his companions were riding in, but no one paid them any mind. What a grand and splendid firework, Lin Yan also said with emotion, standing by the porthole. It's simply too romantic. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment. Can this be described as romantic? Pan Yuqian leaned against the window and said, why not? Wang Yuyan's evaluation was more practical, so that's it. As long as you create a big enough, urgent enough problem, no one will care how many people escaped on this train. Not only that, Fu Luo interjected, if I'm not mistaken, 80% of the Truth Company's positioning and surveillance systems and facilities should now be shut down or operating at low power. Even the positioning device on him might be interfered with. In other words, they might really not know that this guy has already escaped. Fu Luo pointed to Pang Koduo beside him. He also silently watched the explosion, the flickering flames reflected in his eyes. The color of the flames was monotonous but ardent, surpassing the colorful mixture from before. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. After a long while, after the aircraft had flown a certain distance, Pang Koduo finally spoke, in other words, as long as I find a blind spot where they can't locate me and remove some devices from my body before the power supply system recovers, it's possible that the Truth Company will never find me again, right? He asked, and Fu Luo was somewhat shocked. Yes. Wait, you were listening. I thought you were just mourning your old friend. He is still a new friend to me now, Pang Koduo sighed, perhaps only after I retrieve my complete memories will I be able to fully experience the sorrow. Ling Yan looked at Pang Koduo, your plan should be feasible, but in this sleepless city, is there really a place the Truth Company can't cover? Pang Koduo shook his head, based on my judgment, there shouldn't be. In the sleepless city, ordinary people looking for someone might be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But for the three major giant companies to find any individual, it was as simple as retrieving a numbered drink from a vending machine. They jointly governed, and could even be said to own, this vast sea. So, even though you promised Baron Coleman so readily, it's really not an easy task to settle this guy down. Lin Yan said, and Lin Yu shrugged. No matter, I have a professional I can consult, this one's memories are quite complete. Saying that, he pointed to the current Delta Squad leader who was following behind him. Do you know any good places? Of course, madam, the Delta Squad leader said meekly, humbly, and politely, it is indeed difficult to find a place within the sleepless city. But he can go outside the sleepless city. Go to the great wilderness, find the towns and villages of the great wilderness people. There, the Truth Company's control is very weak among the three giant companies. It has the strongest control over the inner city, but the weakest control over the great wilderness. And the Divine Power Group, which has the strongest control over the great wilderness, has had an extremely poor relationship with the Truth Company in recent years. And those areas outside the Sleepless City, in the southern part of the great wilderness, where the Divine Power Group is active, are considered restricted areas for us professionals from the Truth Company who deal with great wilderness affairs. The Delta Squad leader fully disclosed the information he possessed and offered his suggestions. Excellent, Lin Yu looked at the others in the aircraft. If I suggest taking a detour, I presume everyone has no objections? The others naturally agreed. Lin Yu looked at Pang Ku Duo. Then, Mr. Pang Ku Duo. I have no objection, he immediately replied. It's just, although Coleman asked you to help me retrieve my memories, I'm not that concerned about it. Memories are my own business, and I'm not in a hurry, so you don't need to be so attentive. I've also received a lot of information from you regarding my granduncle's whereabouts, and I plan to slowly investigate the rest along with my memories. It's just, madam, I still have something I wish to entrust to you. Pang Ku Duo said sincerely. Speak freely. Lin Yu said calmly. Coleman mentioned that I have a wife and daughter. I implore you to find out their whereabouts, and I hope you can take care of them until I find a way to return to the Sleepless City from the great wilderness. Pang Ku Duo said earnestly. Lin Yu nodded slightly, of course. He agreed, then walked to the screen where Fu Luo had just entered the destination, gently touching it. Although this was Lin Yu's first time seeing an aerial map of the Sleepless City, he quickly found where the Delta Squad leader had referred to as the Southern Great Wilderness, the place where the Truth Company's control was weakest, from the concise map. Setting the navigation casually to a place that looked like a settlement, the aircraft turned in the air and headed towards the border of the Sleepless City. From the aircraft, Lin Yu saw that this seemingly near-future modern city had a certain retro design. Tall city walls stood at the border of the Sleepless City. The aircraft crossed the city walls, and beyond lay an boundless and desolate land. With the city wall as the dividing line outside this wall, hardly any man-made structures could be seen. The chauffeur's broadcast issued a reminder. Please note, you have entered the Great Wilderness. Fu Luo's hidden strength. This was Lin Yu's first time entering the Great Wilderness, and he didn't feel anything special. Perhaps it was because he was sitting in the special car carefully selected by Baron Coleman and many nobles from the city that never sleeps, with both safety and comfort maximized. After saying goodbye and dropping off Puncto outside the town, the special car returned to the city that never sleeps, continuing towards Fulo's address. And on the way back, Lin Yu wasn't idle either. He walked up to Fulo, who was lying in a recliner with his hat covering his face, feigning death, and spoke with a smile. All right, my friend, it's time you satisfied my curiosity. In your advancement trial quest, what was the third unjust case you needed to find? Faced with Lin Yu's question, Fulo could no longer feign death. He took off the hat from his face, his eyebrows drooping as he grinned. It's nothing, really, it's just that Puncto, the one we just dropped off, had another injustice on him. It's the same one his good brother Coleman was accused of. Wasn't Coleman framed for killing investigator Reed? And Coleman himself believes that Puncto actually killed Reed. For Puncto, this is also a tremendous injustice. Because it definitely wasn't him who committed the murder. As Fulo spoke, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Because that kid doesn't use knives, although he carries one. It's not his preferred weapon, the common weapon trained for field teams of the security department under normal circumstances. Even when killing, they don't habitually use daggers. The security department's field teams usually deal with out-of-control machinery and combat personnel from other companies and organizations, or even mercenaries. Against these city that never sleeps guys, sharp weapons like daggers are too inefficient. Combat suits and various shields give them a very high level of protection against sharp weapons.
Even if he were dealing with an unarmed researcher, in such an important mission, he would definitely choose to use his most comfortable weapon, an dagger is better suited for dealing with people from the great wilderness. In other words, only members of the Truth Company who regularly deal with the madmen of the great wilderness are good at using daggers. Fullo explained in detail. Lin Yu looked at Fullo, a look of approval on his face. Fullo, you really have some skills, May was right to praise you. Fullo took a moment to catch his breath. Phew. Aren't you going to ask why Punto's face is the same as the killer's in the notebook? The scene was constructed based on Baron Coleman's memory. He was prejudiced into thinking Punto did it, so his memory would reproduce it that way. Lin Yu said calmly. Fullo nodded. Exactly, I think so too. It seems you're not bad either. Brother May actually mentioned you to me too. At first, I didn't connect the dots, but now it seems that the beautiful, kind-hearted, intelligent, and decisive female friend he spoke of must be you. Fullo said, trying to flatter him cautiously. Although his posture was careful, Lin Yu knew how audacious this guy was. This was outright slander. When had he, as May, ever mentioned these things to Fullo? Let alone Fullo, he hadn't said these words to anyone in any of his identities. Lin Yu wasn't so shameless as to praise himself so directly. So, he spoke with a strange expression. Is that so? I don't think he would say that. Fullo observed the strange, pursed lip expression on Lin Yu's face, seemed to misunderstand something, then gave a fawning smile. You know Brother May's personality, sometimes he seems quite cold, so how could he say some things to your face? But your strength and beauty are objectively real, and he couldn't completely ignore them, nor could he resist praising them, so he could only sigh in admiration behind your back. But please, don't tell him, otherwise, he definitely won't admit it, and he'll easily guess it was me who said it. Lin Yu was utterly helpless. What is all this nonsense? Just then, Lin Yin poked her head out from behind the backrest of an adjacent recliner. Oh, you're so close with that kid who's joining order? I thought Brother Wang's talk of a psychology society was explosive enough. You're not going to make it even bigger, are you? Wang Yuyan walked over, stroking his chin as he spoke. The psychology society doesn't forbid it, but does order allow members to fall in love with someone from the Freedom Alliance? Pan Yuqiang said regretfully, they definitely wouldn't allow it. Chen Zhua gave a thumbs up. Holy crap, a forbidden, taboo romance. It's so shippable. It's practically a real-life Romeo and Juliet. Lin Yu looked at this group of people who had inexplicably gathered around, and opened his mouth. Although since joining the death game, he had almost exhaustively planned and orchestrated, writing scripts and dealing with various emergencies by adapting and leveraging forces. While Lin Yu prided himself on not being a genius who calculated everything perfectly, now, with the profession of a trickster as his foundation, supplemented by various props, he had gradually hidden himself in a fog, maximizing his safety and creating an environment conducive to his growth. But the current situation truly exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. He couldn't help but sigh that human effort and calculations indeed had their limits. Having lived for 20 years, he ended up being subjected to rumors and gossip about himself and himself. Finally, he could only let out a long sigh. It's not at all what you're thinking. But by now, prejudices had already settled like a mountain. Fortunately, before these people could continue to elaborate and exaggerate, the special car reached Fullo's destination. The airship slowly hovered within a classical courtyard on a high slope in the city that never sleeps, where there was even a dedicated helipad for airships. And after the airship landed and stabilized, the instance ended. Just before the official end, before that familiar dizziness arrived. The absolutely luxurious mansion seen through the porthole made everyone look at Fullo with a question. Where is this address you entered? Especially Lin Yu. So, this kid Fullo wasn't simple either? But before he could prepare the appropriate wording for Zhu Ming to ask the question, the feeling of weightlessness struck. Opening his eyes again, Lin Yu was already in the settlement space. Congratulations on passing the game, Despair Express. Calculating your game rewards.
You have received basic reward, 7 days of survival time. This time, he didn't even have time to look at the extra rewards he received, and instead looked directly at Fulla within the settlement space. And before Lin Yu could speak, Lin Yan's voice rang out first. You damn detective, you have such powerful connections within the city that never sleeps in the Truth Company, why didn't you use them sooner? Settlement area. 2 new items, new permissions. Facing Lin Yan's questioning, Fu Luo appeared quite innocent. We were in that car, so we couldn't use it anyway. As he said that, Lin Yan spat. You could have at least used your name to bluff them. The smile on Fu Luo's face became even more bitter. I'm afraid I really couldn't. Why not? Even Lin Yu couldn't help but ask this time. Fu Luo scratched his face, because at that time, we met Coleman in Pankadwa. So what? Weren't they also people who knew their stuff? Lin Yan asked, raising an eyebrow. Fu Luo rubbed his hands awkwardly again and said, yes, so the owner of that mansion was Paris. This is my biggest connection within the Truth Company. As soon as these words came out, the entire settlement space fell silent. Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang, who had been cuddling together, seemingly exchanging notes on their gains, couldn't help but look at Fu Luo. Lin Yan pulled down her sunglasses, her eyes wide. You're that President Paris's person? Fu Luo still nervously rubbed his hands. To be precise, he and I are equals. We both work for the family behind him. Lin Yan's expression turned serious. Don't tell me it's someone from that damn Sleepless family? Hey, you know them, the patron I sought in that world was Sleepless Huel. Fu Luo said happily. Hearing this name, Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. Then you're truly amazing. I underestimated you. As expected of an order auxiliary personnel. Although you haven't advanced, you really do have strength. Oh no, you've truly advanced now. Mentioning this, Fu Luo also realized. For this, I have to thank everyone for their help, especially Zhu Ming. I'm endlessly grateful. Lin Yu nodded, no problem. Although he didn't know who Sleepless Huel was, judging by Lin Yan's reaction and Fu Luo's mention that the guy seemed to be Paris's backer, he must be a formidable character. So he silently remembered the name. In future dungeons in Sleepless City, perhaps he could borrow Fu Luo's name and try to connect with this important figure. After some questioning and clarifying some of Fu Luo's trump cards, everyone also seized the time to check their gains from this trip. Lin Yu took a look. This time, he uncharacteristically didn't receive the control the overall situation evaluation, but he did get peel back the layers and an additional renowned. Based on your performance in this game, you have received the evaluation peel back the layers and 1 additional reward. Additional reward, randomly receive 2 non-exclusive item rewards. Item Rage Spray, bound. Item Gloom Dweller's Corner, bound. Based on your performance in this game, you have received the evaluation renowned and 1 additional reward. Additional reward, randomly receive 2 non-exclusive item rewards. Item Heart-Peering Goggles, bound. Item Grudge Fish Launcher, bound. After acquiring the 4 items, Lin Yu took a look and couldn't help but exclaim. The items this company makes are all better than the last. Item Rage Spray, a specially treated, colorless, odorless extract of rage emotions. The spray can be activated silently and remotely. After spraying, the inhaler will enter an uncontrollable state of fury, experiencing an indescribable rage. After use, it can absorb surrounding rage emotions to recharge. Item Gloom Dweller's Corner, a non-mass-produced high-end product from within the Truth Company. After use, it can create a shadow in a corner that is extremely easy for people to overlook. Hiding within it grants enhanced hearing and vision, but may breed negative emotions. At the same time, once you actively step out or are discovered, you can quickly transfer to another nearby corner. Description: a creation born from nerds, recluses, and introverts forced to attend parties full of strangers. Long-term use may cause damage to self-esteem and develop strange hobbies. These 2 items from Peel Back the Layers are both very useful.
Rage spray is very suitable for use when deceiving others. When people are angry, their judgment abilities severely decline. It was based on this point that Lin Yu chose to provoke Yu Longwei in the first dungeon. As for Bloom Dweller's Corner, although it seems to overlap somewhat with the little octopus Hannah's function, it also has its unique aspects. Moreover, this item is of the type with an additional description. Among items, the exquisite and rare ones are not necessarily all with additional descriptions and notes. But those with descriptions and notes are definitely relatively rare and exquisite items. Although the description of Bloom Dweller's Corner doesn't reveal much, Lin Yu is confident that its actual effect in use should be stronger than the textual description. Just like Ling Yan's sunglasses, they seem to only have the function of seeing through spirits and energy bodies, but seeing Ling Yan wear them 24 hours a day. He knew there was a hidden powerful aspect to this thing. It has no consumption, no cooldown. As long as it's on her face, any spirit body cannot hide from Ling Yan. This is incredibly useful in dungeons with ghosts and the like. What's more, spirit bodies and energy bodies are not just ghosts. Ling Yan must have developed more advanced uses, she just hadn't revealed them yet. I still need to try how useful Bloom Dweller's Corner is when I get the chance. Lin Yu thought, then looked at the items rewarded by Renowned. But before he could check the Heart-Peering Goggles and Grudgefish Launcher, Lin Yu was interrupted by the new blood-red text that popped up before his eyes. The settlement rewards for this dungeon were actually not just the usual ones. Alright, I'll study the items later. Lin Yu was used to it, as none of the dungeons he had experienced so far had been completely smooth or followed the rules. Moreover, he had already anticipated it. In fact, this was what he had been actively striving for in this dungeon. Detected that your reputation in the dungeon world has met the requirements, and the number of interactions with non-player intelligent lifeforms has met the requirements. Detected that you have passed the advancement trial once, and your player level is first order player. Now opening a new player permission module for you social. Seeing this blood-red text prompt, Lin Yu let out a breath. Very good, now the permission is also in hand. But what the hell is social? Soon, the time in the settlement space ran out, and Lin Yu opened his eyes again, finding himself sitting in a car with Ling Yan and Chenhua. The car was slowly decelerating, eventually coming to a gradual stop by the roadside. Before he had time to communicate with Chenhua and Ling Yan, Lin Yu immediately realized what the social permission referred to. He felt that something like a function that could store items and view item descriptions, as natural as if it were innate, had been added to the depths of his soul and consciousness. It was an interface like a chat software, which could be summoned with just a thought. This was the player's social panel. Socializing and gift giving. The conciseness of this social panel is exactly like the functions of the item backpack and the in-game notification function. No matter which deity is responsible for this, he must be a minimalist. After summoning the social panel, there were only two sections. One was labeled players, which was temporarily empty. The other was labeled non-players. And there was actually a name listed inside. Puncter von Valetti. Focusing on this name even allowed for the absurd function of locate. And if he focused on the players module. Besides prompting Lin Yu to add friends and fill in his profile and confirm his alias, there were also trade and chat functions. If there were special team-up cards, remote team-ups could even be achieved. Upon seeing the existence of this social panel, Lin Yu instantly understood many things. He understood why those organizations created apps, but did so casually, and rarely saw big shots conversing within them. Lin Yu also understood why the Freedom Alliance didn't make an app. And why gatherings existed. Firstly, it was to accommodate players who hadn't activated the social function, and group chat and auction were not available in this built-in social function. Secondly, since it was just to accommodate them, it was indeed good enough if it was barely usable.
However, after activating this social function, Lin Yu started to get a headache. How do I use this? He was already grateful that he could use alt accounts on the forum, but how was he supposed to create alt accounts now? If he couldn't create alt accounts, which identity should he use this valuable social function for? Lin Yu became conflicted. There was no good answer to this question for now. So, Lin Yu chose to put it aside. Alright, successfully cleared the dungeon. Time to go home and play GAL games. Just then, Chenjua's voice rang out, and he looked at Lin Yan and Lin Yu in the back row. Thank you both. I also gained a lot of items this time. Afterwards, I'll sell the items to the commissioner, and then pay you both the share and the agreed upon final payment. Chenjua said seriously, and Lin Yan narrowed her eyes. Alright, but don't try to default, okay? Although you don't know my methods yet, if you default, I can certainly make you understand. Chenjua immediately said, how could I, sis? The thing I value most is integrity. Before the next dungeon, I will definitely bring you what you want. If I don't keep my word, you can just empty out my house. Chenjua said earnestly. Lin Yu gently patted the backrest of Chenjua's car seat. I trust you so, it's been a pleasure working with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan, with great, picked up the conversation and snapped her fingers. Let's go, Zhu Ming. Subsequently, Chenjua only felt a sudden lightness in the car. The two figures had actually disappeared directly. Chenjua was filled with awe. Indeed, they are masters. Even their exits are extraordinary. In the green belt outside the old man's car, Lin Yu helplessly watched the panting Lin Yan and helped her calm down. Couldn't you have just made a normal exit? You had to make it so flashy. Lin Yan had obviously used some item just now. With the help of that item, she dragged Lin Yu and directly burrowed underground. Subsequently, Lin Yan dragged Lin Yu several meters underground before emerging from the green belt. After watching Chenjua drive away in his vehicle, the two stood up. Restored, Lin Yan put her hands on her hips and said, oh, this is emotional value, you know? That little fatty spent a lot of money, I have to make him feel that his money was well spent. Then, Lin Yan reached into her waistband, rummaged around, and pulled out a bottle of what looked like high-end foreign liquor. Of course, Sister Ming Ming. You introduced me to such a good job, so I can't leave out your referral fee. Lin Yan's tone was a bit overly sweet. Lin Yu was a little surprised. This is? The Wailing series from Fog Island Manor, this bottle is the best vintage. Lin Yan stuffed it into Lin Yu's arms, don't be shy, we're all family. Now. The ownership of the item changed to Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu shook his head. No, I can accept the wine, but am I not still in the probation period? Although it was a fluke, Wang Gu and I did go through an entire dungeon with you. After all, I'm certainly happy for you to join us, and I think Wang Ji's opinion is also quite clear. Lin Yan said with a smile, joining the organization now is just a matter of formality. And since we're called the Freedom Alliance, the last thing we need are rules and regulations. So, you are now a member of ours. Lin Yu still shook his head. No, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't intend to join the Freedom Alliance under these conditions. I still want to choose another path. Join a top organization and then publicly announce my withdrawal. So, please help me tell Wang Gu, and ask him to trouble Pan Yucheng to keep my matter a secret for a while. I think Pan Yucheng should be willing. He said seriously, and Lin Yan's smile gradually disappeared. Are you serious, Zhu Ming? At this moment, a hint of worry appeared on Lin Yan's face. She guessed which organization Lin Yu wanted to join. It wasn't hard to guess. Of course, it was the Psychological Society. Otherwise, why would Lin Yu mention Pan Yucheng, this citalopram, just now? Lin Yu nodded calmly. You've probably understood my past, so I don't want to run away anymore. Lin Yan quickly said, but that was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Fluoxetine didn't mean to target you. Lin Yu responded gently. Knowing that all of this was just a misunderstanding didn't bring me peace of mind. I clearly understand that fluoxetine wasn't targeting me. But precisely because of that, I want to target her. Lin Yu said, his tone and expression very calm. But when speaking such content, the calmer the expression and tone, the crazier it seemed. Ling Yan looked at Lin Yu for a long time, and after realizing that his mind was unchangeable, she let out a breath, and her expression suddenly relaxed. Alright, in that case, I'll just enjoy and look forward to your exciting adventure, she said, and then pulled out another magnifying glass from her embrace. Here, this is for you too. What's this? Lin Yu took the magnifying glass, and the item name, Investigation Magnifying Glass, popped up. He was a little curious. Oh, this isn't a gift for you. It's more like a favor. You and that Detective Hercule Poirot have a mutual friend, don't you? Help me give this to him. I couldn't resist on the train just now and just took it. The biggest and most outrageous unexpected gain. After seeing Lin Yan off, Lin Yu returned home. In this undisturbed environment, Lin Yu could finally calm down and sort through his gains from this instance. First were the descriptions of the two items he hadn't had time to examine closely in the settlement space earlier, while Lin Yu's self-earned double rewards were a good thing. They did cause some trouble. There were too many items, and the time to view them in the settlement space was almost always insufficient. In situations like the one where he chatted with Fu Luo for a bit, he could only come out and then check some of the items. Lin Yu took out the two remaining items, excluding the Rage Spray and Shadowy Corner, the Peeking Heart Goggles, and the Grumpy Little Fish Launcher. Just by looking at the name of the former, he could guess its general function, combined with the ability Baron Coleman displayed in the previous instance. Lin Yu was almost certain of its purpose. Peeking Heart Goggles, when worn, the user can actively view and analyze the real-time emotional energy of a target in their line of sight. Please try to maintain emotional stability when using, or the results may be skewed. The description was simple, and the function was pretty much what Lin Yu had guessed. Most importantly, this thing wasn't like Lin Yan's sunglasses, which had a very obvious style. Instead, it was an extremely thin and transparent contact lens. Lin Yu took it out, placed it on his fingertip, and then gently put it into his left eye. He was almost not nearsighted, but sometimes stage makeup involved colored contacts, so it wasn't Lin Yu's first time wearing such a thing. But Lin Yu had to say, it's almost like not wearing anything at all. He blinked his left eye and felt almost no discomfort. He observed himself in the mirror and couldn't even tell there was a contact lens in his eye. As expected of a core product from a leading company, the experience is quite good. Lin Yu mumbled, then looked at the Grumpy Little Fish Launcher. Compared to all the other three items obtained in this instance, this thing looked a bit inconsistent just from its appearance. The Rage Spray was a futuristic metal spray can, and the Shadowy Corner was something similar to a grenade-like throwable. Both of them, including the previous Fear Torch and Chatter's supplies, were quite futuristic and high-tech. Only this Grumpy Little Fish Launcher not only had a strange name, but its appearance was also like a plastic water gun. Its colors were very vibrant, using a high-saturation red, yellow, blue, and green color block design, with a candy-like hue. It looked exactly like something a party clown would pull out. Overall, it was shaped like a pistol, but its opening was a horn. As for the item's description, it was even more baffling. Grumpy Little Fish Launcher, as the name suggests, it launches a slightly unhappy little fish. What the hell? Lin Yu held the gun, feeling that this might not even be a product from Truth Company. He thought for a moment, then pulled the trigger towards the ground. Beep beep woo. The horn-shaped muzzle actually made a sound like a small horn being pressed, startling Lin Yu. Splat! A soft, grayish-green fish was squirted out of the muzzle, then fell directly onto the floor about a meter in front of Lin Yu. He looked at the fish on the floor, and the fish on the floor looked back at Lin Yu, its eyes gleaming with a strange light. What joy is there in life, what suffering in death?
The fish spoke, and after uttering 8 words, it turned into a string of bubbles and disappeared. Watching this bizarre scene, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. This thing looked useless at first glance, but in reality, it was indeed useless. Forget it. Anyway, the double reward was a bonus, so I'll just consider it bad luck. Lin Yu mumbled, putting away the strange horn gun. Although Lin Yu quickly reconciled, Hannah on his shoulder was a bit sad. Croak, director, that was a very, very good fish. Just one look was enough to tell, its flesh must be very good. Lin Yu comforted Hannah. It's fine, there are plenty of fish with good flesh. After comforting Hannah, Lin Yu sensed the item space. Soon, he discovered that he had missed one gain. That was also the most outrageous gain from this instance. Lin Yu looked at the item and the item space named, Truth Company Security Department Delta Team Leader, and sighed. Damn it, the duration of the collar is over. Why is this thing still considered my possession and followed me out? Lin Yu never expected that the trickster ability, combined with counterfeit, to imitate the veterinarian's collar, would actually have such a chemical reaction. That Delta Team Leader from Truth Company, just like Hannah before, had become his follower type item. Lin Yu had thought that after he returned to reality and the collar's duration ended, the Delta Team Leader would be happily released by him. Now it seemed, that wasn't the case. At this point, he could only look at Hannah. Hannah, anyway, when you're not called out by me, are you conscious? Lin Yu asked Hannah, trying to understand her state in the item space. And Hannah's answer made Lin Yu slightly relieved. Not really, director. That state is like being asleep, and I sleep quite comfortably. It's an unprecedented feeling of relaxation and ease. Lin Yu nodded, thank you, Hannah. So, he thought for a moment. And decided to let that guy out. After all, even though the collar had expired, that guy, now as his possession, might still be loyal to him. At least, he shouldn't be able to harm him. Lin Yu thought of this, and with a thought, he acted. Then, the fully armed Delta Team Leader appeared in his room. The Delta Team Leader instantly appeared somewhat confused, then immediately became clear-headed. You damn guy, what did you do to me? Where is this? He growled, about to rush towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was startled. This is too much of a scam. Why does he show absolutely no intention of being loyal to me? Just as Lin Yu was about to recall him, the Delta Team Leader's movements suddenly froze. Although his expression couldn't be seen, the Delta Team Leader's body language showed that he was extremely pained, his outstretched hand stuck in mid-air. You? What did you do? Why can't I imagine harming you? Is it a thought imprint? Or that brainwashing technique from before? Damn it! Then why do you keep my self-awareness? Is this your twisted sense of humor? Cooperation reached. Facing the other party's accusation, Lin Yu sighed. It seemed the situation was optimistic, but not entirely so. Subjective loyalty did not exist. However, there were objective hard conditions that prevented him from harming himself. I don't have any psychopathic fetishes, this was an accident for me too, okay? The other party calmed down. Although Lin Yu had ended his disguise as the mask, due to the strange relationship between them, the Delta Team Leader could still recognize that the man in front of him was the girl who had brainwashed him earlier. He sneered indignantly, so your psychopathy is just disguised as a woman? That sounds like a Supreme Evolution hybrid. I don't come from any company in Sleepless City, and of course, I don't come from the Great Wilderness either. Lin Yu tried to explain to the other party, but he surprisingly found that he could suddenly discuss things like death game and players with the Delta Team Leader in front of him. So, Lin Yu looked at the already very displeased and pained team leader and decided to add more fuel to the fire. Listen to my explanation, I don't come from your world, and now I'm not in your world anymore. Lin Yu then spent about 20 minutes briefly explaining and providing evidence through various phones and retrieved videos, allowing this excellent employee of the Truth Company to roughly accept this premise.
The tall armed man in front of him sat on the computer chair at Lin Yu's desk, his hands clasped over his head. So, I'm just a game NPC? Lin Yu shook his head. No, although you are an NPC from my perspective. From my observations, these game instances should all be real worlds, it's just that compared to our world, your worlds are more barren, dangerous, and smaller in scale. Whether your worlds were created by gods or requisitioned, you are all real, living people, not just existing for a game. Lin Yu explained. The Delta team leader sighed. But I can't go back, can I? Lin Yu took a quick look with his new, heart-peaking goggles. At this moment, the Delta team leader's emotions were vividly displayed around his body. There was a large mass of blue tinged with gray. Lin Yu didn't understand it. But fortunately, the heart-peaking goggles had an analysis function. 75% frustration, 13% confusion, 10% sadness, 2% resentment. Lin Yu looked at these emotions and patted the other party's shoulder. Don't be too sad, I play this unlucky game once a week. If I'm lucky, I'll even randomly get near the Truth Company, so you'll essentially have a family visit leave. Besides, you probably don't have any family or friends anyway, do you? As Lin Yu spoke, the Delta team leader looked up, a little displeased. But in the end, because he couldn't harm Lin Yu, he could only angrily hit his own thigh. What does it have to do with you whether I have family or friends? Of course it does. Lin Yu was very calm. What I'm actually more curious about is, what is your relationship with Puncto, a clone? An imitator? As he spoke, Lin Yu stepped forward and, while the other party was unable to resist, easily removed the helmet from his head. What was revealed from beneath the helmet was a face almost identical to Puncto's, just slightly younger and not as haggard and gaunt. Lin Yu had actually learned of the existence of the third grievance even earlier than Fu Luo. Because as the holder of the ancient notebook, he knew very well that the notebook at that time was definitely not generated based on Baron Coleman's memories, something Baron Coleman himself admitted. In other words, that face looked similar to Puncto's, combined with Puncto's amnesia. From this, Lin Yu could boldly guess. President Paris very likely had control over someone who looked very similar to Puncto. Fu Luo had noticed that the wound on Reed's back was not caused by Puncto's usual weapon, so how could Baron Coleman not notice? He suspected that his so-called close friend must have possessed some decisive evidence. For example, images or something similar. An existence that had undergone the same modifications as Puncto and looked almost identical. And now, this new Delta team leader, Paris's confidant, as Puncto's successor, almost perfectly fit the criteria. Although before revealing the mask, Lin Yu had only been guessing. But now the facts proved. Lin Yu had guessed correctly. You fellow! After Lin Yu removed his mask, the Delta team leader Puncto in front of him appeared somewhat annoyed, but besides glaring, he couldn't do anything. To Lin Yu. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Whether you like it or not. In the future, we two will have to cooperate and coexist for a long time, and frankly, this cooperation is unequal. Because if I die, you will definitely die. If you die, I can still live. I've been honest with you just now, and I'm showing my true face now. So, even if you want to keep your origins a secret for now, at least tell me your name. The Delta team leader let out a long sigh. Indeed, he was now completely dependent on someone else. So, you're right, I'm a new human secretly created by Paris using Supreme Evolution's immature technology in Puncto's genes. In a sense, I can be considered a more perfect version of him. I don't have a special name. Paris calls me 01. That's my designation, and you can call me that too. At this moment, Hannah poked her head out. Then you can ask Director Darren to give you a name, he's very good at naming. Lin Yu, however, shook his head. No, he should have a name. The Delta team leader in front of him was slightly surprised, then nodded. I did have a name when I was in the Great Wilderness. It was Stiller, which means quiet in the Great Wilderness language. Nice to meet you, Stiller.
Lin Yu smiled and extended his hand to the other party. Stiller, who was almost identical to Puncto but with a sharper and more assertive expression, hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended his hand as, "Well. Okay. Director, right?" Their hands met, then Stiller let go. "I have one last question. What is that pink talking mollusk next to you? A special intelligent life form from your world?" Stiller looked at Hannah and asked suspiciously. Lin Yu shook his head. "No, this is Hannah, like you, she's from an instance. Probably not from the same world as you or me. Although our world also has octopuses, there are no talking ones." Stiller became even more puzzled. "Octopus? A marine creature, don't you have them there?" Stiller's face showed a puzzled expression when he heard Lin Yu's words. Finally, he had a sudden realization. "So your world has oceans in Sleepless City and the Great Wilderness, they're almost like mythical legends. The magic of forums." From Stiller's statement, Lin Yu also unlocked new relevant information about the Sleepless City instance. That world seemed to have no sea. Although Lin Yu didn't know what use this message from Stiller would have for now, he made a note of it. Subsequently, after temporarily forming a subtle cooperative relationship with Stiller, Lin Yu put him back into his item space. This guy was insubordinate and only followed orders when he felt like it. Even if he seemed to have submitted now, Lin Yu wouldn't bet that he wouldn't have second thoughts in the middle of the night. As a mere mortal, he still needed to sleep. These androids had undergone strange modifications. What if he snuck out in the middle of the night to kill and set fires? Putting everything else aside, even if Lin Zhao in the next room saw him, it wouldn't be easy to handle. How would Lin Yu explain to his sister that a murderous foreigner had suddenly appeared in his room? As for whether Stiller himself liked being stored in the item space, that was another matter entirely. After putting Stiller away, Hannah, who was sprawled on the table, spoke. "So he's an android. No wonder his energy and soul were so strange." Lin Yu looked at Hannah, very surprised. "You can see people's souls too?" "No, but I can feel them." Hannah gestured with her tentacles in front of her. "Anyway, if Uncle Carl saw him, he'd be overjoyed. This is prime ingredient." Hannah casually uttered some rather terrifying words. Lin Yu immediately thought of the dish that had left a deep impression on him. The victor's blood is always sweet. He rubbed his temples. "Although I had some expectations, officially knowing that your recipes include intelligent life still makes me feel a bit uncomfortable." Hannah scratched her head. "Sorry, director. No, it's not your fault. It's just a difference in perspective." Lin Yu sighed. If possible, he still hoped that eating humanoid creatures wouldn't happen again. Eating in that instance hadn't crossed his bottom line yet, at least that monster didn't seem to have any intelligence and couldn't speak. Forget it, no more thinking about these trivial things. "Next, I need to start checking messages," Lin Yu muttered, beginning another important activity besides tallying his gains after each return. Dealing with the accumulated messages from his various identities. He first took out Zhu Ming's phone. Since he had been active as Zhu Ming this time, he naturally had to check if there were any messages for Zhu Ming. For minutes ago, there was a text message from Lin Yan. "Safely home." Looking at Lin Yan's text message, Lin Yu hadn't replied yet when a new message popped up. "Sister Pan agreed to what you said, don't forget what I arranged for you either." Lin Yu nodded slightly when he saw this message. Although he hadn't known Pan Yuchang for long, Lin Yu instinctively felt that she was trustworthy. He then put down Zhu Ming's phone and picked up old Yao's. He checked the Jiang and Tang app, but there was no activity. Only Tycoon sent him a private message, telling him that he was preparing to promote him to a group leader the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu replied with a very flattered tone, "Thank you for your kindness, I will definitely live up to your expectations," and added two bowing and fist cupping emojis. After replying, Lin Yu put down this phone as well. He picked up the one belonging to Meng, preparing to contact Fu Luo. On one hand, it was to fulfill Lin Yan's request and arrange a time to deliver the item to Fu Luo. On the other hand, Lin Yu still remembered that there was a new point of doubt about Fu Luo. It was something he couldn't verify with Zhu Ming's identity but truly bothered Lin Yu. Who exactly is investigating fluoxetine? Is he unwilling to expose this matter in front of citalopram, or was his forum account hacked? It can't be multiple personalities, can it? Lin Yu pondered, finally opening the forum to send Fu Luo another private message to contact him. But the moment he opened the forum, Lin Yu suddenly saw a notification pop up on his phone. A notification from the forum. Detected that you have enabled social permission. Do you want to link it with your forum account? Please complete the association confirmation as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to use the advanced functions of the forum normally. After 72 hours. Lin Yu was stunned. And if it were just the notification popping up on his phone, that would be one thing. In addition to the notification on his phone, Lin Yu also saw a blood-red text notification pop up in front of him. A notification from the death game itself. The social permission was actually affected by the forum at this moment and automatically enabled. A message popped up on it. Forum assistant has been added to your social list. Lin Yu watched as a new account named Forum Assistant appeared in the social friends list. Concentrating on it, Lin Yu found that the pop-up menu was not for normal functions like chat, trade, or team-up. The available options were access, search, and settings. Through the access function, he could directly access and browse the forum from there. However, since Lin Yu hadn't linked an account, he couldn't post temporarily. At this moment, Lin Yu finally understood why Tycoon had said that after enabling permissions, he would have even more reverence for the forum. This was simply too outrageous. Lin Yu now suspected that the forum's creator might be a god, something like god of spamming and trolling. This is too ridiculous. After composing himself, Lin Yu sent a message to Fu Luo. Your item was stolen, and I've already found it for you. Find some time and a place, and I'll deliver it. After sending the message, the distracted Lin Yu had no time to wait for Fu Luo's reply and quickly picked up his original phone. After some thought and deliberation, Lin Yu made up his mind. He kept Mei's phone on and in his hand, and also opened the forum interface on his original phone. And then detected that you have enabled social permission. Do you want to link it with your forum account? Please complete the association confirmation as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to use the advanced functions of the forum normally. After 72 hours. The same notification popped up again. However, this time, Lin Yu's social permission seemed to have glitched. His social template first showed an identical forum assistant account. But the blood-red text notification appeared only to disappear immediately. Then, the second forum assistant account would pop up and disappear intermittently. Finally, under Lin Yu's tense observation, he felt that this social permission, which originally existed in his mind, seemed to have malfunctioned. And then it split into two. Looking at the two social panels, one on the left and one on the right, Lin Yu was completely stunned. The forum was definitely several times more mysterious and powerful than Tycoon or any other player imagined. Because from the situation just now, Lin Yu felt he had learned a truth that perhaps only he could confirm. The permissions of the forum app, which existed in reality, seemed to even be higher than the blood-red notifications of the death game itself. First Order Fu Luo. An app, rumored to be developed by a certain player, could actually influence the blood words, which almost represent the will of the death game itself, and also affect the player's authority itself. This sounded almost terrifying. But ultimately, looking at the results, Lin Yu could accept it. After all, the problem that had been troubling him most since he obtained social authority was unexpectedly resolved by the forum's inverse input into the social panel. He had two social panels. And these two social panels naturally allowed Lin Yu to input different IDs. The problem that had plagued Lin Yu for a long time was easily resolved. Following this, Lin Yu conducted further experiments and discovered he could indeed expand different social panels through different forum accounts.
Except for Tiangong, which was not possible, Lin Yu quickly set up for social panels for Old Yao, Zhu Ming, Mei Mei, and his own director. It seemed that as long as it was his original identity, he could easily activate it. Now, wanting to know that these are all my fake identities will be even more difficult, Lin Yu said with emotion. He was very sure that his phenomenon of simultaneously possessing multiple social panels was most likely unique. Although he didn't know if it was due to the God of Change's concealment allowing him to deceive the forum, or if the mask item was too overpowered, or if there were other reasons. In any case, since it was beneficial to him, Lin Yu had no complaints. Of course, Lin Yu was also not in a hurry to use these different panels to add people from their respective social circles. From the tycoon's previous statements, and the fact that Tiangong and most of the First Order he encountered had not activated social authority, Lin Yu could easily draw a conclusion. Only a minority of First Order could activate authority. After all, this was also related to reputation in the instance world. Those who grinded reputation as fast as Lin Yu were truly a minority among minorities. Most would probably have to go through several instances even after advancing to complete all of this. And the criterion being reputation also led to the conclusion that one must perform outstandingly in a certain instance to activate authority. And Lin Yu's reputation value was accumulated through different identities, which even included the time he impersonated fluoxetine. If he were to rashly claim that his reputation was already sufficient so quickly, it would be easy for clues to be discovered. So even if he activated authority, I still have to endure at least another week before I can use it. Lin Yu sighed slightly. Fortunately, he had always been very patient. At this moment, a notification popped up on the social panel belonging to Mei. Lin Yu directly accessed the forum app on the social panel and saw the message sent by Fu Luo in his mind. For Boluo, oh my god, thank you so much, man. I hadn't even realized I'd lost something, and you've already got it back for me. For Boluo, are you in Jiangcheng? I'll just come to you to pick it up. Let me know when you're free. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo's excited reply and gave a concise and clear response. Mei Mei, I'm usually in Jiangcheng. Just let me know when you arrive. Mei Mei, I'm basically available anytime. He replied very politely. Soon after, Fu Luo quickly sent another message. For Boluo, alright, bro. I'll message you when I arrive. I'm going to check train tickets. For Boluo, if nothing unexpected happens, I should arrive in Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow. Looking at Fu Luo's reply, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Very good, he would be able to meet this kid the day after tomorrow. Regarding the previous investigation of fluoxetine, Lin Yu naturally planned to ask Fu Luo offline. Although the fact that the forum could directly access the social panel made Lin Yu feel that the possibility of account theft was greatly reduced. But since the problem originated online, it would be better not to ask about it online. What if someone could really monitor his and Fu Luo's chat? Moreover, Lin Yu had just thought of something. Although his guess about Fu Luo having multiple personalities was random, what if he had really been subjected to methods like hypnosis, brainwashing, or memory loss? Among the items produced by Truth Company, there might not be this type. And since the Psychology Society had a bunch of psychologists, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have such methods. If Fu Luo had indeed encountered these cognitive-level interference methods during an offline inquiry, Lin Yu felt that he might also be able to glean some clues from his expression and state. No matter what, I still have to be cautious when we meet the day after tomorrow. Let's try to start by subtly inquiring about the Truth Company matter. That's a good excuse, Lin Yu muttered, pressing the phone screen off. The night was deep, and it was already bedtime. Tomorrow, he still had to continue reviewing for the final exams. Although only 2 days had passed, for Lin Yu, going through an instance was too mentally exhausting, and he had almost forgotten the previously reviewed content, so he needed to consolidate it in time. Lin Yu fell into a dream. And after Lin Yu fell asleep, In Zhengcheng, Yu Province, Fu Luo lay on his bed, happily buying a ticket to Jiangcheng. Then, putting down his phone, Fu Luo took out a pipe and happily put it in his mouth. This pipe was naturally the detective's first-order item. Its effect was also very simple. Professional item pipe, after successfully discovering a correct clue with each use of the ability, gain 1 charge for use, storing a maximum of 3 times. After use, it can eliminate all negative status effects on oneself, heal all injuries, and grant a significant boost to stamina. The detective's 2 professional items were the e-pipe and the lens. After reading the item description for the e-pipe, Fu Luo didn't even bother to look closely at what the lens's function was, and directly chose the pipe. Are you kidding me? A life-saving opportunity to heal oneself, storing a maximum of 3 times, was there any more suitable item than this? It turns out that taking a risk was the right thing to do. Temporary bravery is for better cautious development, Fu Luo said with emotion. Then, he happily opened the forum and posted a new thread. Haters speak up. I, for Boluo, have successfully advanced, how about that? Next, Fu Luo included 3 laughing emojis. Then, Fu Luo opened his social panel again. Alright, next up is adding friends. That's right. Because the main reason for his advancement failure was being too timid, Fu Luo's reputation was actually not low at all, after all, just at the Truth Company side, he was almost on equal footing with Paris. Therefore, once he successfully advanced, he immediately activated the social authority. Exams, Fu Luo's crisis. Friday. Today was a very important day for Lin Yu. He was meeting Fu Luo to try and figure out a way to get in touch with fluoxetine, and before that, today was also the day of Lin Yu's Western art history exam. Arriving at school early in the morning, Lin Yu saw Shen Bingmiao at the school gate. Watching Lin Yu hop off his bicycle, Shen Bingmiao walked up to him, smiling as she spoke. Bonjour, my dear ace, how's your exam preparation going? Hearing Shen Bingmiao's greeting, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. I say, senior, you're not worried I'll fail, are you? After all, you just joined the game, I was afraid you couldn't balance life, Shen Bingmiao said with a giggle, so, here, take this. Shen Bingmiao pulled out something that looked like a band-aid. What is this? Lin Yu took the band-aid, and a notification popped up. Secret communication patch, a communication device disguised as a band-aid, capable of telepathic communication with another secret communication patch user, with shared vision functionality. Stick this thing on your forehead, and I'll be able to see the exam paper, Shen Bingmiao said seriously. If you encounter any questions you don't know, I can help you find the answers. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought even if you were worried, you'd just cheer me on. He tucked the secret communication device into his pocket. I appreciate the thought, senior, but I've studied thoroughly, how could I possibly fail Western art history? Shen Bingmiao looked serious. Then I need to ensure you pass with 100% certainty. Our club still has activities this summer, and I don't want you to have to spend your summer vacation studying for a makeup exam after failing. There are club activities in the summer? Lin Yu said in surprise, and Shen Bingmiao nodded. Of course. We're organizing a tour, and while the specific details aren't finalized, they're pretty close. How about it, surprised? I've already consulted with the club members, and about 90% of them are willing to participate. Lin Yu thought back. Indeed, the drama club members were all very good students, enthusiastic and friendly, but to collectively sacrifice their summer vacation for club activities. What benefits did you promise them? She stood with her hands in her pockets, chest out. Credits. It will add academic credits and practical experience points. Lin Yu felt something was off. The school is willing to give credits for this kind of activity? Are these credits legitimate? You're not planning to hack into the academic affairs system, are you? Shen Bingmiao put her hands on her hips and spoke indignantly, looking like an angry fishball. Don't you always think I'll break the rules? I worked so hard to talk to the school leaders about this. Sorry, senior. It must have taken a lot of effort to convince those old-fashioned school leaders at Jiangqing Media. Lin Yu said, and Shen Bingmiao nodded in deep agreement. Of course. I went to great lengths to hack into our vice principal's phone, found evidence of him using his position for profit and embezzling. Greening funds by constantly moving trees around. I used this as leverage to make him agree to this matter. Lin Yu covered his face. I really didn't misjudge you at all. You should just report him. Shen Bingmiao made an okay gesture. It's a minor matter. He should be apprehended in a few days. He did you a favor, and you're still reporting him? Lin Yu said in shock. Shen Bingmiao waved her hand. Don't worry, I did it very cleanly and beautifully. I reported evidence of him bribing for professional title when he was at another school. Lin Yu was silent for a long time, then gave Shen Bingmiao a thumbs up. Sometimes he really didn't know if his senior was righteous or what. In any case, as long as the outcome was good. In short, besides the credits, I also promised them all-inclusive food, lodging, and travel expenses, and a brand new Apple phone for everyone. Shen Bingmiao said proudly. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then reached out his hand. Do I get one too? You don't. Shen Bingmiao said with certainty. Lin Yu was a bit displeased. Am I not the lead actor? Why don't I get one? You're already a player. Do you still lack money? If you don't want to act, you don't have to come. This time, I've invited someone to be our guide. A very famous actor. Hearing Shen Bingmiao's words, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, then he sighed helplessly. Fine, just exploit me. I'm going to take my exam. I still need to talk to my sister about this. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Shen Bingmiao stroked her chin and said, you should definitely talk to your sister about this. But I think your sister will probably agree. Lin Yu nodded, then said goodbye to Shen Bingmiao and walked towards the examination hall. Outside the examination hall, students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to ease their pre-exam anxiety. Only Lin Yu, after nodding briefly to a few boys, stood alone on the other side, appearing somewhat out of place. It wasn't that Lin Yu was being isolated or anything, it was just that he hadn't formed overly close relationships with his classmates. Aside from a girl who confessed to him last semester, most of the time, Lin Yu maintained a friendly but distant relationship with his classmates. Friends like Shen Bingmiao, with whom he could joke around, were actually unconventional for Lin Yu. Soon, the exam time arrived. Lin Yu placed his backpack at the front of the podium. It contained all of his phones. After the exam papers were distributed, Lin Yu scanned them and confidently began answering the questions. The 2.5-hour exam time flew by. After the exam ended, Lin Yu retrieved his backpack, intending to grab some food at the cafeteria and chat with Fu Luo to see what time he would arrive today. But as soon as he opened Mei's phone, he saw that the forum messages were overflowing. Opening it, and looking at the back-end private messages, Lin Yu found that Fu Luo had sent dozens of messages. After clicking to reply, the forum's private chat would start from the earliest unread message. The first message was at 9 in the morning. Holmes Poirot, bro, I'm here. I took a long-distance bus and rode for half the night. Holmes Poirot, bro, are you awake? Check your messages. Then there were many uninformative messages like are you there, and hello. Lin Yu scrolled down, and the time came to around 10 o'clock. Holmes Poirot, Mei bro, looks like you're not up yet. I found a place to sit for a bit. Holmes Poirot, I'm near the bus station. Holmes Poirot, I found a place to eat some breakfast, trying your Jiangqing specialties. Holmes Poirot, image. Holmes Poirot, this noodle is really good, only 8 yuan a bowl, with meat and sauce. Lin Yu smiled wryly. He hadn't had time to check messages because of his exam, and he didn't expect Fu Luo to start having fun on his own. That's fine too. Just as he continued to scroll down, preparing to see where Fu Luo was now, he suddenly realized the messages were wrong. Holmes Poirot, help! Holmes Poirot, help, help, help! I'm being chased. Saving Fu Luo. Lin Yu was a little surprised to see the message from Fu Luo. How did the style change so suddenly? Fu Luo's ability to cause trouble really wasn't ordinary. His distress message came at 11:15. Which meant not much time had passed since then. Scrolling up, Fu Luo had sent a message around 11 o'clock. Holmes, I found a private cinema. I'll go in and watch a movie while I wait for you. Fu Luo sent Lin Yu a photo. It said Baiwei Cinema Cafe. Lin Yu searched it up and found that the place was about a 10-minute drive from Jiangcheng bus terminal, located in a commercial area. Why did you run off to that godforsaken place? Lin Yu frowned and immediately hailed a taxi on his phone, then headed towards the school gate. Although he knew that Fu Luo was likely attacked in that vicinity, Lin Yu had no other information or clues. Who attacked him? His plea for help shouldn't be from a non-player, right? No matter how cowardly Fu Luo was, he was still a player with an item on him, and he had even completed an advancement. To put it bluntly, this guy was at least tall and burly. In Lin Yu's opinion, considering that gun control was relatively good in this country, Fu Luo should have encountered a player attack. So, Lin Yu immediately took a screenshot of this chat and sent it to Gao Shan. Brother Shan, please help me contact the order here in Jiangcheng. Then, he made a voice call to Gao Shan and hung up. After getting into the car, Gao Shan also replied. Notified. Someone will lead a team to check it out. After Gao Shan replied, Lin Yu slightly relaxed. With order support, things would be much easier. But how was Fu Luo attacked? Lin Yu had checked this guy's bounty on the Hunters Guild, and it was only a little over 500 yuan. It seemed that people he had angered on the forum would post 10 or 20 yuan bounties purely for venting. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for bounty hunters to be responsible. Lin Yu guessed. Could it be someone from the Psychology Society? After all, this guy said he had also offended the Psychology Society. But the matter of him coming to Jiangcheng was decided the day before yesterday for today, and I might be the only one who knew. I even just found out what time he arrived. How was his location determined by someone? Lin Yu thought quickly in the car, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was full of suspicious points. But what if? What if Fu Luo's forum account was indeed insecure as he suspected? Someone monitored Fu Luo and his chat records, thereby locking onto their locations in real time. What if this plea for help was even fabricated and aimed at him? Although Fu Luo didn't have any mortal enemies, Lin Yu was certain that his identity as Mei Mei did. Not to mention his own role as heavenly work, the entire plunderers definitely had strong opinions about him. Lin Yu couldn't ignore this possibility. And precisely because of this, Lin Yu set the car's destination to the entrance of a commercial area one intersection away. Furthermore, upon arrival, Lin Yu did not choose to act in his Mei Mei identity. He found a public restroom, transformed into the dark and skinny appearance of Old Yao, and casually sent a message to Daheng. Big brother, my friend seems to be cornered around Xinbei Road. I don't know the exact situation yet. Do you see if any brothers are free to come and help? After sending the message, Lin Yu found Baiwei Cinema Cafe. The shop was located on the second floor of a street-side commercial building. To Lin Yu's surprise, there was no noisy commotion inside. Looking at the sparse passers-by and dozing shopkeepers around, it didn't seem like there had been any disturbance here. Lin Yu boldly made two guesses. One was that Fu Luo had left quietly. The other was, Lin Yu walked into Baiwei Cinema Cafe, bought a voucher on the app, and got a room key from the front desk. He took the key and went up to the second floor himself. But he didn't go straight to his room. Lin Yu stealthily peered around the corridor, peeking through the glass on the doors into the rooms that were already occupied. He looked like a pervert trying to peep at young couples, or a thief casing the joint, which also fit his current persona. And it was after Lin Yu's careful peeking and listening that he indeed saw what he wanted in a certain room. Just as Lin Yu expected. Although Fu Luo had called for help,
he hadn't even run out of his room. In the private room at the end of the corridor, the movie screen was playing a Detective Conan movie. On the sofa inside, Fu Luo was sitting right in the middle. And in the private room, there were 3 individuals who had clearly hijacked Fu Luo. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very tall, sitting on either side of Fu Luo, squeezing him in the middle of the sofa, not daring to move. And the woman. Although Lin Yu only saw her back, he recognized her. Almond. So it's someone from the plunderers? Lin Yu pondered, then furrowed his brow. It seemed very likely that they were indeed targeting Mei Mei. Of course, it could also be a simple act of revenge against Fu Luo. After all, anyone who inquired about the heavenly work attack would know that this guy had played a big part. Lin Yu was just very curious why Almond would ditch heavenly work and go solo on this matter. And how did she know Fu Luo's whereabouts? But Lin Yu understood that he couldn't figure these things out by just thinking. So, Lin Yu directly pushed the door open. After the door was opened, the 4 people inside naturally all looked in Lin Yu's direction. But before they could speak, Lin Yu preempted them. Hey, what are you doing in my room? The appearance of old Yao, looking like an unemployed social misfit, with his crude tone and manner, truly disrupted these people's thoughts for a moment. Lin Yu continued to speak like a machine gun. Oh. Wait a minute, did the shopkeeper make a mistake? What the hell is going on? Lin Yu scratched his head. Almond frowned, subtly made a gesture, and stopped one of the men who was about to get up. She seemed to intend to resolve it through negotiation. But these small movements were all seen by Lin Yu, his observational skills couldn't miss these small details. These were enough for Lin Yu to confirm. Almond was indeed the leader of this operation. If this woman could lead, it meant the combat power of the other 2 might not be much. So, Lin Yu made a decisive move, almost instantly pouncing forward, while a small knife formed in his hand from imitation, which he directly pressed against Almond's neck. Don't move! Lin Yu roared, taking advantage of Almond being startled by his shout and the glint of the knife, pulling her directly in front of him, and pointing the knife tip at her carotid artery. You know quick blade? Be careful, I'll stab you to death. Plunderers! I advise you to be sensible and cooperate. Rescue successful. Order restored. Sure enough, just as Lin Yu had expected, even though Almond didn't believe it was quick blade after the knife was at her throat, she was still so scared that her legs almost gave out and her body stiffened. Originally, she had been acting like a big sister, seemingly threatening Fu Luo, but now she had completely backed down. The first thing she said almost made Lin Yu laugh out loud. Hero, spare my life. Almond raised both hands and shouted. Lin Yu held Almond hostage, trying hard to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked fiercely at the 2 burly men inside the room who also had knives at Fu Luo's throat. And because of this, Fu Luo was also about to pee his pants. He was even more afraid than Almond. Don't kill me! Big brothers! Don't kill me! According to the bloody letter, the condition for entering the death game was a strong desire not to die. Lin Yu could tell that these 2 certainly met the criteria. In contrast, the 2 burly men, who were Almond's subordinates, and Lin Yu calmly began negotiations. Who are you? The darker, burly man on the left asked. Lin Yu responded loudly, your grandpa is from the Riverside Hall. I know your identities, from the plunderers. How dare you cause trouble in Jiangcheng today? And even touch my friend. The slightly paler and fatter man on the right, hearing Lin Yu's words, spoke somewhat impatiently, from the Riverside Hall? I'll screw your grandpa, quickly let our big sister go. Otherwise, your friend is dead for sure. Lin Yu sneered, if I let her go, this guy will truly be dead for sure. After speaking, Lin Yu again gestured with the knife at Almond's neck. Almond immediately cried out, hey, hey! We can talk. We have no intention of harming your friend. Although the Riverside Hall was a deeply cooperative organization with order, it was not order after all. Therefore, the members of these righteous medium-sized organizations did not have the same irreconcilable hostility with the plunderers as order did.
Then what do you mean? Did you bring people here just to chat with my friend?
Lin Yu asked sharply, and Almond spoke. It's true, she said very quickly, we just wanted to inquire about some information, absolutely no intention of harming him.
What information?
Lin Yu pressed again. It's about his other friend, that very prominent first-order doctor.
We really didn't harm him.
Even though he kept his mouth shut, you can see he has no injuries on him. Almond said helplessly.
Fu Luo also shouted, I really wasn't keeping my mouth shut, I've already said everything I know. Mei is mostly an online friend to me, how would I know his situation, his strength, or his social connections?
Lin Yu understood in his heart.
It was indeed directed at him.
So, he sneered again, what a coincidence, I also know that person.
Now it seems, I definitely can't let you go.
You came to retaliate against him, didn't you? The plunderers have lost quite a few people to him.
Almond immediately retorted, absolutely not, absolutely not.
Although there are people within the organization who hate him to the core and plan to retaliate against him, I am not among them, she said, looking at the two burly men. We are here only to fulfill a task assigned by the organization. Almond sighed, someone is investigating him. Hearing this answer, Lin Yu immediately understood why Almond would act alone, leaving out Heavenly Craft. Even if Heavenly Craft was reliable, bringing him along could very likely escalate a simple investigation mission into a direct confrontation.
This was definitely not something Almond wanted to see. She was a driver, and it was a task issued by the organization, why risk her life?
But for Lin Yu, although it made sense, he felt very uneasy.
Someone within the plunderers was trying to investigate him? Judging from Almond's use of the word commission, this person's status was not low.
Moreover, it wasn't a public commission. If it were, he should have been able to see the published content using Heavenly Craft's phone. This indicated that someone had directly approached Almond. Not just an investigation, but a secret investigation.
Lin Yu immediately became concerned and pressed for answers. Who is investigating him?
I don't know either. I was directly informed last night by our Zhengcheng branch boss that someone wanted us to investigate this doctor, Almond said, spilling everything. They just told us to come to Jiangqing first, that tomorrow we could corner Hercule Poirot, and then try to interrogate him about information regarding that doctor, his strength, rank, preferred items, and social connections.
But who the commissioner is, I truly don't know.
Although Almond was still terrified at this moment, her strong will to survive made her report all of this to Lin Yu very clearly and logically.
Lin Yu exhaled, why would he seek you out? I don't know that either. I'm just a very ordinary member within the plunderers.
Maybe it's because I have some dealings with him. The rest of the people were all brought by
me.
Almond spoke honestly, basically confessing everything. Lin Yu could tell she wasn't lying. The one-sentence lie detector also told him so.
In other words, Almond really didn't know anything. There's nothing left to ask.
Lin Yu made his judgment, then spoke slyly, so that's how it is.
It seems there truly are some misunderstandings.
I didn't intend for us to fight to the death, but I still recommend you surrender. This is our territory after all, Lin Yu said seriously, and Almond sighed. Can't we just take a step back? You let us go, I let you go, and we'll pretend this never happened? Almond's words were very sincere. She hardly seemed like a member of the plunderers. I don't think so, Lin Yu insisted. If I let you go, it would cause big problems for me. After Lin Yu finished speaking, before Almond could say anything, the dark burly man spoke coldly.
Don't be too arrogant, kid.
Although you've got our big sister under control now, it won't be easy for you to keep all three of us.
What's more, you came alone. Do you think there are only 3 of us? If you make a move, do you think you'll be able to leave?
As his words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees.
Lin Yu let out a long breath. Why do you think I came alone? do I look like that kind of stupid idiot? No sooner had his voice faded than the door was pushed open again. A man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a black jacket, a baseball cap, and a scruffy beard, walked in, carrying two unconscious thugs. "Hello, old Yao from the Riverside Hall. Let me introduce myself, I'm from the Order Jiangcheng branch, codenamed Liang Yi, good night. I received a message to come and help." He spoke with a somewhat peculiar accent, then threw the two men to the ground. And the moment he finished throwing them, thud, thud, Almond and Lin Yu's hands and the two burly men also fell down. The debut in May. Below the White Moon Shadow Cafe, Liang Yi, good night, watched as members of Order in Jiang and Hall busily loaded the unconscious members of the Marauders and hired free players into the trunks of various cars, then he threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. "Hey, this is great. My first day in Jiang City and I've already got such a big accomplishment. Headquarters will be very pleased with me," he said with a smile, flicking the brim of his baseball cap, then turned to look at Lin Yu, who was disguised as old Yao. "Mr. Mogul told me that you are their organization's newest capable aide. Seeing you today, you certainly have a lot of skill. I look forward to much more cooperation with you in the future. I am currently serving as the captain of Jiang City's first team. You can call me sometimes." With that, he slipped a business card into Lin Yu's pocket. After counting the captured Marauders members and completing the cleanup work at the cafe and nearby shops, this new captain of Order, fresh to Jiang City, departed. Lin Yu put away the business card, feeling that the other party was not bad. With Order's organizational background as an endorsement, even though he littered cigarette butts, it was unlikely he would have any fundamental issues. As for further understanding, judging from the silent Fu Luo beside him, this seemed to be someone he knew. It was just that old Yao found it inconvenient to elaborate. So, Lin Yu also exchanged a few polite words with Fu Luo. "Alright, it seems you're safe now." Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu was dark and thin, and looked shifty at the moment, Fu Luo showed no hint of disdain. "So, you are? Old Yao of Jiang and Hall, also a friend of your friend." Lin Yu waved his hand. "He is temporarily busy and couldn't make it, so he entrusted me to help you." After Lin Yu finished speaking, Fu Luo's respect grew even deeper. He sincerely said, "Thanks to you, otherwise I don't know what kind of inhumane torture I would have suffered at their hands." With that, Fu Luo conjured an opaque plastic bag from the backpack behind him. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. "This is?" Fu Luo said solemnly, "These are fried dough sticks made by my mother and meatballs she blanched herself. She insisted I take them when she heard I was meeting a friend. There are 2 bags in total. I'll give you one, and the other is for my friend Wu Yue. Of course, this is absolutely not enough to repay today's kindness. If you encounter any difficult problems in the future, just find me, Fu Erbwa Luo." Fu Luo said, patting his chest. Lin Yu found it a bit amusing. However, such a simple, homemade gift from the other party's parent made it very hard to refuse. "Alright, then I'll give it a try." Lin Yu took the bag and said, "Oh, by the way, Wu Yue asked me to give you a message. He wants you to wait for him at the Huayu Cafe on the east side of Changning Street." Fu Luo paused, then nodded and said, "Okay, but there's one more thing I need to trouble you with." He rubbed his hands, and Lin Yu curiously spoke up. "What is it?" Fu Luo said somewhat awkwardly, "It's just, you see, since these Marauders members have been caught, what I confessed earlier definitely won't have any impact. So, could you please not tell him about it? At the time, it was truly out of necessity. The Marauders were too brutal, I had no choice, and I was also very conscious of protecting Brother Wu Yue's privacy." Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo's embarrassed expression as he rubbed his hands and sighed. Is it possible that Wu Yue already knows about this? But he still nodded in his persona as old Yao. "Small matter, I won't specifically mention these to him." "But how did you protect his privacy?" Lin Yu asked, and Fu Luo chuckled. "I mix truth with fiction.
The information I sold wasn't very important, although I don't know why those marauders cared so much about Brother Woyue's connections, I told them. He's not only highly praised by order, but he's also like a fish in water in various organizations. He even has close ties with the Free Alliance and connections with the Psychology Society. And the reason Brother Woyue is so well connected is entirely because he's powerful, handsome, and has immense personal charm. Fu Luo gave a thumbs up. He has confidants in all those organizations. Lin Yu felt a headache coming on when he heard Fu Luo's words. Isn't this just pure rumor mongering? Fortunately, those marauders guys were caught. They should be monitored and controlled by orders people afterward. They wouldn't be able to leak this information. So, although a bit annoyed by Fu Luo's fabrication, Lin Yu accepted it. Alright, you put some thought into it. Lin Yu still had to praise Fu Luo. Alright, I have other things to do. You should get ready to go find Wu Yue. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he left after a temporary farewell with Fu Luo. This was indeed a temporary farewell for Lin Yu, because if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon meet Fu Luo again as Wu Yue. After leaving that place, Lin Yu began a new round of disguise. Waiting for the cooldown of mask, and also changing into an outfit suitable for Wu Yue's identity. Of course, finding clothes and changing didn't take that long. So while waiting for mask to cool down, Lin Yu also took the opportunity to investigate the newly encountered problem. He used Tiangong to investigate the internal commissions of the marauders, but found no clues. After all, Tiangong wasn't a significant figure within the marauders. Trying to find out who was investigating his Wu Yue identity and for what purpose yielded absolutely nothing. Lin Yu still didn't even know how the marauders had tracked Fu Luo's whereabouts. From what Almond had said, the mastermind even provided real-time updates on Fu Luo's location. It seemed that uncovering the truth would require waiting for new clues to emerge. Perhaps Order, having arrested people, could interrogate them for some breakthroughs. Anyway, he was already considered a big shot and a dangerous person by the Psychology Society. One more wouldn't make a difference. What's more, it was his fake identity Wu Yue that was being targeted. This is the downside of being too famous. Someone will always be thinking about you. Lin Yu said, and the cooldown for mask ended. He once again transformed into Wu Yue, who was now quite famous in the player circle recently. Then he took a taxi to the agreed meeting place with Fu Luo, the Huayu Cafe on Changming Street. This was a very stylish and elegant cafe, with a small reputation online, and many beautiful and fashionable girls came here to take photos and check in. From a distance, Lin Yu saw Fu Luo being pulled by a fashionable girl asking for a photo. Hello, may I take a picture? He was tall and had a very exotic look, even his somewhat strange attire seemed like a style on him. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fu Luo didn't open his mouth to speak. Thank you, may I ask which country you're from, Europe or? Damn it, I'm from Hunan. His voice was full of vigor, with a heavy emphasis on Hunan, directly scaring the fashionable girl requesting a photo into running away quickly. Fu Luo, meanwhile, showed a triumphant smile, as if he had won some kind of victory. Lin Yu sighed helplessly at this scene. He had almost been kidnapped by the marauders just that morning, yet he adjusted very quickly. This person's greatest strength was his good mindset. A heavy burden. At that time, with a left hook and a right hook, I knocked that marauder who had come to attack me to the ground. Then, I stepped on her head and sternly demanded why she was investigating my brother. Sigh, if it weren't for the order arriving quickly, she probably wouldn't have survived. Lin Yu listened to Fu Luo's narration of his morning encounter, silently taking a sip of his latte with double milk and sugar. I see. Then why did you still send a private message asking for help? Fu Luo heard Lin Yu's critical question, his expression unchanged, and calmly replied. At the time, I thought since they were coming to ambush me, there must be some expert, perhaps one of those famous ones on the Marauder leaderboard. I didn't expect it to be just a small fry. I was really underestimated. Fu Luo said, his tone full of regret. Looking at Fu Luo's almost flawless demeanor, Lin Yu didn't think Fu Luo was a good actor. He just felt. This kid might even believe it himself. After some thought, Lin Yu decided not to expose Fu Luo. By the way, speaking of the order, I heard that a new captain recently arrived in Jiangqing's order. You've been cooperating with the order for a long time, do you know him? Fu Luo rubbed his nose, sigh, Liang Yi, good night, I know him, but he doesn't know me. Hearing Fu Luo's statement, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. He's that famous? Fu Luo shook his head, not exactly famous, but there was a murder case within the order before, and he was investigated as a suspect. I got his information. It was later proven that he didn't do it. Anyway, this guy is pretty strong. Lin Yu was a little surprised. How strong? Tier 3, and he was 99th on the forum's ranking list before, then he was pushed down by an anonymous user and the bounty hunter Cress from Haicheng, Fu Luo said, pondering as he spoke, I suspect the order transferred him here to fill the vacancy of a chief captain in Jiangcheng. As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu was very surprised. Top 100 level, future chief captain of Jiangcheng? He had unexpectedly met a big shot. Yes, but it's hard to say, because he's actually a foreigner. I should say an overseas Chinese, so it's not certain yet. He might be the future chief captain's deputy. A top 100 level can be a chief captain elsewhere, but not necessarily in your Jiangcheng. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo's exotic Caucasian face, and combining it with what he said, he felt a very sophisticated sense of humor. Which country is he from? South Korea, born there, then returned to the country with his parents, and even studied at Yenching University. Fu Luo slurped his room temperature Americano and grimaced, saying, oh my god, these Americans also like to drink dojier. Lin Yu ignored the complaint about dojier. I see. What's his profession? Lin Yu asked in detail. After all, this guy might be active in Jiangcheng for a long time in the future, so it was necessary to know more information. Although Lin Yu was a law-abiding citizen, not all of his identities were. With the identities of Zhu Ming and Tiangong, he had to be wary of this expert from Jiangqing's order. Moreover, if the Mei identity were to join the order, this person might even be his direct superior. Fu Luo didn't think Lin Yu had any ill intentions, so he casually said, oh, office worker, and when he was on the leaderboard in the forum, the evaluation of him was the pinnacle of office workers. Although I don't know his advancement direction, his direct combat power is very strong. Of course, this guy also has a weakness. Fu Luo suddenly lowered his voice, saying somewhat slyly, this person is lecherous. Lecherous? Lin Yu heard a somewhat unexpected trait. Logically, the order's vetting was so strict that while members might not be perfect, they should all have a relatively high moral standard. Oh, it's not the kind of lecherous you're thinking of. Fu Luo waved his hand, lowering his voice even further. He definitely doesn't like going to bars or clubs. This is something circulated within the order, and Brother Sean mentioned it to us once when we were drinking. This person likes online dating. And likes those sweet-voiced younger sisters, preferably younger, young lowly, you know? When you join the order in the future, you'll most likely be under the jurisdiction of the Jiangcheng branch. You can try to cater to his preferences. Fu Luo said, winking. Lin Yu's expression was serious. What nonsense are you talking about? The order is a very serious organization, how can it be so messed up? Even if someone really tries to curry favor like that, I won't do such a thing. Fu Luo was reprimanded by Lin Yu, but he didn't take it too much to heart. I know you wouldn't use such methods either. I just said it, you can take it as entertainment. He said, chuckling. Of course, although Lin Yu righteously reprimanded Fu Luo, he actually did note down this piece of information. Honey trap, huh? However, Lin Yu didn't fully believe this information. Considering Fu Luo's tendency to exaggerate his own numerous female confidants, he really couldn't say how much of this information about Liang Yi. Good night was embellished. Anyway, thanks. I know you're telling me this out of good intentions. Saying that, Lin Yu casually took out Fu Luo's lost item from his space and placed it on the table. By the way, congratulations on successfully advancing. Lin Yu said lightly. Fu Luo was stunned for a moment, then still chuckled. I knew your relationship with that Freedom Alliance girl was unusual. Well done, Brother Mei. He happily picked up the magnifying glass from the table. Then, Fu Luo pulled out a black plastic bag from the backpack placed on a nearby chair. Brother Mei, I don't have anything good to give you, so I can only give you this bag of fried oil cakes and blanched meatballs that my mother made herself to express my gratitude. In the future, if you have any difficulties, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Lin Yu heard this and immediately spoke. There actually is something I want to ask you. Saying that, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and opened the forum app's back end. This time, I talked to Zhu Ming, and she said you didn't help me investigate anyone from the Psychology Society, but I definitely looked for you on the forum before. Lin Yu opened Fu Luo's chat window and then scrolled up. He showed the chat history to Fu Luo. Fu Luo glanced at the chat history, stared at it carefully for a while, then whispered mysteriously. Brother, that really was me, but don't tell anyone about this. At that time, the dungeon was full of Freedom Alliance members. How could I dare to admit it? Fu Luo said, his tone very sincere. Lin Yu heard what Fu Luo said, and his expression also relaxed. So that's it, you scared me, I thought there was some secret. Fu Luo laughed. Oh, brother, what secret could there be? I'm just timid. Lin Yu stood up and patted Fu Luo. Alright, then I have no other questions to ask. Be careful, I'll treat you to dinner if I'm free tonight. Saying that, Lin Yu left the coffee shop with a look of relief, his steps exceptionally light. However, completely contrary to the ease he displayed, Lin Yu's heart at this moment felt as if it was crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. This is truly the worst-case scenario. Can even this guy Fu Luo not be trusted? Dangerous performance. Lin Yu was very clear, Fu Luo was lying. Even though his acting was considered good among the amateurs Lin Yu knew, he could still tell the Fu Luo from just now was lying. The moment he saw the chat logs, Fu Luo almost instantly offered an explanation, but that wasn't because the explanation was true, it was because Fu Luo was too smart, his mind too quick. It was perfectly normal for a detective to be somewhat skilled in deception. After all, his job was to expose all sorts of excuses and lies. Read 10,000 books, and write as if inspired by gods. Hear enough lies, and you can naturally spin one off the cuff. But no matter how subtle or swift a lie was, it couldn't deceive Lin Yu. Because the loophole Lin Yu caught was the most subtle emotional shift before Fu Luo spoke, a shift only Lin Yu could detect. The moment Fu Luo saw the chat logs, he was first a little surprised, then, surprise turned into terror. The investigation really wasn't his doing. And Fu Luo must have almost instantly guessed who was using his account to send those messages he knew nothing about, and the identity of that true culprit put him under undeniable pressure. So, besides the known fact that the Psychological Society rated him S-Class, and the Freedom Alliance knew about the Psychological Society's evaluation and sent Li Nian to investigate him, the identity of Mei Mei also became complicated. Not only did a big shot from the Plunderers commission Alman to investigate him, but another mysterious figure, whose organization was unknown, used Fu Luo's account to send him information about fluoxetine. What worried Lin Yu most was that if the other party could really tamper with forum accounts, this big shot hidden in the shadows might not necessarily be targeting only the Mei identity. Thinking that his performance was likely under someone else's scrutiny, Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. He liked performing, he liked the feeling of being watched, but not when it came to this part involving the death game. Knowing this kind of news right before the most dangerous performance is truly unsettling, Lin Yu said with a sigh. But, the performance still had to continue. After saying goodbye to Fu Luo, Lin Yu rode his bicycle to North Bridge District. Then, Lin Yu, using the mask, transformed again into the appearance of fluoxetine. He sat at the entrance of the pet shop where Xiaoyu used to work in North Bridge District, watched passers-by for a while, then casually stopped a pretty, stylishly dressed short-haired girl. Her eyes were clear, she had an air of inexperience, and she was carrying a backpack, clearly a university student at first glance.
Hey, big sister, can you help me out? Lend me your phone.
Fluoxetine's face was very beautiful, the kind of striking, captivating beauty that grabs attention at first sight. Beautiful people always receive various forms of preferential treatment, even from their own gender. Coupled with the fact that young people are always kind and warm-hearted, the university student was stunned, and though a bit confused, she
instinctively pulled out her phone. Only after handing the phone to Fluoxetine did she stammer, "Wah, what are you using my phone for?"
Lin Yu took the phone, opened the front camera, pulled the university student over, and took a selfie together.
"Just pretend it's for a social experiment or that I lost a dare,"
she said, and after saving the photo, she opened the university student's various social media accounts. Moments, Little X Book, X Sound, Billy, QQ Space, even Xla, she posted this selfie.
The accompanying text was, "Time to fulfill the promise. See you there."
After posting, Lin Yu returned the phone to the girl.
"Good girl, thank you, pretty big sister, please don't delete it, okay? Keep it for at least 24 hours.
After speaking, Lin Yu slipped 10 crisp red bills into the girl's hand. The university student was flattered, clutching the money and looking at Lin Yu.
How can I accept this?"
she said, her face a little red, as if slightly embarrassed.
"It's alright, this is compensation for troubling you," Lin Yu gently scratched the girl's cheek, "and a reward for your kindness and generosity, big sister."
As Lin Yu spoke, the girl's face grew even redder. Even though Lin Yu had returned her phone and given her compensation, the girl lingered, unwilling to leave.
After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Little sister, how old are you? Can we add each other on WeChat?"
Lin Yu wagged his finger.
"Big sister, if I had a phone to add WeChat, would I still be borrowing yours?"
The short-haired girl said, "Oh, right."
"Then, wait a moment."
She took off her backpack, then took out a pen and a textbook on Chinese language and literature from her bag, tore off a corner of the textbook's flyleaf, and wrote down a phone number.
This is my number."
The short-haired girl slipped the phone number into Lin Yu's hand, then ran off like a bird.
Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly.
He folded the slip of paper and tucked it into his jacket pocket, then left North Bridge District. And not long after Lin Yu left North Bridge District, the selfie and the ambiguous caption posted on various platforms by that rather handsome girl,
with a decent number of friends, quickly garnered many likes from friends and followers. The algorithm also recommended the message to more strangers.
Although this was just a small ripple in the vast ocean of big data websites, even such a tiny ripple was enough to reach certain people. For example, in the lounge of a certain clinic, a young doctor lying on a bed, having ordered a 9.9 yuan takeout egg fried rice with a discount coupon, was mindlessly scrolling through short videos, enjoying pretty girls, when he suddenly sat upright.
"That's not right!"
he shouted, scrolling back 3 videos, and his pupils widened as he looked at the photo of the 2 girls.
"Holy cow, this is big, Teacher Flu has a girlfriend."
Chlorpromazine furiously pressed the volume and power buttons, taking screenshots, then immediately forwarded them to a group of 50 members named
Society of Gossipmongers. "Brothers, come see Teacher Flu's new girlfriend."
As soon as this photo appeared, the previously somewhat quiet group, which had only a few people asking if anyone wanted to team up, instantly erupted
with dozens of question marks. "Dolantin, what the hell? At Fluoxetine? Ritalin, awesome, you even found this. Lorazepam, Sister Tingzi, care to explain? Citalopram, doesn't really look like a girlfriend. What is this?"
At the end of the messages, the main character's long-awaited comment arrived.
"Fluoxetine, oh my, what's going on here? Invitation and response."
Chlorpromazine's comment undoubtedly caused a small stir in this internal group chat, which apparently belonged to the Psychological Society.
Fluoxetine was quite famous even among the madmen of the Psychological Society.
Therefore, her alleged photo with an unfamiliar, beautiful non-player girl naturally attracted everyone's attention. But precisely because of this, the ripple didn't last too long. Anything was possible for fluoxetine, so taking a selfie with a girl on the street wasn't surprising. At most, everyone was more or less a little emotional, realizing that fluoxetine also had her own life. Especially after fluoxetine's own response seemed somewhat vague, as if she wasn't very willing to elaborate on the matter. No one pressed her further. The matter quickly faded from everyone's sight. They simply treated it as a very ordinary occurrence and moved on. Except for fluoxetine herself. At the top of the cable tower of Jiangqing's Cross River Bridge, fluoxetine, dressed in a black sailor-style pleated skirt, sat on the edge of the cable tower, which looked narrow from afar but was actually wide enough for two people to walk side by side, and turned off her phone screen. She took a bite of a sandwich bought from a convenience store and looked at the city's flickering lights in the distance. From the screenshot chlorpromazine had just sent, fluoxetine, as the person involved, noticed something that the other psychological society members hadn't. The background of that fake photo, which didn't exist in her memory, was the workplace of a guy she had killed a month ago. Fluoxetine remembered it clearly. After all, it was a talented and promising S rank. That was a diligent, gentle, kind, and loving MS veterinarian. Although she looked like just a strong girl, fluoxetine could see her hypocrisy, cunning, and viciousness. These beautiful qualities had been stigmatized by the mediocre and peaceful secular world, so much so that MS you had to hide those parts. But fluoxetine could see it. She knew she had a great intuition. Just as a sculptor could see the hawk and tiger hidden beneath the raw stone, fluoxetine could also see the strange souls, enough to make God's cheer, hidden within ordinary people's bodies. It was such a waste for such people to live an unchanging life in a lifeless society. She should be seen by the gods. Fluoxetine still remembered that when she unexpectedly brought down her axe, the other party, in the brief remaining moments of her life, still feigned a pitiful appearance, looking at her with moist eyes. But fluoxetine clearly saw that she was trying to grab the veterinary scalpel on the table beside her to kill herself. If the organization had sent a B rank or A rank enforcer. No, if her own attack hadn't been so fatal. She would probably have been injured by her, right? What a dazzling soul, fluoxetine almost wanted to cry. She felt that she was creating a masterpiece worthy of being called great. But unfortunately, the other party was never heard from again. This left fluoxetine almost utterly disappointed. What a pity, did she not want to live, to the point of not entering the game? Fluoxetine didn't believe that such a cruel and sinister girl wouldn't have passed the novice dungeon. That was absolutely impossible. But no matter what, recalling that regrettable, sad genius girl, fluoxetine now only felt deep regret. How awful. She neatly folded the sandwich wrapper and put it in the pocket of her pleated skirt, then began to ponder another question. So, why would the other party choose to take a selfie here? The moment she saw the photo, fluoxetine instantly understood why those players would mistakenly believe they had spent an entire dungeon with her. Because it was indeed the exact same face. Among players, there had not yet been any exclusive item that could achieve this level of disguise. Ordinary, non-exclusive items definitely didn't have this effect, and the functions of rare, professional items and exclusive items were basically well known among high-end player circles. Fluoxetine had never heard of an exclusive item with this function. So, this should be some kind of newly appeared, exclusive item. It might even be the ability of a unique class. Therefore, fluoxetine was very curious about what the person with this ability wanted to do by impersonating her. This single ability alone was enough to be called endlessly potential, and the other party chose to impersonate her. Such boldness, such aggressiveness, was truly a genius among geniuses. It was precisely because of this that fluoxetine chose to attend in her place last time. And, using the amusement park ticket as bait, she extended an invitation, hoping to lure the other party out. And a week later, the other parties seemed to have responded. This photo was it. The guy impersonating her seemed to be using this method to tell her, "I accept the invitation." It's just Fluoxetine hadn't yet figured out the time and place. The caption is fulfilling a promise. Is it a riddle? Probably not, it just feels like she wants me to give her the ticket. Fluoxetine dangled her calves, looking at the river and pondering. She really wasn't good at solving riddles. Should I go check out that pet shop in Trance? That doesn't seem quite right either, she can't possibly be guarding it 24 hours a day. But although Fluoxetine hadn't fully understood the intention of the person hidden in the shadows, she quickly made a decision. She had a very Fluoxetine-style solution. Hey, I know. Fluoxetine made a decision. She stood up at the apex of the Cross River Bridge, her dress and hair fluttering in the evening breeze. She stood up, grabbed her hair, tied it into 2 buns at the back of her head, and then jumped off the bridge. The next moment, in midair, blood-red petals fluttered down. Fluoxetine pulled out an exaggerated flamethrower-like weapon from her skirt. Yaha! She let out a cheerful sound, and then an orange-red bright flame arc appeared on the river's surface, throwing her high into the sky again with its recoil. Flying through the air in this strange manner, Fluoxetine quickly landed on the top of a tall building on the opposite bank of the wide river that traversed Jiangcheng. Then, Fluoxetine stood on the helipad at the top of this wide building, took out a barrel of fuel, and humming a cheerful tune, began to pour it. About 10 minutes later, Fluoxetine, having completed her work, ignited the erratically trailed fuel, and a cyan flame lit up, forming a burning English sentence. God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. Confronting obsessions, envisioning the future. Fluoxetine's actions, without a doubt, garnered far more widespread attention, orders of magnitude beyond Lin Yu's previous photos. Whether it was the gliding jump over the river using a flamethrower, or writing an English phrase of unclear meaning in flames on top of the Jinmao Tower, almost the tallest building in Jiangcheng's city center, both quickly drew attention throughout Jiangcheng. Cognitive interference only corrects details, simple Jiangcheng citizens still couldn't ignore something like this. Although the keen-scented order and many members of the Night Watch, who surfed the internet intensely 24/7, immediately realized this was likely a player's doing, they quickly intervened to control public opinion, guiding the narrative towards fireworks display, stunt show, marketing, and other aspects, and those in the civil service system also tried their best to prevent official media from reporting on the incident. But in an era where everyone has a mobile phone, public attention could not be so easily erased. At least in various local chat groups in Jiangcheng, related videos and photos were endless. Players, who are also members of this society and still live normal lives, could also see these messages. And they quickly realized, this must be some players doing, how cool. Chen Zhuo opened his local anime chat group at home, watched the forwarded videos, and exclaimed. Fu Luo, eating Jiangcheng's specialty night market snack doopy at a street stall, also frowned, why is there so much trouble in Jiangcheng as soon as I arrive? In a villa in the suburbs, Lin Yan opened her phone at the dining table, glanced at the lively group chat, and then at her parents dining with her. Oh dear, what a shame. If they hadn't come back tonight, maybe I could have joined the fun. But for most players, like Chen Zhuo and Fu Luo, it was just an after-dinner topic of conversation. Although they had more to say than ordinary non-players, they didn't have any particular deep thoughts. Even if someone like Lin Yan had the idea of joining in, they would ultimately not go because it was, after all, somewhat meaningless. The number of players in Jiangcheng was not small, but among these many players, no one actually planned to go and see. Except for Lin Yu, who was at home. He saw an overhead shot taken by a busybody with a drone, clearly showing the somewhat blurry English. God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. Others might not react, but Lin Yu, of course, knew it all too well. This was a literary allusion from a play. It came from William Shakespeare's most famous work, the most popular of the 4 great tragedies, Hamlet.
It was a classic line spoken by the protagonist Hamlet to his fiancée Ophelia in Act 3. Appearing at this particular moment, Lin Yu naturally thought. This was very likely a signal fluoxetine left for him. Given that she knew, and very possibly was the only one in the world who knew, that someone was impersonating her appearance, adapting this line was the perfect secret code. Faster than I expected, I thought it would take some time for this photo to reach fluoxetine. Lin Yu had originally planned that if there was no movement after a few days, he would proactively find a way for certain acquaintances to accidentally discover it and then leak it to the player community. Even if these large organizations were hostile, their information was almost interconnected. After all, everyone was desperately trying to find out what the others knew. But no matter what, Lin Yu was already prepared for the appointment. He once again quietly left his home under the cover of night. Although ever since becoming a player, Lin Yu had almost grown accustomed to such things. But today, he felt a long-lost sense of nervousness and excitement again. Because this time, he would truly face the murderer who killed him, the person he cared about most among the entire player community. By now, with his adaptation to the death game, and even having gained many benefits as a player, with his acting skills even growing in one desperate situation after another, Lin Yu, although often still lamenting the bizarre and nerve-wracking nature of his current life, had accepted this reality. And thus, his hatred and resentment towards fluoxetine had naturally disappeared. How could that be? Lin Yu thought of that strange and neurotic girl and the equally neurotic organization behind her, the Psychological Society, and recalled that one shot straight to the heart that made him completely bid farewell to a normal life and face potential death at any moment. A month had passed, 5 instances had been experienced, and Lin Yu simply could not let go of even a fraction of it. The hatred in his heart was indeed less fervent and intense, but it had become more enduring. Lin Yu admitted that he was the type to hold a grudge, at least the hatred for having been killed. He could not forget a single bit. So, come on, fluoxetine, I'm here to see you. He walked towards the Jinmao Tower, wearing the beautiful dress he had prepared, his face once again identical to that of his long thought of soon-to-be-met enemy. Lin Yu set off leisurely, arriving precisely an hour later. Downstairs at the Jinmao Tower, quite a few busybodies had gathered to take pictures. The fire on the rooftop was still burning, not out of control, but not extinguished either. Lin Yu didn't know what methods fluoxetine had used, but even the Jinmao Tower's security didn't seem to have any intention of putting out the fire. But in any case, he instinctively felt that fluoxetine should still be up there. And it wasn't difficult for Lin Yu to sneak up. Hannah, please. Croak. As you command, Director. As Hannah spoke, Lin Yu seemed to melt into the bustling crowd, his figure disappearing. He easily passed through the main entrance of the Jinmao Tower, deftly bypassed the access control, feeling the noisy world behind the door gradually recede. Then, he opened the stairwell door to the emergency exit and walked up to the rooftop, floor by floor. Finally, Lin Yu arrived at the door to the rooftop terrace. In the quiet corridor, he took a deep breath, placed the fear torch and the one-shot revolver within reach, applied all the buffs from the elixir flask to himself, rechecked all available items, and after ensuring he had done everything he could, the show begins. He whispered to himself, then a brilliant smile, containing a hint of madness within its piety, like fluoxetine's, appeared on his face. Lin Yu pushed open the fire door, and amidst the leaping flames beyond the door, a girl in a black plaid skirt and shirt, with a sparkling hairpin, turned her head, looking at the figure emerging from the stairwell's shadow, identical to herself, her eyes shining. Oh my, oh my. She chuckled, her bright eyes reflecting the firelight, filled with undisguised surprise. It actually looks almost exactly the same in person, that's amazing. Fluoxetine said, exclaiming in admiration, how did you do it? Disguise, puppet, clone, or an illusion? As she spoke, Lin Yu spoke in almost the same tone. None of those. It's time. The me of the past, the naive me. I am you from the future. Lin Yu uttered words that were almost unbelievable. At the same time, he was immensely grateful to a certain raven. The inspiration for this scene, of course, came from the joke that strange raven deity had played on him. Back then. Assassination of fluoxetine. After hearing Lin Yu's words, fluoxetine scrutinized Lin Yu for a full 3 seconds, then shook her head. That explanation is too fake, I don't believe it. I admit you acted very well, but this is impossible. Lin Yu remained calm. Whether you believe it or not, that is the truth. Fluoxetine chuckled, if you really are the future me, then you should know where to find me. Why go through such a roundabout way? Lin Yu, of course, couldn't explain. But he could pretend to be a charlatan. When the future arrives, you will understand. However, facing a true charlatan, this pretense seemed a bit insufficient. A thoughtful smile appeared on fluoxetine's face. Hey, then. Do you know my name? Or rather, what are our names? Lin Yu didn't change his expression. I can't tell you that. That's too pathetic, my dear, fluoxetine sighed. Good idea, but let's just forget it. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then spoke again. How about amnesia? This is already insulting my level. Fluoxetine pouted and pulled out a gleaming skinning knife from her embrace. Alright, although you are very interesting and have great potential, I am now giving you 2 options. Either tell me who you really are now. You can wear a mask, but in any case, you have to change my face. I want to see what you use to cover your face. Or, I'll peel off your face and see who you really are. Fluoxetine's tone was serious and devout, although I hope you can achieve something in that game in this world, but I don't mind using your death to satisfy a little bit of my personal obsession and curiosity. Although she made no threatening movements, Lin Yu still felt a sense of crisis. The woman in front of him was definitely not joking. Fluoxetine was such an extremely dangerous character, and meeting her meant taking risks. Lin Yu knew this clearly. So, he couldn't play around anymore. Lin Yu raised his hand and said helplessly, Alright, calm down. I just wanted to make a harmless joke. As he spoke, Fluoxetine immediately retorted, What if I believed that joke? Lin Yu said, I don't think you would believe it. But if you really did, I would continue speaking. Upon hearing this, Fluoxetine immediately burst out laughing, shaking with laughter, bending back and forth. Ah ha 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 ha, I'm really starting to like you. So. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Who exactly are you? As Fluoxetine asked, Lin Yu placed his hand on his face, using a bit of fake to disguise it as a transparent film. He had used this trick before. Activating the ability of masquerade, while removing the fake, made it look like he was using some kind of mask. However, just before revealing it, Lin Yu's hand paused. Speaking of which, that line you said on the rooftop, it's from Shakespeare, isn't it? Fluoxetine smiled. Yes, Hamlet, Act 3. Do you like drama? Lin Yu asked in return, and Fluoxetine nodded gently. Yes, I love drama very much. Or rather, I love most narrative content creation. Novels, comics, plays, movies, the greatest parts of human thought are often condensed within these. As she spoke, her tone shifted. Oh, you're not trying to stall for time, are you? Lin Yu sighed. Of course not, I just thought that the theme of Hamlet is revenge. It's quite fitting for everything that's about to happen tonight. As he spoke, Lin Yu removed the fake, and then the appearance of masquerade changed into Zhu Ming's likeness. And at the same time, the fake in Lin Yu's hand instantly transformed into the shape of a long blade. Hey, Fluoxetine. Fluoxetine looked at Lin Yu's face and his knife-wielding posture, momentarily stunned, then her smile became even brighter. Oh my, it's so good to see you're not dead. Flowers bloomed in her hand, and then a short-handled axe appeared. Although I don't know how you did it yet, but I'll ask you after I chop off your limbs. She took a step forward. In an instant, Lin Yu's other hidden hand drew out the guaranteed hit revolver and fired at Fluoxetine. This pistol normally didn't require aiming. But Lin Yu aimed now because He was aiming at fluoxetine's heart. With the precise buff provided by Immortal Brew, and the item property bonus of the guaranteed hit revolver itself, the bullet flew shrewdly towards fluoxetine's heart. However, put! The blood flower that burst open on fluoxetine was on her left hand. That hurts quite a bit, but... You're amazing, friend. There are definitely no more than 20 players who can make me bleed nowadays. It's wonderful that you can do it. Fluoxetine spoke, already in front of Lin Yu. She held the short axe in her right hand, but her injured left hand wasn't idle either, flicking the splashing blood towards Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu retreated a step, and the axe already came down. Clang! Fluoxetine's axe accurately struck Lin Yu's shoulder. This was also the first time Lin Yu clearly realized how dangerous his situation was tonight, and how genuinely powerful this S-rank member of the Psychological Society truly was. If that axe had aimed for his neck just now, he would have been dead. But Lin Yu had gambled correctly. Given fluoxetine's personality, since she could acknowledge the unknown person impersonating her, she naturally wouldn't kill the other party here. 4 people with potential. Fluoxetine had almost infinite tolerance. And this was also his best chance to kill fluoxetine. Looking at Lin Yu, whose limbs were weak from blood loss, fluoxetine smiled and spoke. Now we can have a good chat. Put aside your thoughts of revenge, I want to know how you tricked me. Lin Yu exhaled. Phew. Well, that's because when you found me, I wasn't an ordinary person, but had already become a player. Fluoxetine was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. Truly interesting. What a fated coincidence and error. She was smarter, bolder, and more arrogant than Lin Yan, so with just a slight from Lin Yu, her thoughts followed Lin Yu's expectations and entered the script Lin Yu had preset. So, the moment you saw me, you used some kind of decoy doll-like item to feign death, right? Lin Yu nodded slightly. You're right, both things are right. Fluoxetine stuck out her tongue, thanks for the compliment. But where's the second thing? Lin Yu smiled. The second thing is feigning death. What you didn't realize was the first thing. Just now you asked me if I was stalling for time, right? As Lin Yu spoke softly, fluoxetine suddenly showed a shocked expression. Oh dear. At her upper abdomen, the dark dress was soaked. The tip of the knife pierced through her chest, and blood flowed down the top of the dagger. I want to join the Psychology Association. From the very beginning, Lin Yu was stalling for time. Although he didn't believe that he, a mere first order, could do anything to fluoxetine, a third order who had been famous for a long time and had a notorious reputation, he still thought opportunities were rare, so he had to try. Even though fluoxetine had chosen the location, depriving Lin Yu of his home advantage, he was also very confident that ambush and sneak attacks would likely not work on fluoxetine. But what if it wasn't him doing the sneak attack? Lin Yu happened to have Hannah the octopus, who was very skilled at disguise, and whose disguise had even been proven to deceive members of the Freedom Alliance. And besides this octopus, he had also just subdued another android, an employee of the Truth Company, Stiller, who possessed second-order frontal combat power and extensive combat experience. With the help of these two guys, Lin Yu didn't think there was no possibility of trying this. So, he devised a crude plan, a plan involving killing, and the cruder the plan, the more likely it was to succeed. Meet fluoxetine, attract her attention. Then, wait for Stiller to kill her. From the initial, almost playful joke inspired by the God of Change, to later revealing the face of Xiaoyu. Everything was to buy time for Stiller. Even with Hannah's disguise, this android from the Truth Company had to be extremely careful to get behind fluoxetine. And even at the very end, Lin Yu had to wait for the moment when fluoxetine's attention was most dispersed before daring to let Stiller make his move. At this moment, piercing fluoxetine's upper abdomen was Stiller's dagger. Lin Yu took a step back, clutching his shoulder, looking at fluoxetine with unfocused eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Did it work?
As he spoke, Stiller, who had already appeared behind him, pulled out the dagger and casually swiped it across Fluoxetine's neck. The girl's body slumped to the ground, blood pooling into a puddle. Lin Yu, hands on his knees, ignored the injury to his shoulder and burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. He looked at Fluoxetine on the ground and laughed for a long time. Stiller looked at Lin Yu. You hate her that much? Of course, my peaceful life is gone forever, and it's all thanks to her, Lin Yu said, pausing, but I'm not laughing because of that. Then why are you laughing? Hannah also asked. Lin Yu looked at Fluoxetine on the ground, rubbing the corner of his left eye with his fingertip. I'm laughing because this guy also has things she's not good at. Although she claimed to love drama and her profession was assassin, this Miss Fluoxetine didn't seem to know what the reaction of a person stabbed in the upper abdomen should be. It seemed that her usual killing methods did not include this move. When a person is stabbed in the upper abdomen, unlike being stabbed in the heart, blood will first gush out from the upper digestive tract. She would vomit blood. Secondly, she would be in great pain. Of course, the most important evidence was, do you know, Fluoxetine, I'm wearing a heart-peaking goggles from the Truth Company on my left eye? There aren't that many emotions of joy and happiness on a dead person. As Lin Yu spoke, Fluoxetine, who was in the pool of blood, stayed still for 2 seconds, then slowly crawled up. She sat up, covered in blood, but the wounds on her neck and upper abdomen had long since disappeared. Oh my, your foundation is even more solid than I imagined. Fluoxetine sat where she was, then stretched. I really appreciate you, Xiaoyu. You are no longer just an uncut jade with extremely high potential, it seems a lot of your potential has already been unleashed. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. You know my name? I've come to kill you, of course I know it. Fluoxetine waved her hand. So, why aren't you continuing to attack now? Lin Yu also sat cross-legged directly on the rooftop. My hand has been played out, and it hasn't caused you any substantial harm. To attack you again would be somewhat suicidal. Fluoxetine chuckled softly. That's not true at all. Look. She pulled out an hourglass from her embrace, but the sand inside was bright red. The crystal-clear glass casing of the hourglass was now covered in cracks. What is this? Lin Yu asked curiously. This is my trump card for resurrection, the time-reversing blood sand, Fluoxetine said calmly. Every time I suffer a fatal injury or an instant kill damage, it will activate and return me to my peak state. However, each time it activates, another crack will appear on its surface, and once it shatters, this item can no longer be used. Before Lin Yu could speak, Fluoxetine said with a grin. But I'm not invincible until it shatters. I still can't defend against poisoning, soul attacks, or environmental kills. Next time, you can try sinking me to the bottom of the sea. I just tried to kill you. Why are you actively telling me your weaknesses? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Because this is also my trial. I appreciate all souls with potential and hope they grow amidst the great terror of life and death, becoming great existences that even gods praise. This, of course, includes me, Fluoxetine said naturally. If I get scared when it's my turn for a trial, wouldn't that make me a hypocrite? Fluoxetine said seriously. Lin Yu looked at Fluoxetine in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to praise this madwoman for her righteous values. After a long while, he could only sigh. You're pretty ruthless to yourself. Fluoxetine said with a grin. So, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You gave me a chance to speak, which proves you don't want to kill me. For someone who escaped death from your hands, fooled most players including yourself, and even dared to plan revenge against you, I guess you can't dare to kill me, Lin Yu said gently, and once I speak, even if you have killing intent, I am confident I can persuade you not to lay a hand on me. Fluoxetine sighed. It's really not a good feeling to be seen through. I really like you too much. Oh wait, don't cheat, turn off the heart-peaking goggles. It's already off. That thing consumes a lot of energy when left on for too long. Lin Yu said to Fluoxetine. The two talked on the rooftop like old friends, back and forth. Fluoxetine looked at Lin Yu in front of her. her eyes reflecting the light of the night sky, although I really don't intend to kill you. I want to hear your thoughts. Why do you think you are confident you can persuade me? The evening breeze of Jiangcheng passed through 100 meters in the sky, and the last trace of flame beside them also extinguished. Because I want to join the Psychological Society. Lin Yu said so. Membership successful. Starting as vice president. By the time Lin Yu returned home, it was already the middle of the night, or rather, almost morning. Passing by the breakfast shop at the entrance of the residential area, the rolling shutter was already half open, and it looked like he could go in and eat soon. Lin Yu carefully climbed back into his bedroom along the air conditioner's outdoor unit and lay down, while musing that it was fortunate his elder sister didn't open a breakfast shop. As for why he returned so late, it wasn't because he continued to deal with fluoxetine for a long time. In fact, as soon as he said he wanted to join the Psychology Society, fluoxetine immediately agreed with pleasure. Of course, you can. We are very, very welcoming of your joining. As Lin Yu had guessed, fluoxetine didn't care at all that he had just tried to kill her. She truly wasn't a hypocrite. The Psychology Society also didn't mind recruiting someone who harbored murderous intent towards its members as a new member. Of course, the entry threshold for the Psychology Society was actually very high. Although it had no restrictions on the moral standards of its joiners, it was extremely stringent in other aspects. First, this thing was by invitation. In other words, a passerby telling the Psychology Society, "I want to join you," would never be accepted. Only those they deemed promising would be invited. This was why Lin Yu had to merge the identities of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu, because Lin Yu knew that Xiaoyu was also an S-rank potential candidate who had been named. If it were just like this, it would still be fine. Although A rank and S rank were not many, there were a lot of B ranks. Besides being invited, joining the Psychology Society also required you to agree with their principles. This was also the reason why Lin Yu returned late. On the rooftop of the Jinmao Tower, fluoxetine took out a brand new tablet and made a video call. Someone will give you an organizational introduction and an assessment of your personality. It's from the professional committee, so relax. After the video call connected, fluoxetine simply shoved the tablet into Lin Yu's hand. Then, this crazy woman dropped a good luck to no one in particular, and then jumped off the building and disappeared. On the screen was a man in a white coat wearing a Rorschach inkblot mask, seemingly paying homage to a character from the anti-hero comic Watchmen. The man introduced himself as Rosenthal and was responsible for the final confirmation with Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu was a bit confused, he still chatted with the other party. The atmosphere of the whole process was also a bit strange. Compared to joining the Psychology Society, an organization whose deeds were somewhat crazy and whose tenets were full of evil implications, a recognized villain organization, Lin Yu felt like he was attending an interview for a large company. He held the tablet on the rooftop and made a video call for a full 2 hours. For the first hour, Rosenthal meticulously introduced the Psychology Society's mission and scope of business to Lin Yu. Lin Yu already had a general idea, but Rosenthal still confirmed that all of Lin Yu's hearsay information was true. Our Psychology Society is committed to using assessment, observation, and other methods, with the help of props from the Society's headquarters and various branch associations, and the mind phase recorder provided by Mr. Bandura, to discover potential players and non-players. Most players are actually unaware of the true nature of the death game, and even if those in power and large organizations do understand it, they often conceal and distort this fact that the death game is promoting the evolution of the human soul. I know you are surprised by this. But it's true, my friend, the death game is an opportunity for every player to start over after an accidental death, but for humanity as a whole. This is the gods making us evolve. Once we have established civilization and every individual possesses intelligence, the evolution of the soul becomes more important than the evolution of the physical body. So, our Psychology Society came into being. We must cooperate with this game created by the gods and accelerate its progress. For those who have already joined the game, we will identify those with potential, and seize opportunities to give them pressure or help, promoting their evolution. And for those who haven't joined the game yet, we will never allow those with infinite potential to waste their lives. According to Mr. Freud of the Board of Directors, a person's potential, and even whether they can join the death game, are not immutable. It's very possible for someone to be ambitious and full of vigor in their youth, but just a few years later, they become dull and ignorant. What if he doesn't encounter an accident during those years when his soul is most potential? This is where our psychology society needs to take precautions and personally send those with high potential into the game as much as possible. You are no exception, my friend. Perhaps you still resent this, but you will surely understand in the future. Now, let's talk about yourself. I have a few questions for you. Subsequently, Rosenthal actually conducted a psychological interview and test with Lin Yu. Do you feel you have good emotional control? What is your first impression of family? Describe yourself using any animal. It was like those from small websites. To be honest, these questions were indeed abstract and interspersed with a large number of distractor options, and many questions could easily make one's true inner thoughts and subconscious surface inadvertently. But fortunately, Lin Yu was an immersive method actor. Coupled with a good understanding of Xiaoyu, he had even seen Xiaoyu's work and growth environment, so Lin Yu could completely immerse himself in the role of Xiaoyu. The moment he heard the questions, Lin Yu instantly sank into the role. During that hour, he almost completely regarded himself as Xiaoyu in his subconscious while answering those questions. Although he didn't know Rosenthal's level, Lin Yu was very certain the other party couldn't find any flaws. Because once immersed in the role, Lin Yu himself couldn't recognize himself. Even after the video call ended, Lin Yu himself took more than 10 minutes to slowly come out of the role. But all of this was worth it. Now Lin Yu had become an official member of the Jiangcheng branch of the Psychology Society, and upon joining, he became the vice president of Jiangcheng. Esteemed Ms. Xu Ming, the president of the Jiangcheng branch will conduct the handover with you tomorrow. Everything was worth it. Lin Yu lay on the bed, playing with his brand new phone and tablet, and sighed. This Psychology Society is, if nothing else, surprisingly good with benefits. The battle of the third tier, behind-the-scenes planning. After Lin Yu successfully joined the Psychology Association as Zhu Ming, Jiang City's night remained restless. Fluoxetine walked into a convenience store, bought 2 rice balls, unwrapped one, and ate it as she walked. She stopped to watch 2 taxi drivers parked on the roadside, yelling at each other. Hoo, humans are really interesting. Keep it up, you two. Humans only progress through struggle. Fluoxetine sighed, and a weak voice came from behind her. Hey, you're Fluoxetine from the Psychology Association, right? Fluoxetine turned her head and saw a scruffy, baseball cap-wearing uncle, riding an electric bike, cautiously sizing her up. She paused for a moment, then said, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" The baseball cap uncle showed a very hurt expression. "No way, you, an S-rank agent from the Psychology Association, swaggering into Jiang City's territory, don't even know who I am? Although I was only transferred yesterday. You should have known me. I'm somewhat famous." Fluoxetine stuffed the golden egg tuna rice ball in her hand into her mouth, then spoke seriously. "I'm sorry, I really don't have any impression of you. My memory isn't particularly good. You must be a potential candidate rated lower than SNA." The uncle couldn't help but clench his fist, saying somewhat aggrievedly, "Sybil Sheikh. I was at least on the forum's top 100 list. Liang Yi, good night, Liang Yi, good night, of order, haven't you heard of him?" Fluoxetine was stunned for a moment. "Uncle, don't you know which organization I'm from?" "Yes, the Psychology Association, isn't it?" Liang Yi, good night, said cautiously. Fluoxetine nodded. "Yes, can members of the Psychology Association post on the forum?" Her soul-searching question left Liang Yi, good night, completely speechless. "That's true. But who doesn't know that major announcements on the forum can't be hidden from the 3 large organizations that were expelled? There are still too many forum users, so they have too many ways to get information about the forum. Among them, the Psychology Association should be the one most concerned about the forum's rankings. So, Liang Yi, good night, looked at fluoxetine in front of him, somewhat despairingly. Oh, hey, you stinky girl, don't look down on me, I'm currently the captain of Order's Jiang City first team. Fluoxetine laughed. No offense, it's just, I don't currently see anything about you that warrants my attention. Captain of Jiang City's first team, even the former general captain wouldn't be my match. The only thing in this city worth my attention, besides that rich fool, is. Fluoxetine didn't finish her sentence, pouting. Forget it, I won't talk about her, her name is unlucky, like Voldemort. Hearing this, Liang Yi, good night's lifeless face completely showed the unique suppressed anger of an office worker who dares not speak out. Yeah, girl. You should be glad that you're still within my aesthetic range. So I won't mess up your pretty face later. Fluoxetine laughed at his words. Yeah, uncle, a juicy, Fluoxetine mimicked Liang Yi, good night's strange tone, you should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, for a pathetic person like you with no potential, I wouldn't mind killing you. As soon as she finished speaking. Right on the roadside in Jiang City, Fluoxetine, wielding a hand axe, and Liang Yi, good night, who had pulled out a metal keyboard, clashed. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the taxi drivers arguing on the roadside immediately buried the hatchet, looking over in unison. Fluoxetine, who had taken a step back, watched Liang Yi, good night, shaking his hand in pain under the street lamp, then turned to look at the onlookers. She pulled a pocket watch from her chest, swung it in a wide circle in the air, and spoke to the 2 drivers. Hey, uncles, we're shooting a short video, please move to another spot. The 2 uncles, listening to Fluoxetine's seemingly hypnotic voice, hesitated for a moment, then each got into their taxis and left. Then, Fluoxetine put away her pocket watch, looked at Liang Yi, good night, and said with a smile. Your Excellency, Captain of Order, you're welcome. Liang Yi, good night, glanced at Fluoxetine, then suddenly fell into thought. You're still very kind-hearted. Honestly, do you have some unspeakable difficulty? Such a delicate little girl, with a nice voice too, were you forced to join the Psychology Association? Liang Yi, good night's 2 sincere questions made Fluoxetine show a somewhat startled expression. A moment later, Fluoxetine put away her playful smile, looking at Liang Yi, good night, somewhat formally. I take back what I said, Captain. You are not a mediocrity. It's the association's evaluation standards that are not comprehensive enough, causing you to be overlooked. After speaking, she pulled out another brand new axe, and holding an axe in each hand, she pounced towards Liang Yi, good night. Since that's the case, then let me evaluate and test you. This night, Jiang City was not the only restless place. In Cheng City, outside of Jiang City, in a comfortable and spacious air-conditioned room. Gaming PCs with LED lights and various game consoles were neatly arranged on the table, in the center of a room any gamer would dream of, sat a fair-skinned young man who looked only 14 or 15. A lazy cat was sprawled in front of his keyboard. At this moment, he wasn't playing games, it seemed he was on a voice call with an Edison. What are you talking about, AU? All the people your plunderers sent to investigate in Jiang City were wiped out, captured by order, and brought back no useful intelligence? That shouldn't be. To catch for Paluo, any first tier leading the team should be fine. What? That idiot leveled up? That's impossible. Are you sure? He posted on the forum to show off? TSK, that kid really lucked out. Wait, even if he successfully leveled up, it shouldn't have led to all your people being captured. This time the plan was my mistake, I apologize. I will refund half of the consultation fee and then provide you with a new plan for free. AU, sister you, listen to me, this isn't about money, this is about my reputation. I, Nian, have been a detective and consultant for so long. And what I value most is integrity and reputation. Don't worry,
I will definitely sort this out for you. Gotta go.
The young man cut off the voice call, took off his headphones, his face gloomy. How strange, why did this plan fail at the very first step?
It seems I underestimated that May. He is far from just a talented newcomer. Welcome to the Psychological Society.
So, welcome, Zhu Ming, to our ranks, and to your new position as Jiangqing's vice president. At Huayu Cafe, Lin Yu looked at the plain-looking, slightly overweight young man across from him and took a sip of coffee.
You must be the Jiangqing branch president of the Psychological Society, I presume.
The slightly overweight young man smiled helplessly. Branch president is really a joke, you can just call me Edwin.
That's my internal code name in the organization.
I'm the only member of the Psychological Society in the entire Jiangqing Branch Association, so I somehow became the branch president.
I didn't even pass my second-order promotion last week. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at that. What a coincidence, I only just got promoted to first order last week. So not only are there just two of us in the Jiangqing Branch Association, but we're both first orders. He said it in a half-joking manner. Edwin let out a sigh. Being first order is a good thing. Being high-ranked in Jiangqing isn't good at all. This place is extremely spooky for us. Even marauders have to tread carefully in Jiangqing, and even then, the headquarters got sunk by someone a while ago. Isn't your referrer fluoxetine?
You should have known how powerful fluoxetine was before joining the organization.
Even she doesn't dare to be too arrogant in Jiangqing, she always acts low-key.
Edwin said with a serious expression. Lin Yu recalled fluoxetine's actions in Jiangqing and didn't feel she had been low-key at all.
Seemingly sensing Lin Yu's question, Edwin added.
Of course, Commissioner Fluoxetine's personality has always made it difficult for her to be low-key. This is already her best effort. And she didn't get away without paying a price. She was almost beaten to death last night and is now recuperating from serious injuries otherwise.
She should have been here today.
Lin Yu was slightly surprised.
Injured? Recuperating?
When she left yesterday, wasn't she perfectly fine?
Did she get injured from jumping off a building?
No.
Could it be that the stab I ordered Stiller to deliver from behind was more effective than I imagined? Was fluoxetine more severely injured than I was?
Lin Yu had almost failed to fully heal the axe wound on his shoulder using his doctor ability before returning home last night. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, Edwin's next words cleared up the confusion in his mind.
I don't know what happened, but in the latter half of last night, she actually encountered the tycoon.
And it seems she didn't choose to avoid the fight immediately. Instead, she directly took the tycoon's attack, and the tycoon even called in people.
From order to her.
I passed by this morning and took a look. 2 shops along the street were collapsed.
The night watchers were there cleaning up and disguising the scene as a traffic accident. It was truly horrific.
I guess among our society, only fluoxetine could take that kind of hit. As Edwin spoke, Lin Yu reacted. Oh, so she ran into the tycoon.
That's really unlucky.
Lin Yu said with a sigh. He also felt a bit regretful in his heart.
Why didn't the tycoon just directly kill that guy? Even severely injuring him would have been fine.
Of course, Lin Yu was also a bit curious. Although fluoxetine seemed a bit off in the head, she didn't seem like an idiot.
How could she have gotten herself into such an unfortunate situation?
Unfortunately, the Edwin in front of him was not strong enough and had no subordinates. His title of Jiangqing branch president was almost an empty one, and he knew almost nothing about fluoxetine's affairs.
No wonder he became Jiangqing's vice president as soon as he joined.
It turns out there are only 2 people in the Psychological Society's Jiangqing branch.
Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't get more information from Edwin.
President, let's not dwell on last night's sudden situation. Lin Yu pulled out his latest model tablet. Are there any procedures I still need to
complete for joining the Psychological Society? He had looked at the tablet yesterday.
Although it had several dedicated apps named Communication, Tasks, and List, Lin Yu couldn't use them at all.
He didn't have an account. Edwin slapped his forehead. Ah, that's what I came here to do. He pulled out his own tablet from his arms, unlocked it, and opened an app. You've been recorded in the Psychological Society's Jiangcheng Branch Association. You can choose a brand new code name for yourself. As Edwin spoke, 3 options popped up on the tablet. These are the names chosen for you by the professional committee after evaluating your data and your performance during last night's call. It looks like you'd be good material for an executive commissioner. Lin Yu looked at the 3 names that appeared on the tablet. Clozapine, magnesium valproate, lithium carbonate. None of them sounded very good. Lin Yu let out a sigh. No one uses such a common drug as clozapine? Someone used to. 45 days ago, clozapine was on a mission in the Tibetan area and was ambushed by the night watchers. He disappeared in the uninhabited zone. According to the night watchers report we received later, he's presumed dead. Edwin said calmly. Lin Yu paused. That name is quite unlucky. It's fine, the common executive code names have already gone through 2 rounds, Edwin said. If you're asking, among these 3, lithium carbonate is the unluckiest. It's already gone through 4 rounds. Deaf game players are like leaks, no matter how much they don't want to die, they're replaced by new batches. There's no good way around it. Lin Yu was silent, then sighed. Then clozapine it is. Edwin's round face broke into a smile. A wise choice, Zhu Ming. From now on, you'll be called clozapine. With that, Edwin poked at his tablet a few times and aimed it at Lin Yu. Come on. Take a photo for facial recognition login. Operating on the principle that this face belonged to Xiaoyu anyway, Lin Yu allowed Edwin to take the picture. Then, after opening his tablet, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the 3 exclusive Psychological Society apps were usable. One of these 3 apps is for contacting other members of the organization. Your current available contacts, besides me, include the person from the professional committee specifically responsible for liaising with our Jiangcheng branch. That's Rosenthal, who interviewed you last night. Lin Yu clicked to see the empty list, quite disappointed. He had thought that as soon as he joined, he would find a large number of Psychological Society members. Then he could use his information advantage within the Psychological Society to quietly get rid of some people, just as he used Tiangong's identity in the Marauders. Although he couldn't kill fluoxetine, the entire Psychological Society was Lin Yu's target for revenge. As for the other 2 apps, the list is a list of potential members released by the council. Past lists can also be viewed, so check them often, Edwin said. That way, if you encounter them in reality or in instances, you can interfere with or help them based on your own judgment. As for tasks, whenever there's a notification, it means there's something you must do. Completing them earns you our Psychological Society's internal points, similar to the points used on the forum, which can be exchanged for various items. If you don't complete them, naturally, some points will be deducted. At this point, Edwin paused. That's the basic situation. Now, there's just one last step. Please take out your phone. Lin Yu paused, then took out Zhu Ming's phone. As soon as he unlocked it, a window popped up on the screen. Detected that you have joined the Psychological Society. Your forum account has now been cleared. Then, Edwin smiled. Alright, now you've truly officially joined. Welcome, clozapine. Lover. After helping Lin Yu sort out his account, Edwin said goodbye to Lin Yu and left. The reason was simple. In Jiangcheng's territory, we'd best not meet for too long, or it will attract big trouble. You just need to know that this city has a very strange. I don't know if it's a person or an organization, but it's someone who cannot even be mentioned, controlling this city. The main reason Order dares to let such a large city as Jiangcheng go 2 months without a squad leader is because the top brass of Order also knows that someone is holding this city down. That is an existence 100 times more terrifying than the tycoon. If that existence from last night had made a move, even Agent Fluoxetine would probably have been in grave danger.
Edwin's reasons were very sufficient, even looking like earnest instruction and persuasion for Lin Yu. Lin Yu naturally remembered the other party's words, and couldn't help but murmur to himself.
What exactly is going on?
As time passed and his strength increased, Lin Yu came into contact with more and more things about players.
Especially after deep contact with those organizations deemed unstable by order. These guys all seem to have a different kind of apprehension towards Jiangcheng.
Especially the guys from the Psychological Society. From their perspective, a thick shadow seemed to hover over Jiangcheng.
Could it be that Grandmaster? No. First, she doesn't seem to be a permanent resident here. Secondly, Grandmaster mentioned that as a high-ranking individual, she would be greatly restricted if she made any moves in reality. What exactly is going on?
Lin Yu was briefly curious, but didn't think too deeply about it. Anyway, he wouldn't do anything heinous. A clear conscience fears no false accusations. Lin Yu would naturally be curious about such unsolved mysteries that weren't closely related to him, but he didn't have an obsession with solving them. After leaving the coffee shop, he put away the tablet computer given by the Psychological Society, feeling quite regretful. It was a pity that he couldn't take down all the members of this organization in one fell swoop by joining the Psychological Society. As for being expelled by the forum, Lin Yu didn't feel much about it. After all, Lin Yu still had other identity accounts he could use.
Moreover, after this incident, Lin Yu was even more certain that the forum seemed to have some kind of bug concerning him.
After joining the Psychological Society and being expelled by the forum, his ID in Zhuming's social automatically changed to clozapine. But this identity ID did not disappear, and even the forum assistant in social did not disappear. It was just that he could no longer access the forum through that forum assistant.
Could this also be related to someone using Fu Luo's account to send me fluoxetine's information? Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into thought. If the forum was created by a certain god, could there be a third god watching me, besides the crow and the jug-headed one? Lin Yu did not know.
After all, even if the other party wasn't a god, they were probably not a simple character, far from something he could investigate clearly now.
So, let's just do what needs to be done now.
After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Yu no longer dwelled on it. He found a place and changed Xu Ming's appearance to that of Mei. Then, Lin Yu found a mall on the way and bought some gifts, then headed straight for the northern part of Jiangcheng, where Xiaoyu's home was located. Soon, Lin Yu, carrying large and small bags, once again knocked on Xiaoyu's door.
Knock knock.
Lin Yu stood quietly at the door, waiting. This was not because his conscience was uneasy or he kept thinking about Xiaoyu's somewhat tragic mother and sister.
The main reason was that Lin Yu was a dedicated actor.
Now, having to perform in front of a group of Psychological Society members, who were likely professional psychologists, Lin Yu felt it was necessary to understand Xiaoyu more deeply in order to make his immersive performance more realistic and flawless when facing these special audience members who were much more discerning than ordinary ones.
Just like that hour of conversation with Rosenthal yesterday. While deceiving Rosenthal was enough, and deceiving him for an hour was also enough, what if they lived together day in and day out? What's more, he should be far from representing the highest level of the Psychological Society. So,
Lin Yu still needed more material. He needed to understand Xiaoyu's life more deeply.
After knocking, the door opened again this time.
However, it was not Xiaoyu's mother who opened the door this time, but the young girl he had met once before, Xiaoyang. She stood behind the door, leaning against it, looking at Lin Yu, who was carrying a pile of things.
"It's you." The young girl, not wearing her middle school uniform but loose, somewhat old pajamas, spoke in a low voice.
Lin Yu was a little surprised that she still remembered him. "Xiaoyang, hello," he said with a smile, raising the things in his hand. "I've come to bring some things."
"Is your mother not home?"
"Mom went out," Xiaoyang said in a low voice. "You should take your things back." The young girl's voice was a little hoarse and sounded somewhat weak. Combining the fact that she was home alone on a weekday, Lin Yu easily guessed.
"Are you sick?" He shifted all the items to one hand, somewhat forcefully pushed open the door and entered the house, placing the things on the table, then half supported and half carried the young girl inside. "If you're sick, just lie down properly. It's a good thing I bought pears. I'll make you some pear soup to drink. Your voice is so hoarse it's ridiculous," Lin Yu said, waving his hand to signal her to quickly go to the bedroom. Xia Yang looked at Lin Yu's figure, standing by the dining table but not moving. She just stared calmly at Lin Yu, and after a while, she slowly spoke. "Although I don't know who you are, please don't pretend to be a good person anymore," Xia Yang said, her tone calm. Lin Yu turned his head, looking in surprise at this girl who resembled Xia Yu by 7 or 8 parts, but compared to the gentle-looking Xia Yu, this girl with ear-length hair had sharper eyes and a full measure of aggression. "I know my visit might be a bit presumptuous, and Xiaoya's departure must be a blow to you. But I just want to help you all," Lin Yu said sincerely, and Xia Yang placed one hand on the dining table. "No, what I mean is, you should be related to my sister's death, right?" the young girl said lightly, and Lin Yu's movements paused. He looked at Xia Yang. "That's a very serious accusation, little sister Xia Yang. After my sister passed away, the police returned her phone to us as a relic," Xia Yang said calmly. "Mom and I got her phone, and then I cracked my sister's password. Sister was someone who loved to record her life. But it's strange, Big Brother Lin, I looked through her photo album and social media, and I didn't find any trace of your existence. So, who exactly are you? Are you the murderer who killed my sister, or do you know something about her death?" Xia Yang's words sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine and made his hair stand on end. Because Xia Yu was already dead, coupled with her mother's ordinary nature, Lin Yu had almost overlooked Xia Yu's brilliant performance in the first instance. Even the Psychological Society had given Xia Yu an S-level potential rating. It seemed that her sister was by no means simple either. But fortunately, Lin Yu had thought about the loopholes in his words when he first visited. So, the loopholes could still be filled now. He showed a somewhat sad, melancholic, and weary expression. "Because I was not her friend. I was her lover. Her former lover." An unreasonable request. Xia Yang still remained vigilant upon hearing Lin Yu's words. "You're my sister's boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend? Then I should have found no trace of you at all." While Xia Yang remained vigilant, Lin Yu relaxed considerably. Her question precisely indicated that she had taken the bait. Though very clever, she was still too young. He explained in a low voice, "It's precisely because I'm her ex-boyfriend that you can't find any trace. When we broke up, it wasn't exactly an amicable separation." Lin Yu spoke, his expression showing a restrained sadness, and his eyes held an unconcealable melancholy as if he truly had a beloved ex-girlfriend who had died. "I thought I would have a chance to make it up to her later. But, Xia Yang pursed her lips. The young girl believed most of it. After all, Lin Yu's acting skills were simply too good. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. "I didn't even know my sister had been in a relationship. I've had very little contact with her these past few years." Xia Yang said in a low voice, her tone somewhat downcast. Of course, there was little contact. Although Lin Yu's lie was a spur-of-the-moment reaction, it wasn't entirely unplanned. Xia Yu's life trajectory over the past few years involved working at a pet shop on one hand and continuing her university studies on the other. Her colleagues at the pet hospital spoke highly of her, and from her records, her studies didn't seem to have fallen behind. So, how could Xia Yu have time to spend with her family for long periods? These past few years, in the eyes of her family, Xia Yu's experiences must have contained large blank spaces. And in this situation, Xia Yu would likely talk very little about her life with her family, especially her younger sister. Lin Yu was well aware of this. Because he also had an older sister. This gave Lin Yu ample room to maneuver. "Perhaps it's because I hadn't yet received her approval," Lin Yu sighed softly. "I'm sorry, Xia Yang." Lin Yu's sincere apology completely disarmed Xia Yang.
She slowly sat down on a chair by the dining table. It's okay. I should be the one apologizing for doubting you. Nonsense, it's my fault for not explaining myself clearly. Lin Yu waved his hand. You should go back to your room and rest. I'll go make you some pear soup. You're already not feeling well. If you don't rest properly because of my visit, then I would truly be letting your sister down. As Lin Yu spoke, Xia Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay. But you don't need to bother with the pear soup. Have a seat, my mom will be home soon. With that, Xia Yang slowly walked back into the room. After Lin Yu busied himself in the kitchen for a while, he sliced the pears, turned on the stove, and then left the kitchen. One shouldn't leave the kitchen unattended when using fire, so Lin Yu left Hannah there. After all, this little octopus was a professional. The pear soup she made might even be tastier and more effective. Xia Yu's home only had 2 bedrooms. The one Xia Yang had just entered was the more spacious master bedroom. So, Lin Yu had reason to deduce. Do the 2 sisters share a bedroom, and their mother stays in the second bedroom? He pondered, then picked up one of the paper bags he had brought and gently pushed open the slightly ajar master bedroom door. Xia Yang, who was lying on the bed still looking at a practice book, turned around when she heard the door open. What is it? As she spoke, Lin Yu shook the paper bag in his hand. A gift I bought for you, I forgot to give it to you earlier. Xia Yang, somewhat flattered, started to get up, but Lin Yu stopped her. You can just lie down. Lin Yu said, then moved a stool and sat by Xia Yang's bed. He subtly glanced around the room, which indeed had 2 single beds and 2 desks. Xia Yang's was by the window, and Xia Yu's was by the door. There was a simple small curtain between the sisters' beds. Now, the curtain was tied back, and Xia Yu's side was neatly arranged. Lin Yu slowly took out the gift he had prepared from the paper bag. A new phone. Xia Yang sat up immediately when she saw the phone box. No, this is too valuable. Please take the phone back. Lin Yu insisted on placing the phone box on her bedside table. You probably don't have a phone, do you? Xia Yang said, no, I don't, but this. It's not good for children to use this, it'll affect their studies. As she spoke, Lin Yu chuckled. The fact that you can say something like that proves you're not a child who would be easily influenced. Xia Yang remained stubborn, it's still too valuable. No, my mom wouldn't agree either. I will convince Auntie. As Lin Yu spoke, Xia Yang quickly interjected, if my sister were here, she wouldn't let me accept it either. But your sister isn't here anymore. Lin Yu interrupted her, his voice choked with emotion. I can't compensate her anymore, I no longer have the chance. Xia Yan looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes instantly reddened, and was momentarily stunned, then her heart softened. Her tone softened. Alright, I'll accept it then. Xia Yang picked up the phone and opened the box. When I get into university, I'll work and pay you back. You mustn't refuse this. The little girl said softly, and Lin Yu nodded. Then I look forward to you getting into university and earning lots and lots of money. Lin Yu smiled, okay, good luck. He said, then continued, I'll go check on the pear soup, it should be almost ready. Lin Yu stood up and used his heart-gazing spectacles to check the little girl's emotions. Trust, gratitude, sadness, regret. Very good. As Lin Yu stood up, about to leave the room, Xia Yang called out to him. Wait a moment, Brother Lin. Lin Yu turned his head, looking at the girl half sitting on the bed, covered by a blanket. She hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Brother Lin, I didn't mean to doubt you just now. I know, you're just too sad. Lin Yu said, but his words were interrupted by Xia Yang. No, what I mean is, I always feel there's something truly strange about my sister's death. She pointed to her head. Why did she suddenly die in an accident, and the way she died was too much of a coincidence. Although I really want to believe the police's conclusion, I always feel like something isn't right. My sister, she shouldn't have died so absurdly and simply. Lin Yu listened to the little girl's words, initially wanting to tell her,
the dead cannot be brought back to life, don't overthink it. But in the end, the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back by Lin Yu, replaced with another sentence. I understand. I'll try to investigate. After speaking, he walked to the kitchen, scooped out a bowl of pear soup, and after letting it cool a bit, brought it to Xia Yang. Alright, it's getting late. I probably won't wait for Auntie to come back, so I'll be leaving now. This is my phone number, save it. Lin Yu picked up Xia Yang's paper and pen from the desk, leaving behind a string of phone numbers, just call me. If you need anything. After speaking, Lin Yu looked at Xia Yang. Oh, by the way. I have an impolite request, may I please look at Xia Yu's phone? Join the order. After leaving Xia Yu's home, Lin Yu sighed, standing downstairs from her apartment. Excellent, I've gathered a lot of material this time. And I've obtained something very crucial. He muttered to himself, pulling Xia Yu's phone from his pocket. Xia Yang was a very sensible child. After accepting Lin Yu's phone, she chose to give him her sister's relic, the phone Xia Yu had left behind. Now I can report back, he said, feigning nonchalance, then left Beiqiao district. After leaving Beiqiao district, Lin Yu took a circuitous route through Jiangqing City for a long time, only completely relaxing once he confirmed there was no longer any surveillance. Visiting Xia Yu's family was, on one hand, indeed to gather material. On the other hand, Lin Yu also wanted to confirm something. As expected, with Zhu Ming gradually gaining fame and my deliberate guidance, many people are indeed monitoring Xia Yu's side. The matter of the corpse hasn't been exposed yet, so it must be the night watchman or order who intervened. In a relatively safe, secluded alley, Lin Yu exhaled. His final performance downstairs was also deliberately for the unseen audience. He just didn't know whether it was people from the Psychology Society or order. Or perhaps both. Lin Yu took out Zhu Ming's tablet. Rosenthal, we observed that a player visited your family. Do you need help? Lin Yu looked at the message, unsurprised. Sure enough, people from the Psychology Society were keeping watch. Clozapine, that's my friend, I asked him to go. It's fine. Then, Lin Yu put away the tablet and took out Wu Yu's phone. There was a message from Gao Shan. Big Mountain, the organization's review process is mostly complete. You can report to the organization in Jiangcheng. Big Mountain, I'll send you the location. It must be said that ever since he volunteered to cover their retreat during the last encounter with the Freedom Alliance, Gao Shan's favorability towards his identity as Wu Yu had greatly increased. Logically, as a captain from Zhengchang, he shouldn't be responsible for these matters. Gao Shan must have taken the initiative. Lin Yu clicked on the location message, somewhat surprised. Wu Yu, orders Jiangcheng headquarters is at Jiangcheng Central Hospital? Big Mountain, no, the newly appointed captain of the first team was severely injured and is currently hospitalized for treatment. Big Mountain, to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to kill him, the captains of the second and third teams are currently accompanying him at the hospital. So, you won't find anyone if you go to the Jiangcheng headquarters. Big Mountain, I've already made arrangements, you can go directly. As Gao Shan spoke, Lin Yu roughly understood the situation. The newly appointed captain of the first team, isn't that the lolicon stick uncle? How did he get so severely injured? Lin Yu pondered, but still made a detour to a gift shop to buy a fruit basket, then took a taxi to the central hospital. Upon arriving at the front desk, Lin Yu found himself in a bit of a predicament. Wait, what's Liang Yi's real name? But he quickly thought of a solution. Hello, I'm here to visit a patient. He's my online friend. I only know he's Korean, a male in his 30s, and he should be receiving inpatient treatment. Oh, on the third floor of the inpatient building, room 302? Thank you. Successfully getting Liang Yi's room number from the front desk, Lin Yu found the room. It's even a private room. Marveling at Order's welfare benefits, Lin Yu knocked on the door. Enter.
A strong voice answered from inside, and Lin Yu pushed open the door. In the clean hospital room, Liang Yi, good night, whose body was mostly covered in bandages with only his head visible, lay on the bed, looking miserable while receiving in 4 drip. Beside him, 2 men and a woman were watching a televised ball game. Lin Yu had met 1 man and 1 woman before. They were the 2 captains of Order Jiangcheng. The 2 had also seen Lin Yu at Li Hua's action meeting and nodded slightly in greeting. The remaining man accompanying them, Lin Yu still recognized. He was the tycoon. Why was this guy here too? Lin Yu suppressed his curiosity and greeted them. Hello everyone, I am Wu Yu. Seeing that it was Lin Yu who entered, the 3 also stood up to welcome him. The man who looked very simple and capable was the captain of Order Jiangcheng's second team. He greeted Lin Yu and spoke. Captain Gao Shan has already told us everything, and the organization's documents have been approved. Although your equipment hasn't arrived yet, you are already considered a part of Order. On behalf of Order, I welcome your joining. Originally, Captain Liang Yi, good night, should have done this, but his situation is special, as you can see. Lin Yu's expression was serious. I understand. He placed the fruit basket on the table, then connected with the second team captain. Lin Yu and he scanned codes to add each other as friends, and then the second team captain added him to 2 workgroup chats. One was Jiangcheng Order Branch, with 52 members. The other was Jiangcheng Order First Team, with 11 members. Jiangcheng had a total of 3 subteams, each with 7 official members, including the captain, plus 4 reserve members specifically responsible for logistics and backup. Your dungeon is on Tuesday, right? After completing the dungeon each week, remember to check in the group chat immediately to report your safety. Also, if you have major gains or discoveries, be sure to report them immediately. Always pay attention to the mission announcements posted in the group, and if you encounter dangerous individuals, you must also report them to the organization. As a member of Order, you must bear responsibilities and obligations. Of course, we won't let you do these things for nothing. Our organization can arrange work for you, reimburse travel expenses, and if you encounter overly difficult dungeons or situations, you can seek help within the organization. On the 2nd of every month, you can go to the logistics department of each city's headquarters to receive cash living subsidies and foreign point subsidies. At the same time, you can also receive 1 free item each of recovery potion, buff potion, and spell scroll. You can also purchase these directly with points at an internal price. Of course, by joining Order, you directly become an official team member and can also receive an additional set including melee weapon, basic protective gear, and detection equipment. Lin Yu felt a bit dizzy listening to what the second team captain said. He finally understood why Order was the most influential organization among players. With these welfare benefits and this background, Lin Yu could only say, I am also very honored to join Order. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the second team captain smiled. Good, then from now on, we are all family. Family doesn't speak 2 languages. Although you were recommended by Brother Gao Shan, the headquarters found some things during the background check. Wu Yu, is your relationship with the player who joined the Psychology Society a bit too close? Just now, there was intelligence that you also went to that player's home, is that right?